You entered Longhushan at the age of 4, inherited the purple robe from your master at the age of 8, and became the 83rd generation purple robe celestial master. At the age of 12, he mastered the 5 thunders technique, making the Millennium Ghost King kneel and call him father. At the age of 16, he single-handedly suppressed the strangeness of the entire empire. However, on your 20th birthday, you were sentenced to life imprisonment. At this moment, you are sitting in the defendant's seat, listening to these people who once relied on you for protection making harsh accusations against you. The Moonlight City Court. Early in the morning, a large crowd of onlookers gathered in the court. They pointed and gestured towards Zhang Fan, who was wearing a yellow vest, with disgust in their eyes. The presiding judge with slightly white hair sat in the middle of the judgment seat. After listening to the prosecutor's opinion, he looked at Zhang Fan and said lightly, "Zhang Fan, do you acknowledge the serious negligence causing significant casualties?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan, sitting in the defendant's seat wearing a yellow vest, sneered and scanned the crowd with his eyes. This world was mysteriously descended 10 years ago. In the myths and legends of the countryside, many ghosts and monsters appeared in reality, causing great suffering to humanity for a while. Countless people died in the mouths of these eerie creatures that eat people without spitting out bones. At the same time, a small number of humans awakened their martial talents to resist the eerie. But ultimately, due to the short time of cultivation, they could not suppress the invasion of the eerie and could only serve as food for the eerie. Until the appearance of Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan was originally the 83rd generation successor of the Tianshi of Longhu Mountain, born with a divine vision, inherited the purple robe from his master at the age of 9, and reached the realm of perfection in the drawing heaven period at the age of 11. He is seen as the hope of the entire Luo-Yin Empire. When he was just 10 years old, he had to fight to the death with the Lion King, the Ghost King, and various creatures from different regions. Relying on the 5 thunder formation he mastered, Zhang Fan has single-handedly killed countless eerie beings over the past 10 years, intimidating various evil creatures to the point where they dare not show themselves, only trembling in the dark, no longer daring to disturb humans. Zhang Fan personally set up the Ghost Town Tower, suppressing various innate 7 mysterious Ghost Kings, and contributed countless efforts to this country. Only by suppressing many strange and avoiding the world alone, Zhang Fan would be willing to come out after enduring. That year, Zhang Fan was only 17 years old. It has only been 3 years since the Luo-Indi Empire was truly free from the invasion of the strange. And during these 3 years, there has been peace and people have gradually forgotten the days of fear of being controlled by the strange. Various powerful dancers with extraordinary talents have also emerged in large numbers during these years. People gradually forget Zhang Fan, but they do not know that they can safely pass these 3 years, not without Zhang Fan drawing boundaries behind their backs, reinforcing seals, and secretly eliminating ghosts. I don't think life imprisonment is necessary. Zhang Fan has also made some contributions before, which can offset some of his sins. Let's do this. Zhang Fan, in view of your misconduct, this court requires you to apologize to the whole country on television, be banned from visiting Mount Longhu for 2 years, not to go out without authorization, and ensure that you will never neglect your duties in the future. The cold voice of the presiding judge fell, making Zhang Fan feel extremely ridiculous. Just yesterday, a group of 100 tourists insisted on climbing Qingniashan at night. Qingniu Mountain is a place? He sealed countless strangeness there and repeatedly warned people not to step on it. These people have long healed their scars and forgotten the pain, and they simply don't believe in superstitions as they enter the Qingniu Mountain in groups. Some people couldn't resist and untied the talisman seal, releasing a powerful prehistoric demon. The end result is that all these hundreds of people have turned into food for the innate demon. None survived. When Zhang Fan took action to kill the innate demon, he did not receive the praise that a hero should have, but instead faced criticism from everyone. People questioned him why he did not guard Qingniu Mountain that night. Why did he not take action immediately? Why did he not save lives? But what they did not know was that it was Zhang Fan's 20th birthday that day. He took a day off, returned to his residence in Longhushan, and spent his first birthday in 10 years in the ancestral hall with the tablets of many ancestors. For the past 10 years, he has devoted countless efforts to suppress the strangeness, guarding all the strangeness in the 3 mountains within the borders of the Luo-Yin Empire, watching over them day by day, without even having time to celebrate his birthday. He was just a teenager who had just turned 20, but an accident happened just because he had a birthday. People held him responsible for the deaths of hundreds and sentenced him to life imprisonment. He is just a stinky Taoist priest, causing the deaths of so many people. These are 100 fresh lives. I think even executing him 100 times is not enough. He must take full responsibility for my son's death. A dead Taoist. Now we have several dancers in our Luo-Yin Empire who have reached the stage of painting the sky, and we don't need him. I seriously suspect that Zhang Fan is colluding with the mysterious and deliberately harming people. Onlookers pointed and whispered to Zhang Fan. Some victims' families cried and cursed Zhang Fan as a murderer, a demon. The hero in their hearts has now become a universally condemned scapegoat. In the crowd, a man in his early 50s, wearing gray glasses, stood with his arms crossed, watching everything. He is the president of the Naked Empire Dancer Association and also a master of the transformation stage. I do not admit this crime. Don't you dare put the blame on me. I can't bear it. For 10 years, how much has he contributed to the empire of Luoyin? These people completely forget. When he was still a child, he had to face the many evils alone, and he had to brush shoulders with death countless times. No one ever asked. Every time he was injured, he had to run to the ancestral hall of Longhu Mountain to pour out his sufferings to his ancestors. His ancestors taught him to have the determination to guard the peace of the world in spite of millions of people. Sacrifice of self. Now it's only a day's rest that has led to the death of these fools. And yet, he has become the offender of countless invective. Oh. Funny, just too funny. When he recalled how many life and death experiences he had had in the past 10 years or so, Zhang Fan felt pity beyond measure. If I had known that I would be judged by these people I was protecting, he would have preferred to remain in seclusion at Longhu Mountain back then. By the way, I have an announcement to make. Green Bull, White Horse. The three Black Tiger Mountains gather almost all the weirdness within the Luoyin Empire. I have been the one who has been guarding them before, but now I'm tired, so you guys can switch. I'm going back to the Dragon Tiger Mountain to retreat, so feel free to judge me however you want. Zhang Fan lightly dropped his words, his body instantly relaxing. Words. Those onlookers sitting in the gallery were not happy. Oh. You think we need you? It's so self-serving. With so many heaven transformation stage experts in my Luoyin Empire, it's not like you're the only one. He was supposed to be removed, he resigned voluntarily just so he wouldn't be humiliated. Can't we kill Creepy without you? Besides, Creepy hasn't come out in years. Stinking Taoist, hurry up and get back to your Dragon Tiger Mountain, we don't need you. Yes, we now have a specialized martial artist association and the Town Guile Bureau. Could be a lot more useful than you. Listening to the accusatory tirades of these people, Zhang Fan smiled without saying anything. In the next second, his eyes flashed, and a powerful spiritual energy emanated from his body. Like a big invisible hand, it strangled the throat of the crowd. Chapter 2. Choosing to go into seclusion. I don't care about what happens outside of Longhu Mountain. It turns out this Taoist priest has been deceiving us all along. The strong and terrifying aura made those present unable to utter a single word. Shut up, you're not worthy of pointing fingers at me. In front of the crowd, Zhang Fan directly tore off the vest he was wearing, turned his back to the crowd, and the tone was icy. He was thoroughly disappointed in these people. Since you don't know how to be grateful, since you think you can suppress the weirdness without me, well then, from now on, I will no longer care about what happens outside of Dragon Tiger Mountain. At these words, the presiding judge sitting at the judgment seat violently hammered the table. Zhang Fan, I didn't expect you to plead guilty so poorly and have the audacity to verbally assault this court. It deserves to be punished severely. But considering the tiny bit of contribution you made before, this court is still treating you leniently. The presiding judge coughed softly and announced the final verdict. This court declares that Zhang Fan shall be deprived of his political rights for life and be confined to Longhu Mountain for 2 years. Do not take one step out of the Dragon Tiger Mountain unless you are called upon to do so. Okay, you can go back. The presiding judge announced the final sentence with a single stroke of the hammer. In the meantime, the trial is being streamed live on all major platforms. Countless voices of justice burst onto the public screen when they saw that Zhang Fan was sentenced according to the law. Well done, a traitor like Zhang Fan must be severely sentenced. How many people has this bastard killed instead? Just a devil who eats people without spitting bones. Thought we couldn't do it without him. What a megalomaniac, pure buffoonery. Why don't you give Zhang Fan a life sentence? How are you going to shut the eyes of those victims? The sentence is just too light, we need justice. At the moment in the courtroom, Li Changshan, the president of the Martial Artist Association sitting in the audience, clasped his hands on his chest, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Seeing Zhang Fan being vocalized by the crowd, his heart couldn't be happier. Previously, it was because of this guy's existence that made their Martial Artist Association's existence low. Now Zhang Fan has become a street rat that everyone scorns. Then their Martial Artist Association would be able to flourish ever since. Oh. Laughed to death personally. Zhang Fan is really talking big. Currently, the Martial Artists Association plus him had 6 heaven transformation stage powerhouses. What kind of shenanigans can't be resisted when several people join forces together? Zhang Fan has been blowing himself up, just because he cares about that little bit of reputation. Creepy, which is so hard to kill. The presiding judge announced the end of the trial, and Zhang Fan left without looking back. Those who were in the audience originally wanted to rush up and stop Zhang Fan to seek justice. But under the latter's terrifying pressure, it was as if their legs were frozen to the ground, couldn't move at all. Zhang Fan had just left the courtroom when a whole bunch of reporters came around carrying cameras and microphones. Zhang Fan, may I ask why you colluded with Creepy to harm people's lives? Zhang Fan, shouldn't you be responsible for this mass casualty case? Taoist Master Zhang, there have been people on the internet saying that you are a human traitor. What are your thoughts on this? The lights hit Zhang Fan's body, and the microphone was directly against his mouth. Zhang Fan didn't want to tangle with these people, and his figure disappeared directly into the void with a flash, leaving the crowds that came to interview them to pounce. Ever since then, Zhang Fan decided to go back to Lung Fu Shan to go into seclusion and not ask the world. As for the shenanigans he suppressed, he didn't want to care nowadays. Who cares? Li Chanshan, the president of the Martial Artists Association, came out of the Inquisition at this time, and after being recognized by the reporter, he was immediately surrounded by the group. In the face of questions from major national news media, Li Chanshan patted himself on the back. Praggishly. I am Li Changshan, the president of the Luoying Martial Artists Association. All this time, you've all been fooled by Zhang Fan, who lied about how dangerous Creepy was. He's the only one who can fight it off, and it's really all made-up nonsense. Our Martial Artists Association now has 6 heaven transformation stage powerhouses, each of them no weaker than Zhang Fan. Totally capable of protecting everyone. Please don't worry, we from the Martial Artists Association will immediately step in to quell the weirdness and I don't think we need Zhang Fan as a traitor either. Li Chanshan said righteously to the camera. His words instantly triggered thunderous applause from the room. It was as if people only saw Zhang Fan's true face clearly at this time. What a proper human traitor. Making up the shenanigans with such ferocity, blowing themselves out of the water with so much labor and effort. It's about wanting to be famous and profitable. Actually, it's the same with or without him. The Luoying Empire can function without anyone. Meanwhile, on major social media, this video interview with Li Chanshan sparked a sensation across the internet when it was released. So we've been kept in the dark all this time, and now the clouds are finally clearing. I didn't expect Zhang Fan to be such a person. This kind of person is not worthy of death. Why just ground him? So the weirdness and the danger were all lies he made up. It's also a lie that he's the only one capable of suppressing the weirdness. Our Luoying Empire has plenty of strong men, there's no shortage of him. I trust the Martial Artists Association very much. After all, he is an official organization supported by the Prime Minister. The Martial Artists Association is a group of people, while Zhang Fan is only one person. If we had replaced him earlier, how could it have caused all those 100 fresh lives to die? Over the years, Zhang Fan had protected them too well. So much so that most people forget how awesome Creepy is. Some people now even think that the supposedly weird and awesome is nothing more than a lie. It was Zhang Fan who deliberately fooled the public for the sake of his reputation, but it was actually not that dangerous at all. There were more than a dozen heaven transformation stage powerhouses within the Luoying Empire, and Zhang Fan was merely one of them. It's not that he's not necessary, but instead, Zhang Fan is replaced, so that the weirdness can be completely eliminated later. Lung Fu Shan. Zhang Fan stood on top of a towering cliff, looking at the gurgling stream in the distance. The heart was mixed. After 10 years of exhausting wrestling with the weirdness, he was finally relieved. No need to be afraid every day, no need to face the danger of life. Live the reclusive life you want ahead of time. Detecting that the host has labored hard and finally achieved enlightenment and awakening. Punch card location reward feedback system is being bound. Punching in the places required by the system, you can get the reward for punching in the clock. Punching location, Haituashan, located in the Yanhuang Empire, rewards a level-breaking pill upon successful punching. It can help the host break through to the transitional realm. Listening to the mechanical tone in his ears, Zhang Fan froze, and his heart could not help but be shaken. Chapter 3 Corpse King Shogun's Doubt. Why didn't Zhang Fan come? Of course he knew about such things as systems, and by the time he got to his realm, no longer surprised by anything. Punch card location system? breakthrough pill to break through the transitional realm? The realms that martial artists in this world are divided into are chi cultivation, foundation building, the day after tomorrow, the day before tomorrow, the day before tomorrow, the day before tomorrow, and the day before tomorrow. Transformation of heaven, transition. Zhang Fan had already reached the great perfection of the heavenly transformation stage at the age of 11. Nowadays, he was already the strongest among the heaven transformation stage in this world, and he could kill many heaven transformation stage bazaar with the lift of his hand. As for the transition realm, he only knew that ancestral heavenly master Zhang Daoling had reached this realm back then. There were very few martial artists in the world who could touch this level. At least in the past few hundred years, there were almost no transitional heist realm powerhouses. Nowadays, these heaven transformation stage martial artists within the Luoying Empire have not just broken through the heaven transformation stage. It's still hardened by drugs, it's all in the air. Most of them don't even have real combat experience. Zhang Fan protected them too well. So much so that a lot of people have never crossed paths with Creepy. Good. Let's go to Haituashan to have a look then. Zen Hidden Temple. A monk who looked to be over 70 years old and majestic and solemn sat on the ground. He was clad in a robe, full of compassionate looks, his left hand coiled with Buddha beads. However, his right hand unconsciously touched on top of the soft moon hun of the little nun beside him, and a smile flashed on his lips from time to time. Master, you. How you? The little nun was shocked, her face was in panic, but she didn't dare to resist. Master Green Lantern Umatba gave a good word. You have an evil aura in your body, and Master is removing the evil from you. As he spoke, he moved more. Suddenly, the door to the meditation room was pushed open. A young monk's voice came from outside the door. Master, Moonlight City Lord Lin Sanfeng wants to see you. Upon hearing this, Master Green Lantern sighed, about to have a good thing come to pass. As a result, he was interrupted at this time, making him very upset. However, he was also curious as to what this Moonlight City Lord was looking for him for. Righting his robes, Master Green Lantern spoke to the ancient Buddha Umatba in front of him. Then he went out and was led by the young monk to meet the city lord, Lin Sanfeng. The Zenin Temple was the largest temple in the Luoying Empire, in which the abbot, Master Qing Lantern, had a high level of cultivation. It had already reached the second level of heavenly transformation, and was a top-notch powerhouse. Master, this time I have something important to ask. As soon as they met, Lin Sanfeng, who was wearing a Chinese mountain suit, said very respectfully. He's been ordered by the Prime Minister this time to ask a high-ranking person from the Zen Hermitage to suppress one of the three mountains. Creepy on a white horse. Green Lantern Master Umatba Buddha's sentence, his face was compassionate and dignified, with the appearance of a high-ranking person in the world. After Lin Sanfeng spoke about what he wanted, Master Green Lantern nodded, his mind already made up. They've been expanding their business for a long time now, always staying here in the deep forest to avoid the world. Couldn't get much grease out of it. Since the Prime Minister asked him to suppress the weirdness, naturally there's no reason to push back. This is a great opportunity for Zen Hidden Temple to make a name for itself. It's just some sealed weirdness, how hard is it to suppress it? The poor monk has long seen that the Zhang Fan is a liar, he deceives and fools the world. Mutilating the lives of nearly 100 monks, you must go to the 18th floor of hell in the future. None of the Taoist priests are trustworthy, only we Buddhists can save the people from fire and water. Since it's the Prime Minister's intention, then it's incumbent upon us at Zenin Temple. I'm also an expert at the heavenly transformation stage, and he, Zhang Fan, is only at the heavenly transformation stage. He alone can suppress three mountains, so how can the old man be less than him? Upon hearing this, Lin Sanfeng was delighted and excitedly shook Master Green Lantern's hand. Oh. That's what you call a true guru. It's incumbent to be compassionate and righteous, but that Zhang Fan is much stronger. Sure enough, none of the Taoist priests can be trusted. Good, I'll go report to the Prime Minister and ask the Master to come out tomorrow. With that, Lin Sanfeng pulled out a black card from his pocket and stuffed it into Master Green Lantern's sleeve. Master Green Lantern revealed a second smile, and after some excuses, he still tacitly accepted it. Day 2. Master Green Lantern has come out of the mountain. Going to White Horse Mountain with many Buddhist disciples to quell the spooky is hot all over the internet. Early in the morning, the mountain climbed to the first place of the hot search, triggering hundreds of thousands of netizens. Tearful, this is the real Master although millions of people I go. I heard that Master Green Lantern is an expert of the heaven transformation stage, the same realm as Zhang Fan. Master Green Lantern is definitely better than Zhang Fan. After all, he has a high level of experience with his age there. Definitely high cultivation. Zhang Fan still thinks he can't do it without him, but it's actually just a pure joke. With a person of such high cultivation as Master Green Lantern, which weirdness would dare to come out and wreak havoc on the earth? I heard that the Martial Artist Association and the Jingui Bureau are also preparing to step in and suppress the other two mountains. White Horse Mountain. It was a steep mountain with heavy mountains and rocks. Like the three peaks of a sky-breaking sword stood beneath the clouds. There was little green vegetation on the mountain, it was all white as dry bones, the rocks. From a distance, the three peaks looked like a withered white horse. Hence the name White Horse Mountain. Zhang Fan had suppressed hundreds of thousands of small and large bazaar here, using wind and fire talismans, using heaven and earth as a formation. The stars are the boundaries. Almost all of the shenanigans of White Horse Mountain are sealed in a huge cave in the center peak. There were thousands of boundaries set up by Zhang Fan on the periphery of the cave. Among them, there were everything from the smallest chi practicing stage to the weirdest of the 8th level of the heaven transforming stage. They wailed and screamed day after day and night after night, begging to be set free again. Some of the powerful and bizarre were rushing the boundary every day, but with Zhang Fan reinforcing it day in and day out. It never broke through in the slightest. The moment. White Horse Mountain, in the cave. The eyes of a man dressed in red, rotting and smelling of fishy stench opened. Two round eyes rolled around as he cracked his big mouth and a few sharp yellow bloodied teeth were revealed. He exuded a terrifying aura all over his body, and was clearly a terrifying great guile of the heaven transformation stage. Shogun popped up from the ground and sat up, a flash of surprise in his eyes. What's going on? So many powerful people have come this time. What does this human want? Nope. Shogun sniffed carefully. He found it surprising that there wasn't that dreadful aura. Why isn't Zhang Fan here? The Shogun was both excited and apprehensive. He's a creepy, zombie ancestor of the 8th level of the Hutian stage, resurrected for 1,000 years to never met an adversary. Taking advantage of the bizarre revival some years ago, the Shogun made himself king and slaughtered thousands of humans. Cultivation rises in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. But then, when the wind was at its peak, a supreme human being appeared among the humans. And also his nemesis, the purple-robed Taoist priest. A hand of the Five Thunders Zhang Fa, which nearly killed him corpse King Shogun, and ruined his reputation for the rest of his life. He was finally sealed in the White Horse Mountain. Stay in this narrow cave with these hundreds of thousands of creeps. Later, Shogun learned that the person who struck out at him, a purple-robed Taoist priest named Zhang Fan, was only 16 years old that year. What shenanigans is this stinking Taoist doing again? Why send a bunch of weak monks? What does he want? Over the past 3 years, Zhang Fan had come almost every day to reinforce the seal. However, from the day before yesterday until now, he had not seen Zhang Fan's figure. The other side. Master Green Lantern had already arrived at the foot of White Horse Mountain with his many disciples. They were joined by journalists from leading media outlets, with cameras on their shoulders. Microphone in hand. Chapter 4, Unlock the seal left by Zhang Fan for me. It's useless. It's just a trick. Chapter 4, Take this seal weird? Unseal it for me. It was the first time for the journalists to come to this White Horse Mountain, which is sealed with a myriad of weirdness. The camera slung over his shoulder leaves no stone unturned, catching as much as he can. It was summertime and the sun was shining. Everywhere on Earth the heat evaporates, and here it seems to be favored by the heavens. The sun was actually blocked by the clouds that covered the sky. When you come to the foot of White Horse Mountain, you can feel a different kind of shade. The white mountainous hills are devoid of green vegetation, while the foothills are a pristine forest of. The forest is vibrant and leafy. There is a peaceful scene with a variety of pine shrubs growing here. From time to time, the crisp chirping of some birds could be heard around the area. Previously, Zhang Fan warned them that the three mountains, the green ox, the white horse and the black tiger, should not be approached one step closer. Talked about how scary these three mountains were, and today I see that they are nothing more than that. Instead of seeing an eerie scene, they saw a picture of life and peace. Meanwhile, netizens watching the live broadcast on social media went wild. Holy, this place is spooky you say, Zhang Fan isn't lying. The mountains are so beautiful and the birds are so sweet I want to be buried when I die. Where is the danger? Where's the weirdness? Why don't I see it? Tisk, so Zhang Fan has been subduing the air for so many years? It's such a lovely setting, and I haven't even seen a creepy shadow of a. Wasn't Creepy killed off long ago? Countless skeptical remarks exploded the screens of the major live streaming platforms. It was presented to the crowd as a living, breathing, and it doesn't seem to have much to do with the legendary Creepy Mountain. But what they didn't realize was that the place they were in now was just the primeval forest at the foot of the mountain. All the shenanigans are all sealed in a cave underneath a white mountain peak. Certainly not here. Behind these reporters are a dozen or so special promotion, plumbing anchors. These anchors have always been the traffic must rub, there is heat must come, in order to fire by any means. I've heard that this time a Zen Hermitage master has personally come out to quell the shenanigans. These anchors come in on a whiff. Before, when Zhang Fan was guarding White Horse Mountain, without his permission. It's the king's men who can't just enter or they'll be kept out. Now that Zhang Fan has been replaced, Master Green Lantern doesn't have that many rules, and as long as anyone wants to come, all can come and visit. Even these troublemaking netizens didn't stop them. Families, today we have come to the legendary White Horse Mountain, where I have heard that many shenanigans are kept. Today's livestream is definitely enough to get the job done, so click and follow for interested families. A small, young netizen with dyed yellow hair and a dangling selfie stick in his hand. Walking to the front of the line, he took his cell phone and gave a live stream to his 100,000 or so fans. He also made it a point to record Master Green Lantern and his 4 disciples who came along with him on the live broadcast. Grandmaster, I've heard that the White Horse Mountain is sealed with many terrifyingly weird and. Is it true that your Zen hidden temple will suppress the weirdness here in the future? The youngest young netizen asked. Upon hearing this, Master Green Lantern, who was clad in a robe and had a compassionate, statuesque face, Amitba Buddha spoke. Faintly. It's true that there's weirdness here, but it's nowhere near as exaggerated as what Zhang Fan said. They're all just little lonely souls that can't make it. You were all fooled before by that Taoist priest, who panicked about how dangerous it was here. It's just chasing fame and fortune and fooling around. I'll put 3 Skywatcher stage disciples here on permanent guard, and the old man will monitor them day in and day out. Categorically nothing will go wrong. My Buddha is merciful and will surely sweep away all evil spirits. When Master Green Lantern's words came out, it instantly triggered the atmosphere in the youngsters' live room. When people saw Master Green Lantern dressed as a tall man, with a compassionate look on his face. Open your mouth to compassionate transmigration, and you can't help but marvel wildly. Now that's what I call a master. Standing there, the Buddha is compassionate and takes the world's life as his own. It's not much better than that smug Zhang Fan. There's no comparison without a gap. With Master Green Lantern's words I'm relieved, it's true that it's still the Buddhist sect that's reliable. It's just a little weirdness. Zhang Fan fooled us all. Those 100 people died. It must be him and Creepy working together to do this. Yes, Taoist priests love to pretend to be gods and plot to kill people. Why didn't you let a high-ranking person like Master Green Lantern come out earlier? That way not so many people would have to die. In support of the Master, tomorrow I will go to the Zen Hermitage to donate incense money to you. With Master here, I'm sure we'll be able to completely remove the weirdness in the future and return peace to the earth. The young man looked at the popularity of his live room that was dabbling upward, and the gifts that were constantly and furiously swiped. I can't tell you how happy I am in my heart. Taking advantage of the popular heat now, the youngster was ready, with a bang, not to linger at the foot of the mountain, to go to the top of White Horse Ridgeback Mountain and check it out. Master Green Lantern had brought 3 disciples with him this time, the trio of Fa Tian, Fa Yuan, and Fa Xiang. All 3 of them were strong early-stage heaven watchers, and they were the top-ranked senior monks of the Zen Hermitage Temple. The 3 of you, and follow your master to take a look. Let's ascend to the mountain and check out the seal left by Zhang Fan earlier. The 4 monks climbed up the steep stone steps to a position halfway up White Horse Mountain, where the 3 standing peaks could be clearly seen. Suddenly, Master Green Lantern sensed a raging, bizarre aura. His brows furrowed slightly as he closed his eyes and used a sliver of his divine sense to probe the area in a circle of nearly 1,000 meters. Creepy turned out to be all locked up here, come with me. Having identified the location of the sealing shenanigans, Master Green Lantern led his 3 disciples to a cave at the bottom of the peak in the middle of White Horse Mountain. From a distance, the cave looked like a big open mouth, like a black hole that deeper than the bottom. From inside, there were constant wailing and crying sounds, and the eerie aura was extremely strong. Master Green Lantern was sitting still, while the three disciples behind him had panic on their faces at the moment. They've only ever practiced in monasteries. They don't leave their doors open. Their cultivation level is rising. But there's no real-world experience with shenanigans. Now being so close to the weirdness, and feeling such a strong aura of weirdness, it was inevitable that they were a little panicked in their hearts. On the outside of the cave there was a row of neat stone pillars with chains wrapped around them. These chains are rusted from daily exposure to the elements. There were also densely packed yellow talismans affixed to each of the stone pillars. The contents of the talismans were all as good as ghostly drawings, and nothing could be read. This is Zhang Fan's seal? He took this to seal the weirdness in the cave? Master Green Lantern couldn't help but laugh out loud. He had thought that Zhang Fan would have some brilliant means of. It turned out to be ridiculous to use a few chain talismans as a seal. No wonder the shenanigans ran out. Unseal this asshole kid Zhang Fan, nothing useful, fooling around. Chapter 5 Tearing the Seal, Uncovering the Talisman, The Creep's Rapture, It's been a long time waiting for today. Upon hearing this, Fatan and the other three monks looked at each other in dismay, none of them daring to make a move. Who dares to unseal this? It's sealed with countless weirdness. If it's unsealed, it shall not be eaten by the weirdness that washed out in moments. Master, this is not good. Even though Zhang Fan likes to play God, he's really suppressing the weirdness here. Once we come and rip his seal, won't all this weirdness run out? Fatan said with a helpless face. Yeah, something big will happen if this unseals the seal. Fabulous echoed the sentiment. Master Green Lantern sighed and, in his heart, he lamented that these few disciples of his were really as timid as rats one by one. He has reached the Skywatch stage, but he is still afraid of doing things, afraid of this and that. Cowardly, aren't they just a bunch of lonely souls? Dare to come out and I'll send them all to hell. Besides, what I mean is that these seals of Zhang Fan's are unreliable. Sealing shenanigans with talisman chains alone is a fool's errand. A few days ago, the incident at Green Ox Mountain has confirmed my statement. We Buddhists have our own way of sealing. It's much more useful than these underhanded tricks of the Taoist priests. After saying that, Master Green Lantern instantly sat down on the ground. Some incantation began to be muttered over and over again. Seeing this, Fatan and the other three monks also sat on the ground, closed their eyes and crossed their legs, and their mouths also began to chant incantations. Suddenly, only dense golden spell inscriptions appeared in the air around them. These inscriptions circled and rotated in the air, and soon condensed into the shape of a golden Buddhist elephant. Under the maneuvering of Master Green Lantern and his three disciples, the golden Buddha elephant gradually grew larger and then it landed in front of the cave. It then disappeared without a trace. This is a trick I learned from my senior uncle. The golden Buddha can suppress all evil spirits in the world. As long as there's a golden Buddha guarding it, the weirdness inside won't come out. This is my Buddhist sex sealing formation. It's much more useful than that stinking Taoist's talismanic chains. The three disciples' faces showed delight as the gazes thrown at Master Green Lantern at the moment were none other than worship and admiration. Master is really something. As long as the golden Buddha is around, which creepy dares to come out? The moment. In the cave. The shogun, dressed in red, listened to the commotion outside, and he grinned a big, grimy grin that, laughing with abandon. He heard what those monks outside said just now. Shogun learned the great news that Zhang Fan would not come in the future. It seems to have been traded away. The ones who will replace Zhang Fan in the future will be these few weak and unimpressive bald asses. Yeah. Shogun couldn't be more excited in his heart. As long as Zhang Fan isn't around to reinforce the seal, then it won't take long. He'll be able to lead the weird army to rush out. King, Zhang Fan seems to have fallen out with that group of humans. There were a few Skywatchers behind Shogun's creepy. They prostrated themselves on the ground, and one of them, the ghost-faced king, said with great joy, if we are able to break through the seal, and by then Zhang Fan doesn't care about these humans, who then can stop the king? At those words, Shogun laughed even more indulgently. It's been years since I've heard a good news story, and this one is several. These humans who are stupid to the core, who can protect you if you leave Zhang Fan? Can't we still rely on these bald monks? Xuanchen had just seen the golden Buddha seal set up by Master Green Lantern as well, and it almost didn't kill him with laughter. I'm afraid that this golden Buddha seal can't even stop a Skywatcher stage creepy. This monk didn't know where he learned the sealing method from, so he dared to casually bring it out. I'm afraid, Shogun guessed, that this bald ass had never dealt with weirdness in his life. Not having crossed paths with mighty creepy. You think you can suppress the zombie ancestor with a so-called seal that you learned from your uncle? Ridiculous as hell. What he was truly afraid of was the 3 seals left behind by Zhang Fan. The first seal was the chain on the stone pillar and the second seal was the talisman on the stone pillar. The third seal, on the other hand, was Zhang Fan's utilization of the power of the stars and the sun and moon. An invisible boundary formed in front of the cave. But as soon as the first 2 seals are broken. With the last seal alone, I'm afraid that it doesn't have the same sealing effect as the previous 20%. Even if he Shogun can't get out for a while. Any random henchman could kill the human world out there. As for that monk's golden Buddha seal, it was purely and simply a joke, it was of no use whatsoever. Master is really powerful. But it's going to be so much better than Zhang Fan, who's just going to play God. What's the point of just getting some chains and talismans? Hearing his disciples praise for himself, Master Green Lantern stroked the beard on his chin, pleased. With that, he asked his disciples to remove the chains and then to tear off all the talismans. A couple of monks have been tossing and turning for a couple of hours, making every effort they can. It was only then that all the chains wrapped around the stone pillar were broken. All the talismans on the stone pillars were also uncovered. Only to see that after destroying the seal left by Zhang Fan, no abnormality appeared in the stone cave. The scene where so much weirdness pours out of it didn't happen either. Master Green Lantern nodded, a satisfied smile on his face. Looks like the golden Buddha worked. Master has told you, you guys don't believe me, now you finally believe me. Zhang Fan's seals are all scrap paper and iron, they should be destroyed. With the golden Buddha. Creepy can't get out. In the cave at the moment. Shogun felt the sealing boundary that was less powerful than before. 2 eyes nearly rolled out in excitement. Things were not what he expected. Those stupid bald asses did destroy the first 2 seals. Waiting for a long time finally waited for today, dreaming for a long time finally put the realization. Above Shogun's head, the thousands of bazaars suspended in the air were all excited. Evil spirit city god, this king tries his best to send you out, make sure to kill the sky and the earth. Shogun raised his head and spoke slowly. The other side. The young man took a selfie stick and climbed to the top of one of the mountains in the White Horse Mountains. At the top of the hill, he saw a black monolith that. The stone tablet depicted an extremely beautiful woman in ancient costume. On the head of the beautiful woman, 2 yellow talismans were being attached. It instantly occurred to the youngster that he could use this for live effect. Everyone see the talisman on the stone tablet, to 100,000 zanies, I'll personally tear it off for everyone. The netizens in the live stream had mixed reactions to the situation. Some people think they can't tear it off and can't mess with any of the sealing talismans on the mountain. Otherwise creepy unleashes creepy and something big will happen. The other part of the population is watching for the live streaming effect to see what's going on. There have been calls for younger people to hurry up and do it. And let's not even talk about what a monolith can be. Even if there were spooky, it would be nothing more than a lone spirit unleashed. Besides, what are you afraid of with Master Green Lantern and his several disciples? The live streaming likes are increasing. The young man was very exuberant, and when he saw that the number of likes had reached 100,000, he volunteered. Without even thinking about it, he uncovered the talisman on the stone tablet. Pull. The talisman was revealed. Surprisingly, nothing happened. When the youngster saw this, he let out a loud laugh. What can this be? You guys can't really believe that liar Zhang Fan, where's the weirdness? Chapter 6 The poor Taoist has already returned to seclusion, do you think I will still spoil you? Seeing that the stone monument did not show any abnormalities, the youngster had a disinterested look on his face. There was no getting a live effect, and the youngster didn't want to stay around for long. He took his cell phone and went down the hill, ready to go live somewhere else. What no one noticed after the youngster left was that the eyes of the demonic woman on the black stone tablet flashed, and her pupils instantly turned blood-colored. Evening. The moon is falling and the crows are crying. In a tent halfway up White Horse Mountain. The 3 monks, Fa Tian, Fa Yuan, and Fa Xiang, sat on the ground with boredom on their faces. Monk Fa Tian was carrying a bowl of braised pork spiced with rice. In the afternoon, Master Green Lantern left by himself, leaving their 3 disciples behind. Master Green Lantern was not willing to stay in this place and suffer. Besides, Creepy was now sealed by his golden Buddha. His golden Buddha could be much more useful than Zhang Fan's seal. Leaving 3 disciples at the early stage of Skywatch to guard White Horse Mountain was already enough. Master Green Lantern assured his 3 disciples that they could keep watch for a month at the most, and when they'd gotten enough oil and water, we'll replace the little monk who's a handyman inside the temple. Who's going to guard it anyway? Can Creepy run away? Other than that, after leaving the master, it's finally time to open the meat. You can gorge on meat. Fation wiped his mouth after finishing the braised pork, only to find it unappetizing. Of course, the meat isn't just that. The moment. The foothills of White Horse Mountain. One in a wrap-around skirt. The alluringly dressed and exposed woman walks alone in the middle of the eerie and scary dense forest. A gust of wind blew by, and from time to time the mournful cries of the Night Lords were heard overhead. The light emanating from the flashlight seemed extremely faint in this dark and boundless deep forest. Mud. How come we're meeting in this hole? Do monks like to play so wild? If it wasn't for that extra $500, the old lady wouldn't have come. The woman grumbled as she clasped her hands to her chest, her back chilled by the eerie atmosphere of the dense forest. All she wanted to do now was hurry up and get it done and take it and get out of this place. Suddenly, a red figure appeared before the woman's eyes. It was a red figure dressed in red and wearing her hair down. A human-like but unreadable face with a shadowy aura emanating from its body. Horror of horrors, she was also holding a blue umbrella. Just stand in front of the woman. The woman was momentarily stunned. She realizes she's in a creepy situation and tries to turn her head and run, but because she's so panicked, an accidental fall to the ground. The red figure with the blue umbrella was like a ghost, coming to the woman in the blink of an eye. The woman tried to scream, but she couldn't make any sound at all, as if her throat was choked. Her body was fixed to the ground, and she could only watch as the red creepy grew a bloody mouth and, biting down on her, he tore a chunk of flesh and blood from her body, then swallowed it. Red Creepy reached out with sharp claws, slashing at her thighs and arms, leaving a trail of skin and blood. It seemed to be enjoying eating the living raw. In no time at all, the woman had been eaten dry, leaving only a blood-stained dress. Red Creepy grinned a little, feeling only very unimpressed. After being sealed by Zhang Fan for such a long time, he had finally regained his freedom now. Just eating one is obviously not enough. The other side. Monk Fation couldn't wait any longer. Seeing that he hadn't heard from the woman in such a long time, he was ready to go down to the mountain to see for himself. Besides, he, the senior brother, has to be the first to enjoy a meat dish. You two are watching, elder brother, I'll go down and take a look. After the monk Fation finished his explanation, he was alone with a flashlight and descended down the stone steps alone. Halfway down the mountain, Monk Fation inadvertently swept his gaze, only to see a woman in red standing under a pine tree, staring straight at him. Monk Fation was startled and hurriedly took a few steps back, alert. Master, it's me, I've been waiting for you for a long time. You sure know how to pick a place. The woman enchantingly and charmingly smiled at Monk Fation. With that, her 2 eyes flashed 2 red lights. Fathom, who had locked eyes with him, instantly shivered and then it only felt as if a blazing fire was burning in his body. Violent fire wrapped around Faton's body, and he pounced on it as soon as he was. Pinning the woman in red to the ground, she began to violently undo the other woman's suit. She was pressed to the ground, enduring the rude actions. The woman let out a slight moan in red clothes. Master, you slow down, it hurts me. Gotta eat, gotta eat. Fation tore the woman's red dress apart, only to see that underneath the red dress, it was actually a reddish color of blood. A fishy smell of rotting skin crawling with maggots came over me. Fation was instantly dumbfounded. It was also at this moment that a strong and eerie aura was released from the woman's body. The woman's face split open in the shape of a blooming flower, and she swallowed Fation's head in one gulp. With a few swallowing motions, the rounded head rolled into her belly. It didn't take long for it to be digested. The chattering ogre licked his own lips and burped, only to feel unfulfilled. With that, she looked at the monk's headless body, revealing a row of sharp, pointed teeth that prepare to continue eating. Great, great. Fresh and delicious, my luck is just too good to pass up. We have to have enough while the damn Zhang Fan hasn't made a move. The chattering ogre is an early stage of the Skywatcher's creepy. 3 years ago, he was sealed by Zhang Fan on top of the summit of White Horse Mountain. She herself never dreamed that she would be released one day. The chattering ogre still felt very unfulfilled after eating monk fat unclean. Her gaze traveled to the distant, illuminated village, and both eyes rolled back and drooling. Since we have time, let's go on a killing spree. A few is a few if you can eat them. The next morning. Lung Fu Shan. Zheng Fan stepped on a flying sword and shuttled through the lofty mountains of Longhu Mountain at great speed. With a flash of his figure, he flew out 100 meters away. In the blink of an eye, he had already crossed the mountain gate and arrived outside of Longhu Mountain. At his realm, void instantaneous transfer was anything but child's play. After fixing things up yesterday, Zheng Fan is ready to leave Longhu Mountain today. Go to the place given by the system to complete the punch card. Just as he was about to prepare to leave, a clear and cold drinking voice suddenly came from the distant sky. Zheng Fan, you sinner! Prepare to run wherever you want. Humph. You've been sentenced to 2 years of confinement in the Dragon Tiger Mountain. You can't take a step out of Dragon Tiger Mountain within 2 years. Hearing this voice, Zheng Fan frowned slightly as a trace of displeasure flashed across his face. Only one red, one white figure fell from the air and landed firmly on the ground. Both men looked to be in their early 50s, with slightly gray hair and an aggressive demeanor. Zheng Fan did not need to think about it to know that these two were definitely sent by the Prime Minister or the Martial Artist Association. Come here to guard yourself and take custody of yourself. For the sake of not being allowed to take a step out of Lung Fu Shan himself. Zheng Fan, by the looks of you you're ready to run away. Which place are you ready to run to? If you know what's good for you, get your ass back in there. I'm telling you. You can't wash away your status as a sinner even if you run to the ends of the earth. One of them, a middle-aged man who looked slightly thin and dressed in red, said contemptuously. Zheng Fan probed the two men's auras and discovered that they were both strong at the middle stage of Skywatcher. Two mole crickets? How dare you talk to yourself like that? It's a pretty wide pipe. If you want to leave today, who can stop you? With a gentle wave of his hand, an extremely strong spatial force formed in Zheng Fan's hand. With a movement of his finger, this spatial force was directly fixed on the man in red. The man in red tried to strike, but found that he couldn't move at all, the spiritual energy in his body firmly locked up. Asshole, what are you doing? The corner of Zheng Fan's mouth lifted slightly as he lightly snapped his fingers. That strong spatial force instantly exploded on the red-clothed man's body. Ah! Accompanied by a miserable scream, the man in red became a puddle of blood mist in no time. You just spoke to me in a tone I didn't like. The poor Taoist has already chosen to go into seclusion and not ask about the world. Do you think I will still spoil you? Chapter 7, issue a kill order to hunt down this stinking Taoist priest worldwide and make him pay the price of blood. Seeing his companion die a horrible death. The man in white was instantly shocked and sat on his butt. That's a mid-range Skywatcher. Putting it in the entire Luoyin Empire was able to rank it. Zheng Fan then snapped his fingers, and he instantly killed the other party. What a horrible strength that would have to be. Zheng Fan. You killed someone, you killed someone. I'm going to tell the city lord, I'm going to tell the Prime Minister, so they can punish you. You wait for me, you wait for me. At those words, Zheng Fan frowned slightly. The fact that the other party said that gave him a reason to do it. In that case, it was natural not to keep him alive. Looking at this small Luoyin empire, no one could really do anything to him? With Zheng Fan's current strength, he had long been an ancestor person who did not eat beef. He abides by his master's ancestral motto of helping the world and the people, and works diligently to guard mankind and suppress the bizarre. Gave his youth, paid countless blood and sweat. But what was gained in the end? None of these people who had depended on him for protection appreciated him, and in turn had to judge him. It's ridiculous. Okay, you go down and sue. Zheng Fan stretched out a finger and shot out a red aurora from his fingertip. The red aurora borealis shot through the white man's head in an instant, leaving an empty bloody hole. Again, it's seconds. The man's body flopped to the ground and then began to spontaneously combust. It didn't take long to burn into a pile of ashes. With a wave of Zheng Fan's big hand, the ashes drifted away with the wind and were gone in no time. After settling these two people, Zheng Fan arrived at the border of the Luoyin Empire. Since his identity information was now blacked out by the entire empire. Not to mention flying on airplanes and trains, or even going out and letting others see it, it is a reward for reporting. But wherever he needed to verify his identity information, he couldn't get through. Not only did the Rohingya Empire permanently deprive him of his political rights, it also put him on a nationwide block. This great hero who used to save people from the fire has now ended up in this situation where everyone is shouting at him. A groundless situation. Zheng Fan arrived at the border between Luoyin Empire and Yin Huang Empire. Only a large number of soldiers clad in armor were stationed at the border between the two countries. Armed with high-tech weapons, they patrolled the border day in and day out. A golden defense boundary was also placed over the border. This defense boundary can withstand the attack of a martial artist. It plays a very important role in protecting the borders. Saying it made Zheng Fan want to laugh. This defense boundary was still set up by his own hand for the Luoyin Empire 5 years ago, blocking countless attacks by powerful martial artists from hostile countries. When Zheng Fan's figure appeared, it immediately aroused the alertness of these soldiers. Since Zheng Fan was tried in front of a national audience a few days ago. So much so that there was no one in the Luoyin Empire who didn't recognize him now. After recognizing Zheng Fan's identity, these soldiers raised their guns and aimed them at Zheng Fan, shouting, "Zheng Fan, what the hell do you want? What are you doing at the border if you're not properly confined inside your dragon tiger mountain? If you dare to take another step forward, we will shoot you to death indiscriminately." At those words, Zheng Fan coldly hummed. He waved his hand casually. Only one bullet after another was seen falling from the rifles in the hands of these soldiers. But in a split second's time, the hot weapons in the hands of these soldiers all turned into burning sticks. At his level, no hot weapon is effective against him. Zheng Fan didn't want to tangle with these soldiers, as he violently catapulted his body into the air, turning his fist into a palm. A palm print was blasted out violently, only to see the golden defense boundary in the air instantly blown to smithereens by this palm, turning into nothingness. This defense boundary was set up by Zheng Fan himself, and he certainly knew how to crack it. Since you don't know how to be thankful, you don't use my defense boundary. Let me break it myself. The many soldiers at the bottom were all dumbfounded. He dared to make a move to blast the defense boundary. This is a head-killing crime. Does Zheng Fan not want to live anymore? Is he trying to go against the entire Luoyin Empire? This is punishable by the execution of all 9 clans. Can you withstand the consequences, Zheng Fan? Zheng Fan, you heartless thing, you're so incredibly selfish. Do you know how many people you're going to get killed like this? Quickly report this to the general and to the prime minister. Without the sealing boundary, Zheng Fan easily crossed the border of the Luoyin Empire. Entered the Yin Huang Empire. In the meantime, royal capital. The prime minister's residence. Prime Minister Zhou Haotian's face was gloomy and he was shaking with anger. Wanton, just too wanton. Just now, he had learned that Zheng Fan had killed 2 strong men of the Skywatcher stage and had gone out of Longhu Mountain privately. It also breaks the defense boundary at the border. The crime is punishable. That's a big crime. This is provoking the authority of the Luoyin Empire. This is not taking him, the Prime Minister, seriously at all. The Luoyin Empire's royal family is in decline, essentially in name only, and the newly appointed king is only 6 years old. His Zhou family had been prime ministers for generations, and had taken sole control of the Luoyin Empire. He, Zhou Haotian, as the current prime minister, was the absolute head of the Luoyin Empire. Draw up an imperial order to place a nationwide manhunt for Zheng Fan. Catch Zheng Fan can be executed on the spot. And issue a worldwide manhunt. I'm going to make this stinking Taoist pay in blood. Zhou Haotian instructed his men. In the meantime, online social media. Various evil deeds about Zheng Fan have also been publicly exposed by major authoritative media. But the more rumors spread, the more mysterious it gets. These news instantly hit the hot search list, causing numerous netizens to discuss them passionately. The netizens were all righteously indignant. I told you that Zheng Fan was a tenfold traitor. I didn't realize he was capable of such a thing. Zheng Fan has finally revealed his true colors. He's a beast worse than a pig or a dog. He must be wanted, and when he is captured, he must be put to death at once. It's a good thing we replaced him. If we ever get him to help us hold down Creepy, we're all probably going to have to become Creepy rations. Killed a dozen guards who were holding him. Why is he so vicious? That's a human life. I heard that he even struck out and attacked the soldiers on patrol. I heard that I'm already preparing to defect to the Yin Huang Empire as a traitor. Warning. The 2 monks, Fa Xiang and Fa Yuan, woke up from their tents but did not find their senior brother Fation. Last night, after Fathom left, the two of them drank painfully, and as a result, they drank too much and fell asleep in a daze. As soon as they woke up and didn't see Fation, the two knew something might have happened. Fa Yuan and Fa Xiang rushed down the mountain to look for them. On the way down the mountain, the sharp-eyed Fation saw a terrible scene. Only to see a monk's robe thrown under a pine tree. At a glance, Fa Yuan recognized that it was the monk's robe of his senior brother, Fation. Only the monk's robes were covered in bright red to blackened blood, and a foul odor came to his face. There were some maggots and flies crawling on the monk's robes, which looked extremely disgusting. This senior brother Sifu. Chapter 8. It's all Zhang Fan's fault. It was Zhang Fan's failure to seal that unleashed the weirdness. The two people, Fa Yuan and Fa Xiang, were all staggered in place, panic surfacing on their faces. Can't believe what the eye see. Mr. Fation. Is he dead? Hiss. Oh brother. It all came so suddenly. The two men couldn't believe that Senior Fathom, an expert at the 4th level of Skywatch. And now it's come to this. Damn it, who the hell is it? Is this an attempt to make an enemy of our Zenin temple? Fajian's mind was both angry and fearful. Last night, elder brother was fine, but now he was surprisingly left in blood-stained clothes. I'm afraid the people would have been eaten up long ago. Definitely victimized by shenanigans. Damn, where did this weirdness come from? Haven't they all been sealed by Zhang Fan? Fa Yuan sighed, very helplessly. Master threw the three of them into this White Horse Mountain to guard against the weirdness. That's easy for him to say. All the weirdness has been suppressed. But the first night he came here, Master Fation had already been buried in the mouth of the creepy. The two of them were still not as strong as Fation, so how many nights could they last next? Both monks were particularly panicked in their hearts at the moment. They had cultivation, but it was all in the air, and they hadn't fought with creepy at all. They are good at fasting and moving their mouths in the monastery. Really, if they were going to wrestle with creepy, they wouldn't be able to. If they had known that there would be shenanigans running out of this White Horse Mountain, they wouldn't have come even if they were beaten to death. It's imperative that we tell Master about this now, and let his old man make the decision. Thus, the two monks, Fa Yuan and Fa Xiang, returned to the Zen hermitage in disgrace that day. Prepare to report what happened at White Horse Mountain to Master Green Lantern. Once the two of them entered the meditation room, they realized that there was more than just Master Green Lantern in the meditation room. There was also a middle-aged man in a Chinese mountain suit with a serious face. This middle-aged man was none other than the Moonlight City Lord, Lin Sanfeng. The two monks, Fa Yuan and Fa Xiang, did not dare to speak for a while. Master, you have to give me an explanation. Just last night, a village near the White Horse Mountain. Dozens of people from the entire village died all in one night, and our officials went to check on them this morning and found that all of them died under creepy men. A whole village is gone. Hey, so many people died. Internet opinion is particularly bad right now. Master, aren't you the one holding down the fort? Why did the spooky run out? Lin Sanfeng's face was very ugly. He invited these monks from the Zen hidden temple to come out, because he saw that they were highly skilled in magic. It can quell the weirdness. But now, the first night these monks went, so many people died. Moonlight City was the second largest city in the Luo-Yin Empire. The Prime Minister held him severely accountable for such a serious, bizarre and harmful incident in the city. Splintered. He also said that if there were any more such accidents in the future, he wouldn't be able to do his job as the Lord of Moonlight City. This. Grandmaster Green Lantern's hand coiled his Buddha beads, and his face was filled with helplessness and surprise. He never dreamed this would happen. How is that possible? The Golden Buddha has subdued all the weirdness of the White Horse Mountain altogether. What's with the weird running out? He couldn't get his bald-ass head around it. No matter what, we must give the city lord an explanation today. Suddenly, Master Green Lantern thought of a possibility. So he spoke. Lord City Lord, I don't think this matter has anything to do with our Zen hidden temple. We've just been at White Horse Mountain for but a day. And Zhang Fan has been holding down the fort there for a full 3 years, and when we went to it was found that his seals had long since fallen into disrepair, and some of them couldn't seal the weirdness at all. It must have been Zhang Fan's previous transgressions that led to an individual weirdness being released. Or perhaps he, the human traitor, did this on purpose, secretly releasing demons and evils that, for the sake of retaliation against our empire. Hearing this, Lin Sanfeng felt that it made perfect sense. Why didn't he think of that? These monks stayed for just one day, but Zhang Fan stayed there for 3 years. It must have been Zhang Fan's poor sealing that unleashed the demonic evil. It's led to the deaths of dozens of people now. Lin Sanfeng didn't care if it was true or not. He didn't bother to check, he didn't care about the death of these pariahs. It's just that the Prime Minister asked him to conduct a thorough investigation, so now he can give the Prime Minister an explanation. Public opinion on the internet can be dealt with as well. So that's how it is, Zhang Fan is really an A. The crimes are too numerous to mention, and a few days ago he killed the guards and defected to the enemy. And now it's killed so many people. Lin Sanfeng nodded and received a satisfactory reply, Nor was he prepared to continue in the Zen hermitage. He had to hurry and report the truth of this matter to the Prime Minister himself. After Lin Sanfeng left, Master Green Lantern sighed long and hard. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he picked up the teacup on the table and took a gentle sip. After all the good arguments, the pot was finally put on Zhang Fan's head. Otherwise Zen Hidden Temple would be in trouble. What are you guys doing back here if you're not keeping a good watch at White Horse Mountain? Master Green Lantern took a sip of tea and glanced at Fa Yuan and Fa Xiang, who were standing in the doorway, and asked. When the two men spoke about what happened at White Horse Mountain, Master Green Lantern's pupils shrunk violently. The tea that had just been in his mouth instantly spewed out in one gulp. What did you say? Fa Tian. Fa Tian, he's dead. Master Green Lantern was shocked. He never dreamed that he had just sent away this difficult Lin Sanfeng. Waiting again for the news of Fatin's death. Fa Tian was his closest disciple, the disciple he had watched grow up. Fa Tian was dead, which was undoubtedly bad news for Master Green Lantern. Damn it, what kind of trickery is it that dares to be so bold as to brutalize my Zen Hermitage Temple disciples? Is it really true that you want to go against my Buddhist sect to the end? Master Green Lantern pounded his fist on the table. If only the dozens of civilians had died, he wouldn't have bothered. But this runaway creep had actually killed his apprentice, and he would have to step in. Good, this is forcing the poor monk to take action himself. Well then, this monk will personally kill this creepy and avenge Fa Tian. The two stories shot up to number 1 and number 2 on the Hot 100 list on Twitter and on the Hose. A time that sparked numerous netizens. The first is the bizarre attack on the neighboring villages of White Horse Mountain. Dozens of men, women and children of the village all perished in the creepy mouth. The second is Master Green Lantern with the Jingue Bureau, the Martial Artists Association. With many disciples, he was ready to get rid of this murderous creep and do the people a favor. Hey, so many people died again, so many fresh lives. I've heard that Zhang Fan is again responsible for this one, the seal he left before didn't work. That's what caused Creepy to be released. Chapter 9. Without Zhang Fan, did this group of mole humans think they could do it again? It's Zhang Fan again, it's Zhang Fan again, this beast has killed so many people again. This is dozens of fresh human lives. Because of Zhang Fan's mistake, alas. We must make Zhang Fan pay, he should pay for the lives of so many people who died. Fortunately, there is a master from the Zen Hidden Temple who is willing to come out and rid the people of evil. Grandmaster Green Lantern has already led his men to remove the guile, I believe it won't take long to kill him. Good job, it's still the master who is reliable. To plead for the people, this is a true master. Public opinion on the internet was originally filled with doubts about the Luoyin Empire, and now the truth has been exposed. The tide of public opinion instantly reversed. Netizens began to denounce Zhang Fan. The other side. White Horse Mountain. In a cave under the highest mountain peak. The chattering ogre knelt in front of the cave and listened to the heavy, majestic voice inside. Chattering ogre, you've done well. Very well done, these damn humans are incredibly stupid and should all be killed. The shogun learned of the Blood Eater's accomplishments and did very highly praise it. The bloodthirsty ogre was originally Shogun's henchman, and was loyal to Shogun and never had any second thoughts. It's just that Shogun didn't expect that the chattering ogre would be released before he even got out. And the minute he got out, he did a good job and killed so many people. No, King, I'm just hungry. Been sealed for a long time, and I'm hungry every day, so I'm gonna kill as much as I can. Eat them all. At those words, Shogun nodded in satisfaction. With that he said, by the way, I'll tell you something. Zhang Fan has fallen out with those stupid humans. Don't care about them anymore. If Zhang Fan doesn't intervene, as long as this king comes out, no one will be able to stop him. Hearing this, a flash of incredulity flashed through the eyes of the chattering ogre, and in a moment, the incredulity turned to excitement again. That's great. It's just too good. She had originally thought that Zhang Fan was about to make a move, which was why she had eaten as many people as possible. But now that it was discovered that Zhang Fan had directly stopped protecting these humans, then you can do whatever you want. By the way, chattering ogre, I heard that those human griffins are going to make a move against you. Although this king can't get out now, he can let the evil spirit city god go out to fight with you. These mole crickets, kill them all so as to pave the way for this king to go out. The current seal left behind by Zhang Fan was less than 20% of what it was before though. But it still managed to shut down a great trick of transforming the heavens like Shogun. However, Shogun could use his spiritual power and secret techniques to first turn his right-hand man, the evil spirit city god at the peak of the Skywatch sent out. Of course the chattering ogre had heard about the human molecule preparing to strike at him. After all, the internet is in an uproar. But despite the great sound, there was only one heaven transformation stage powerhouse among them, Master Green Lantern. The rest of both the Martial Artist Association and the Jinguiwei bureaus sent Skywatcher stage powerhouses. He, the Blood Eater, had already reached the 8th level of Skywatch, unless Zhang Fan stepped in. Otherwise these people can't really do anything to him. Most of the strongest human beings haven't bizarrely crossed paths and really fought. They're just food for the stronger ones. Jia, without Zhang Fan, these mole crickets don't really think they can, do they? The chattering ogre licked his lips, his face filled with excitement. Yan Huang Empire. Hai Tua Cheng. Hai Tua City was a small frontier city of the Yan Huang Empire, with a population of only a few tens of thousands. Located in the border area, it is poor in resources and backward in location. There aren't even a few decent tall buildings. The only landmark in Haitua City was Haitua Mountain, which was the 9th highest mountain within the Yan Huang Empire. The highest part of Haitua Mountain is 1,000 meters high, and the mountain covers 7 or 8 kilometers with trees. The grass is abundant and vibrant all year round. There is a large stretch of primitive forest in Haitua Mountain, and every spring and summer, the layers of forests are dyed with color. There's green everywhere. At this moment, Zhang Fan stood at the top of the highest peak of Haitua Mountain. A glance at the top of the mountain will give you a view of thousands of miles of green scenery. For some reason, Zhang Fan would have a particularly familiar feeling as soon as he arrived at the Yan Huang Empire. This feeling was something he had never had in the Luoyin Empire. This was the first time he had come to the Yan Huang Empire, but it was like a wanderer who had drifted outside had found a home. Once his master, Taoist Woodrock, the last generation of purple-robed heavenly masters at Lung Fushan, told him that the birthplace of Taoism is actually in the Yan Huang Empire, a civilization with thousands of years of history. Even Starlight City, where Longhu Mountain was located, was the territory of the Yan Huang Empire 1,000 years ago. Later, Starlight City was overrun by the Luoyin Empire and broke away from the Yan Huang Empire. At that time, Zhang Fan was still young and did not understand the meaning of these words. Now that he was detached from Luoyin and had come to Yan Huang, he was able to feel the meaning of the words. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully clocking in the Haitua, rewarding him with a rank-breaking pill. The system's voice rang in Zhang Fan's ears. At this time, he had in his hand at some point an additional round end. An elixir that emanated a 7-colored glow. The elixir was of unparalleled delicacy, beautifully colored and it had to be more perfect than any elixir Zhang Fan had ever refined before. Without any hesitation, Zhang Fan directly swallowed the step-breaking pill in one gulp. Boom! Instantly, Zhang Fan felt a burst of warmth in his body, making him feel extremely comfortable. These warm currents gathered in the dantian and then continuously flowed into the meridians that ran up and down his entire body. In the next second, Zhang Fan opened his eyes, and his 2 pupils turned golden in color. A power that was strong to the extreme wrapped around his body. Between his inhalations and exhalations, the resulting spiritual power fluctuations unexpectedly directly shattered the clouds suspended between the mountains. The aura from the valleys of Haitua Mountain, as well as from other secret realms, was attracted by the power in Zhang Fan's body. It began to flow in a steady stream, scrambling to drill into Zhang Fan's body. So strong! Zhang Fan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, feeling the incomparably dominating power within his body, and lamented. What he could be sure of was that he was now 100 times stronger than before. In the past, his realm was only the great circle of the heaven transformation stage. If he were to take on several peak hidden heaven creeps at the same time, he wouldn't be able to manage to retreat in one piece. But now, all he has to do is a casual exhale, a thought, an intimidation, and he could easily kill a strong person at the peak of the heaven transformation stage. At this moment, Zhang Fan had already reached the transition realm. Leaving from Mt. Haitua, Zhang Fan followed the only concrete road in Haitua City and walked in this strange city. What shocked him was that he had traveled a large portion of the entire Haituaching city and had not found a single person. It's obviously daytime, but people seem to be hiding. Suddenly, Zhang Fan saw a land temple standing in the distance. From that temple came a gurgling baby's cry. "Grandpa Land, this month's pair of boy and girl have been found. After you have eaten it, spare us in this area." It was followed by a pale voice with a plea in its tone. Zhang Fan frowned slightly as he sensed an extremely strong and bizarre aura. He guessed that he was afraid that the one sitting in this land temple was not the land mountain god. Instead, it was a great trickster of the innate stage or higher. How? Why does creepy dare to be so rampant? Is it hard to believe that the weirdness within the Yin Huang Empire is not yet extinct? Chapter 10. The gratitude of the people of the Yin Huang Empire felt strange to Zhang Fan. The shenanigans within the Rohin Empire have been going on for the last 10 years. Basically, they were all suppressed or sealed by Zhang Fan. As for the other countries outside the Luoyin Empire, Zhang Fan did not know about them. Today, when I came to the Yin Huang Empire, I saw this strange scene of closed doors. Feeling the thick aura of weirdness, he knew that he feared that weirdness was still raging in this country. Jia, you guys did a good job. This seat is very happy. Get out, I'm going to start eating. You're late this month, so next month remember to send the boys and girls early. From the land temple came an ear-piercing sound, accompanied by jerky laughter. Grandpa Land, you've eaten all the male and female children we have here, there's really nothing left. Or you can spare us. Look elsewhere. The old voice rang out again, interspersed with choked pleas for mercy. Zhang Fan came to be interested and walked to this land temple and kicked the dilapidated wooden door of the land temple open. It was only in the 2-foot-wide temple of the land that a tattered and unrecognizable statue of a land god was placed on it. Beneath the idol knelt an old man, who was stooped and at the moment, he was kowtowing to the idol above him. In front of the old man lay 2 children, both wrapped in swaddling clothes and it's a pair of child boys and girls who looked to be only a few months old. Zhang Fan gathered a strand of aura in front of his eyes and a quick glance revealed a creepy hiding behind the idol. This bizarre all-black, full of fangs, ape-like, and a pair of scarlet eyes was currently staring at Zhang Fan in death. Its realm would definitely not be lower than an 8. Come and claim your death yourself. Zhang Fan's light sentence seemed to have the pressure of 10,000 pounds. The black creepy face hiding behind the idol looked horrified, so scared that it fell right off the top of it fell to the ground. The old man was taken aback by the sudden fall of something black and the 2 swaddled children then wailed. Daoist, no offense, no offense. We have no grievances, so I beg you to spare my life. This black weirdness felt the aura on Zhang Fan's body and it was horrified to discover that the other party was at least a heaven transformation stage powerhouse. It simply couldn't be beaten, so it could only kneel down and beg for mercy, pleading for it to let it live. Zhang Fan shook his head and stretched out a finger, gently scratching it against the air. In an instant, an extremely strong force swept through space. Straight away, the black creepy was sliced in half along the waist. Killed on the spot. There's no such thing as a landlubber, just a powerful creepy one. It's okay. After easily resolving the creepy, Zhang Fan spoke indifferently. The old man knelt directly in front of Zhang Fan and violently kowtowed to him, saying as he did so, "Benefactor, great benefactor. Oh benefactor. God, you finally sent someone to save us." According to the old man, this landmaster came to their villages 3 years ago. Half of the young men from several neighboring villages were killed that year. Later, after they had begged hard, the landmaster was kind enough to. It was changed to eating a pair of virgin boys and girls a month, so that they would come and pay tribute every month. I don't know how many children still in their infancy I've eaten over the years, so I can say that I'm full of evil. The gods and the people are angry. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan could not help but sigh a little. This was a proper innate stage great guile that was really too greedy to end up in a miserable death. Zhang Fan probably learned from the old man's mouth that the rest of the Yan Huang Empire's territory was basically the same, with weirdness rampant everywhere. From the time of the bizarre recovery until now, the Yan Huang Empire, because of the lack of powerful and strong people, it simply can't suppress creepy, and close to a third of the population has already died under creepy. There are places that were extremely prosperous before the spooky outbreak, and after the spooky invasion, it's already 9 out of 10 rooms. The Yan Huang Empire is such a big country, and the strongest person is only at the Skywatcher stage. There's no way to defend against the weirdness. If the rulers of the Yan Huang Empire hadn't resisted to the death, I'm afraid this country, which has been civilized for thousands of years, would have been destroyed long ago. Thinking about this, Zhang Fan felt very ridiculous. If he hadn't helped the Luoyin Empire suppress the weirdness back then, I'm afraid that the situation in the Luoyin Empire would definitely not be any better than the Yan Huang Empire. It's a shame that after giving so much of themselves and saving so many people, they end up being judged by their nation, became a total sinner. I'll take you to the lord of the city, benefactor. The old man suddenly spoke. He brought Zhang Fan to the center of Haitua City, which was not far from here, and found the city lord's mansion. After the old man briefly explained Zhang Fan's origin, Zhao Tianan, the lord of Haitua City, was very excited. As soon as he came up, he held Zhang Fan's hand tightly. Thank you for coming to the rescue, you are a hero to our entire Haitua City. I wonder where you're from, hero? At those words, Zhang Fan scratched his head. He did not want to reveal that he was from the Luoyin Empire, because he knows he's being sought by the Luoyin Empire worldwide, and now that he's revealed his identity, I'm just afraid that people are unpredictable. Living without a fixed abode, the poor Taoist is just an idle cloud. Hearing this, Zhao Tianan immediately pleaded. So it's the Taoist master. Since the Taoist master has been traveling all over the world, then we, Haitua City, are willing to provide a residence for Taoist master and hope that he can stay in our Yan Huang Empire. Don't worry, we will absolutely treat you with the etiquette of a distinguished guest. Zhao Tianan knew clearly that Zhang Fan's strength was extraordinary, and that he was at least a strong person of the heaven transformation stage. If such a strong person could live in Haitua City for a long time, then it would naturally be able to keep Haitua City free from bizarre intrusions. To know that this kind of strong person, it was the entire Yan Huang Empire that couldn't find one. Zhang Fan froze after hearing this and hesitated for a while, thinking that he had become a sinner in the Luoyin Empire that everyone was shouting at. Zhang Fan did not want to return to the Luoyin Empire for a while. But people always need to find a place to live. Thinking about it, Zhang Fan finally agreed. It was just as well that he wanted to know more about this country where Taoism originated, as his master had said. Wanted to see if I could find my roots and go back to my roots. Well then, the poor Taoist will stay in Haitua for now. Hearing Zhang Fan's promise, Zhao Tianan almost cried out in joy. Holding Zhang Fan's hand one by one, he was grateful. Right at this moment, Zhang Fan suddenly heard noises coming from outside the door. He pushed the door open and looked, only to see dozens of men and women kneeling outside in unison. When they saw Zhang Fan come out, one by one, tears bristled out of their eyes. Thank you, benefactor, for helping us get rid of the creeps. Thank you, great benefactor. You are sent from heaven, aren't you? Thanks to you my child's life was saved. Benefactor, you are a great hero. Let me kowtow to you a few times. Benefactor, I really don't know how to repay you. It was only after some inquiries that we learned that these people were villagers from several nearby villages. They've been victimized by that creepy for a long time, and now that Zhang Fan has stepped in to kill creepy, save them from the fire. They were very grateful to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan was instantly stumped in place. He felt strange, very strange. Before, he was in the Luoyin Empire, no matter how many people he saved, no matter how powerful the shenanigans that were fended off, not a single person stepped forward to appreciate him. Instead, they think it's something they deserve to do for them. Having made the slightest mistake themselves, they became sinners and were judged by all of them. Apart from the 10 years of shenanigans, this was the first time Zhang Fan had been so appreciated by someone, and he felt both touched and unfamiliar at the same time. The other side. Luoyin Empire. Master Green Lantern set out to eliminate the shenanigans with 7 or 8 heaven-watching stage experts. In order to build up momentum, Master Green Lantern had the media cover the whole thing, live on the air. It's all about letting the populace know what Zen Hidden Temple is all about. At this moment, the authoritative media is on the air. Worthy of being a master, worthy of being a high priest. Chapter 11. The blood ogre is on a killing spree. Why are these strong people so weak? The master is just too good. I'm sure I can get rid of this verminous creep this time. Master is much better than some stinking Taoist priest. He's older and has a high level of cultivation. Oh, laugh me to death. Zhang Fan is nothing. Still think we can't do without him. With someone as powerful as Master Green Lantern, we don't need Zhang Fan at all. It's a pity that Zhang Fan takes himself too seriously. That sinner Zhang Fan, sooner or later he'll get his comeuppance. The number of people online inside the live room was up to 1 million. Everyone wanted to see how Master Green Lantern got rid of the shenanigans, how he got rid of the people. Even Zhou Haoqian, the Prime Minister of the Luoying Empire, was closely following the live broadcast. It's nighttime at the moment. In a village near White Horse Mountain, Master Green Lantern, a heaven transformation stage powerhouse, walked at the front. Behind them were several other Skywatcher stage powerhouses, some of them from the Jingui Bureau, some from the Zenin Temple and the Martial Artists Association. There were 7 or 8 strong men who had come out this time combined, which could be described as a great deal of noise. Behind these men, followed by several reporters carrying cameras, the entire decreeping process is being filmed and broadcast live. The poor monk has already placed a formation to seal the weirdness within a 1,000-meter radius. It's trapping the creepy one right now. This verminous creep is within a 1,000-meter radius. He can't get away with it. Everyone split up and go after them. Master Green Lantern said to the crowd behind him. The many powerful people then began to set off in multiple directions under the arrangement of Master Green Lantern. Everyone's face was filled with excitement and thrill, hating the fact that they could not be killed by the creep alone. Because the Prime Minister has a reward of 10 million rupees for anyone who can kill the creepy. As you can see now, currently, Master Green Lantern and many other powerful people are ready to strike. I believe we can kill this evil creep tonight. Please follow the camera as we continue to watch. At this point, 2 reporters followed the crowd. One of these 2 was in charge of explaining the live broadcast, while the other was carrying a video camera for filming. Is the master going to strike soon? I'm kind of looking forward to it. Steady, steady, with so many powerful people out there, it's only strange if this creepy doesn't die. You guys, look. This. It's horrible. My goodness, that's brutal. What is this? In front of millions of viewers on the air. Only the female reporter who had just stood in front of the camera and explained to the audience that the moment was pounced upon by a red creepy that burst into the broadcast. This red creep is huge, full of fangs, and covered in carrion. At this time, the female reporter was being held down on the ground, ignoring her desperate wailing and begging for mercy, and tearing the flesh off her body, bite after bite. Then swallow it. Red Creepy wasn't in a hurry to kill the woman, she just liked to start eating while her prey was alive. That's what makes it most exciting and enjoyable. The viewers in the live room were all dumbfounded. One was filled with shock and fear. Obviously, this was the bizarre one that Grandmaster Green Lantern and the many powerful people wanted to get rid of this time. But no one would have expected her to suddenly appear here. That's a lot of live cannibalism in front of millions of people. It's just terrible. There are people in the Luoying Empire who haven't even seen the bizarre. The Zhang Fan had protected them just too well. So much so that the sight of such a gruesome sight was a little too much for many hearts to bear. It wasn't long before the chattering ogre had had enough fun and bit right off the woman's neck with a bite that swallowed her head. After eating the woman almost to death, the chattering ogre looked at another man carrying a camera. 2 red eyes rolled around and lunged. The man had just been too scared to stay where he was, and now that the chattering ogre had finished eating the woman, just about to make a move on him. Where is the master? Spooky here, hurry over, master. Holy, my heart can't take it, Creepy turned out to be so scary. Help, master, hurry up and do something. Holy crap, what kind of monster is this? Right at this moment, a golden figure violently rushed in. It was the Green Lantern Master who had unsuccessfully searched for Creepy and heard the screams, which led him to rush here. Seeing Master Green Lantern appear, the crowd in the live broadcast room's hanging heart settled down. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late, and the man had already been bitten by the body's already been eaten for a good portion of the day. Amitabha Buddha, how dare you? Today the poor monk himself sends you to hell. Looking at the bald old monk in front of him, the chattering ogre flashed a trace of scorn along. He wasn't willing to mess with a heaven transformation stage human, but if he wanted to leave, this bald ass probably can't keep him. Yeah, dead monk, you will really think you are very good. Without Zhang Fan, just you? Master Green Lantern snorted coldly and was about to strike when the chattering ogre instantly transformed into a puddle of blood and water that merged into the ground before disappearing without a trace. Master Green Lantern was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this creepy to be so cunning. The other side. Under an acacia tree at the head of the village, the two heaven-watching stage powerhouses from the Martial Artists Association were sitting on a boulder under a tree with bored faces. Mard, that bald ass can't be lying to us, he's taking the credit all by himself. One of the middle-aged men sighed and said to the youth beside him. Who knows, is it necessary to send out so many people for just one creepy? Besides, those monks are cunning, we probably won't get the prize money. The two searched back and forth within a radius of nearly 1,000 meters, but found no sign of the creepy shadow. The search for creepy may have been removed by the others. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's pupils contracted violently as he saw a red mass of blood behind the young man that was sweeping towards him. The red mass of blood seemed to have burrowed its way out of the ground and, in an instant, it changed into a red creepy. Behind you, get out of the way. As soon as the words fell, the youth had already had his neck directly bitten off by the chattering ogre. The chattering ogre killed the youth and then lunged at the middle-aged man. Within a few moments, both men had become two cold corpses. Weak, just too weak. Ha ha. The two of them were the 5th and 6th heaven-watching stage powerhouses that the blood-chattering ogre had killed this evening. She had never expected that at the same Skywatch stage, these humans would be so weak and unbeatable. I can't even compare to Zhang Fan. She was full now, so she started a straight-up indiscriminate kill. Suddenly, the smelly bald donkey that annoyed her appeared in front of her eyes once again. Master Green Lantern gave chase. Upon seeing the body on the ground, he instantly became furious. You victimized my disciples and killed so many people. Let the poor monk send you on your way today. Upon hearing this, the chattering ogre laughed in a brutal manner. You're a stinking monk, you've got a big mouth. Chapter 12. There were no casualties among our powerful men, it was just an accident. Master Green Lantern was furious at the moment. He reached out with his hand, and his Zen staff instantly appeared in his hand. With that, Master Green Lantern's mouth began to chant incantations. Only to see some suspended inscriptions and runes suddenly appear in the air. These inscriptions and runes instantly surrounded the chattering ogre. The chattering ogre frowned slightly. She could sense that the monk's strength was indeed not bad. It was much more powerful than those mongrels of the Skywatch stage. Humans are weak, so weak that it makes her, an 8-weight of Skywatchers creepy, want to laugh. It was also to suppress her by a large realm in order to make her scornful. Go to hell. A golden Buddhist light shot out from the tip of the Zen staff in Master Green Lantern's hand. It pierced straight through the body of the chattering ogre. At the same time, the inscriptions surrounding the chattering ogre's circumference were instantly detonated. Boom! In an instant, the chattering ogre instantly exploded into a puddle of blood, and then disappeared without a trace. Seeing that the chattering ogre was dead, Master Green Lantern gave a laugh to the sky. That's it. That's it. As powerful as this verminous creep is, it's only at the Skywatcher stage, and striking out on its own, How can she be alive? Go to hell and reflect on this, you evil animal that harms people. Master Green Lantern slammed his Zen staff on the ground and chanted Umat Buddha, lamenting. Suddenly, a red hand burrowed out of the ground. This red hand was made up of a puddle of blood and water, and it was currently grasping onto Master Green Lantern's ankle. How? Master Green Lantern was shocked, his face filled with incredulity. At this moment, the voice of the chattering ogre rang in his ears. Monk, at most you'll hit me hard and repair for a few days, and I'll still be able to come out, with this stuff of yours. I'm afraid you can't kill me yet. With Zhang Fan out of the picture, you won't think you can really do it. Ha ha. The blood ogre laughed maniacally. Back then, the most Zhang Fan could do was to seal her away. A stinking monk, presuming to kill him. It's just a fool's errand. The red hand holding Master Green Lantern's ankle suddenly disappeared, and the voice came to an abrupt end. Master Green Lantern Man was dumbfounded. A dense cold sweat covered his forehead. He never dreamed that Creepy would be so hard to kill, and that he wouldn't die after being hit with his full force. And get away with it. Taking a deep breath, this was the first time that Master Green Lantern felt the power of weirdness. But a Skywatcher's shenanigans are so strong, then more powerful shenanigans that. And what to do about it? Just as his thoughts drifted around, the brigade followed. When the crowd saw the corpses of the two heaven-seeking stage powerhouses on the ground, each face was filled with shock. Just now, 2 journalists and 4 Skywatcher stage powerhouses had already died at the hands of this weirdness. Counting these 2, this time, they had already lost 6 Skywatcher stage powerhouses. How's it going, Master, this creepy one? In the face of the crowd's questions, Master Green Lantern took a deep breath and strongly suppressed the panic in his heart, and said to the crowd. Just now this creepy has been subdued by the poor monk. She's already just gone to dust. Don't worry about it, people. Hearing that creepy had been killed, the hearts of the people present that were hanging in the air were released. After dying so many people and losing so many strong people, she was finally completely annihilated. This time it's thanks to Master Green Lantern. A strong person of the Heaven transformation stage was just different. Everyone didn't expect that the Skywatcher stage creepy would be so powerful. Human Skywatcher stage powerhouses were like pigs and dogs being slaughtered at will in front of her. But it's good that everything has calmed down. Master Green Lantern has subdued creepy. This time, it was just an accident after all. Day 2. Moonlight City press release. City Lord Lin Sanfeng sat in the center and took questions from major media reporters. This live broadcast likewise attracted hundreds of thousands of people online. Everyone is very concerned about the progress of that incident last night. Meanwhile, videos of live clips of red creepy cannibalism have been circulating wildly on major short-form video platforms. For the first time, many people felt the horror of the spooky. Before, Zhang Fan protected them too well. So much so that many people have never seen what creepy looks like. Some people are even naive enough to think that the world isn't weird at all. It's all rumor superstition. This time they witnessed a living person being eaten alive and flayed, and their cognition was directly refreshed. People don't really know what has happened since then because the live stream on the internet was interrupted yesterday. Did that horrible creepy run away, or was it killed? People were so concerned about the results that they gathered early in the morning to broadcast the press conference. After City Lord Lin Sanfeng answered a few political questions, a reporter asked him a question. Mr. City Lord, everyone is concerned, did you get rid of the creepy last night? The live footage of bizarre cannibalism now circulating on the internet, may I ask if it's true? In the face of the reporter's question, Lin Sanfeng had long been prepared. He coughed lightly and said, "It is true that there was a sudden and unexpected incident last night, and for the loss of the 2 journalists. I feel very unfortunate and we have offered our condolences and compensation to their families in a timely manner. Actually, creepy isn't as awesome as everyone thinks, and that video is indeed real. It's true that ordinary people are no match for creepy, but in the presence of us human martial artists, creepy is much weaker, and in the last night, the Green Lantern Master himself took action and has completely decimated creepy. Please be assured that it is safe. Also, I'd like to tell you all that there were no casualties among the strongest people sent out this time around. We killed the creepy easily." Lin Sanfeng seemed to have memorized his script a long time ago, facing the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the reporter and the live broadcast room. Answered both questions very fluently. At the same time, the public was told that spooky wasn't as scary as everyone thought it was. Creepy was actually very weak in front of human martial artists, and this one harmful creepy had already been gotten rid of. I hope people don't panic and always trust the officials. Lin Sanfeng's face was serious when he said this, and there wasn't the slightest bit of mistake. In fact, there was a bit of trepidation in his mind, because he knew better than anyone that last night, it was 6 Skywatcher stage powerhouses that died before killing that red bazaar. Though creepy died, the cost to humanity was great. But he couldn't say it, because if he did, it would inevitably trigger a panic among the people. Lin Sanfeng wants the public to be forever foolish enough to believe that the officials can suppress the weirdness that it's not so scary to believe in weirdness. This will make it easier for him to manage public opinion and to give an account to the Prime Minister. Lin Sanfeng's words instantly caused the live broadcast to boil over. People get a satisfaction. I'll go, worthy of being Master Green Lantern. Master Green Lantern is just too powerful. With such a Heaven transformation stage powerhouse protecting us, we'll be able to rest easy. With Master Green Lantern around, which creepy dares to step up next? I knew that Master Green Lantern would be able to put Creepy to death, and it seems to be true. Master Green Lantern is the one we can trust the most. As for Zhang Fan, hee. Not much longer. A reporter from a Delhi daily stood up and asked another question. Mr. City Lord, because of this, Creepy led to the deaths and injuries of dozens and hundreds of people. May I ask if this will happen again in the follow-up? Chapter 13, there will never be any weird and hurtful things in the future, and the evil city god regains his freedom. Kill. Lin Sanfeng didn't even think about it, stood up and patted his chest, assuring in front of the crowd. Please put 100 minds at ease, this bizarre appearance is entirely due to Zhang Fan's negligence. His seal doesn't work. We will be removing the seals left by Zhang Fan next. Re-seal against the weirdness. I can assure you all that our people are definitely more reliable than Zhang Fan. There will be absolutely no more spooky runs out to harm people in the future. After this one, Lin Sanfeng was already completely and utterly disappointed in Zhang Fan. Before, he thought that Zhang Fan was at most a bit arrogant and haughty. But the strength is still there, no doubt about it. It was also thanks to Zhang Fan some years ago that they were able to fend off the bizarre invasions time and time again. All of these showed that Zhang Fan was not bad. But now he was somewhat questioning Zhang Fan's strength. If Zhang Fan was really capable, if Zhang Fan's seal really worked, how could this one verminous creep run out and eat people? Doesn't all this indicate that the seal left behind by Zhang Fan is itself problematic? These words instantly triggered a boil in the broadcast room. That uneasy heart that was hanging there was finally put down. Awesome, not bad for an official, I'll always believe an official. False alarm, thought spooky how scary it is, so this is it? Don't be alarmed, everyone, this one will just be an unforeseen event, it won't happen again. Yes, and it's still Zhang Fan's fault for this mishap. That Zhang Fan fellow deserves to die, I support removing Zhang Fan's seal. The live stream was frantically swept by thousands and thousands of pop-ups. Those who were terrified of the spookiness now feel less so. What are you afraid of with the officials? With a strong man like Master Green Lantern, what are you afraid of? What's a little weirdness going to accomplish? At the same time, many people believe that the seal left by Zhang Fan must be removed immediately. Zen Hidden Temple. Lin Sanfeng gave a deep kowtow to the golden ancient Buddha in front of him and inserted 3 incense sticks on it. Standing up, he looked behind him at Master Green Lantern and said, Grandmaster, I hope that your next Zenin temple will send some more powerful experts. There must be no more problems at Whitehorse Mountain. If there's another accident like this, I won't be able to cope well on the Prime Minister's side. Lin Sanfeng was a smart man. He will always look out for the whole picture for himself. He didn't care about the lives of these untouchables, he only cared about his next career move. So no matter what, there can't be any more weird and harmful things in Moonlight City. City Lord, you can rest assured. This bizarre and harmful incident is Zhang Fan's responsibility, and I can assure you that. As long as we at Zen Hidden Temple take over, no creepy can get out. Hearing this, Lin Sanfeng nodded in satisfaction. But he always had a very ominous feeling. Last night he witnessed the presence of the weird and horrible. Human powerhouses are so vulnerable to the bizarre. The weirdness of a Skywatcher stage was still like this, but what about the weirdness of the heavenly transformation stage? How should human martial artists respond? This situation had never occurred before when Zhang Fan was around. And he didn't have to be bothered with that little thing. After a brief explanation, Lin Sanfeng left the Zen hermitage. As soon as he had left in front of him, the 2 monks, Fa Yuan and Fa Xiang, walked in. As soon as the 2 came in, they flung themselves onto their knees in front of Master Green Lantern. Master. That disciple has one thing I don't know whether to speak or not. Master, can I not go to that Whitehorse Mountain? I am afraid. Dharma face was aggrieved and was on the verge of crying as he spoke. Where was the slightest bit of a senior monk? He was really scared. A strong person like senior brother Fa Tian was unable to defeat that weirdness and died so tragically. He wasn't as good as senior brother Fa Tian. If he was staying at Whitehorse Mountain, wouldn't he be giving it to Creepy to eat his food? Right. If it doesn't work, Master, you can send someone else in peace. I take care of your old man every day in the Zen hermitage. You don't want me to go to that place. Fa Yuan directly kowtowed to Master Green Lantern and begged bitterly. Looking at his 2 indomitable disciples, Master Green Lantern slapped the table inside. It's cowardice. Both of them were at least Skywatcher stage powerhouses, senior monks who had followed him for so many years of practice. Results. He felt very speechless. However, considering the fact that the two of them were indeed not strong enough, Master Green Lantern eventually softened his heart. Well, I'll arrange for someone else to go then. Punish you two with 3 months of handyman work. Upon hearing this, Fa Yuan and Fa Xiang were thrilled and hurriedly agreed, kowtowing to Master Green Lantern without stopping. But this White Horse Mountain must have arranged for someone to go there. Otherwise, Master Green Lantern would not be able to give an explanation to Lord Lin City. After some thought, Master Green Lantern chose his 2 senior brothers. Of course, he had ulterior motives. Empath, I wonder what you two think. In the Zen room in the backyard, Master Green Lantern said to the 2 middle-aged monks in yellow monks' robes. The 2 monks sat cross-legged on the ground, and after listening to Master Green Lantern's entreaties, a decisive yes. The 2 were named Empty Wisdom and Empty Xian. It was Master Green Lantern's 2 senior brothers, both of whom were peak Skywatcher powerhouses. Of course, Master Green Lantern didn't have the same care for these 2 as he did for his senior brothers. These 2 men are usually highly respected in the Zen hermitage. It has threatened his position as abbot. It's best to die this time sending it to White Horse Mountain. After all, that red weirdness hadn't been completely killed yet, so it might make a comeback. Amitba Buddha, elder brother, since there is a request, then I shall oblige. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? The 2 men, Empty Wisdom and Empty Xian, were true monks, compassionate and highly respected. Back then, if Master Green Lantern hadn't resorted to tricks, it was still uncertain to whom the Master would pass the throne. The 2 were not as cunning and changeable as Master Green Lantern. In order to protect the people and get into the game with his body, so he didn't even think twice about it. Good. My good senior. The rest is up to you. In the evening. White Horse Mountain. One was as big as a temple, covered in cuckoo black smoke and creepy with a mouth full of fangs stood on top of the cliff. This bizarrely resembled a humanoid, with a pair of beady eyes like copper bells that. Sweeping straight ahead, he looked around the cliff. Obviously, this was a peak heaven watching, half-step heaven transforming creepy. The evil spirit city god cracked his mouth wide open and laughed jaggedly. Having been sealed for so long, he never dreamed that he would one day regain his freedom. This is thanks to the king. King. I'm free. I will kill. Chapter 14, Hitting the Birthplace of Taoism, Rewarding Tianxia Streamers, no, 10,000 Soul Streamers. Early in the morning. Yan Huang Empire. Hai Tuacheng. Zhang Fan sat cross-legged on top of the bed, his naked body, his eyes slightly closed. Feeling the raging and strong spiritual energy traveling and fluctuating within his body. Today was the 2nd day of his stay in Hightower City. The city lord had specially arranged a separate house for him, and there were special people to take care of his daily living. These treatments were not considered luxurious, but they were something he had never enjoyed in the Luoyin Empire. Knock knock. There was a crisp knock on the door from outside. Zhang Fan put on his clothes and opened the door, only to see that outside stood a man dressed in red and the girl with the short ponytail. The girl looked to come to just adult, good-looking, with a smile like honey and a delicate face. At the moment she was carrying the breakfast she had just bought. Taoist master, breakfast is ready. Zhang Fan received the breakfast and hurriedly signaled the young girl to come in. The young girl's name was Su Yi, and she was specially arranged by Zhao Tianan to be by Zhang Fan's side, responsible for taking care of Zhang Fan's daily life. According to Zhao Tianan, Yi came from the south of the Yan Huang Empire. Originally had a happy and fulfilling family. But after Creepy revived, all but one of her family members died at Creepy's hands. The early morning sunlight shone into the cabin and it was blinding. After Zhang Fan simply finished his breakfast, he continued to meditate with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the system's voice came to his ears again. Ding! The next punchline, Crane Mountain, the birthplace of Taoism. Located in Yan Huang Empire's Crane City. Clocked in successfully, rewarded with a celestial master streamer. The system has given another clocking task. Tenchi Hara? Zhang Fan had heard of this treasure before, but it was in a very old book. This treasure was lost thousands of years ago. When the heavenly master streamer comes out, it swings away all evil spirits and weirdness. After the weirdness was sucked into the heavenly master, it immediately turned into blood and ash. The Celestial Master's flag emanates cocoa black smoke, and when it's waved, thousands of bizarre souls fly away and scatter. Hence the name 10,000 Souls. Sheesh. Zhang Fan's heart was moved, he had never acquired such a magic treasure before. With the Celestial Master streamer in place, even the bizarre ones at the Heaven transformation stage would be refined in an instant. As for the Crane Mountain, the birthplace of Taoism as stated by the system, Zhang Fan had never heard of it before. Due to the Rohin Empire's closure to information, he could barely keep up with what was going on out in the country in the Rohin Empire. Previously, Zhang Fan thought that the birthplace of Taoism was Longhu Mountain. Crane Mountain, is it? Good. Looks like this Yan Huang Empire really needs to stay for a long time. Suddenly, all that could be heard was a creak. The door to Zhang Fan's room was pushed open, and Yi, dressed in a red dress, walked in, quite suddenly. Zhang Fan hurriedly put on his clothes and looked at the other party with a puzzled expression. Why don't you knock? Why, is something wrong? Zhang Fan asked. Yi did not reply as she walked over to Zhang Fan's bedside, then bent down. She closed her eyes and kept that exquisite little face close to Zhang Fan's. Zhang Fan man was dumbfounded. He was a little confused about what was going on for a moment. What are you going to do? Seeing Zhang Fan's lack of response, Yi directly placed one of her hands on Zhang Fan's Moonhan mouth. Then his mouth came close to Zhang Fan's ear and gently blew out a breath. The other restless hand was roaming around Zhang Fan's body. When the other man wasn't looking, he had already unbuttoned several buttons on his dhoti. Taoist. Help me please? I can. Give it to you. Yi almost pressed her body against Zhang Fan's. Her eyes were misty, her slender waist, the two huge soft masses in front of her, outlined in that red dress, it exuded a different flavor. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid the dry wood would have already ignited. However, Zhang Fan still gently pushed the other party away. He didn't sense a weird aura from Yi. That could only mean one thing, Sui Yi did have a request for herself. Over the years of dealing with the bizarre, Zhang Fan had developed a cautious habit. You can tell me if you have any bitterness, I don't want your body. At that, Yi's nose twitched and she said what she was asking for. It was actually simple, she wanted Zhang Fan to take revenge for her. Her family, her parents and sisters, had all died at the hands of a great guile of the Heaven transformation stage. That creep killed all hope for her life, and if it wasn't for revenge, I'm afraid she would have cut herself off a long time ago. In the Yan Huang Empire, there was no one to help her take revenge, and there wasn't a single Heaven transformation stage powerhouse in the entire empire. When she heard about Zhang Fan's arrival, she decisively introduced herself to the city lord in order to get close to him. At those words, Zhang Fan touched Yi's head. I can't help you with your revenge. You can only rely on yourself if you want to take revenge, but I can teach you. Zhang Fan smiled faintly. Not to mention that he had no obligation to help her. Besides, even if he had accepted that kind of heavenly transformation stage great guile, what about after he was gone? What if Creepy comes to retaliate, and who can protect these weaklings? The point is, one has to have the sword in one's hand. It just so happened that Zhang Fan also wanted to take on a disciple. His master, Taoist Woodrock, was his only disciple, and he held Zhang Fan's hand before he died. He said that he must promote Taoism and collect a wide range of disciples and followers. All these years, he was so focused on getting rid of shenanigans for the Luoyin Empire that he didn't care about anything else. Now that he was finally free, Zhang Fan wanted to collect a few disciples first. Thank you, master. Yi immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Zhang Fan respectfully. Thus, Zhang Fan had his first disciple. Crane Mountain. Zhang Fan and Yi stood above the summit of the highest peak, looking out at the surrounding scenery. Here the pines and cypresses are forested and verdant, and the sound of cranes can be heard from afar. Zhang Fan sensed that the aura here was unusually abundant. No wonder it is the birthplace of Taoism. Cultivating here can absorb the abundant spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Fast break leveling training. The tallest of these mountains is shaped like a standing crane, hence the name Crane Mountain. Congratulations to the host for successfully punching the card, and the Celestial Master Streamer has been issued to the host's hand. Zhang Fan's hand stretched out, and a yellow streamer was in his hand. This banner had a yin and yang taiji pattern on it, emitting black smoke from the cuckoo, which contained extremely powerful forces in space. Creepy as long as it is inhaled into it, it will surely turn into blood and ashes. Looking at the 10,000 souls streamer in his hand, the smile at the corner of Zhang Fan's mouth could no longer be suppressed. He couldn't wait to try the effect of this 10,000 soul streamer. Suddenly, the sharp-eyed Zhang Fan saw a magnificent Taoist temple unexpectedly standing in the distance. The imposing Taoist temple is built along the mountain with flowing water, and this Taoist temple is in the middle of this poor mountain and it's a different kind of mystery. This is the birthplace of Taoism, where the ancestral heavenly master Zhang Daoling once lived in seclusion. So having a Taoist temple, Zhang Fan didn't feel strange. However, in the next second, when Zhang Fan saw the rusty, worn-out gate of the Taoist temple and the cluttered leaf-strewn courtyard, when he sensed a hint of something wrong. After probing the Taoist temple with a trace of spiritual energy, Zhang Fan frowned slightly, because he realized that there were no more Taoist priests in this Taoist temple. The people were all dead, and instead they were overrun by hundreds of creeps. Creepy saw that this place was full of spiritual energy, so he practiced here and became the owner of this Taoist temple. Ha! Inverted Big Dipper. The Taoist temple has become creepy territory, Zhang Fan said angrily in his heart. With that, he raised the 10,000 soul streamer and gently waved it. Chapter 15. The Luoying Empire doesn't want such a strong person, our Yanhuang Empire does. Zhang Fan raised the 10,000 soul streamer and gently waved it, only to see that the 10,000 soul streamer emitting cuckoo's black smoke violently become 100 times larger. It became a huge black streamer that fluttered in the air with the wind. The 10,000 soul streamer contains an extremely strong power. The yin-yang taiji pattern on it shone with a dazzling light. Suddenly, countless red tentacles emerged from the 10,000 soul streamer and rushed in all directions. Not long after, only countless miserable howls could be heard from all around. The red tentacle sensed the bizarre aura and tracked the bizarre location accurately. The red tentacle went right through Creepy's body and then brought the struggling, wailing Creepy hard. Within a few breaths of effort, within 100 kilometers of the far side of the Hotian stage or above, the weirdness that all of them were run through their bodies by red tentacles and brought over. I saw thousands of black dots floating in the air. At least tens of thousands of bizarre wailed in agony in the air and began to enter the 10,000 soul streamer in order, enjoying the treatment of flying into ashes. They are all the great shenanigans entrenched around Crane Mountain, and now one of them is no less than. All of it was sucked in. Among them, the weak ones were at the Hotian stage, and the strong ones were as bizarre as the 7th level of the harmonized heaven. But now it was quite equal, first come first served, and one by one they were sent into the 10,000 soul streamer to be refined. Yi, who was behind Zhang Fan, was dumbfounded as she covered her mouth, only feeling incredulous. A small streamer was actually able to suppress so many bizarre. But Yi wasn't afraid, on the contrary, she felt relief in her heart. She didn't share the same fate as Creepy. I hate that the weirdness is all but extinguished. Taoist, misunderstanding, is there some kind of misunderstanding today? Taoist master, we didn't do any harm. Did you make a mistake with that one? Stinking Taoist, we have no grievances, why do you have to lay down a killer right out of the gate? I beg you, let me live, I don't want to die. There were miserable wails and pleas for mercy coming from the air. Zhang Fan turned a deaf ear to the voices. In no time at all these weirdness were sent into the 10,000 soul streamer by Zhang Fan. The sound of that pleading and wailing disappeared. Zhang Fan received the 10,000 soul streamer into his hands and nodded with great satisfaction. It worked very well and he was very happy with it. In the meantime, on another high mountain not far away, two bloggers, a man and a woman, filmed what had just happened, and the two of them were filled with excitement. Oh my god, it's too powerful. Even a heaven transformation stage Creepy can be killed. When did such a strong person appear in our Yanhuang Empire? They had just witnessed the whole process, and when they saw the thousands of bizarre beings subdued in the snap of a finger, the two of them could not hide the excitement in their hearts. If this kind of powerhouse continued to strike, the shenanigans of the Yanhuang Empire would inevitably be gotten rid of. After obtaining the 10,000 soul streamer, Zhang Fan used it for a while and found it very satisfying. He had no intention of staying at Crane Mountain all the time, so he quickly took Yi back with him. What he doesn't realize, though, is that the video of him using the 10,000 soul streamer had just been posted by these two bloggers on T's Explosive Fire. Less than 10 minutes after it was posted, this video already has tens of millions of views. In the following half an hour, it was topped as the #1 spot on the teaser hot list. A mysterious strong man appeared in the territory of the Summer Kingdom, with super strength, killing 10,000 weird. Even the heavenly transformation stage weirdness is no match. The teeming sound of the Inferno Empire boomed. For so many years, weirdness has been rampant within the Yin Huang Empire. The strong men sent by the Empire had never once won a fight, and had basically been bizarrely crushed. The strongest person in the Empire is only at the peak of the Skywatcher, and the great guile of the heavenly transformation stage within the Empire, There were dozens of them. One by one, the strongest of the human race could only fall to the bizarre food. When did this kind of one-person town killing 10,000 creepy scenes occur? WOJ, what realm of powerhouse is this? It's just too powerful. A heavenly transformation stage powerhouse. Does my Yin Huang Empire finally have a heavenly transformation stage powerhouse as well? There's hope for my Yin Huang Empire. A savior has finally appeared. Tearful, is this Taoist master from our Yin Huang Empire? Watching this video, countless people of the Yin Huang Empire couldn't help but cry out. If it weren't for the lack of strong suppression, how could the empire have been devastated? How could the people be displaced and killed or injured? Seeing such a powerful person from the empire show up today, they really couldn't help themselves. However, someone soon recognized the identity of the person in the video. The Luoying Empire had already issued a global manhunt, spending several hundred million rupees and offering a bounty for Zhang Fan's head. Zhang Fan himself is also well known internationally. Basically, several surrounding countries knew that the Luoying Empire had such a strong protector, keeping the Rohin Empire safe from creepy invasions. He's Zhang Fan. Surprisingly, he's Zhang Fan. He's from the Luoying Empire, not our Yin Huang Empire. Gee, it's too bad. If only we were from the Yin Huang Empire. It seems like Zhang Fan has fallen out with the Luoying Empire and has defected. The Luoying Empire is still after him. The Luoying Empire is, right? Don't want such a strong person. How dare you go after people? Warrior, don't we want it? Our Yin Huang Empire lacks such a strong person. These white-eyed wolves of the Luoying Empire. Lord Zhang Fan, come to our Yin Huang Empire. We will respect you extraordinarily and give you supreme honor. The comments section is abuzz. Upon learning that Zhang Fan had already been at odds with the Luoying Empire and had defected from it, none of the people of the Yin Huang Empire wanted to recruit this strong man. Give him absolute respect and love. At this point, Yin Huang Empire. Capital. King Yen Ashes listened to the news reported by the Minister of State and could hardly hide the joy and excitement on his face. He repeatedly confirmed to the Secretary of State that this was true. That's great. It's just too good. Yen Ashes had dreamed of the Yin Huang Empire possessing such a strong person. Now he's even offering to deliver. That's right, Your Majesty. As far as I know, Zhang Fan was subjected to a universal trial by the Luoying Empire, simply because of an accident for which the fault was not his. Those idiots from the Luoying Empire have grounded Zhang Fan and are going after him. They've forgotten the merits of this Zhang Fan. They're all a bunch of white-eyed wolves. Now Zhang Fan has left them. I think it's time for us to recruit him. The Minister of State lowered his head and said with great respect to Yen Embers. Upon hearing this, Yen Embers tapped the table in delight. This was heaven's favor on their Yin Huang Empire. So Yen Embers immediately commanded. They don't cherish Mr. Zhang Fan, we have to cherish him extraordinarily. We have to give Mr. Zhang Fan the gift of a state duke, we mustn't let Mr. Zhang Fan get cold feet. At the same time, Yen Ashes arranged for the Minister of State to immediately travel to Haitua City. Go and pay Zhang Fan a personal visit to let him know of the Empire's sincerity. Chapter 16, the Taoist sect produces heroes, out of the mountains in times of chaos, and closed in times of splendor. Haitua Shan. Early morning. Zhang Fan got up early in the morning, and after briefly washing himself, the first order of business was to water the dozen or so pots of greenery that were set outside to soak up the sun. The greenery was planted by someone unknown, and had already withered almost to death by the time Zhang Fan arrived. It's about to die. With Zhang Fan's skillful hands, it took less than 2 days for these green plants are then revitalized. Master, someone wants to see you. Yui's voice came from behind her. Zhang Fan twisted his head to look, only to see that there were 2 other men behind Yi. One of them was Zhao Tianan, the lord of Haitua City. The other he did not recognize, but seeing that the other was dressed in fancy clothes and had an extraordinary temperament, I'm sure it's a big one too. Is that Taoist Master Zhang? Seeing Zhang Fan, Minister of State Yanling directly greeted him and shook Zhang Fan's hand with an excited expression. Taoist Zhang. I didn't realize you were so young and talented. Yanling had heard of Zhang Fan a long time ago. It was 10 years ago. When he was not yet Secretary of State. He had heard at the time that the Luoying Empire had produced a heaven transformation stage expert who had killed countless evil demons. Let the spooky sniff it out. The name of that heaven transformation stage expert was Zhang Fan, and Yanling was immensely worshipful of Zhang Fan at that time. He dreamed that the Yan Huang Empire would produce a strong person like Zhang Fan. Unfortunately not. The Yan Huang Earth seems to be cursed. There hasn't been a single heavenly transformation stage powerhouse in 10 years. Today, 10 years later, Yanling is 60 years old. Today, he could see Zhang Fan, but realized that the other party was still a teenager of about 20 years old. That's an understatement. Yanling opened the door. His purpose of coming to see Zhang Fan this time was very clear. That was to recruit the other party to contribute to the Yan Huang Empire. As long as Zhang Fan was willing to help the Yan Huang Empire, then I believe that it wouldn't take long for the weirdness within the Yan Huang Empire is about to be gotten rid of. Taoist Master Zhang, those little a-holes of the Luoying Empire, they're wolfish and hateful, and they're beneficent and hateful. I know that you have suffered many injustices in the Luoying Empire, and I am outraged. You do so much for them, but in the end they treat you like this. If you stay in our Yan Huang Empire for a long time, we are willing to give you the position of State Duke. Give you the most respectful courtesy. With that, Yanling pulled out a purple and gold black card and stuffed it into Zhang Fan's hand. Then promised to give Zhang Fan several sets of villas and arrange luxury cars and servants. Most importantly, give Zhang Fan the real position of Duke of State and enjoy the highest courtesy of the empire. When Zhang Fan heard this, he politely refused without even thinking about it. The conditions given by the Yan Huang Empire were indeed generous. They do have to know more about respect and courtesy than the Roin Empire. Zhang Fan had done so much for the Luoying Empire, but in the end, he had gotten nothing. And to be judged by them as a nation. On the contrary, the Yan Huang Empire, he did nothing, and the other party promised him glory and wealth. A Roma villa. But these things are out of body. All Zhang Fan wanted now was to return to seclusion in peace and quiet, traveling the mountains and rivers, and being an idle cloud in wild crane. As for the outside world, he didn't want to meddle. He'd like to keep living a dull, normal life and promoting Taoism, if he could, for the rest of his life. Revitalizing the Taoist sect. As for creepy, what's it to him? I think you'd better return. I'll consider staying in the Yan Huang Empire for the time being. As for the rest, I don't really have any guarantees. Yanling did not have any surprise, as if he had expected Zhang Fan to say this. He pulled out 2 photos from his own body and showed them to Zhang Fan. There is one black and white photo and the other is in color. In the black and white photo, 2 old Taoist priests are pictured together under a lofty mountain. One of the 2 was dressed in yellow robes and the other in purple. Zhang Fan recognized at a glance that the purple-robed Taoist priest among them was his master, Taoist Woodrock. Master? How did you get a picture of him? Taoist Woodrock was Zhang Fan's master, a purple-robed heavenly master of the previous generation of Longhu Mountain. He raised Zhang Fan to adulthood and imparted to him the Taoist cultivation. It's the closest person to Zhang Fan in this world. Unfortunately, Taoist Woodrock had limited talent and was unable to break through the heavenly transformation stage, and his cultivation had always stopped at the peak of heavenly hope. It's hard to escape old age, sickness, and death. Sailed away a few years ago, leaving Zhang Fan forever. Zhang Fan never thought that he would be able to see his master's photo in Yanling's hand. This Taoist priest in yellow robes is the vice master of Wudong Mountain, the Taoist master of our Yan Huang Empire. He's an old friend of your master came to our Yan Huang Empire. In fact, the birthplace of Taoism is in our Yan Huang Empire, and we have the 3 Qing, Qiyun, the Wudong, Laojun and other mountains. 1,000 years ago, Longhu Mountain, including the entire Starlight City, was also owned by our Yan Huang Empire, but it was overrun by those bandits from the Luoying Empire. Yanling put his hand on Zhang Fan's shoulder, sighed, and said, "Since then you have left your homes, you have left the bosom of the Yan Huang Empire. In fact, you are also the descendants of Yan Huang." Hearing these words, Zhang Fan instantly froze. These words of Yan Ling touched Zhang Fan's heart fiercely. Yan Ling was not lying to him, for these words, Taoist Woodrock had also spoken with him. Before, Zhang Fan had always thought that the Taoist sect had declined. His Lung Fu Shan is the last root of Taoism. Look at this one picture. Yan Ling pointed to one of the color photos. The photo is a group shot of dozens of Taoist priests together, and among these are purple-robed Taoist priests that. There were also yellow-robed Taoist priests, blue-robed Taoist priests, and some young Taoist priests who looked to be in their early 20s. In the background of the photo is a shrine in Wudong Mountain. Looking at these unfamiliar faces, for some reason, Zhang Fan felt familiar and intimate. Taoism was not valued in the Luoyin Empire, which only valued Buddhism. There were fewer and fewer Taoist priests in Lung Fu Shan, and in the generation of his master, Taoist Woodrock. There are only 4 left already. There is one master, one Zhang Fan, and Zhang Fan has a senior brother and sister. Then his master, Taoist Woodrock, fell ill and died, his brother died in a bizarre mouth, and his sister disappeared. Only Zhang Fan was left in the entire Longhu Mountain. At one point he thought he was the last Taoist disciple. If he dies, Taoism will be cut off from then on. This is why Zhang Fan wanted to pass on Taoism and revitalize it. Now that I see that I have so many other senior brothers and sisters. Zhang Fan couldn't stop his tears from flowing out. The Taoist sect is thriving. With so many people in the Taoist sect, there is no worry about reviving it in the future. Suddenly, Zhang Fan saw the names of these Taoist priests written on the back of this photo. To his surprise, almost more than half of the names were crossed out in red pen. Alas! The door of the road produces heroes. They're all heroes of the Inferno Empire. Creepy recovery. These Taoist masters have taken it upon themselves to help the world and the people, and have gone out to fight against the weirdness. Unfortunately, Creepy was just too strong, and many lives were sacrificed, and these scratched out names of the already died under Creepy. Chapter 17. With the utmost courtesy and respect, the Prime Minister demanded that Zhang Fan's seal be removed. Taoist priests go into seclusion in times of prosperity and come out of the mountains in times of chaos to help the world by hanging pots and punishing the evil and promoting the good. And the Buddhist sect, which fights for compassion, closes its doors in times of chaos, but collects incense money extensively in times of prosperity. Ever since the bizarre resurgence of the Yin Huang Empire, it's been as if this land has been cursed by. The people are suffering. The Taoists of the Yin Huang Empire, even if they knew that they were no match for Creepy. He also came down from the mountain to get rid of shenanigans with the determination of certain death. They had the respect of the entire Yin Huang Empire and were true masters. And Zhang Fan had done so much for the Luoyin Empire, one man killing a country's weirdness and guarding the entire empire. Instead, they ended up being tried nationally. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan's heart felt as if it had been poked and prodded. It was very hard to bear. He gently touched the face of the person in the photo with his hand, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. The rest of them, do you know where they are? Can I meet them? Zhang Fan suddenly spoke. He wanted to see these brothers and sisters who were still alive, though once separated by heaven and earth. But all the Taoist sects in the world are one. Yes, of course. They are all housed in the capital. I can take you to meet them now. It just so happens that His Majesty is also in the capital, and he is eager to see you. Zhang Fan nodded. He saw a sense of family in these people. Ever since master, brother went west and sister disappeared. He hadn't seen a single Taoist priest within the Luoyin Empire. At that time, he thought for a while that he was the only Taoist priest left in this world. Yan Ling took Zhang Fan and flew from Haituacheng to the capital in a special airplane. As soon as he got off the plane, he saw a group of people already standing at the bottom to greet him. At the head of the group was an old man with slightly white hair and wearing a yellow robe. The old man was none other than Yan Ashes, the king of the Yin Huang Empire. There were a dozen or so people dressed in fancy clothes with extraordinary auras standing beside Yan Ashes. They were all imperial relatives and dignitaries of the Yin Huang Empire. This time when he heard that Zhang Fan was coming, Yan Ashes brought all these high officials and nobles to meet him. Behind Yan Ember stood 2 rows of Yin Huang Empire people who had voluntarily come to greet him. They pulled banners and waved their hands with respect in their eyes. In order to express his supreme respect, King Yan Ashes also laid out a special red carpet for Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan got off the airplane, stepped on the red carpet, and looked at everything these people had prepared for him. His heart was touched. Obviously he did nothing, yet he was treated with so much respect and dignity. he had a feeling that he was home. He had done so much for the Luoying Empire before. Sacrificed his youth and risked his life countless times to fight the creepy. One person guarded the peace of the entire Luoying Empire, but in the end, nothing was gained. No one in the Luoying Empire was grateful to him, and everyone thought that Zhang Fan should have done that as a matter of course. Nowadays, when you compare them, it really makes you feel like laughing. It's ridiculous. Taoist Master Zhang, I am the king of the Yin Huang Empire, welcome. With all due respect. Yen Embers held Zhang Fan's hand as soon as he came up and said with incomparable intimacy. What Zhang Fan did not expect was that in the next second, the other party bowed deeply to himself. Zhang Fan was a bit shocked. The other party was the head of a country, and now he was so humble. Where is the appearance of a king? It looks like a down-to-earth and amiable old man. Looking at the vicissitudes of Yen Ash's face and his white hair, the Zhang Fan could then imagine how much he had paid and worried for this empire over the years. Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan cupped his fists and said with great respect. A dozen or so cameras around the area were filming in all directions without any dead angle. Soon after, under the promotion of the officials, Zhang Fan came to the capital. The news of meeting the king of the Yin Huang Empire made it to the #1 spot on the teeming hot search list. This was great news for the people of the Yin Huang Empire. This also meant that the empire had now essentially recruited Zhang Fan. With this kind of strong person, the Yin Huang land will be peaceful in the future, and the Yin Huang children will no longer be victimized by weirdness. I'm going to go. Tears. Tears. Is Taoist Zhang going to stay in our Yin Huang Empire all the time in the future? It's really great if we in the Yin Huang Empire have Taoist Master Zhang Fan. It will be peaceful and carefree in the future. Our Yin Huang Empire was originally the birthplace of Taoism. If those bandits from the Luoying Empire hadn't overrun Starlight City, how could Longhu Mountain have split up? Take a quick look at Zhang Fan's looks and appearance: yellow skin, dark eyes. This look is our Yin Huang children, different from that group of black and unkempt Luoying San. Taoist Zhang, as long as you are willing to protect the Yin Huang Empire, then you are our hero. We will always respect and love you. I'm really crying. If Zhang Fan had come earlier, if Zhang Fan had been born in Yin Huang, how could our Yin Huang Earth be overrun with life? What's detestable is that the Luoying Empire doesn't cherish Zhang Fan at all. They're ungrateful, and they're so envious of their enemies. It's really an animal. In the meantime, Luoying Empire. Royal capital, Prime Minister's residence. Prime Minister Zhou Haotian's face was so gloomy that it was seeping out of the water. He slammed the table and said angrily, Zhang Fan is really lawless. I truly didn't expect that he would actually defect and rebel to the Yin Huang Empire. Ha! Sure enough, Taoist priests are all people with wolf hearts and lungs. In front of him knelt two middle-aged men. One of them was Li Changshan, the president of the Luoying Empire Martial Artist Association. The other is Diu Ming, director of the General Directorate of Town Trickery. The two men lowered their heads, not daring to meet Zhou Haotian's eyes at all. Only after the Prime Minister's anger subsided did Li Changshan slowly open his mouth. You don't have to worry, Prime Minister. Let Zhang Fan go and let him go. Our Luoying Empire is full of strong men, there is no shortage of him at all. It's not like we can't do it without him. Zhou Haotian felt right after hearing this and nodded, but it was still hard to suppress the anger in his heart. Du Yueming also spoke up at this moment. I don't think it's a bad thing for Zhang Fan to leave the Luoying Empire, he's powerful and it is likely to be a threat to you. And you know, Prime Minister, that this stinking Taoist priest has always done what he wants. Not at all bound by imperial authority. Both people's words spoke into Zhou Haotian's heart. A long time ago, Zhou Haotian had sensed the threat Zhang Fan posed to him. Previously, when the Luoying Empire's weirdness was rampant, they needed Zhang Fan to suppress the weirdness for them. But now that creepy has been pretty much suppressed, and there are so many powerful people in the Luoying Empire, Zhang Fan is no longer of much use. He, Zhou Haotian, had already done his best to be kind by not killing the donkey. So, Zhang Fan is a hot potato to whoever wants it. Oh. Don't talk about this traitor. A few days ago, there were spooks running out of Whitehorse Mountain to harm people, causing a very serious incident. Your Martial Artists Association and the Jingui Bureau are responsible for suppressing the other two mountains. I order you to remove all of Zhang Fan's seals immediately. Zhou Haotian now completely distrusted Zhang Fan. As for the seal left behind by Zhang Fan, he couldn't believe a bit of it. It had to be removed altogether and allowed to be sealed by their own powerful men. Upon hearing this, Li Changshan and Du Yueming were both confused. This. Apart from Zhang Fan, we don't seem to have anyone here who is proficient in sealing But the orders of the Lord were not to be disobeyed, and they agreed to do so. Yes. Chapter 18, Here you treat me like family, and the Rohan Empire treats me like a tool. Soon. Zhang Fan was received by the king of the Yin Huang Empire, and his betrayal of the Luoyin Empire was exposed by the media. The media exposed photos of Zhang Fan and the king of the Yin Huang Empire being intimate on the spot. Some additions were made. For a time, it caused public anger in the Luoyin Empire. Zhang Fan, this traitor. He betrayed the Luoyin Empire, how could he? I've known for a long time that Zhang Fan is a traitor who licks whoever gives him favors. He actually did defect to the Yin Huang Empire, what an animal. Get this traitor out of here, we don't need him at all. The toilet stinks so flies like to fly that way, Zhang Fan will definitely regret it. Get lost if you like, who can't our empire turn away from? He should have gotten out a long time ago, what use is Zhang Fan, staying in the Luoyin Empire will only plague us. Netizens are outraged and outraged. Hate to use the dirtiest words on Zhang Fan. Indeed, to betray the empire, such a man deserves death by 1,000 cuts. Most people simply don't have their own opinions and tend to believe whatever others post. Others followed and cursed Zhang Fan together. Some even threatened to burn Lung Fu Shan down with a single fire. The other side. Yin Huang Empire. Pushing open the door of the VIP room, Zhang Fan saw several people in Taoist robes sitting on the sofa. Among them were purple-robed Taoist priests and yellow-robed Taoist priests. Among them were 3 old men and 4 young men who looked to be just out of their 20s. Upon seeing Zhang Fan, several of them all stood up. Is that Zhang Fan? One of the old men in purple robes had a dull gaze, and his lips trembled for a moment as he. A look of disbelief. His eyes actually glistened with tears as he looked at Zhang Fan. O disciple of the deceased. The old man walked to Zhang Fan with great strides, holding Zhang Fan's hand tightly, his body trembling. Zhang Fan froze for a moment. He felt a different kind of kindness from this old purple-robed Taoist priest. Even though he had only met with the other man. Fanner, how is that old guy Woodrock doing now? The old man spoke slowly. At the mention of his master, Taoist Woodrock, Zhang Fan's heart could not help but touch. The old Taoist priest who had raised him and taught him cultivation more than his own parents. Shifu died of a serious illness a few years ago, and I was his apprentice. As she said this, Zhang Fan lowered her head, tears flowing down her face one by one. Taoist Woodrock had never broken through the Skywatch realm in his life, and could not escape old age, sickness, and death. At those words, the purple-robed old Taoist instantly froze in place with a shocked expression. He is the head of Laoshan Mountain, a purple-robed Taoist priest named Zhang Wuxi, who is a close friend of the Woodrock Taoist. The two had formed a very deep friendship when they were young, having been sworn brothers. They've also put their lives on the line for each other and can be considered the best of friends. In the later years of the Wooden Rock Taoist, the two men exchanged letters frequently, even though they were on different sides of the world. Until a few years ago, Zhang Wuxi never received another letter from the Luoyin Empire. He knew something was wrong. Sure enough, today, when I saw Zhang Fan, the only disciple of Taoist Woodrock. Woodrock has really gone west, huh? Hey, life is unpredictable. Zhang Wuxi sighed and couldn't stop the tears from flowing out of his eyes. Though he was prepared for the death of this late friend. But he still barely managed to hold his head above water in the face of this terrible news. Touching Zhang Fan's face, Zhang Wuxi's eyes were filled with compassion. What Taoist Woodrock had told him the most earlier was how powerful his disciple Zhang Fan was. So as soon as he saw Zhang Fan, he had a special feeling of favor. Taoist Woodrock was dead, and Zhang Fan had become his only attachment to Taoist Woodrock. Poor Taoist Zhang Wuxi and your master are old friends. After hearing about Zhang Wuxi's friendship with Taoist Woodrock, a trace of warmth surged in Zhang Fan's heart. Looking at the loving face of this old man, it was as if he saw his master, Taoist Woodrock, standing in front of him again. After briefly introducing himself, Zhang Wuxi introduced several other people to Zhang Fan. The other 2 old men were the heads of the Taoist sects of Wudong Mountain and Sanqing Mountain. The 4 young men were the best of this class of young Taoists. It was also arranged by the king that they could have the opportunity to meet Zhang Fan this time. Ai, Fanner, you have suffered too much in a foreign land all these years. Longhu Mountain is originally one of the Taoist roots of our Yan Huang Empire. You have been plundered and overrun by that band of robbers and have lost the arms of your extended family. But you will always be welcome if you want to come back. We are family and always will be. Hearing these words, Zhang Fan had mixed feelings in his heart. Family? So strange. It had been a long time since anyone had treated him like family. Before, when Master was alive, when brother, sister were still around. Master said we are family. But then, the master fell ill and died, his brother died in a weird mouth, his sister disappeared. He was the only one left in the entire Longfu Mountain. He's all alone, all alone. His only mission is to help the Luoyin Empire get rid of the weirdness and suppress it. He was used as a toolman for suppressing shenanigans by the people of the Luoyin Empire. Zhang Fan has done so much for the people of Luoyin Empire. But the people of the Luoyin Empire never treated him as family. And never grateful to him, heartbroken. He suffered countless injuries and grievances over the years, and can only be found in an empty shrine, the weeping and pouring out to the rows of ancestors. He has no family and no one treats him like family. The Luoyin Empire only used him as a toolman. Just use him. When shenanigans erupt, it takes Zhang Fan to save them from the fire. When Creepy was subdued, and Zhang Fan was useless, he was put on trial, and tried by all. He was hunted down and wanted by the Luoyin Empire as a tenfold sinner. Hearing Zhang Wuxie call him family today, Zhang Fan just couldn't help himself. The emotions suppressed in his heart erupted into drops of tears. Come back, we're one big family. We have the same skin color and are of the same root. Come back and join us in guarding this country that has been victimized by the bazaar. As long as you guard this country will give you supreme respect and courtesy. Zhang Wuxie paused, helped Zhang Fan wipe the corners of his eyes, and continued. Zhang Fan nodded. He exhaled with a sigh of relief, only to feel an overwhelming sense of relief in his body. At this moment, he finally found his roots. He realized how ridiculous he had been for the Roin Empire. Seeing Zhang Fan nod his head, Zhang Wuxie was delighted. As he hugged the young man, who had been through life and death and great ups and downs at such a young age, he gently caressing each other's faces. The two men had a long conversation together on their knees. According to Zhang Wuxie, since the bizarre revival of the Yanhuang Empire, untold numbers of the populace have already died at the hands of Creepy. They, the Taoist priests, could not bear to suffer for the rest of their lives, so they went down to the mountains to fight the shenanigans. Nearly half or so of their Laoshan Taoist masters have died at the hands of the weird. He originally had 16 personal disciples, 12 died in order to fight against the weirdness, and now there were only 4 left. The remaining 4 are young, but ready to die for the empire. But we're relieved that you're here. Chapter 19. I am also the city god of evil spirits, why can't I stay at the city god temple? I'm gonna help you clean up these humans. Luoyin Empire. White Horse Mountain. At night, the moon sets. The 2 monks, Kong Ji and Kong Shen, sat cross-legged in the tent. Outside it was pitch black, not a single light. The kerosene lamps in the tent gave off a faint glow, reflecting the figures of the 2 monks. It was the duo's second night in White Horse Mountain. The 2 men, unlike monks such as Master Green Lantern, were true high priests. On weekdays, the 2 of them are devoutly chanting the Buddha's name, with no distractions, and they never break the precepts of color, wine and meat. It doesn't even kill. At Zen Hermitage, the 2 men were highly respected monks, and in the eyes of some of the younger monks, the 2 of them even surpassed the abbot, Master Green Lantern, in status. It has threatened the position of Master Green Lantern. That's why Master Green Lantern placed the 2 of them at White Horse Mountain to quell the shenanigans. Empty Wisdom and Empty Xian also guessed Green Lantern's intention, but upholding the idea that I will not enter hell. The principle of who goes to hell still comes with determination. At the moment 2 men were sitting in their tents, eyes slightly closed, warping wooden fish, one at a time, with sticks that. Muttering scriptures, he looked very pious. There are no other distractions in the minds of the 2 men except the Mahayana Dharma. In the 2 days since they came to White Horse Mountain, the 2 monks have basically been chanting sutras and reciting Buddha's teachings in addition to eating, drinking, and taking care of themselves. Hoo-hoo! Suddenly, there was a gust of wind from outside. An extremely strong yin qi spread out. The owl screamed and screamed. It set off the dark and eerie surroundings outside in an extremely scary way. Feeling this in chi, the two monks opened their eyes at the same time and frowned slightly. Apparently, it's a big trick Otherwise there couldn't be such a heavy in chi. Empyrean Ji and Empyrean Xian glanced at each other, and there wasn't the slightest bit of fear on the faces of the two of them. Like there was some kind of tacit agreement. Kong Xian stood up, pulled back the curtain of the tent, and walked out. Only to see that it was so dark outside that you couldn't see a single ray of light as the light was swallowed up. Kong Xian lit up the kerosene lamp, which allowed him to see the surrounding area with rare clarity. Come out. Don't hide in front of a poor monk. The poor monk has come to subdue you verminous creeps. As soon as he spoke, he only felt a sharp pain in his neck. Empyrean's pupils contracted violently, and a mouthful of blood was spat out from the corner of his mouth as he twisted his head with difficulty. I saw one as big as a temple, humanoid, full of fangs and creepy, who was black in color, was standing behind him. One of the black creepy hands had locked itself firmly around his neck and the sharp claws pierced into his flesh like blades. His blood continued to flow out of his neck. A hint of panic appeared in Kong Xian's eyes. His mind went blank. He was still a peak Skywatcher expert anyways. But this creepy suddenly appeared behind him, and he didn't even notice it in the slightest. He's just sensed a strong in aura that. But I didn't realize that the other party had already appeared behind him. The evil city god cracked open his bowl-sized mouth, revealing a row of elite, sharp teeth that. Two green eyes rolled around, flashing with the excitement of killing. At this moment, Kong Xian was firmly locked by the evil spirit city god from behind, unable to move at all. Blood continued to flow down his bald head. He tried to make a noise to alert Airwise inside the tent. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make the slightest sound, and it was difficult for him to even move. Stinking monk, you've got some guts. Didn't take this king seriously, you bald asses really aren't afraid of death. Still dare to come to White Horse Mountain? The evil spirit city god stuck out his own long tongue and licked at Kong Xian's head. A face of intoxication. And at that moment, Kong Xian seemed to have seen through life and death. He closed his eyes and surprisingly started chanting the sutras again. It was as if he believed that Buddha would come to his rescue at this time. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Suddenly, the evil spirit city god opened his basin-sized mouth and swallowed Monk Kong Xian's head in one gulp. Biting off from the neck, he swallowed a bloody human head in his stomach. Jia jia. It's so delicious. The taste of a monk of your cultivation is just fine. With a brain full of Mahayana Buddhism, it must be delicious to eat. Immediately after that, the evil spirit city god winded up to settle the remaining body of Empyrean. At the moment, in the tent, Airwise slowly opened his eyes. He heard a commotion outside, the commotion of something being torn apart by the. Then there was the sound of swallowing. This was followed by the sound of clothing fabric being torn and ripped. The smell of blood hit him, coming closer and closer. Empty Wisdom was shocked and knew that it must be his senior brother who had been killed. He was just about to stand up when, suddenly, a dark shadow entered the open top from outside. This black shadow spreads across the ground, comes to the side of Airwise, and climbs on top of him and it changed into a large black hand. These large hands wrapped around his arms and legs, covered his mouth, and it made him unable to make any sound. At the moment, Empty Wisdom couldn't move. Suddenly, the tent was ripped apart by an extremely strong force. With a pair of greedy gazes, the evil city god surveyed the disc sitting on the ground, the monk who was firmly controlled by several large black hands. Another peak Skywatcher stage powerhouse. Why are you so weak? Why is it that you have the aura of the heaven expecting stage but not the strength of the heaven expecting stage? Now it will have to be my food. Previously, the evil spirit city god was beaten by Zhang Fan and almost lost his soul, and was finally sealed to White Horse Mountain. At that time, the evil city god was extremely afraid of humans, thinking that each of the strongest human beings is powerful. Once he saw these two monks today, he felt very ridiculous. Humans are not scary or powerful. Scary and powerful has never been Zhang Fan alone. Now that Zhang Fan is gone, how can a few stinking bald monks still want to suppress themselves? It's just some food with a high level of cultivation. Without much hesitation, the evil city god licked his lips and it didn't take long to devour the empty wise monk. Not even the bones were willing to be spared and eaten dry. Now that he had just escaped from the seal, he now needed to hurry up and recover his peak cultivation. To restore your cultivation, you need to eat more people, more of these powerful martial artists. Apparently, it's definitely not enough to just eat these two monks. The evil city god has his eye on the crowds. Moonlight City. Downtown. On this inch of land, there is a huge city temple. Xingwang guards the city's divine heroes, so the Xingwang temple was built in the center of the city. There is a constant flow of incense every day. And in 2 days, there's going to be a city hall meeting. The city hall neighborhood will be overcrowded by then. People from all over the country will come to this temple fair. By the way, I'd like to make a sacrifice to this god of the city. It was late at night at the moment. The evil spirit city god left from White Horse Mountain, and in a short time he came to this legendary city god temple. To his surprise, there wasn't really any god or Buddha in there at all. They're all clay figures. Where are the fairies? In this weirdly resurgent world, there are gods and goddesses who have become weird too. It's amazing how many people come to worship this clay figure. I, the evil spirit city god, am also the city god. There are no fairies here, so why don't you let me, the creepy one, stay? Just in time for the day after tomorrow, to give these humans a good cleaning. Chapter 20. The Green Lantern Master regretted this weirdness. I am afraid that I cannot do without Zheng Fan. Second morning. The young monk of the Zen hidden temple hurriedly pushed open the door of Master Green Lantern's meditation room with a flustered face. Master is not well, Master. Master Green Lantern, who was meditating cross-legged on the ground, slowly opened his eyes and said in an impatient tone. What's the matter? What's the point of panicking? It's early in the morning. What can it be? You're a monk, why are you still so hairy? Master Kong Ji. Master Kong Xian, both of them. Both of them are dead. The young monk gasped for air, tears glistening in his eyes. Masters Empty Wisdom and Empty Xian are highly respected in the Zen hermitage and are true monks of high standing. On weekdays, he was good to them, the little monks. That's big bad news. At those words, Master Green Lantern sat up directly from the ground, his eyes filled with shock. What? Dead? So fast? Master Green Lantern's breath stuttered, and his face was filled with incredulity. As much as he wished for the death of the two senior brothers, he hoped that both of them would be buried in the mouth of Creepy sooner rather than later. But I didn't think it would be this fast. It's only just been 2 days. Two peak Skywatcher powerhouses died again on White Horse Mountain. Master Green Lantern's throat moved as he hurriedly asked. How do you know about this? Did you tell anyone else? The young monk shook his head. When he went to bring food to the two masters this morning, he saw that their quarters were covered in blood. There was no sign of the duo on the mountain, the ground was full of rotting flesh and pieces of torn monks' robes were everywhere. It was obvious that two people were being eaten up by shenanigans. Hiss. Master Green Lantern sucked in a breath of cool air. He was overwhelmed with shock. What kind of shenanigans could slaughter two peak Skywatcher powerhouses as if they were pigs and dogs? Empty Wisdom and Empty Xian were the strongest in the Zen hermitage except for him, anyhow. Less than 2 days on that White Horse Mountain and its bizarre food. Master Green Lantern knew that this was in no way the work of the Red Creepy he had seriously injured the other night. Because that Red Creepy was wounded, its strength was greatly reduced, and it won't come out for a short time, She was also no match for the two peak Skywatcher powerhouses. You go first, this thing you remember, never say no. Master Green Lantern supported the young monk, who sighed with a bewildered look on his face, and recrossed his legs and sat down on the floor. He couldn't figure out what was going on even if he thought his head through it. Wasn't the weirdness of White Horse Mountain sealed by his golden Buddha? Why do spooks still come one after another, starting with the red spooks that have cost dozens of lives? Then there was this mysterious big trick that had eaten both Kung Chi and Kung Xian in one go. Where did they come from? Master Green Lantern stroked his bald donkey head, his brow furrowed in his heart. Damn it, this didn't happen before when Zhang Fan was around. Suddenly, a thought surfaced in his mind. Could it be that it was because he had dismantled Zhang Fan's seal that Gui Wei had been released? Thinking about it, that's the only possibility. But there was no use regretting now. Could it be that Zhang Fan would come back and reseal it? Obviously unlikely. Master Green Lantern was flustered, completely flustered. How was he to know that Creepy was even this good? The monks of Zen Hidden Temple are dying one after another. Whose turn is it next? Master Green Lantern glanced at the bronze mirror beside him, only to see his own compassionate and kind eyes in the mirror. Taoist appearance, like a monk of the world. Fatian is dead, and so are Kong Ji and Kong Shen, so it can only be his turn to go next. Amitabha Buddha, the Buddha is merciful. But Master Green Lantern's heart was as clear as a mirror. The weirdness that came out this time had most likely reached the heaven transformation stage. Even if it was the first level of heavenly transformation, he was no match. He also didn't want to guard that broken mountain, blowing in the wind and sun, rather than hiding in the monastery chanting sutras and reciting Buddha's name. He had amassed enough money in his life, but he didn't want to be gone before he spent it. Ugh! If only Zhang Fan were here. That damned stinking Taoist priest. I guess I can't do without him. Why is he so pretentious? Creepy said no town. Master Green Lantern had a lot of regret in his heart at the moment. If he had known that the White Horse Mountain was in such a state, he would not have been willing to leave the mountain, even if he had been killed. Just hide out in the monastery and enjoy your life. At the same time, he was scolding Zhang Fan hard in his heart for leaving him such a mess. Suddenly, there were footsteps outside the door. Master Green Lantern panicked in his heart and turned his head to look, only to see that it was a middle-aged man in a Chinese mountain suit. It wasn't anyone else, it was none other than the Moonlight City Lord, Lin Sanfeng. City Lord, why didn't you inform me of your arrival? Master Green Lantern sat up violently, his eyes constantly dodging as he looked at Lin Sanfeng. Lin Sanfeng's expression was grave as he crossed the threshold and walked in, speaking slowly only after a long time. Master Green Lantern, what's with the powerful men you sent? Why are you dead again? Are you guys trying to put this hood on my head? Lin Sanfeng's words carried a hint of anger. He arranged for special people to monitor the monks' every move on White Horse Mountain, in order to prevent these cunning monks from getting petty with him. No monks were seen by his men this morning. When they went up the mountain to look for them, they found that the 2 monks had been killed. 2 Peak Skywatcher powerhouses had unexpectedly died again. Lin Sanfeng held his forehead, sighed, and slowly said, "If this goes on, how am I going to explain to the Prime Minister if there are incidents of bizarre injuries? I don't care if those pariahs live or die, but the Chancellor does, Maestro. Hurry up and continue to send more powerful people." Master Green Lantern was a bit tearful. Do we have to do this? All the powerful monks of Zen Hidden Temple died in that creepy mouth. It was his turn to go next, but he didn't want to. Although he was now at the 2nd level of the heavenly transformation stage, if he really ran into the bazaar, he too can only be reduced to food. After all, his realm was a batch of water, and at most, he could only suppress the weirdness of the Skywatch stage. Master Green Lantern himself was afraid of death, and he too wanted to hide in the Zen Hidden Temple for the rest of his life. With no other choice, Master Green Lantern pondered for a while and still confessed to Lin Sanfeng. "Oh City Lord, I'll give you a hand today. This is bizarre, I'm afraid our Zen Hidden Temple can't handle it. We've also lost so many people here, and the poor monk is also an old bone. It's just too much of a toss-up. If only Zhang Fan was there, surely not so many things could have happened." Master Green Lantern was filled with regret. How did he take over such a mess? I thought it was to expand my business for Zen Hermitage and suppress a few lonely souls. But who would have thought of almost getting yourself killed? At those words, a few moments of anger suddenly appeared on Lin Sanfeng's face. He slammed the table and grimaced. Is the stinking monk giving himself a hard time? Master, don't you still own the Zen Hidden Temple? Chapter 21 Lin Sanfeng's threat, Master Qingding's handle, Zhou Chang returns to China. If no one's going, then won't you just go? I've spent so much money to find you monks, and you say you won't go. How will you let me explain to the Prime Minister? How do you expect me to find other strong people in such a short period of time? Lin Sanfeng was so angry that his chest was stuffy. He knew that these monks were unreliable. Not even a hair on Zhang Fan's head. And now he's mouthing off that it would have been better if Zhang Fan was there. What's the point of having you guys then? Grandmaster Green Lantern began to complain continuously, but Lin Sanfeng simply didn't listen. He pulled out a dozen photos from his own briefcase and flung them at Master Green Lantern, angrily. Dead monk, did you think I didn't have something on you? Look at all the things you've done to deserve the clothes you're wearing. Can you stand up to the Buddha in your heart? Pride and extravagance, you've committed greed, anger, doubt, and color all over again. Master Green Lantern casually picked up the 2 photos. He took a closer look and instantly panicked. It's not his handle, it's his life. If these photos were to be exposed, he would not be able to be the abbot. And Zen hidden temple has to be checked out. Not only did he have to lose his reputation, he had to go to a martial arts prison and be locked up until he died. Lin Sanfone was a very tactful man, and before asking these monks to come out of the mountain, he then caught these monks in the act. If you die, I'll let this go. But you're still alive, Master, and this White Horse Mountain shenanigans will still be a problem for you. Master Green Lantern nodded blankly, his gaze dull and tense. If you don't agree now, you can't do it, you'll be caught by others. You know, sometimes the heart can be a lot scarier than the creepy. Fine. I'll go, if I don't go to hell, who'll go to hell? Please don't worry, City Lord, I won't let you down next. Master Green Lantern had no choice but to agree. Hearing this, Lin Sanfone laughed a few times, feeling very satisfied. This monk is quite obedient. At the moment, he was calculating in his mind how to find the other powerhouses. It was clear to him that none of these monks were reliable. A bunch of dead vultures who only know how to chant sutras in Buddha's name are of no use at all in critical times. The weirdness at White Horse Mountain is making such a big fuss, this old monk probably won't be long. It's also going to be eaten by creepy. White Horse Mountain is within the territory of Moonlight City, and the Prime Minister has given him management. If something goes wrong again, he can't afford to be blamed by the Prime Minister. So it's imperative that the weirdness of White Horse Mountain must be suppressed, as well as trying to hide it from the Prime Minister, so that he can't be blamed. This weirdness, what's going on? Once Zhang Fan left, they all became rampant. Lin Sanfone sighed helplessly. When Zhang Fan was around before, he had never had such a headache. Can't it be that we really can't do it without Zhang Fan? Rohin Empire International Airport. AM. A Boeing slowly slid down from the sky. The royal relatives and dignitaries at the bottom had been waiting for a long time. They'd made every preparation to meet this big shot. Among them were Zhou Haotian, the Prime Minister of the Luoying Empire, an imperial princess, and a Minister of State of the Empire. All the dignified and powerful people of the Luoying Empire were there. Behind them stood a line of reporters carrying cameras. Was anxiously awaiting the appearance of the great man. The hatch opened and a man in a white suit. The young man, who looked to be in his mid-20s, descended the gangway and waved to greet the person who had met him at the bottom. His name was Zhou Qing, the younger brother of Prime Minister Zhou Haotian. From a young age, he was a supremely gifted genius. He reached the foundation stage at the age of 5, and the Hotian stage at the age of 12. At the age of 20, he had already broken through the heavenly transformation stage. It was the most talented and youngest heaven transformation stage powerhouse in the empire besides Zhang Fan. After Zhou Qing reached the heaven transformation stage, he went to the Lighthouse Empire to further his studies. After 4 or 5 years of unremitting efforts, he had already reached the peak of harmonized heaven. Today is the day of his return. The empire gave him the highest possible welcome. Brother Zhou Haotian even brought dignitaries to personally meet the plane. He was able to get that treatment, for one thing, because of his family background. The second is his terrifying strength, even in the Luoying Empire. It is also a unique and terrifying existence. Greenie, you're back. Brother has missed you. Zhou Haotian went up and hugged Zhou Qing, saying with incomparable excitement. Ha ha. I didn't realize you were already a peak harmonization heaven powerhouse. Truly the pride of my Zhou family. Each and every one of these old guys in the empire can't compare to you. Prime Minister Zhou Haotian was very excited. Zhou Qing's return was his arrangement, now that the Luoying Empire was in turmoil. All of these powerful people were getting more and more licentious, not taking him, the Prime Minister, into consideration. Some people had already posed a threat to Zhou Haotian. That's why he had his brother come back and put him down for the big game. Zheng Fan had left the Luoying Empire, and his brother Zhou Qing was now the strongest person in the Luoying Empire. At such a young age, he had reached the peak of heavenly transformation. The future is immeasurable. On the other hand, with Zhang Fan's departure, it would definitely be more difficult for them to suppress the weirdness. Now that his younger brother Zhou Qing had returned, he no longer had to rely on that dead Taoist priest. With this kind of strong person around, which weirdness would dare to run rampant? I'm back home. Zhou Cheng nodded and smiled. In the meantime, this pickup was broadcast live by authoritative media. The news of Zhou Qing's return to China also hit the #1 spot on social media's hot search. Especially when the people learned that Zhou Qing's strength had reached the peak of harmonized heaven. They were all thrilled when they could be considered the strongest in the empire. In the future, with such a strong man, the empire would be at peace. I'll go. Zhou Qing is back, the Prime Minister's younger brother. He's actually back in the country. He has actually reached the peak of harmonized heaven, looking at the Luoyin Empire. He's just the strongest at the moment. Zhou Qing is the Prime Minister's younger brother. I'm absolutely relieved that he's absolutely dependable. With Zhou Qing around, what weirdness are we afraid of? Which creepy comes not to die? Zhou Qing is much more powerful than Zhang Fan. Now we finally have a replacement for Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan is a joke, still thinks we can't do without him, with Zhou Qing around. Who still uses him as a punk trader. Zhou Qing had stepped into the peak of Huan Tian at such a young age, and this glorious return to the country had attracted a lot of attention. Enjoy the supreme glory. For a time, Zhou Qing was seen as the hope of the empire by countless people. It's the young hero who can suppress the weirdness that can be completely annihilated. But he clearly didn't do anything. When Zhou Qing got off the plane, a large group of reporters surrounded him. There were microphones pressed against his mouth for interviews. Mr. Zhou Qing, do you have any specific plans to come back this time? Does your return have anything to do with Zhang Fan? May I ask Mr. Zhou Qing, do you have any intention of stepping in to suppress the weirdness for the empire? Can you whether you can replace Zhang Fan and seal the shenanigans so that the Luoyin Empire will never be victimized by shenanigans? Chapter 22 Young Heroes, the Empire hopes, Zhou Qing can help us completely eliminate the weirdness. In the face of the reporter's questions, Zhou Qing seemed to have memorized his script. The answer was fluent. Everyone, don't worry, currently I'm already a peak Huan Tian powerhouse. And having learned 100 martial arts, his strength will definitely not be lower than Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan is a pure and simple traitor. He's a human traitor who betrayed our Luoyin Empire. Turned his head and defected to the Yan Huang Empire. With me, Zhou Qing, we don't need this traitor anymore, and as a member of the Luoyin Empire. Willing to give my all for the Rohypnol Empire, I'll do better than him. This impassioned speech instantly caused a stir in the room. The people surrounded Zhou Qing with thunderous applause. The corners of Zhou Qing's mouth rose slightly, his face unable to hide his complacency and joy. These words were of course taught to him by his older brother Zhou Haotian. How do you pull people in if you don't say that? Right now there were many people within the Luoyin Empire who were quite critical of the Zhou family's rule. Now that he had asked Zhou Qing to come back, it was naturally to shut these people up. At the moment, on the air. Hearing these words from Zhou Qing, the countless netizen populace all boiled over. What they want is someone like Zhou Qing. The bizarre and harmful incident a few days ago was a big deal, and now once Zhou Qing is back. What's there to be afraid of then? I'll go, I believe Zhou Qing, he's a peak harmonization heaven powerhouse. Against a few shenanigans this is not simple. With someone like Zhou Qing around, I'll see which creepy still dares to come out. I'm really in tears, a peak harmonization heaven powerhouse, just ask which one is his opponent. With Zhou Qing around, we don't need that dead Taoist priest. Zhang Fan is just a pure joke, a traitor, in fact, it's the same with or without him. Let Zhang Fan regret it, who will reuse him after leaving the Luoyin Empire. The pop-ups on the live feed went wild. People were expressing their high esteem for the young hero who had returned to his country. In the opinion of the people, as soon as Zhou Qing returned, he would definitely do better than Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan merely sealed and suppressed the creepy, while Zhou Qing could completely annihilate the creepy. To bring permanent peace to the Luoyin Empire. Ahem. Thank you all for supporting me, Zhou Qing. In a few days, I will personally go to Green Ox Mountain to get rid of the shenanigans. And expose Zhang Fan's trick. It will be live streamed in its entirety, and I hope that everyone will come out to watch. Zhou Qing saw such a good response from the people, so he continued. Qingnyo Mountain was one of the 3 mountains sealed with weirdness, in which countless evil demons and great weirdness were sealed. Previously, when an innate creepy ran out of Green Ox Mountain, it ate hundreds of people. There was a Jingui Pagoda in Qingnyo Mountain, which was built and set up by Zhang Fan himself. Inside are imprisoned great tricksters of the heaven watching stage, or even the heaven transforming stage, who wail and punch the seals day in and day out, attempting to regain his freedom. Before that, it was Zhang Fan who was holding down the fort. Green Ox Hill is now guarded in turn by the Town Guile Bureau. Qingnyo Mountain, it's because of Zhang Fan's blunder. It caused so many people to die at Qingnyo Mountain. Right. This time when we go to Green Ox Mountain, we must remove the Zhang Fan seal. It's time to dismantle Zhang Fan's deception, the truth will come out then. He's a human traitor, what else is there to say? Supporting the removal of Zhang Fan's seal, I think Zhou Qing has yet to seal it, right? Mt Qingnyo in Hunan. It's a high mountain consisting of mountains that meander and stretch for more than a dozen kilometers. The highest part of Mount Qingnyo is only a few hundred meters. The seasons are spring-like, and the hills and mountains are covered with vast forests. Most of the year it is lush and green. The forest is heavily wooded and planted with large pines and cypresses. From a distance, you can just see the rolling hills and the greenness of this. It looks like a green cow lying on the ground to graze, hence the name Green Cow Mountain. Before the bazaar outbreak, it was a famous tourist destination within 100 kilometers. Every year, countless people come by to clock in. But after the bazaar outbreak, Zhang Fan used heaven and earth as a boundary here to set up the Jingui Tower. Seals a myriad of shenanigans. This place has been a creepy mountain ever since. But there are still some who don't believe that the weirdness has been suppressed. They trespassed in droves into this forbidden area and ended up in a tragedy. This is a steep peak in the Bull's Head part of the Green Ox Mountain. The Jingui Pagoda set up by Zhang Fan stood here. It was a stone tower, and every single masonry in the tower had been refined by Zhang Fan himself. There are secret Taoist techniques inside that conceal the weirdness for a long time. Even the peak of harmonized heaven's weirdness couldn't break through this stone tower. There was also a special boundary seal inside this stone tower that was able to suppress these evil and bizarre powers. The Jingui Pagoda was red in color and emitted an extremely strong yin qi. There are 9 floors from top to bottom, and they're nearly 100 meters high. It looks very majestic from a distance. At this moment on the 8th floor of the Guiletown Tower, the Ghost King of Kidu slowly opened his eyes. He's a creepy at the peak of harmonized heaven, a veritable ghost king. Its strength was terrifying to the extreme. He relies on devouring living creatures or bizarrely increasing his power, and is extremely brutal by nature. Whereas normal creeps are only cannibalistic, he eats even his own kind of creeps. Since its inception, by virtue of the inappropriate sacrificial eating of people, the heart eaten into to the peak of the harmonized heaven. When the bizarre revival occurred, he alone massacred a city, resulting in the deaths of more than 100,000 people. It looked like he was about to break through to the realm above the heavenly transformation. But the Ghost King of Kidu met his first opponent in his life, a 15 or 16-year-old doll. Zhang Fan. But what he never expected was this. The other party's cultivation level was surprisingly higher than his, and even though he had sacrificed tens of thousands of bizarre it was still no match for Zhang Fan. In the end, the Ghost King of Jidu was sealed by Zhang Fan in the Jingui Tower. He lost his freedom forever, and every day he had to endure the agony of begging for life and death. This Jingui Tower is bounded by the sun and the moon, and every day, as long as there is sunlight, they then have to suffer from the scorching heat as if they were deep in purgatory. The Ghost King of Kidu dreamed of breaking the seal and escaping. A few days ago, he tried his best to break the seal, but not only did he fail to break the seal, he himself was directly knocked unconscious by the backlash. Now that he had awakened again, the Ghost King of Kidu was still not willing. At this moment, he was in a chaotic space, his feet stepping on the void, and the earth and sky were black chaos. And he was surrounded by 4 solid golden barriers. The Ghost King of Kidu once again put forth his full strength to charge the seal, even though he knew there was little hope. But give it a shot anyway. He didn't want to be locked up in this dark place and tortured in purgatory day after day anymore. Even if there was the slightest chance, the slightest hope, he had to put his best foot forward. Boom! Only to see that several crack marks had actually appeared on that golden barrier at this moment. The Ghost King of Kidu was dumbfounded. Chapter 23 The City God's Temple. So many people have come, so let's start the killing spree. What? What's going on? The Kidu Ghost King's eyes were wide open, his face filled with incredulity. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect this golden barrier to crack. Over the years, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake it in the slightest. What's going on today? Could it be that Zhang Fan hadn't come to reinforce the seal recently? The corner of the Kidu Ghost King's mouth split open with a large crack, and his green eyes rolled up. He used his divine sense to perceive a radius of nearly 100 kilometers and found no trace of Zhang Fan. Is Zhang Fan gone? The Ghost King of Kidu had an excited look on his face, and he already had an answer in his heart. However, he wasn't sure if it was Zhang Fan's plot. After all, Taoist priests were the most cunning. But one thing is certain. The seal won't hold him for much longer. If Zhang Fan doesn't come to reinforce it, it won't take long. He would be able to break the seal and regain his freedom. Jia. Royal capital. The Prime Minister's residence. Zhou Qing's body was soaking in the bathtub, his entire body was trembling and shivering, and he was foaming at the mouth. The violent trembling made the bathtub keep shaking with it. At the moment, his body was emitting a gust of black gas. A tearing pain in the head. His hands kept groping the floor around the tub, his eyes reddening. Where are the drugs? Finally, his hand touched a small red bottle, unscrewed it and swallowed the blue pill inside in one gulp. Gradually, his body calmed down, the blood color in his eyes quickly faded, the black aura on his body also disappeared. He was lying in the tub like a dead dog, his head on the edge of the tub, It just felt incredibly relaxing. Mud. That's a bit of a price to pay. How long does this have to be tossed around before you leave me alone? His own strength was only at the 5th level of the harmonized heaven, which was the limit of his. Unable to break through to a higher realm. But he was far from satisfied. After contracting with that thing, his realm reached the peak of transformation heaven in a short period of time. Although the realm of the peak of heavenly transformation is a bit of a castle in the air. Though he had to be revolted by this thing every day, being tortured inhumanly. But his strength now was to be so much stronger than before. Oh. Is my power good? An old hoarse voice rang in Zhou Qing's ears. Zhou Qing raised his head, only to see the face of a windswept old man appearing on the ceiling. Grinning at him. The old man's dark face, with its 2 pairs of empty eyes like 2 black holes, It made Zhou Qing's heart palpitate. This power is not yours after all. There's no need for you to fool yourself anymore. And the fact that sooner or later we're going to be kindred spirits. The voice was like a knife, cutting into Zhou Qing's scalp one by one. The sharp pain that tore through him caused his entire body to tremble once again. At this point, outside, Zhou Haotian heard the commotion in the bathroom, and he felt bad. Pushing the bathroom door open, he was shocked by the scene before him. Only Zhou Qing was seen lying on the ground, dripping wet, and his entire body was trembling. Zhou Haotian hurriedly helped Zhou Qing up, shaking the other party's body violently. Qingdi, what's wrong with you? You! Don't you scare me! In a daze, Zhou Qing opened his eyes, and when he saw that it was his brother Zhou Haotian, he let out a long breath of relief and his whole body collapsed into his brother's arms. I'm fine. Day 2. Xingwang Hui. This was the Grand Temple Fair that was held every year in Moonlight City, the second largest city in the empire. It could be said to be the biggest temple fair in the first half of the Luoyin Empire. People from all over the country gather here to get a glimpse of the place. Also worship the city god and pray for peace. This city god, a heroic deity who guards the tranquility and peace of the city. And the city god temple is to honor this city god. Early in the morning. 12 kilometers near the city temple have been jammed with traffic. People coming from all over the country to admire the city god enter the temple and take pictures with their cameras to mark the occasion. Group photo. Around the city god temple, various stalls and vendors have been packed to the brim. The roads were crowded with people. The sound of gongs and drums was incessant, and there was a cacophony of shouting and selling everywhere. In this quiet and peaceful atmosphere, no one would think of danger. Prime Minister Zhou Haotian and his younger brother Zhou Qing were walking among the endless stream of people. In order not to be recognized by the populace, both men had changed into casual clothes and wore a hat that cover your head tightly. Qingdi, you've been abroad for so many years, it's not easy for you to come back once. This is the first time you've been to the city god's temple fair, I think? Zhou Qing nodded. He covered his chest and coughed twice. At this point he was pale and in a bit of a trance. After last night's incident, his whole body was now muddled. The pale, horrible face kept coming back to his mind. Aha! Zhou Haotian didn't notice his abnormality, but continued to speak to himself. You are the strongest in our empire. In the future, I, as an elder brother, will have to rely on you, my younger brother. Brother's seat is secure with you in it. Suddenly, when Zhou Haotian twisted his head to look, only to see Zhou Qing standing in the same place, he lowered his head, his on the body laboriously busy panicking to find something. There was still some white foam visible in his mouth. Medicine. Medicine. Zhou Qing fumbled for a medicine bottle from his body and poured out a few pills to swallow in his mouth. Hands, however, were still trembling. Zhou Haotian was dumbfounded. What's going on here? The other side. The main hall of the city temple was already packed. A group of men and women knelt on the ground and bowed their heads in reverent prayer. In his heart, he silently spoke his plea, begging the city god to bless the fulfillment. What no one noticed was, behind this statue of the city god, a black-colored, fong-filled creepy with black hair all over is grinning. The evil spirit city god licked his own lips, no longer able to describe the mood in words. He truly did not expect so many people to come today. And they were all unarmed humans. He couldn't sense any martial artist's aura. He was also clear that human martial artists were a bunch of weaklings. If a strong person at the heaven transformation stage wasn't mobilized, he couldn't be helped much. But looking at the entire Luoying Empire, how many heaven transformation stage experts were there, and how many people could they save? If that's the case, then it's time to go on a killing spree. These humans are ridiculous. Did the gods save them? It was obviously Zhang Fan who saved them, but they were not grateful. Instead, they come here to kowtow to the godly clay figures. What's the use of just kowtowing and worshipping? You have to sacrifice your life to make it work. Suddenly, only a black shadow was seen violently falling from a high altitude. The people who were kneeling and kowtowing were startled and their faces showed shock and fear. Monster, monster. Chapter 24 Wanton Slaughter. Evil spirit city god goes on a killing spree. How is it that this place is spooky? Monster. Only to see that it was a black-colored, fong-filled, upright humanoid creep. It was covered with black hair and emitted an extremely strong yin aura. One by one, all of the people kowtowing and kneeling at the bottom were stunned. They froze in place, not daring to move for a moment. Boom! At this moment, the door to the main hall slammed shut. A creepy smile cracked at the corners of the evil spirit city god's mouth, and without hesitation, he opened his bloody mouth and a close bite took the upper half of a middle-aged woman's body. Blood instantly crumbled everywhere, splattering those around them. Ah! With piercing screams, fear and shock swept over everyone. They held back their weakened bodies and began to flee in the direction of the door. But no matter how desperately they tugged and knocked on the door, they couldn't open it. A few elderly people thought that the city god had appeared and hurriedly kowtowed and bowed down, saying non-stop, "City god immortal, you have finally manifested yourself. City god immortal, I've been worshipping you for more than 10 years, and I come to worship you every year at the city god's meeting. Seeing that I am so pious, you will spare me." At those words, the evil spirit city god let out an excited laugh. A stern light suddenly appeared in his eyes, and his sharp claws sliced out and the bodies of several people kneeling and kowtowing in front of him were directly cut off at the waist. For a while, blood flowed everywhere, intestines, red and green organs intermingled with the foul odor of this. It was diffused everywhere. The rest of them were still desperately banging on the door and dragging it for help, but it still didn't do much good. The evil city god was not in a hurry to eat, he wanted to slaughter them all first. At the moment, outside, those who wanted to go in and kneel to the city god found the gate locked. They gathered outside, their faces filled with confusion. Just then, a middle-aged man with a horrified face ran into the middle of the crowd, rolling and crawling loudly. "Creepy. It's spooky in there. Everyone run." This statement drew laughter from those present. People are looking at each other as if they were cuties. They looked at the men. Creepy? Are you kidding me? How many years ago was that thing? Besides, aren't all the shenanigans sealed? How could it be here? No dude, are you kidding me? Don't talk nonsense. Where did this psycho run out from? Right, didn't take your meds today. No, what the hell, why doesn't the door ever open? Suddenly, someone saw that from underneath the doorway there was a constant seepage of blood to the outside. Soon the blood oozing from under the doorway reached the feet of the crowd. No one dares to laugh at this time. The crowd's expressions froze one by one. It was also at that moment that the door was opened by a strong force. Only to see a black creepy standing with a huge body appear in front of them. Behind the black creep, there were dozens of corpses lying around that had been torn apart beyond recognition. An extremely strong fishy odor came over the room. Just now, the evil spirit city god killed dozens of people in one breath, and he's already almost full of food. But not enough fun. Sometimes killing doesn't have to be about eating and having fun. Ah! The crowd was dumbfounded. There was a lifeless flight in all directions. No one just believed the men's words, and now it's too late for people to even regret it. Panic, flight, stampede. There can be thousands of people inside this city god temple, and those outside who came to this city god meeting. But there are more than 100,000 people. Run! It's crowded and jammed. Where to run? The evil spirit city god had waited for so long, so how could he easily stop? His body steeply grew 4 or 5 times larger, becoming as big as a temple. The huge body couldn't stop shivering and trembling at the moment. Excited, the evil city god is too excited. Ho ho ho! The evil city god hissed violently. Faced with these unarmed humans, he began to go on a killing spree. These weak mole crickets were food no different from pigs and dogs in front of him. Several heads fell to the ground between the swings of the sharp claws. That mouth as big as an abyss could swallow a living person in one bite. Killing. Endless wanton killing. Before long, hundreds of corpses were lying around him. Each of these bodies was mutilated, some with their upper bodies bitten off, some with their heads bitten off, another's abdomen was hollowed right out. These defenseless humans fall into the purgatory of slaughter. And it was as if the evil city god had come to heaven. Where's the official? The official, hurry up and do something. Where are the officials? Where's the Martial Arts Association? Where's the Town Guile Bureau? Those who had survived and on whom death had not yet come cried out. Many people, this is the first time they've encountered shenanigans in reality. Before that, they hadn't even seen what creepy looked like. As for the weirdly infested past, it also seems to be gradually forgotten. Because Zhang Fan had protected them just too well. The evil city god had poked around before he struck. This time the city council was hardly guarded by any strong men. Even if there were strong people out there, as long as they weren't at the heaven transformation stage, they wouldn't be his opponent. At the moment, outside. Just sent my brother Zhou Qing back to rest. Zhou Haotian then learned about what happened inside the city temple. His face was filled with shock, and his pupils suddenly contracted. What did you say? Is this true? Creepy. Zhou Haotian never dreamed that weirdness would appear in this place. It's a city hall meeting. There are over 100,000 people here. What is he going to tell the public if there are major casualties? Immediately call Li Changshan, Du Yueming, and the rest of these heaven transformation stage powerhouses over. Mobilize the men from the nearest place and get them over here to get rid of the shenanigans. Zhou Haotian ordered in a stern voice. In the meantime, the other side. While the evil spirit city god was in the middle of killing, his feet stepping on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. 4 or 5 figures slammed down from the air. All looked no more than 20 or 30 years old, with young faces. The evil spirit city god twisted his head and swept his eyes, realizing that these were all humans at the heaven watching stage. The strongest of them were only at the 8th level of Skywatcher, and some of them had just broken through the Skywatcher stage. Oh! Came so fast. The evil spirit city god did not expect the humans to come so quickly. However, he didn't have the slightest scruple when he saw that the cultivation level of these people was not high. He wasn't afraid at all if he didn't send out a human at the heaven transformation stage. At this moment, a trace of panic appeared on the faces of these few heaven-seeking stage powerhouses. Moonlight City's high-level martial artists were basically gathered at the Town Guile Bureau and the Martial Artists Association. And these two places are hundreds of kilometers from this city hall. The evil city god had struck and slaughtered hundreds of people so far, but not much time had passed. That's why the people from the Town Guile Bureau and the Martial Artist Association were just notified and are still rushing this way. And a few of them were nothing more than people from other cities' Martial Artist Association chapters, taking advantage of the vacation to come over for a trip. When they saw a bizarre appearance, they rushed out at the first opportunity without any hesitation. Chief! This seems to be a peak Skywatcher creepy. Can we handle it? An early-stage Skywatcher with a double ponytail all-girls took a few steps back, their faces filled with horror. She regretted making a spectacle of herself. Chapter 25 A Mountain of Blood, What to Tell the Populace. This is the peak of Skywatcher's weirdness. She regretted it. She would have just chosen to just run. If she could. Instead of encouraging a few people to come together to see justice done. Little butterfly. You still say it. I've told you to mind your own business, we're both on vacation. It's none of our business. A man with dyed yellow hair beside the girl said. Although they were members of the Martial Artist Association chapter, several of them were now on vacation right now. There's no obligation to make a move at all. If the girl hadn't just suggested that she couldn't be seen to be dead, several people would have left. Seeing the mountains of corpses on the ground and looking at the blood that flowed to his feet, this girl named Xiao Dai was completely flustered. A pretty face was filled with panic and shivering. Damn it! The only real combat they had in the Martial Artist Association was competing against other martial artists. Never crossed paths with creepy. Because Zhang Fan almost got rid of the weirdness, resulting in these young masters and princesses not even having seen spooky in reality. The cultivation level was rising, but there was no real combat experience. This heaven-seeking stage realm of hers was also all nourished up by various pills, making it difficult for her to deal with even a single innate stage creepy. Not to mention a great guile at the peak of Skywatch. Alas, there's no use talking about it now. 4 or 5 of us, together. Is it hard to not be able to deal with a peak Skywatcher creepy? The middle-aged man who was called the chief said in a deep voice at this moment. He had put to death some Hotian, innate stage shenanigans earlier in his life, and was more experienced with this. Watching these guys yakking away just doesn't do anything. The evil city god felt annoyed. You guys sound like you're regretting making a move? It's late. You want to be in the limelight and you want to get killed at the same time, how can it be so good? Hooray! The evil city god hissed and several bloody tentacles shot out violently from the bloody hole in his abdomen. Several people rushed to avoid the situation. The girl called Xiao Dai didn't react, and her calf was directly entangled in the red tentacles. Then dragged it to the evil city god. Click here. Click here. In an instant, the girl's body was bitten directly into 2 halves. The girl didn't even have time to scream before she simply snapped. The few remaining powerhouses were instantly stunned. This is horrible too. Just as they were hesitating whether to strike or run, they only heard a few poofs. Looking down, their abdomen had been penetrated by a long red tentacle at some point. The red tentacle was so fast that they barely reacted. Blood spurted violently from the corners of his mouth, and the 4 remaining men fell. The evil spirit city god controlled the tentacles and dragged all 4 of their bodies over. Then one kick and all burst. Dead as dead can be. He'd had his fill long ago now and was just enjoying the kill. What are you pretending in front of my father? Come what may, can I still let you run? Jia Jia. Do you all think you're Zhang Fan? I'm still afraid of you guys. Looking at the corpses of the 5 heaven-watching stage powerhouses on the ground, the evil spirit city god's large mouth instantly cracked open and laughing with excitement. In the meantime, there was an extremely serious stampede outside the city hall. Some people don't die in the mouths of evil city gods. Instead, they were stomped right into the ground by the panicked crowd. The deaths and injuries were very, very heavy. Just as the evil spirit city god was about to leave the city god's temple and take a look outside, suddenly, he sensed several extremely powerful auras. He understood that it was a heaven transformation stage powerhouse that had come. Having cultivated for hundreds of years, his perception was extraordinarily powerful. These heaven transformation stage humans were not something he was willing to cross paths with for the time being. These humans were actually mole crickets, waiting until the king and his 10 guards came out. Even if they were at the heaven transforming stage, they would still have to be gnawed on as food as usual. My father will not accompany you to continue playing. The evil spirit city god smiled faintly. With that, his figure flickered and disappeared into the void. After a few breaths of effort, Li Changshan and Du Yueming, 2 heaven transformation stage powerhouses, arrived late. Along with one of them was the Lord of Moonlight City, Lin Sanfeng, and the director of the Moonlight City Guile Bureau. When the crowd saw the scene in front of them, they were scared to the point of weak legs. How many people must have died? It was a complete disaster. Lin Sanfeng only felt his scalp tingle at this moment, he was shivering and his body couldn't stop trembling. This was a major safety incident that happened in his Moonlight City. Is he still the lord of the city? Only corpses were seen all over the place, and the corpses of ordinary people were piled up in small mountains. The blood stained almost the entire floor of the city temple all red. There were still drops of blood dripping from that city god idol onto the ground. The fishy stench came over them, and a few of them couldn't stop their stomachs from turning over and wanting to throw up. Hey! Where did that damn creepy go? After killing so many of us, we can't let him run away easily. Li Changshan clenched his fists fiercely, his eyes bloodshot, and said angrily. Damn it, he won't be able to run away, I have to break him into pieces today. Du Yueming chimed in. The two men glanced at each other, as if they had reached some kind of tacit understanding, and their figures flashed and disappeared from the scene. Watching the two people just slip away, Lin Sanfeng was directly dumbfounded. Is this going after creepy, or? Just then, the Prime Minister has arrived. The voice that sounded behind him instantly paralyzed Lin Sanfeng's entire body. Prime Minister Zhou Haotian arrived at the scene with his own guards at the moment. Seeing the scene in front of him, he was also shocked with his jaw wide open. Hiss! Zhou Haotian sucked in a breath of cool air. So many of the Empire's subjects have died that this. The scene of corpses all over the place and rivers of blood was a bit overwhelming for him for a while. At this moment, his heart was filled with shock and anger. Lawless. Lawless? The shenanigans are just lawless. This is daring to challenge the majesty of the Empire. Seeing the Prime Minister arrive, Lin Sanfeng and the others hurriedly knelt down. When I heard that this creep, who had killed so many people, hadn't done a thing, and ran away with it. Anger instantly appeared in Zhou Haotian's eyes. Waste. What do I need you for? So many of you are so powerful, and you still let this one creepy get away. What do you want me to tell the people? Zhou Haotian's chest ached. Lin Sanfeng and the others kneeling in front of him were all trembling with fear. They hurriedly shrugged off the responsibility, stating that Creepy had already run away when they arrived. Didn't mean to let the shenanigans go. Where are Du Yueming and Li Changshan? Where did the two of them go? Zhou Haotian asked sternly when he didn't see the two figures. Chief Du and President Li and the two of them went after Creepy. Lin Sanfeng replied with a trembling voice. At those words, Zhou Haotian sighed. The heart prayed that the creep would be captured and broken in pieces in a hurry. In addition, he felt a particular headache. How can we explain to the people that so many people have died? Chapter 26, there are still weird things within the Empire that haven't been sealed and suppressed. How could Zhang Fan not be responsible? This is a major accident. The previous bizarre and harmful incident hadn't even subsided yet, and so many people died again today. In the meantime, online. The matter of the City Gods Club was a big deal on the internet, and it instantly reached the #1 spot on the hot search list. It sparked a heated discussion among countless netizens in the Luoyin Empire. WOJ. What the hell is going on here? Why is there weirdness appearing? I heard hundreds of people died, in broad daylight, that's hundreds of lives. It's horrible, it's rumored that everyone who stayed in the temple that day was killed by the creep. What are those powerful people doing? Why don't they come out to protect the people? Eyes open bizarre so murder. This weirdness came from somewhere, as if it was hiding undetected in the city hall. So many more dead, and I hear this creepy one got away. I really don't know what these imperial powerhouses are doing, so many powerhouses can let a creepy run away. There is a lot of resentment among the netizens. With so many people dead in such a serious safety incident, there has to be an explanation. That's hundreds of lives. What made them even more furious was that so many powerful people from the Luoyin Empire had let this one bizarrely run away. What a shame that is. This had never happened before when Zhang Fan was around. Imperial capital. The most senior minister's residence. Zhou Haotian violently hammered the table, his eyes filled with anger. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and in his heart he really couldn't swallow this breath. Shame on the Empire. Kneeling in front of him, Li Changshan, Du Yueming, and Lin Sanfeng were trembling with fear. Hurriedly, he bent his head to the ground. Just now, Zhou Haotian learned that, with the full force of the two heaven transformation stage powerhouses, Li Changshan and Du Yueming, they still let the Black Bazaar get away. He was instantly furious. By letting this culprit get away, not only will we not be able to avenge his death, but we will also not be able to give the public an explanation. It made him, as the Prime Minister, have no face to face the people of the Empire. The Prime Minister rests his anger. The two of us have tried our best, but we can't help the fact that that creepy is really cunning. Du Yueming said with a trembling voice. Right. I'm afraid this weirdness is also at the heaven transformation stage. It's not easy to deal with. We fought with him for a long time, and even though we had the upper hand, we let him get away. Li Changshan then continued with Du Yueming. In fact, the two hadn't even seen Creepy at all. By the time they arrived, Creepy had already taken off, and they didn't even notice a hair. As for following up by going after Creepy and fighting him, that's even more bull. Not even a creepy hair to spot, or to chase. When they say that, they're just making it up to show that they've labored so hard. Let the Prime Minister not be blamed. Waste. You two are such trash. I know. Stand down. Zhou Haotian waved his hand, signaling Li Changshan and Du Yueming to step back, allowing Lin Sanfeng to stay. Li Changshan and Du Yueming glanced at each other, and seemed to have reached some sort of tacit understanding that. There was a flash of amusement in both eyes. Lin Sanfeng, I'm asking you. Moonlight City is your territory, why is it suddenly weird here? Couldn't it be that he ran away from that White Horse Mountain again? Didn't you promise me there would be no more shenanigans running around in there? What's with this one? Zhou Haotian drank coldly, his face rippling with veins of anger. The people trust us so much, what do you want us to tell them? Lin Sanfeng, who was kneeling on the ground, was in a batch of panic in his heart at the moment. This is the second case of bizarre victimization in Moonlight City, and so many people have been killed or injured. Lin Sanfeng felt particularly unlucky. How did this matter all fall on his head? But he did hear the implication in the Prime Minister's words. It's just a matter of explaining things to the people, that's easy. Prime Minister, this weirdness doesn't necessarily run from White Horse Mountain. White Horse Mountain is 100 miles from the city temple, and we've replaced Zhangfan's seal. With the Zen hidden temple master himself guarding the area, no spooky can get out. This creepy hasn't been sealed or subdued. I'm afraid it's a leak within the empire. While I don't know exactly where he came from, if you're going to give the people an account of, might as well push the pot on Zhang Fan. You must know that the weirdness within Moonlight City was all purged by Zhang Fan before. But he did say that he had purged or sealed all the weirdness. At those words, Zhou Haotian snorted coldly. Lin Sanfeng's words did poke at his heart. The most important thing now is to stop the people from talking. They must not be allowed to lose faith in the empire. As for where the weirdness came from, it doesn't really matter. According to Lin Sanfeng, since White Horse Mountain is guarded day and night by a high-ranking person, then naturally it couldn't have run from White Horse Mountain. This wasn't the fish that Zhang Fan had let slip when he was purging the weirdness. All the weirdness in this Moonlight City had been purged by Zhang Fan, but there was one that hid in the city temple. This leaky fish that Zhang Fan let go killed so many people. How could Zhang Fan not be responsible? When Zhou Haotian thought about it this way, he felt that it made complete sense. The truth of the matter doesn't matter so much now. It will be very reasonable to put this hat on Zhang Fan's head. What did I say, Zhang Fan, this damn human traitor? He had a lot to do with both of these bizarre outbreaks. If he had been able to be serious and responsible in purging the weirdness at that time, how could this one slip through the cracks? Though he has now left the Rohypnol Empire. But this is a debt we still have to put on him. Zhou Haotian nodded and said, signaling Lin Sanfeng to stand up. Immediately afterward, he arranged for someone to immediately go and suppress the public opinion on the internet. Reduce the heat of this bizarre and harmful event on the internet. And blocking the video captured at the scene and prohibiting it from not being distributed on the internet. But after such a big incident, doing this is obviously not enough to treat the symptoms. Zhou Haotian has decided to personally hold a press conference tomorrow to accept interviews with media reporters. To clarify the matter. In short, no matter what, the people must not be allowed to shake their trust in the empire. Once the trust is cracked, then it's hard to heal the rest of the way. You, and Du Yueming, Li Changshan. I'm giving you a mission. You have 3 days to kill this black monster. Bring his head to me. If you fail to do so, all 3 of you will be removed from all positions. Send it to the prosecuting authorities for prosecution and processing. At those words, Lin Sanfeng's heart shook. It instantly felt like the sky was falling. I thought the Prime Minister would leave himself alone on this, but this creepy trail is hard to find. How can it be so easy to catch? But if you can't catch them, you'll not only be removed from office, but you'll also be jailed. Thank you, Prime Minister, for giving me a chance to redeem myself for my sins. Lin Sanfeng bowed his head and thanked him. His mind had a crooked idea at this moment. Chapter 27. We should trust in the empire, in our rulers. Trust them to protect us. After Lin Sanfeng thanked his lord for his grace, he walked out of the Prime Minister's mansion with trembling steps. Outside the Prime Minister's residence, Du Yueming and Li Changshan had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Lin Sanfeng come out, the two men were just about to open their mouths, but they were directly interrupted by Lin Sanfeng. The Prime Minister is really angry this time. Be prepared for what I'm about to say. After Lin Sanfeng finished his explanation, Du Yueming and Li Changshan were ashen inside in despair. It is killing them. Where are they going to find this verminous creep? But the Prime Minister has to answer to the people. No one can afford the consequences of failing to account for this. Even though all three of them were top one powerhouses. But with the Prime Minister's thunderous tactics, if it can't be done, they'll all be in jail. Don't worry, you two. If the top strategy doesn't work, we can go to the bottom. Lin Sanfeng already had an idea. It's just a crooked idea. But now there is no other way. As long as the urgent need is solved, it has not cared so much. The two people, Li Changshan and Du Yueming, had their faces slightly eased after hearing this, allowing Lin Sanfeng to continue. In these few days, let's mobilize all of our men to conduct an all-out hunt for this creepy. If we really can't, we can visit the heavenly dungeon where the creeps are being held. Find one that fits. After all the Prime Minister wants is an account, and the people want a statement. Upon hearing this, Du Yueming and Li Changshan had a second smile on their faces. Hi, that's a really high trick. They didn't think of it that way? But if it can really be hidden from the Prime Minister, what about the follow-up? What if this black creepy continues to harm people? Li Changshan thought about it and felt that something was wrong, so he asked. Let's get our immediate needs out of the way first, and we can take our time hunting them down later. Lin Sanfeng said helplessly. It's the next best thing for today. If one is not careful and fails to conceal himself from the world, he is likely to push himself into the abyss of hell. If this creepy came out to harm people again in the future, then they would really be screwed. Day 2. Press conference at the royal capital of the Luoyin Empire. Prime Minister Zhou Haotian sat at the C-seat of the podium and was interviewed by reporters. Lin Sanfeng, Du Yueming, and other powerhouses were all present. Meanwhile, the press conference was broadcast live. There are millions of people on the air at the moment, and they're commenting with righteous indignation that ask for an explanation. Why is there shenanigans within the empire? Why is there a spooky and harmful incident after another? Why even let creepy run away with this one? The empire feeds you strong men, taxpayers' money is given to you, and all of it is spoiled for you. So many people died, don't you senior officials ever review yourselves? We must be given an explanation or we will march in protest. My parents and children died in creepy's mouth, and I've got nothing left to lose now. I demand that those who fail in their duties must be severely punished. Whose fault was it that caused this calamity? Or are all these strong men of the empire useless? Not in 3 years had the empire erupted in an accident of this magnitude. Zhang Fan had protected them just too well. So much so, that many people no longer have a fear of the bizarre. Now so many people have died and caused such significant casualties. Some panicked, completely. It awakens a fear of the bizarre in their bones. They're afraid they'll be the next to die. So the fingers were pointed all at the rulers of the empire. Charge them with incompetence, charge them with failing to protect themselves. In short, their lives are most precious. The press conference started and the media reporters came up with a very tough question. Mr. Prime Minister, who do you think is responsible for this? As far as I know, we didn't have an incident when Zhang Fan was around. Why are there such serious casualties when Zhang Fan left? This one question, when asked, instantly triggered a sensation in the room. For a while, countless people were talking. But Zhou Haotian was the Prime Minister after all. He sat back, his face unchanged, as if he had already thought of an answer. I'll start by briefing you on our investigation. It's an early harmonized heavenly creepy. I don't understand, such a great creepy. Why did it become a leak? As far as I know, Zhang Fan has previously claimed that he's put to death or sealed all the weirdness in Moonlight City and even within the empire. But why did this one slip through the cracks? And the one he missed was still a great trick of the heaven transformation stage. This heaven transforming stage Great Guile has been hiding inside the city god temple, while Zhang Fan didn't notice it before. So who, because of this accident, who is responsible for it? I think we should all know that in our hearts. The moment Zhou Haotian said this, everyone present rolled their eyes. I see. Zhang Fan did leave and defected to another empire. But he had left the hidden dangers to the Luo Yin Empire. This is what ultimately led to such a calamity. Zhou Haotian's words were a complete deduction of all the pots to Zhang Fan. As for what the truth of the matter is, it doesn't really matter that much anymore. As long as the populace is receptive, then this is a fact. I don't need to say much about what kind of person Zhang Fan is, do I? He betrayed his country. Defected to the enemy. This kind of person can betray even his own country. What good do you think he can do? Perhaps this incident is his willful retaliation against our Luo Yin Empire. Words. All of those present have sobered up in droves. So it's all because of Zhang Fan, the traitor. At the moment, on the air. It's because of this traitor Zhang Fan again. How many people has he killed? How can he be like that? I think he did it on purpose. Human treachery. How many lives have been jeopardized by being in the company of the treacherous? So that's what I'm saying, it's because of this culprit. I thought Zhang Fan could be capable of anything. I didn't think that even a great trick of the heaven transformation stage would be able to slip through the cracks. Zhang Fan is a liar himself. I thought he was good before. Now I think he's a deceitful piece of trash. Gradually, the populace's anger towards the empire turned into anger towards Zhang Fan. This is what Prime Minister Zhou Haotian would like to see. That dead traitor Zhang Fan has rolled. So they're angry for nothing? So, this one will have to go unanswered. Although this one is weird at the heaven transformation stage, it's only in its early stages. I give you my word in the name of the Prime Minister. Within 3 days, our empire's heavenly transformation stage powerhouses will decapitate this creepy, carry his head and sacrifice for the dead. I think we should all believe in our country, in the empire. Zhou Haotian stood up and promised the people. He has to appease the people now. The people's hatred can only be solved by decapitating this verminous creep and breaking it into pieces. At this moment, the viewers watching the live broadcast in front of the TV and in the live broadcast room were all clapping their hands. They have regained their trust in the empire. Yeah. We should trust the empire and trust the rulers. I'm sure they'll be able to preserve us. Yan Huang Empire. Hai Tuacheng. Zhang Fan sat cross-legged on the bed, letting the spiritual energy continuously roam around in his body. He opened his eyes and his pupils changed to a golden color. Just now, as he closed his eyes, he unexpectedly saw his senior sister's figure in a dark chaos. The little sister who has been voiceless for 3 years. Master. Sister? Chapter 28 Sister Zhang Qingyan, New Punching Location, Weird Gathering at the Luo Yin Empire Border. Exhaling a mouthful of cloudy air, Zhang Fan tried to recall the image he had just seen. Master. Sister. As he had just closed his eyes. In a dark chaos, he saw the figure of his senior sister, Zhang Qingyan. Senior sister was covered in blood, her thin body covered in scars. She turned her head, the small, childish, clean face streaked with blood. When she saw Zhang Fan, a smile spread across her face. Senior. The senior sister ran towards Zhang Fan. But suddenly, a dozen or so chains shot out of the darkness behind her, locking her directly in a. Wrapping her securely around it, then dragging her towards the endless darkness. Zhang Fan's face showed panic, he just wanted to stop, but his senior sister had already disappeared into the darkness. Without a trace. Green smoke. Are you still alive? Promise elder brother that you will live. Zhang Fan sighed. Lung Fushan originally had a thriving incense and thousands of Taoist priests. But in his master, Taoist Woodrock's generation, there were only 4 left. There is 1 master, 1 Zhang Fan, and Zhang Fan has 1 senior brother and 1 senior sister. His master died of illness a few years ago and passed on the position of sect leader to him, and told him to take good care of his younger siblings. Senior brother Zhang Qingyun, like Zhang Fan, had similarly reached the heaven transformation stage early on. Senior sister Zhang Qingyan, on the other hand, was a peak Skywatcher powerhouse. But 3 years ago, senior brother gave his life to suppress the weirdness. He eventually died at the hands of Shogun. And the senior sister was also scattered with Zhang Fan in a decreepy operation, and her life and death are still unknown. They, Longhu Mountain, had done so much for the Luo Yin Empire. Zhang Fan's relatives died and disappeared, eventually leaving him alone. What a price he paid, how much blood and tears. It was only then that all the shenanigans within the empire were suppressed. But Zhang Fan did not expect that he would one day be put on trial and judged by all. What he had done before became a small contribution that could cancel out his sins. The Luoying Empire doesn't know how to be grateful at all. They have no idea who it is because of whom they are able to have lasting peace. Zhang Fan had mixed feelings in his heart. Now he had finally figured it out. Leaving the Luoying Empire was definitely the right decision. The only thing he painfully regretted now was the end of his senior brother and sister. Shidoshi has been long buried in the ground for many years. The only thing on his mind was his senior sister who might still be alive in this world. Zhang Fan had a feeling that the senior sister was definitely still alive. If he had the opportunity, he must return to the Luoying Empire to take a look, and he must find his senior sister in person. Ding! Now releasing the system mission. The next place to hit, Mang, Luoying Empire. Successful punching, rewarded with the ultimate 5 thunderbolts. The system's voice rang in Zhang Fan's ears. Zhang Fan froze. The Lorraine Empire? He just had the idea of going back to the Luoying Empire to look for his senior sister. The system just went right ahead and gave him a punch card assignment. And this time, the reward was even the ultimate 5 thunders orthodoxy. The 5 Thunderbolt Orthodoxy is a secret Taoist technique that is not passed down. When the heavenly thunderbolt comes out, all evil devils and deviousness shall be destroyed in ashes. Even someone as strong as Corpse Ancestor Descender was nearly killed under his 5 Thunderbolt Orthodoxy. What is this ultimate 5 Thunderbolt Orthodoxy? Zhang Fan guessed that this should be an enhanced version of the 5 Thunders Orthodoxy. He came instantly to life. As for this northern Mang mountain that the system was talking about, he was also aware of it. Located in the center of the Luoying Empire, Baimang Mountain was a steep and towering broken-backed mountain. Underneath Mang, there is a heavenly prison. The heavenly dungeon held all sorts of powerful martial artists and shenanigans. The heavenly prison was the strongest prison in the Luoying Empire. Only the most threatening beings to the empire are held here. Zhang Fan guessed that he was afraid that this time it was not just as simple as Baimang Mountain. It's bound to have a little something to do with this heavenly prison. After making up his mind, Su Yuan was ready to find a time to secretly return to the Luoying Empire. Of course, before he left, he needed to do something for the Yin Huang Empire. Let them deal with the shenanigans even while they're gone. The fact that Zhang Fan lived in Haituacheng was not only known to everyone. Even the creeps know all about it. Especially the shenanigans of the Inferno Empire. When they learned that Zhang Fan was prepared to stay in the Yin Huang Empire for a long time, they were more panicked than one another. Originally, they thought that Zhang Fan was nothing more than a Taoist priest of the heavenly transformation stage with stronger strength. There's nothing to be afraid of. After all, there were dozens of heavenly transformation stage creeps within Yin Huang. What kind of powerhouse can't be dealt with when they join forces? However, when he saw Zhang Fan using the 10,000 soul streamer and killing thousands of weirdnesses with a single move of his hand, even the Heaven Transformation Stage Great Trickster statue was easily crushed to death by him like a mole cricket. The creeps knew the Yin Huang Empire probably couldn't stay any longer. Otherwise, it's easy to lose your life next. In the dozens of cities in the vicinity of Haitua City's shenanigans, regardless of realm or strength. Now they're all too scared to show their heads. They hide in their nests and don't even dare to victimize humans. All the shenanigans within the city of Hightower then ran to other cities. But this is not the way to go on. If no one eats it, it won't live long. And so the shenanigans in 24 cities along this border. Surprisingly, they coincidentally turned their target to the Luoying Empire, which bordered the Yin Huang Empire. Luoying Empire is not much of a deterrent for them right now. Staying in Yin Huang Empire won't work. That'll have to be a different turf. Coincidentally, the defense barrier at the border of the Luoying Empire had been broken. Previously, this barrier had blocked countless martial artists and bizarre invasions. Now that this barrier was gone, then invading the Luoying Empire became much easier. The moment. On the border between the Luoying Empire and the Yin Huang Empire. The soldiers who were guarding the border suddenly saw a dense black cloud pressing over in the distance. The soldiers were astonished and rushed to pick up their binoculars to watch. It's just that it's not a black cloud. Instead, it's densely packed with hundreds of creepy AHS. These thousands of bazaar gathered together in a majestic manner. Exuding an extremely terrifying yin qi, it was heading towards the border of the Luo-yin Empire. But most of these weird strengths were only at the qi refining stage and foundation establishment stage. A few reached the day after. The soldiers guarding the border were shocked. It's been how many years since there's been an attack on the border by spooky hordes? What's going on here? The soldiers hurriedly reported this matter to General Lu Feng, who was guarding the border. At this moment, Lu Feng was drinking and having fun with his several young wives inside the tent. He was in the middle of his drink when he heard that there was a bazaar gathering that was approaching the border of the Luo-yin Empire. The wine glass in his hand slammed to the ground with a shocked look on his face. How is this possible? The weirdness in the territory of the Yin Huang Empire. Why are they running towards our Luo-yin Empire? They don't want to die. Lu Feng didn't dare to delay and hurriedly took a few of his own men up to the city gates to watch. And sure enough, as the soldier said, a dozen miles or so away, a group as bizarre as a blackened cloud is approaching the border. However, seeing these bizarre strengths, Lu Feng could not help but laugh out loud. A bunch of lone souls and wild spirits have also rushed to the border of my Luo-yin Empire to cause trouble. This is coming to deliberately seek death. It just so happens that I haven't gotten any military credit lately. When he saw that most of these bizarre strengths were only qi refining and foundation establishment, Lu Feng laughed out loud. With the strength of his drink, he wasn't afraid at all. It just so happened that he also wanted to ask the Prime Minister for a reward. What he didn't know, though, was this. In the distance a dozen miles away, a great guile of the heaven transformation stage was hiding in the shadows and was quietly watching all of this. Chapter 29 Evil Spirit Devouring Demon. Without Zheng Fan, how come all these powerhouses are like water goods? The corner of the evil spirit devouring demon's mouth split into a large arc. Two green eyes rolled around in their sockets. This time he's leading a small army of weirdos that. It was only to test these powerful people of the Luo-yin Empire. Let's see how strong the Luo-yin Empire's powerhouse really is. He couldn't stay in the Yin Huang Empire anymore. At least these 24 cities on the border of the Yin Huang Empire. It was no longer suitable for him and his men's bizarre habitation. Not because of anything else, but because of Zhang Fan's presence. The evil spirit devouring demon was a creepy at the 5th level of the transformation heaven. Despite his strength, he was very jealous of Zhang Fan. His old friend had just died at the hands of Zhang Fan. The weirdness of the 7th level of the heavenly transformation was easily killed in seconds like a mole cricket under Zhang Fan's 10,000 soul streamer. The evil spirit devouring demon had been stunned silly. His territory was particularly close to where Zhang Fan lived, so maybe he would be the one to die next. If Zhang Fan was going to make a move to liquidate Creepy, he would definitely be the first to bear the brunt. So no matter what, the Yin Huang Empire can't stay any longer. He could only turn his target to the Luo-yin Empire. He had plans for the Luo-yin Empire before. But still, because of Zhang Fan's existence, this intention of his could only be buried deep in his heart. Now it was good that Zhang Fan, the king of living hell, had left the Luo-yin Empire and gone to the Yin Huang Empire. He won't be able to stay in the Yin Huang Empire then. Therefore, he could only choose the Luo-yin Empire, and it just so happened that the Luo-yin Empire did not have Zhang Fan's blessing right now. With Zhang Fan protecting them, the evil spirit devouring demon still feared this Luo-yin Empire 3 times. There was no more Zhang Fan, no more golden barrier at that border. The evil spirit devouring demon wasn't afraid at all. At this moment, on the walls of the border, seeing the weirdness rolling in the distance like a black cloud, the soldier standing beside Lu Feng warned. General, should we report this to the Prime Minister first? This time the bazaar dares to come. I think there must be something fishy in it. We can't make a rash move. Asking the words, Lu Feng directly snorted out a laugh. What a coward. Do we have to report this weirdness to the Prime Minister? I'll be laughed at if this gets out. Some refining stage, foundation stage shenanigans. It's hard not to turn over the sky, isn't it? What are you afraid of? This general is a strong person of the 4th level of the heavenly transformation. Move your fingers and they'll be dusted. Why should this matter alarm the Prime Minister? Lu Feng had his own little mind, and he desperately wanted to get military honors. Wanted to be rewarded by the Prime Minister. Wait until he's quashed all these creeps, then add some fuel to the fire. Reporting his achievements to the Prime Minister, he would surely be heavily rewarded by the Prime Minister at that time. Wouldn't reporting this to the Prime Minister now make him feel incompetent? Since they dare to come, I dare to let them die. This general orders you guys to take action yourselves, and whoever kills more creeps will be heavily rewarded by this general. Lu Feng did not intend to take action himself, as he said to the 5 Skywatcher stage vice generals behind him. This kind of hands-on decapitation of weirdness is all dirty work, just leave it to the underlings to do it. He just needs to take command. And the shenanigans were just too weak for him to even bother. Raise an army for 1,000 days and use it for a while. Today is the day to test the strength of these lieutenants. The faces of several vice generals were filled with excitement. How could they let go of such a good opportunity? The general gave them such a good opportunity, of course they want to use it to make military achievements, promotion, and wealth. It's just some lonely ghosts from the refining stage and the foundation stage. What's so hard to deal with? The 5 of them could all be Skywatcher stage powerhouses. General, we will not dishonor our mission. Several vice generals immediately knelt down and arched their hands in respect. Amidst the earth-shattering sounds of gongs and drums, 5 mid-range Skywatcher vice generals exited the gates of the city. Prepare to meet these thousands of creeps. At the heaven-watching stage, the physical quality of a martial artist reached a qualitative leap. In the blink of an eye, he could move thousands of meters, and his speed was ridiculously fast. In an instant, they had arrived in front of this large group of creeps. Truly seeking death, daring to offend the borders of my Luoyin Empire. All of you go to hell today. The 5 mid-Skywatcher powerhouses just wanted to make a move. Only to see these thousands of bazaars surprisingly retreating, as if they were trying to escape. Several people looked at each other when they saw this. It's too late to run, isn't it? Just as the 5 of them were about to strike. Only to see a huge black figure slamming down from the air. It was a 5-clawed, 4-legged, black bazaar shaped like a giant lizard. His body was the size of a small mountain. The body is covered with sharp, crystal-like barbs. Above his skin, something like an eye was constantly writhing. It looks extremely scary and disgusting. Obviously, this was a proper heaven transformation stage great trickster. All 5 vice generals were stunned as they froze in place with a panicked look on their faces. This Chemotaxis stage is weird. When did such a strong creepy appear? Why didn't you realize that just now? The 5 of them regretted it. But there was no use regretting it now. The evil spirit-devouring demon felt the aura of these 5 people, and his eyes were filled with excitement. The Skywatchers period? These few human mole crickets were actually only at the heavenly stage. This Luoyin Empire's powerhouse isn't that great either. It seems that except for Zhang Fan, they are all weaklings. Well, that's just good enough to go on a killing spree. The evil spirit-devouring demon opened its mouth and spat out a green tongue gnat. It went straight through the abdomen of 2 of them. The venom on that green tongue instantly melted the bodies of these people into a bloody mist. Hooray! He hissed in excitement. The 3 remaining Skywatcher stage vice generals were scared silly and ran away with their legs spread out. But how could the evil spirit-devouring demon let them go so easily? His huge yet flexible body disappeared into the void and appeared in front of these 3 people in an instant. Click here. Click here. Accompanied by incomparably miserable cries, the evil spirit-devouring demon took one bite of the eat them all clean. Licking the blood from his lips, he just couldn't get enough. Suddenly, a cold shout came from behind him. You creepy good-for-nothing, stop it. What a way to find death, daring to offend the majesty of my empire. A hint of displeasure appeared on the evil spirit-devouring demon's face as he twisted his head and only a middle-aged man in armor stood behind him. Locking eyes with the evil spirit-devouring demon, Lu Feng was dumbfounded on the spot. Dead. How did they all die? His remaining light looked towards the corpse that had been gnawed away by the evil spirit-devouring demon. The brain instantly went blank. This is surprisingly a creepy awe of the 5th level of the heaven transformation stage. Just now he saw that 5 of his men had met an untimely end, and Lu Feng, with the strength of his drink, had rushing straight over for support. One comes only to find all 5 of his men dead, dying under this bizarre mouth of the 5th level of the heavenly transformation stage. Lu Feng was a bit regretful. Another food? Surprisingly, it's still at the 4th level of the heaven transformation stage. But how do I feel that you are far from the strength of the 4th level of weatherization? The evil spirit-devouring demon's tongue flicked out and looked at Lu Feng with doubt in his eyes. Could it be that every single one of this Luoying Empire's powerhouses were all watered down? Without Zhang Fan, they really dare to come out. Chapter 30, The Empire's strongest men are all these goods, what is my then this king afraid of? Hooray! A heaven-shaking roar resounded for 10 miles around. The evil spirit-devouring demon licked his lips and looked at the food in front of him with a pair of greedy eyes. A human at the 4th level of the heaven transformation stage, this was quite delicious. The higher this human's realm was cultivated, the more beneficial eating it would be for him. Lu Feng sucked in a breath of cool air. He woke up instantly and realized what a bad decision he had made. There was no way he could be a match for this terrifying great trick of the heaven transforming stage in front of him. He had no experience fighting the bazaar himself, and during the years he spent on the frontiers in the town of drinking and pleasuring behind the Prime Minister's back all day long, his strength has long since deteriorated. But he never thought that there would be a weird invasion at the border. Before, these creeps wouldn't even dare to take a step near the border. You have to take a detour within a 10-mile radius. Back then, the creeps were so afraid of the mighty Luoying Empire. But today they are crazy. Emboldened to come and challenge the majesty of the empire. Why exactly? Sinful animal. I advise you to get your ass back, for today you have harmed my soldiers. I will leave it at that. If you dare to step out of line and offend the majesty of the empire, when the chancellor issues an order, I'm sure you'll be broken into pieces. Lu Feng said in an icy tone, but halfway through his words, only to see himself suddenly surrounded by hundreds of creeps. Each of them exuded a strong yin qi, and their eyes were filled with excitement. It seems like they all want to come over and get a piece of the action. Suddenly, he felt a coldness at his feet. Looking down, he saw that a black tentacle had wrapped itself around his ankle, started climbing up his body. Lu Feng's expression was filled with horror, he only felt a sharp pain in the lower half of his body. The tentacle seemed to be eating away at his flesh and blood. He was defenseless now. The black tentacle crawled up to his abdomen and tore into his skin as if it had grown a mouth, into his body. He couldn't move now, and could only make miserable wailing noises. The creeps that surrounded him immediately gathered around and all of them wanted to taste what this heaven transformation stage martial artist was like. Within a short time, Lu Feng had already been gnawed to the bone crumbs. So the Luoying Empire is all you goods. Then what is this king afraid of? Without Zhang Fan, do you guys think you'll be fine? The evil spirit-devouring demon brayingly laughed out. The soldiers watching from the walls were horrified to see that the great general was dead. They did not dare to delay in the slightest and immediately reported this matter to the Prime Minister in an expedited manner. The moment. Royal capital. The Prime Minister's residence. Zhou Haotian listened to the contents of the phone call, and his face abruptly changed. What? Creepy dares to come and invade my borders. Zhou Haotian's breath stuttered, his eyes filled with surprise. Just now he learned that something had happened at the border, and that there was a great guile of the heavenly transformation stage, bringing hundreds and thousands of creepy towards the border of the Luoying Empire. And all of General Lu Feng and the 5 vice-generals defending the city died in the mouth of this Huatian creepy. Zhou Haotian couldn't believe it. The news was too shocking for him. How many years has creepy been living in peace? How many years had it been since they dared not violate the borders of the Luoying Empire? It should have been almost 10 years ago when you do the math. How is it that the border was suddenly invaded during this time? This is so fishy. And there's only one big trickster of the heavenly transformation stage, and the rest are just some lonely ghosts. Just dare to openly come and offend the majesty of the empire. It's a real shame. What was even more unexpected to him was this. Lu Feng was a strong person of the 4th level of the heavenly transformation stage, but he even died in the mouth of this weird one. What a waste! Raised you for so many years for nothing. Zhou Haotian slammed the table and said angrily. The first thing he did was to arrange for someone to block the news. The news must not be allowed to get back into the country, or it will inevitably trigger a panic among the population. A mere heaven transformation stage creepy couldn't turn over any waves yet. Just need to put this bizarre infestation to rest, no need to make it known. Zhou Haotian immediately arranged for 2 heaven transformation stage powerhouses closer to the border to provide support. And he sent a team of several hundred strong people of the heaven watching stage and the ascended stage to go with him. Hanging up the phone, Zhou Haotian's heart pounded. It's a reversal. It's really a reversal. When did my Luoyin Empire even dare to let these lone souls loose? The other side. The border between the Yin Huang Empire and the Luoyin Empire. The evil spirit devouring demon's eyes slowly opened. He sensed many strong auras approaching this way. Surprisingly, there are 2 heaven transformation stages, and by the looks of it, they're both above the 5th level. The evil spirit devouring demon had long anticipated that the Luoyin Empire would send reinforcements. Everything was as he expected. This time he's brought with him nothing more than a small army of Bazaar. It was just a way to test the strength of the Luoyin Empire's strongest men. This time also, only he had been a great trickster of the heaven transformation stage to come. You should know that there are several heaven transformation stage great tricksters within the Yin Huang Empire. Also interested in the Rohypnol Empire. This time his mission was accomplished. After seeing the watery strength of these powerful people from the Luoyin Empire, he didn't want to stay here any longer. Jie. Let's go. Next time you come, step on this place and turn it upside down. After the evil spirit devouring demon finished speaking, he then took the hundreds of creeps behind him and chose to just leave. When the strongest people from the Luoyin Empire rushed to the border in droves, but was surprised to find that there was no spookiness to be seen here. Asshole, where's the shenanigans? The Prime Minister came to us in such an expedited manner, and now where has Creepy gone? An old man in a white uniform with gray hair said angrily to the soldiers guarding the city. He was a strong person at the 6th level of the heaven transformation stage. Yeah, we've come a long way, so we can't be left empty-handed. Another middle-aged man said. He was a powerful person from the Jingui General Bureau, and his strength was also at the 6th level of the heavenly transformation. The soldiers were dumbfounded. They also didn't expect the creeps to come fast and run so fast. I thought they were going to attack the border in force, but I didn't expect them to run away again so soon. It made the Empire's strongest men pounce. Report General. Seems to be all running away. The soldier trembled. At that, the man in the white military uniform said with a wave of his sleeve and a no-nonsense look on his face. What the? Run away? It seems that's all these shenanigans are, rampant and unbridled, and when our strongest men arrive. Running that fast. If he dares to violate my borders again in the future, he will definitely not be able to come back. Today is the 2nd day already. Lin Sanfeng and Du Yueming and the others used almost all their manpower, looking through the territory of the Luoyin Empire. But we just didn't find the culprit who did the damage that day. In fact, a few people knew it in their hearts. How can this weirdness be an easy find when it can be a leak? Not to mention in 3 days. With no other choice, Li Changsheng and the others arrived at Beimang Mountain in the center of the empire. Gotta go fish one out of the sky jail. Chapter 31. Maintaining a false peace. Sooner or later the empire will be trampled by the weird hordes. Brother Changshan, Brother Yuming, there's no way out for today. Let's keep the Prime Minister's side under wraps for now. Lin Sanfeng said helplessly to the duo. The 3 of them wouldn't want to take such a big risk if they weren't unable to catch the creep. Once things are exposed, this is a head-killing offense. The 3 of them drove secretly to the central region of the Luoyin Empire. The steep, broken-backed mountain was visible from a distance. The peaks of the mountains loomed, the hills were extremely dangerous, and against the uniquely sluggish background of the central part of the empire, instead, it looks a bit deserted. Beneath Beimang Mountain, a heavily guarded heavenly prison was suppressed. It held many martial artists and shenanigans that were a threat to the empire. The 3 men came to the bottom of Mang in the north, and followed a secret path that found the entrance to the Sky Dungeon. After showing the relevant documents to the soldiers guarding the heavenly dungeon, the soldiers released them and led the 3 inside. The interior of this heavenly prison was extremely large, yet it only held a few hundred powerful martial artists and Bazaar. But if you don't have someone to guide you, I'm afraid you'll get lost if you go around in circles. You guys come with me. The soldier led the trio through narrow passages and past cell after cell. Just see these cells. Well-built ogre who once killed a dozen people in a row. The red-robed female demon who was full of resentment and spends her days rushing against the cage. Extremely dangerous, black knight trick that will blow itself up if you're not careful. Walking through these cells, even though the 3 of them were all one of the strongest, they felt their hearts palpitate. How in the world did Zhang Fan capture so many perverted weird and martial artists? If it wasn't for the seals left by Zhang Fan earlier in these cells. I'm afraid these powerful shenanigans broke out long ago. They wailed day in and day out in an attempt to be able to regain their freedom. But in a cell around the corner, only a man in a tattered Taoist robe, with disheveled hair, was imprisoned inside the girl with the slimmest of bodies. The girl's figure was emaciated, and the hands and feet, as thin as dry bones. At the moment, it was being tied up by several thick chains to death. She was holding a standing position, already tortured. The long dirty hair covered her face, making it impossible to see her face. No one would have thought that in the most heavily guarded heavenly prison in the empire. I can't believe they're keeping such a tender little girl. However, Lin Sanfeng and the others didn't even look at her. Led by the soldiers, they soon came to the front of a cell. Only a black creepy was imprisoned in this modest cell. It was a black bazaar of the 8th level of Skywatch. At the request of Lin Sanfeng and the others, before they came to, this black creep has then been injected with a weakness potion. At the moment it was lying on the ground, its eyes forbiddingly closed, without the slightest movement. That's him. It looks about the same. Since the Prime Minister has not seen it with his own eyes, this is good to fool around with. Lin Sanfeng rubbed his palms together and said with a satisfied expression. Open the cage. Lin Sanfeng ordered. The three of them went in and cautiously observed the creep for any other abnormalities. After confirming that there was no mistake, Li Changshan cut off his head with a quick eye. Green blood instantly splattered all over the cell. This is now accounted for. Let's hide it for now, there's not much we can do about it now. The three men took the bizarre head and went back to turn in. Royal capital. The Prime Minister's residence. When Prime Minister Zhou Haoyan saw the bizarre black head, joy appeared on his face. He didn't have any doubts. It just felt like I was pressuring them like that, and it worked. So quick to decapitate the culprit. Yes. The three of you have already made amends, so I won't pursue this matter any further. Lin Sanfeng and the others knelt down and bowed, thanking their lord for his great kindness. Day 2. At the City Hall meeting. The news that the black creep who victimized so many people was decapitated made it to the number 1 spot on the Hot 100 list. This time the news was released by the authoritative media of the Luoyin Empire. The moment it was sent out, it caused millions of netizens to discuss it enthusiastically. Not only did the authoritative media reveal photos of the bizarre head of it was also accompanied by a whole process of the empire's strongest men beheading him and hunting him down. It can be said to be seamless and without any anomalies. Anyone who has seen this creepy one is basically dead. The few comments that questioned it were also deleted under a stern official watch. When the netizens saw the culprits who had victimized people decapitated, they clapped their hands one by one. They have re-established their trust in the Rohypnol Empire. Well done, I really have to trust the country. This verminous creep has finally been decimated, At last I can comfort the departed souls of my wife and children. Thanks to the Empire for avenging me, he must be broken into pieces. What an abomination. After killing so many people, you've finally gotten your comeuppance. All of it must be blamed on Zhang Fan. If not for Zhang Fan's negligence, how could it have come out? Can we stop talking about Zhang Fan, the traitor? I feel angry now when I see those two words. It's still these strong men from our empire who can be relied upon. They are really looking out for us. One by one, people are taking to the internet to appreciate the Rohypnol Empire. Grateful to the Empire for keeping them safe and protecting their lives. The shadow of the bizarre and harmful city god temple meeting a few days ago was also gradually dissipating in their minds. It's finally time to settle down. White Horse Mountain. The evil city god knelt before the cave. He couldn't stop the smugness on his face. King. You were right, there really is someone to argue my case. No wonder I can kill with an open mind, it's just too good to be true. The evil spirit city god never dreamed that someone would take the blame for all the crimes he had committed. Even the scapegoats have been found. Not only are these humans weak, but every single one of them is stupid to the extreme. Without Zhang Fan, they were just fooling themselves. How long can these hypocritical false peace last? As long as the king and his 10 guards make it out of the cave. Then this empire will be completely stomped on. Evil spirit city god, you did a good job. I admire you very much. I can clearly perceive that this seal's restriction on me is getting weaker and weaker. I reckon it won't be long before I can get out. The last seal left by Zhang Fan. It was an invisible seal formed using the power of the stars and the power of the sun and moon. It was also the only seal that trapped Shogun now. If this seal could be opened, then he, Shogun, would be free. Naruma Nightshade, the king intends to send you out next, what do you think? Shogun's words fell. A spooky clad in a black robe and holding a red scythe descended from the sky and knelt in front of Shogun. Obviously, this was an early-stage heaven transforming creepy. King, really? Chapter 32, Clocking North Mang Mountain, Inquisitive 5 Thunder Positive Technique, Little Sister's Whereabouts, Time for a Big Kill. Hi Tuacheng. Zhang Fan planned to make a trip back to the Luoyin Empire today. Not just for the system's mission. More importantly, he had sensed his little sister's aura in the last few days. What he could be sure of was that his little sister must still be alive. His little sister was the only family he had in the world, and even if there was a glimmer of hope that. Do your best to find it, too. This time back to Luoyin Empire, Zhang Fan was very cautious. He wanted nothing more to do with these ungrateful little aholes. He intends to go back in secret. Of course, if anyone dares to stop, then come and have a chat in the 10,000 souls. The moment. The house in Hightower City. A soul force shot out from Zhang Fan's fingertips, which then changed into Zhang Fan's appearance. Zhang Fan will now take his place in guarding the Yanhuang Empire. He had already reached the transition realm, and it was a very easy thing for his soul force to take shape. But even though it was his soul body, it still had the terrifying strength of a harmonized heaven-grade perfection. Leaving the Yanhuang Empire, Zhang Fan told no one. With a simple disguise, he entered the Luoyin Empire through a gap at the border between the two countries. At this moment, looking at the large group of soldiers stationed underneath the Luoyin Empire, Zhang Fan smiled faintly. He was now strong enough to do what he needed to do to completely conceal his aura. Even if he made a move to instantly kill all of these people, no one would notice his presence. Not for long. Zhang Fan then arrived at the central region of the Luoyin Empire. The central part of the Luoyin Empire is a bleak desert, with high temperatures, harsh, hilly and swampy. It's basically no man's land, unsuitable for crops, much less human habitation. In the 2,980,000 square kilometers of the Luoyin Empire. That leaves less than a third of the area habitable. Rarely do these places suitable for human habitation reach temperatures in the 50s every summer. At this moment, Zhang Fan was standing at the top of one of the tallest peaks in Bei Mang Mountain. Looking at the bleak atmosphere around him, suddenly, a mechanical tone flashed through his head. Congratulations to the host for successfully punching North Mang Mountain, rewarded with the Inquisitive 5 Thunders Orthodox technique. The Ultimate 5 Thunderbolts Orthodoxy evolved from the original 5 Heavenly Thunderbolts to 18 colored Heavenly Thunderbolts. When the Heavenly Thunder comes out, it will subdue the evil spirits and swat away the demons, and it can easily kill even the weirdness of the transitional stage in seconds. Listening to the system's voice in his ears, Zhang Fan's heart was slightly shaken. At his level, it had been a long time since anything had shocked him. The Ultimate 5 Thunderbolt Orthodoxy. 18 colored Heavenly Thunders. Zhang Fan could kill all shenanigans in seconds by summoning 5 Heavenly Thunderbolts before, if 18 Heavenly Thunderbolts were to come out. Which creepy would be a rival? Also, the weirdness of this transition stage was something Zhang Fan had never heard of before. There were transition stage humans like him in this world, and it turned out that there were transition stage shenanigans. But it didn't matter anymore if there were any transitional shenanigans or not. As long as one had the Inquisitive 5 Thunders positive technique in place, any shenanigans would have to go up in smoke. Suddenly, Zhang Fan frowned slightly as a trace of incredulity flashed in his eyes. For he saw a faint golden glow emanating from his wrist cords. This hand rope is black and white in color, with a Taiji Yin-Yang pattern and the logo of Longhu Mountain on it. There are also those in the hands department of the senior brothers and sisters. The master said that as long as the family is together and close, this hand rope will radiate light. Ever since the death of his senior brother at the hands of a weirdo and the disappearance of his little sister, this Taiji Yin-Yang rope of his then never lit up once more. Zhang Fan's breath stuttered as his pupils contracted violently. The system had brought him to North Mang Mountain, and it was really related to his little sister. Or maybe the little sister is nearby. Zhang Fan hurriedly disseminated his divine sense to probe the nearby 100 kilometers. Little sister. Are you still alive? The other side. Heavenly Jail. In the middle of a heavily guarded, fortified cell. Zheng Chengyan slowly opened her chaotic eyes and, frozen, he looked to the yin-yang taiji rope tied to his right wrist. A few bean-sized hot tears instantly dripped from his eyes. Master. Master? At the moment, her arms and legs, which were as thin as fine wood, were bound by 4 thick chains that maintain a standing position. Her face was haggard, there was no blood on top of her cheeks, and those empty eyes had a little more hope at this time. The disheveled, already charred and unshapely hair drooped over her forehead. The worn-out Taoist robes on his body had been ravaged and plastered to that skinny body. For her, sitting down or lying down had become a luxury at the moment. She hadn't known how long she had remained in such a standing position. Outside the cell. 2 soldiers are bragging about spraying the sky. Brotherly, what's the identity of this woman? I don't think she's dangerous. How come you're being held in the sky jail? Look at the way she looks now, as if a gust of wind could give her away. And why the steward keeps abusing her is beyond me. One of the young-looking soldiers asked with interest. This woman was sent to the heavenly prison a few days ago. As soon as she arrived, she tried all kinds of tortures. It's really too bad. A middle-aged man beside him followed. That's what you don't understand. This woman's identity is not ordinary, seems to be a Taoist priest, too, before Longhu Mountains. It's Zhang Fan's senior sister. Officials put her under secret house arrest 3 years ago, when Creepy was still running amok. She's Zhang Fan's only relative, and because she's afraid that Zhang Fan, the traitor, will be dishonest and threaten the empire, she's using her as a leverage. Then you also know that Zhang Fan, that traitor, defected to another country, so the top got angry and, thinking that Zhang Fan is also useless, he sent this little girl to the heavenly prison. TSK, look at how tortured she has become. The soldier said, smashing his mouth, his eyes full of regretful pity. Although the woman is now in this inhuman shape, but there's still something to be said for looking at it. According to the higher-ups, she was to be tortured to death, and the thought of it made him feel sorry for her. What a waste! Following the familiar mountain road under Baimang Mountain, Zhang Fan's face was gloomy. With a murderous aura emanating from his body, he arrived outside the gates of the heavenly prison. He's more than familiar with this place, the vast majority of the seals inside were set by him. The vast majority of bazaar and martial artists were caught by him. But he never expected that this would become. Yeah. That's good. Today, all of you imprisoned shenanigans and martial artists, you are all free to go. As for this heavenly prison, it can also no longer need to exist. Zhang Fan's cold eyes crossed as he prepared to go on a killing spree. As soon as Zhang Fan appeared in front of the gates of the heavenly jail, he was immediately recognized by the guarding soldiers. Upon meeting this sinner of the empire, they were taken aback. Zhang Fan, you traitor! How dare you come back? Humph! Zhang Fan, did you have a guilty conscience, were desperate, and came back to turn yourself in? Zhang Fan let out a cold smile, followed by a strong spatial force locking onto the bodies of the 2 soldiers. Boom! The 2 instantly exploded into a bloody mist. I've come back to cleanse you. First shift of the day. Chapter 33. Go into the poor Taoist celestial master's streamer and reflect on it. The bodies of the 2 soldiers instantly exploded into a bloody mist. Meanwhile, in the monitoring system room of the heavenly prison, the big-bellied warden saw this familiar figure and the cruelty of the. He was trembling with fear. Zhang Fan, why are you here? He calmed his panic and hurriedly activated the boundary barrier of the heavenly prison. In order to block Zhang Fan from coming in. Only a golden circular barrier instantly covered the entire outer perimeter of the heavenly prison. This golden barrier was extremely strong and was originally designed to prevent criminals from escaping. Once, 3-peak harmonization heaven powerhouses had failed to break it with their full strength strikes. It is so strong that no one can break it. Zhang Fan, you dead traitor. I'll energize the Prime Minister now, you wait for death you. The warden stared at the security video feed while urgently contacting the top. Upon seeing this layer of defense barrier, Zhang Fan smiled coldly and placed his right hand on it. A little push. Boom! This solid defense barrier instantly shattered into crumbs. The warden was dumbfounded. How is this possible? Zhang Fan entered like no one's business and walked into the heavenly prison. At this moment, he was emanating a chillingly terrifying aura all over his body. He hadn't been this shaken up before, and this time, he was truly motivated to kill. A large group of powerful people who were guarding the heavenly prison had rushed over. Among them, there were dozens of weak ones at the Foundation establishment stage and strong ones at the heavenly stage. But when they saw Zhang Fan, who stood in front of them like a killing god, each of them was so scared that their knees went weak and they directly fell to the ground. One simply did not dare to look directly into Zhang Fan's eyes that were strong enough to pierce through everything. Lord Zhang Fan, it's none of our business. We were also following orders. Please, Heavenly Master, let us live, we are also laborers. Tao Master. Oh no, hero, you are the hero of our Luoyin Empire, you shouldn't. Zhang Fan was simply too lazy to listen to the nonsense of these people. With a stretch of his hand, the 10,000 soul streamer directly appeared in his hand. The yellow streamers were emblazoned with blood-red taiji designs and emitted black smoke from the cuckoo. Go into the poor man's human emperor streamer and reflect on your reflection. Moment. The 10,000 soul streamer shot out hundreds of red tentacles, directly penetrating the bodies of these soldiers. With that, the 10,000 soul streamer became several times larger. Ignoring the desperate screams of these men, the tentacles tugged at the bodies of these soldiers and, one by one, they were sent into the 10,000 soul streamer to be refined. In no time at all, they all refined the blood in water and went up in smoke. The moment. Those creeps and martial artists who were still locked up in their cages were all stunned. They never dreamed that Zhang Fan would return one day. These sinful martial artists and bizarre people who are not afraid of anyone, despite being locked up in the heavenly prison, still rushing the cage day after day in an attempt to regain his freedom. The only thing they were afraid of was Zhang Fan. The most hated is also Zhang Fan. Because it was Zhang Fan who had apprehended them and had them locked up in this dark place. But when they saw Zhang Fan again, none of them were trembling in fear. This is too scary. Is this really not coming back to settle scores? After seeing Zhang Fan's terrifying strength, these sinfully weird and martial artists were so frightened that they huddled in a corner. Some of them went straight to their knees, bending their heads to the ground and constantly begging for mercy. Taoist Master Zhang. Zhang Tianshi, we have no grudges or hatred with you, right, you let us go. Yeah, we've reformed, and I've learned to pedal a sewing machine. It's none of our business if they mess with you. They were terrified. They were afraid that Zhang Fan, the god of murder, would go red in the eyes and kill them as well. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan retrieved the 10,000 soul streamer and said indifferently, I will not kill you. Instead, I'm going to let you back in today and set you free. But I don't need to tell you what you should do next, do I? Zhang Fan's voice echoed in every corner of the heavenly prison. Hearing this, the bizarre and martial artists locked up in the heavenly prison were dumbfounded. Put yourself out? This is no joke, right? Back then, it was Zhang Fan himself who had brought them in, but now he was letting them out. However, seeing the serious face of this killing god, they didn't dare to disbelieve it. As for what should be done after going out, that naturally goes without saying. The people of the Luoyin Empire abused them day and night, subjecting them to an inferno of torture. It's going to be a killer when we get out there. Only then can I avenge this humiliating hatred. Zhang Fan lightly snapped his fingers. The seals of all the cells in the heavenly prison all shattered into slag. Surprise was on the faces of the bizarre and martial artists who were imprisoned inside, guilty as hell. They couldn't believe it was real. It's hard to be imprisoned here day and night, in the dark. They never dreamed that one day they would be able to regain their freedom. And the person who gave them freedom turned out to be Zhang Fan. I'll give you your freedom, but don't you let me down. The other side. Royal capital. The Prime Minister's residence. Upon learning that Zhang Fan had returned to the Luoyin Empire and had struck out to attack the heavenly prison, Prime Minister Zhou Haotian was furious. But he also felt excited. Zhang Fan, the traitor himself, had returned, so there was no need to chase him all over the world. Zhang Fan, today you must account for your life in the Luoyin Empire. Zhou Haotian smiled grimly. With that, he dispatched several strong men to go to North Mang Mountain immediately. Make sure to suppress Zhang Fan directly. Among them, there were 3 strong people at the heaven transformation stage alone. Zhou Haotian was certain that 3 heavenly transformation stage powerhouses had joined forces to. Even if Zhang Fan had 10 lives, he would have to be accounted for here today. The other side. When Zhang Fan saw the cage in which he was confined, his face emaciated and his body like a withered bone, When his little sister, Zhang Qingyan, whose limbs were securely chained, he couldn't hold back his tears any longer. Little sister. Little sister is alive and well. But what a lot of suffering it was. Zhang Fan's heart ached like a knife. He didn't understand why he had done so much. The LW generation did almost everything for the empire. He sacrificed his youth and childhood. Shidoshi sacrificed his life just to keep the peace of this land. But in the end? And yet my little sister was treated and tortured like this. These ungrateful brutes should all be purged. Zhang Qingyan raised her head, and when she saw that it was her senior brother, her body shivered. She never dreamed that she would be able to live to see her senior brother one day. Little sister. I'm here, I'll take you home. This is not our home. I'll take you back. Zhang Fan stretched out a finger and made a gentle stroke. The chains that were wrapped around his little sister's body instantly shattered into pieces. Little sister's thin and weak body like withered bones was held in Zhang Fan's arms. Zhang Fan revealed a long-lost smile. In an instant, the smirk turned back into killing intent. Just then, an old voice came from above the sky. Zhang Fan, you traitor, come here yourself to collect your death. Chapter 34. According to you, I am indeed guilty, so come and judge me in the Heavenly Master's Pan. 3 powerful men of the Heavenly Transformation stage, as well as a dozen or so Skywatcher stage powerhouses, descended on the summit of Baimang Mountain at the same time. One of the old men with gray hair and gold-rimmed eyes shouted angrily. Judging from the strong aura on his body, this was already a strong person of the 7th level of the Transformation Heaven. This kind of strength was enough to rank in the top 5 in the Luoyin Empire. The remaining 2 Heaven Transformation stage powerhouses were both at the 6th level of Heaven Transformation. The 2 stood on either side of the old man, their hands ready behind their backs with a confident look on their faces. This time, they were ordered by the Prime Minister to kill the traitor Zhang Fan. Today, Zhang Fan must die, otherwise they could not account for it. At this moment, inside the heavenly prison, Zhang Fan put his 2 fingers together and pressed them onto his little sister's back, delivering a constant stream of thick aura to its body. Zhang Qingyan sat cross-legged on the ground, closed her eyes tightly, and felt this rich and abundant spiritual energy in her body. A little bit of blood color finally returned to her miserable white face. With his hand touching on his little sister's back, Zhang Fan couldn't even touch the skin and flesh. Feel all the long, thin ribs. His heart was overwhelmed with anger and remorse. How much inhuman torture my little sister has suffered over the years. He eliminated the shenanigans for the Luoyin Empire and kept the empire safe and sound. But his only family in the world is imprisoned, ravaged, and tortured by the empire. It's become this inhuman look. After all that LW has done and given to the empire, what has it gotten in return? You are ungrateful, so don't blame me for decimating you. Zhang Fan still remembers that his little sister was only 13 years old when she disappeared, and at that time, his senior brother, Zhang Qingyun, had already died. Zhang Fan is her only family. My little sister was beautiful. In his memory, she was like a jasmine flower, lively and cheerful, full of sunshine. She had a childish face, a pair of big eyes with a twinkle in them, and was always chasing after her elder brother to pamper him, yet very strong and loves to fight. Now that 3 years have passed, when he saw his little sister again, Zhang Fan almost didn't recognize her. Her appearance like this caused Zhang Fan's heart to drip blood and was incomparably difficult to bear. Zhang Fan, traitor! Quickly come over and suffer death. What? Hiding and afraid to come out? The pale, old voice overhead sounded again. The veins on Zhang Fan's hands rose slightly as a murderous intent surfaced on his face. The sound of this motley crew of insects chirping was something he really didn't like to hear. Originally, I was thinking of healing my little sister's wounds first, and then slowly resolving them. Looking at it nowadays, you have to slaughter them first. Zhang Fan withdrew his hand and commanded, "You guys keep an eye on her, if there's half a thing. The poor Taoist will never spare you." Zhang Fan said to the several creepy ones beside him who were covered in yin qi and had just been regained freedom. A few creeps shivered in fear at the sound of this and hurriedly nodded their heads. "Don't worry, Taoist Master, we're on the same page now, we're all on our own." "Right. Taoist Zhang, you are my benefactor, your sister's matter is naturally our matter." After the arrangement, With a flash of his body, Zhang Fan instantly arrived on top of the peak of North Mang Mountain. Seeing him appear, a dozen or so of the Empire's heaven-transforming stage powerhouses surrounded him. Among them, Tang Qingyuan, who had a head full of white hair and an angry face, was the first to speak.
Zhang Fan.
I didn't think that you, a traitor, would actually dare to come back. According to the laws of the Luoyin Empire, this honored one will now put you on the spot.
Of which you have 3 sins.
Tang Qingyuan prepared his hands behind his back, and before formally striking out, he wanted to put his hat in Zhang Fan's hands. After all, Zhang Fan's crimes were so heinous that he betrayed his country and killed countless people, and had long since been punished by everyone. Not only did he have to set out with the same strength to decapitate this traitor, it also has to break Zhang Fan's psyche and let him know that he is a tenfold sinner. Zhang Fan had better cut himself today.
Tang Qingyuan paused and continued.
What of the sins? You betrayed Luoyin, defected to the enemy, and were disloyal and unfilial. The second sin, you have devoured and killed countless people, a great sin. The third sin, you weave lies and deceive the world, and the gods and men are outraged. Zhang Fan, if I were you, I'd choose to just cut myself right now. It's a good way to salvage some of your reputation after you die. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan laughed out coldly. What? If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known I was so bad. I'll just have to stop eating beef then. According to you, I have indeed sinned, and sinned greatly. So, come and judge me in the midst of my heavenly master. Zhang Fan's hand reached out, and a yellow streamer immediately appeared in his hand. A blood-colored taiji pattern was imprinted on top of the streamer, and black smoke was rising from the cuckoo. Seeing this, the dozen or so strong men showed horror and couldn't help but take a few steps back. What is this thing? Zhang Fan's 10,000 soul streamer had killed an unknown number of martial artists and bazaar so far.
The black smoke of the cuckoo and the thick aura of resentment of the 10,000 soul streamer.
It made all the powerful people present shiver and their backs go cold.
Is this something a Taoist priest should have? Come, enter my 10,000 soul streamer for a moment.
The 10,000 soul streamer suddenly became hundreds of times bigger, suspended in the air. The
dozens of red tentacles shot out from that yin-yang taiji pattern.
In an instant, it directly penetrated the bodies of a dozen or so Skywatch stage griffins, who spat black blood from their mouths.
Killed instantly.
Fuji Qingyuan and the other 3 heaven transformation stage powerhouses cried out that it was not good. Hurriedly, he made every effort to fend off the red tentacle.
But it doesn't help at all.
Tang Qingyuan condensed all of his spiritual energy and formed a protective barrier. What he didn't expect was for the protective barrier to be penetrated right through by the red tentacles. Only a poof was heard, and his abdomen was directly stabbed through. Immediately afterward, dozens of red tentacles pulled at the bodies of these powerful men and, one by one, they were sent to the 10,000 souls to be refined. Feeling the pain tearing through his abdomen, Tang Qingyuan, who still had a trace of consciousness, hurriedly begged for mercy. As a fellow heaven transformation stage powerhouse, he had originally thought that he had deep seniority and his strength was not inferior to Zhang Fan. With so many people here today, he will surely be able to put Zhang Fan on the spot. But he never expected that they would be the ones to die today.
Master Zhang. Master Zhang. Spare me. Don't you Taoist priests not kill easily? Shouldn't you be compassionate? If you kill me, you'll be offending the Luoyin Empire to the end.
Hearing this, Zhang Fan was expressionless and unmoved.
Are the poor Taoists those bald asses? What's all this talk about compassion? Besides, offending the Luoyin Empire to the end? Oh, isn't it already?
With a burst of heart-rending screams, the dozen or so powerful men that all of them were sent into the 10,000 soul streamer, and in an instant, they became refined into blood. Zhang Fan retrieved the 10,000 soul streamer and exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, then his body flashed and returned to the heavenly prison. He first infused his little sister's body with an incomparably abundant amount of aura, healing her wounds. Then Zhang Fan opened the doors of all the cages in all the heavenly prisons.
Unleash all the shenanigans and martial artists.
Including the original lockup at the bottom, the crime-ridden, extremely dangerous shenanigans.
From now on, you are free. First shift of the day.
Chapter 35. Returning to Mount Longhu, it was as if I saw a sea of lions and mountains of blood and broken walls and
purgatory on earth. Of course, I'm giving you your freedom on a condition. How? I don't need to tell you more. Zhang Fan opened the seals of all the cells. These crimes are so heinous. Killing countless Bazaar have scurried out of the heavenly prison pole, like a mass of red light, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. But as soon as Zhang Fan opened his mouth, these weirdos that had just disappeared immediately reappeared, kneeling in unison in front of Zhang Fan. Lord Zhang Fan, we understand. Kill him to the ground. That's certainly understood, I assure you, and how these people tortured me before. I'll get back at you 100-fold. Kill, kill, kill. These strong people of Luoyin Empire are weak, all of them are food. The weakest of these bizarre ones were at the heaven watching stage, and the strongest had already reached the third level of heaven transforming. Of course, they each carry at least 100 lives on their backs. It's quite experienced in things like cannibalism. This time there were not only shenanigans being released, but also martial artists. For these martial artists to be considered a threat by the Empire, each one of them was not weak. Most of these martial artists were all above the middle stage of Skywatcher in terms of strength, and all of them had committed numerous crimes before. There is no place suitable for human habitation within a radius of thousands of kilometers of Mang in the north. It's full of deserts and swamps. The climatic conditions are extremely harsh, and no one or Bazaar would want to stay here all the time. There was a small city more than 1,000 kilometers away from Bei Mang Mountain. This city is the closest to North Mangshan, where humans live. It's clear to the creeps that at this distance and speed, this evening at most, they'll be able to eat fresh people. After so many years of incarceration, they dreamed of meat and vegetables. In this dark cage, they not only lost their freedom, and to suffer from hunger day in and day out. Once you regain your freedom, you're bound to kill a lot of people. These released martial artists were also sharpening their swords one by one, ready to go on a killing spree. After all, they've been locked up for so long that they've long been out of touch with modern society and can no longer survive. And they were still wanted by the Empire. A new life was definitely out of the question. The only way to live and sustain life is to go on a violent looting and killing spree. After all, the Empire had pushed them to the brink, so how could they be at peace? Very well. I hope none of you will disappoint me. Zhang Fan spoke indifferently, and then he waved his hand, signaling that they could leave. Boom! Only to see these grievous-bodied Bazaar transformed into a red light that, extremely fast, he burst toward the far side. The other side. Zhang Fan brought his little sister out of the heavenly prison. He held out a finger. An extremely strong spiritual energy shot out from his fingertips. It directly blasted the boulder above the heavenly dungeon into smithereens. The strong force caused the huge stone block to instantly shatter into pieces. Countless falling rocks smashed down from the mountain, directly burying the heavenly prison permanently in the mountain. Little sister, let me take you back to Longhu Mountain to take a look. We'll meet the ancestors again, and then I'll take you out of the country. Let's go home, back to where we really should be. At those words, her little sister's face froze slightly. She didn't know what Zhang Fan meant by going home. However, she grew up listening to her elder brother. Elder brother was her only family in this world, and the person she trusted the most. Besides, this is a country they can't stay in anymore. They, the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Masters, did not have any semblance of a place in this Luoyin Empire either. Zhang Qingyan smiled with a curved brow. All listen to senior brother, Smokey is obedient. Wherever senior brother goes, senior sister will definitely follow him. At those words, Zhang Fan's nose twitched. He saw that long-lost smile on his little sister's face again, a smile that was so bright that it was like a spring breeze. That's so nice. The duo returned to Lungfu Shan. After entering the mountain gate, you follow the steep path to the shrine of Lungfu Shan. Open the door to the shrine, and dust pours in. What comes into view is the ranking of the ancestors of each generation of Lungfu Shan. Zhang Fan and his little sister bowed and then knelt to the ancestors' row, performing the rite of the descendants. The various generations of celestial masters of Lungfu Shan, who took it as their duty to help the world and its people, came out of the mountains in times of chaos, and went into seclusion in times of prosperity. Wherever it goes, evil spirits are dispersed. His ancestors taught him, and so did his master, Taoist Woodrock. You have to have the determination to go forward in spite of millions of people, to subdue the demons and to bring peace to the chaotic world. But what did they get in the end? Zhang Fan was already thoroughly disappointed with these people from the Luoyin Empire. These ungrateful people don't deserve to be guarded. Suddenly, Zhang Fan stood up as he looked through the window of the shrine. It's a vibrant world out there. Peace abounds everywhere. It was a peaceful scene. But only he knew how much evil was hidden under this peaceful scene. This so-called peace is nothing but an illusion. This so-called pomp and circumstance is only superficial. It was as if he had already seen broken walls, mountains of corpses and seas of blood, hell on earth. This place, it won't take long for it to become a hell. The creepy hordes will completely stomp this country to pieces. All of them will be reduced to creepy food in time. And this country will be completely destroyed. But none of this had anything to do with Zhang Fan anymore. He's definitely not going back. When little sister saw Zhang Fan stand up, she followed suit. After packing up his things, Zhang Fan left Longhu Mountain with his little sister. Before leaving, Zhang Fan looked at Longhu Mountain and muttered, "We should return to this place. But I believe it's time for Starlight City to return to Yanhuang. Sooner or later, Longhu Mountain will also return to the bosom of the Yanhuang earth, and when that time comes, the heavenly Taoism is a unity." Immediately after, Zhang Fan quickly made seals with both hands. He placed a defensive boundary on the entire Longhu Mountain. The character of this group of little Aziz Zhang Fan really knew too well. After he left, Longhu Mountain is expected to suffer in a short time. With the defense boundaries in place, these little trippers won't be able to get in. Little sister, let's go. Imperial capital. The most senior minister's residence. Prime Minister Zhou Haotian had a grave expression on his face. What do you mean? None of them came back? This. Zhang Fan. He couldn't hide the shock on his face. Zhou Haotian never expected that Zhang Fan would have such terrifying strength. The point is, the traitor got away with it. The empire had lost so many powerful people, and surprisingly, they still couldn't do anything to him. Thinking of this, Zhou Haotian pounded the table, full of anger with nowhere to vent it. Prime Minister, I have one more thing to report to you. All those bizarre and martial artists imprisoned inside the heavenly prison have been released by Zhang Fan. The heavenly prison was also destroyed by Zhang Fan. What's next? The minister kneeling in front of Zhou Haotian said. At those words, Zhou Haotian was dumbfounded. What? What? Run out. All of them are evil, murderous, and guilty of many crimes. All of them ran out. What a hidden danger it must be. Damn it. I now order you to hasten to send more powerful men. Bring back all of these creeps and martial artists that ran out. Zhou Haotian ordered in a stern voice. Upon hearing this, helplessness and bewilderment appeared on the face of the military minister kneeling on the ground. How can we catch them? The central region of the empire is a no man's land for thousands of miles. A needle in a haystack, which is not even a little bit to be found. But the prime minister's order, he dared not disobey and could only agree. Zhou Haotian sighed, he was very unsettled in his heart. These creeps and martial artists have been held captive for so long. Once free, there should be no retaliation against the empire, right? They are all free, shouldn't they cherish their freedom? Wouldn't dare challenge the majesty of the empire. His mind was a little disturbed, but he tried to console himself. It should be fine. Chapter 36, Demon Sealing Valley, 5 great Guile emperors revive at the same time, Yanhuang Empire in danger. Zhang Fan brought his little sister back to the Yanhuang Empire. Came to the city of Hai Tua where he lived. Are you saying that this is our home? Hai Tua Cheng. Little sister asked while watering the greenery that Zhang Fan had planted. Yes. The world's Taoism comes from Yanhuang, not Luoyin. We've merely been away from home for too long, and now, we're back. Zhang Fan said in a firm tone. Saying that, he took out for his little sister that photo of his master, Taoist Woodrock, and the vice chief of Wudong together. We're family, we've just been apart for a long time. Our bloodlines are the same, some other time, I'll take you to meet the other Tao masters in person. Zhang Fan touched his little sister's head and said patiently. My little sister nodded quaintly. She listens to her senior brother in everything. And having come to this Yanhuang Empire and seeing people of the same skin color as myself, she felt an inexplicable closeness. It was something she had never felt in the Luoyin Empire. The Luoyin Empire had given her nothing but hostility and hurt. The southern part of the Yanhuang Empire. The Valley of the Sealed Devil. It was a huge canyon, surrounded by mountains on all sides, in a depression, and the spiritual chi inside was extremely dense. It's a great place to practice. But due to the lack of powerful human martial artists in the Yin Huang Empire, after the bizarre outbreak of the, it's natural for this place to be creepy territory. A small demon ceiling valley with hundreds of thousands of creeps in it. Among them, there were 5 peak harmonized heaven creeps. It could be said that more than half of the strongest shenanigans in the Yin Huang Empire came from here. This is purgatory on Earth, Hades. Ever since the Seal Valley was bizarrely occupied, the creeps had slaughtered almost all of the humans in the dozen or so cities near the Sealed Valley. These originally prosperous cities have now long since turned into broken walls, with no grass growing. The Yin Huang Empire's powerhouses were simply no match for these bizarre ones. Under the guidance of the imperial rulers, mankind could only retreat, again and again. Retreat to build a city thousands of kilometers away from the Seal Valley. Build defense projects thousands of miles away and send strong human guards to defend against the attack of the trickster. All of the thousands of miles around this sealed demon valley had become bizarre territory, a no man's land. White bones are exposed in the wild, and there are no chickens crowing for thousands of miles. It's quite a lion's share. The moment. The blood pool at the bottom of the sealed demon valley. In the midst of all this blood, 10 black spots lit up. These were not black dots, but 5 pairs of eyes as black as chaos. Jie, a breakthrough. The great circle realm of the heaven transformation stage, I've finally broken through. Jie, I've broken through as well. It's been 5 years. Terrifyingly eerie laughter emanated from the bottom of the blood pool, and in an instant, the demon ceiling valley was in turmoil. Creeps of all sizes were agitated. Their 5 kings, the breakthrough was successful. Boom! 5 blood shadows exploded out from the bottom of the pool, and in the blink of an eye, they were out of the blood pool. It's 5 spooky ones of rather terrifying strength. Each one is as large as a small mountain, red in color, with an ugly face and a sharp mouth and fangs. A terrifyingly sinister aura emanated from his body. These 5 bizarre realms had all reached the great circle of the heaven transformation stage. It was the highest realm of the heavenly transformation stage. Since the revival of the bizarre, they were the first bizarre to reach such a realm. They are just too lucky. The aura at the bottom of the blood pool was 100 times thicker than the rest of the sealed demon valley. After discovering this secret, these 5 peak harmonized heavenly weirdnesses decisively chose to go into seclusion, hiding at the bottom of the blood tan for 5 whole years of hard labor. In the end, all 5 of them broke through to the great perfection of heavenly transformation. It's been 5 years. The sealed demon valley has never infested humans from the outside. The reason was still that their 5 kings were closed. Now once they were out of the gate, the 5 of them were going to turn the entire human world outside into a mountain of corpses and blood. These 5 spooky named themselves after the cities they each slaughtered. When they reached the peak of transformation heaven, they had already claimed the title of emperor. They are East Capital Guadi, West Capital Guadi, South Capital Guadi, North Capital Guadi, and Hope Capital Guadi. Jie. Finally a breakthrough Then next, this human world must be killed through. And who can stop us? The East Capital Ghost Emperor laughed jaggedly. They had closed their doors for the past few years, allowing the humans of the Yin Huang Empire to live in peace for a few years. Now that he has made a breakthrough, may I ask who under the sky would be a rival? How could he still stay in this tiny demon ceiling valley when he had already claimed the title of emperor? They yearned for the vast land of the Yin Huang Empire. This vast expanse of greatness, they all want it. As for these humans in the Yin Huang Empire, naturally they should all be slaughtered. To turn this country into a country of utter weirdness. The fallen city, 1,000 miles away from the sealed demon valley. It's built with walls 100 feet high, with immensely fortified defensive boundaries. It is the closest human settlement to the Seal Valley. Likewise, this was the first defense against the bizarre attack of the Seal Valley. Behind the fallen city. Situated in the southern 88 cities of the Yin Huang Empire. Living the majority of the population of the Yin Huang Empire. But it had been 5 years since the shenanigans of the Sealed Valley had infested and attacked humans. It also brought a short period of peace to the southern part of the Yin Huang Empire. The economy is continuing to rise and the people are finally living in stability. At this moment, on the walls of the fallen city, a few of the soldiers guarding the city lazily looked ahead with highly specialized weapons in their hands. Suddenly, only in the distant demon ceiling valley, 5 red auroras exploded out, piercing through the clouds and shoot straight up to the sky. Boom! The sky instantly turned blood red. With that, an extremely strong and bizarre aura instantly spread for thousands of miles. The soldiers defending the city were all scared silly. This is a good strong yin chi. Is this a weird outbreak of the sealed demon valley? They rushed to call the executives. At this moment, in the imperial palace of the Yen Huang Empire, when Yen Ashes learned that the 5 guile emperors of the sealed demon valley had succeeded in their breakthroughs, as he was vastly preparing to kill towards the humans, his entire body was dumbfounded. Is the situation true? This is the great perfection of the heaven transformation stage. Yen Ember's pale face was shivering straight away at the moment. He never dreamed that these 5 guile emperors hadn't infested humans for 5 years, but it turned out that they were making a breakthrough. How can this be? The mere weirdness of a peak harmonization heaven was enough to overthrow a city in the Yen Huang Empire in an instant. Now that it has reached the great perfection of the heavenly transformation stage, can it be that the Yen Huang Empire is in great trouble? Your Majesty, it is true. We've already monitored it. This aura is definitely a great circle of the heaven transformation stage. And they're already killing in the direction of the humans. Minister of State Yen Ling, who was kneeling on the ground, said with a worried face. He hadn't expected the situation to be so serious either. Inferno sighed as he sat down in his chair, disoriented. He thought about it for half a day. For today's solution, one could only implore Zhang Fan to take action. But all 5 of these guile emperors were at the great circle of the heavenly transformation stage, the highest realm of the heavenly transformation stage. Even if Zhang Fan's strength was even more powerful, it was estimated that he was still in the perfection realm of the heavenly transformation stage. Could it be an opponent to face 5 hidden heaven stage great circle shenanigans at once? It was not that Yen Ashes did not trust Zhang Fan, but these 5 Guad were too powerful. It could be said to be the most powerful bazaar that had appeared in the world so far. He didn't understand why the land of Yen Huang had to suffer such a calamity. It was hard to believe that this time the Yen Huang Empire was really at stake. I believe in Mr. Zhang Fan. I'll go to Hai Tuocheng now and ask him to come out. Yen Ling stood up and said with a firm gaze. Inferno nodded. A glimmer of trust flashed in his eyes. Today, they don't have anyone else they can rely on. First shift of the day. Chapter 37 Luoying Empire's Intentions, Taking Advantage of the Chaos to Invade, Schadenfreude, Zhang Fan Takes Action. The moment. On the Yankee Empire's teaser. Upon learning that the 5 great guile emperors of the Demon Sealing Valley had completed their breakthroughs and were vastly murdering humans, the people felt the sky was falling. What a fate for the Yankees! What's going to happen? It's over. Is the Yen Huang Empire cursed? Why are these weirdnesses still not going to leave us alone? 5 trickster emperors. Can we only wait for the kingdom to die? Is it too late to run? I'm not far away from the city of Fall. It's over, where can I run to? Don't worry everyone, wait for Taoist Master Zhang to make his move. I absolutely trust Taoist Master Zhang. Me too. My Yen Huang Empire will not be destroyed. We can only trust Taoist Zhang this time. In the midst of this panic, someone thought of Zhang Fan. The only person they can trust and rely on these days. Now that Zhang Fan resided in the Yen Huang Empire, how could he possibly sit back and watch? Countless people pleaded with Zhang Fan to come out with the highest respect and courtesy. The other side. In the Luoying Empire. The scouts have spied on the abnormalities of the Yen Huang Empire. So at the first opportunity, the matter was reported to Prime Minister Zhou Haotian. Zhou Haotian was happy to learn that the Yen Huang Empire was at stake, and he slapped the table. Good news. That's great news. This was definitely the most exciting news Zhou Haotian had heard in a while. The Yen Huang Empire and Luoying Empire had always been at odds, and the two countries had many frictions on their borders. At one point, the situation was so bad that it became incompatible. The Yen Huang Empire is weak, yet it occupies a large area suitable for human habitation. The land area is several times larger than the Luoying Empire. While the Luoying Empire was full of powerful people, they could only live in this barren land with a harsh climate. That's why the Luoying Empire's little Ajushi dream of invading the Yen Huang Empire, robbing the Yen Huang Empire of its property and resources. For the past 1,000 years, the two nations have been at odds. The Luoying Empire had once also seized the Starlight City of the Yen Huang Empire and had not returned it to this day. These Rohypnol Athens uphold a philosophy of taking advantage of the fire. If the Yanhuang Empire is struck by a weird and heavy blow, then it's time for the Luoying Empire to invade the Yanhuang Empire again. They were completely unsatisfied with just one Starlight City, they wanted a larger territory. Ha, heaven help me Luoying. Put the armies and strongmen into a state of battle readiness, ready to attack at any time. In my opinion, the Yanhuang Empire, a 1,000-year-old country, is bound to perish this time. Zhou Haotian couldn't hide the excitement on his face, he had waited for this moment for a long time. This is a great opportunity for the revival of the Luo Empire. If it was made, he, Zhou Haotian, would be a bright ruler for the ages. The kneeling military minister first congratulated the prime minister and then slowly spoke.
Prime Minister, this Yanhuang Empire now has Zhang Fan. Do you think Zhang Fan will spoil our good deed?
At those words, Zhou Haotian frowned slightly. He naturally heard what the military minister meant. But he had no worries about that.
You don't really think Zhang Fan has that kind of ability, do you?
That's the 5 great Guile Emperors, and now they've all broken through to the great circle of the Heaven Transformation Stage realm. That's the strongest realm below the ferrying stage. Even if Zhang Fan is powerful, he's at most in the Great Perfection realm. How can he fight against the 5 great Guile Emperors all by himself? In Zhou Haotian's opinion, Zhang Fan was indeed powerful, but he was fine against some ordinary Heaven Transformation Stage shenanigans. The weirdness of the Great Circle of Heaven Transformation Stage can be enough to exterminate a country with just one ah.
That's still 5 coming out at once.
The Yanhuang Empire will be destroyed this time. Zhang Fan can either be a little smarter, be a shrinking turtle and don't show up, and still save his dog life. Either they made a move, or they could only end up becoming the ghosts under the swords of these 5 Guile Emperors.
Thinking of this, Zhou Haotian couldn't help but laugh out loud.
He couldn't wait for Zhang Fan to hurry up and make a move so that he could clean up this scourge. The other side. When the Sakura Empire and the Lighthouse Empire learned of the change of heart in the Yanhuang Empire, each of them had a heart of gold. These 2 countries were originally eyeing the Yanhuang Empire, and today, when the Yanhuang Empire had this change of heart, they naturally want to come over and get a piece of the action. So, under the guise of helping the Yanhuang Empire suppress shenanigans, the Sakura Empire and the Lighthouse Empire wanted to send an army into the Yanhuang Empire. However, it was rejected by the top management of the Yanhuang Empire.
The moment. Hai Tuacheng.
When Zhang Fan learned of the change in the Demon Ceiling Valley, his brows frowned slightly.
5 Heavenly Transformation Stage Great Circle shenanigans. Oh. He just found it very interesting.
If it were before, when he was only at the Great Circle of the Heavenly Transformation Stage, I'm afraid that it would be a struggle to deal with 5-peak harmonized heaven creeps. But now that he had reached the transition realm, anything below the transition realm was a mole to him. What's more, he still had the 10,000 soul streamer in his hand and had acquired the inquisitive 5 Thunders orthodoxy. This time, in response to the people's request and the king's invitation, Zhang Fan decided to take matters into his own hands. Originally, he had planned to ignore the weirdness. But once he came to the Yanhuang Empire, he found his home and his roots. The people here treat him like family, giving him the utmost respect and courtesy. These were things that the Rohypnol Empire had never given him. Zhang Fan believed that he had finally found, at last, a side of the land that was worth defending. Zhang Fan would never stand idly by during this crisis of the Yanhuang Empire.
The west wind is austere.
Standing on top of the walls of the fallen city, looking from afar, one could only see that the sky had turned blood red. This blood red color covers the sky. The thousands of miles of earth at the bottom were like a hell on earth. Suddenly, only a hissing sound could be heard in the distance. A large mass of black clouds pressed towards the fallen city, and an incomparably thick qi poured out.
At this point,
the Yanhuang Empire urgently mobilized all the strongest people from several nearby cities, preparing to fight the bazaar to the death. Behind them are the lights of 10,000 homes, the 88 cities in the southern part of the Yanhuang Empire.
Hundreds of millions of people.
The moment is also being broadcast live in its entirety by frontline media reporters. Not only the people of the Yanhuang Empire, but the whole world is concerned about this bizarre outbreak. With the exception of a few wolfish countries like the Rojan Empire, the majority of the world's population wants peace. After all, if this weird army steps on the Yanhuang Empire, it's bound to spill over to other countries next. Not much time. An army made up of more than 100,000 creeps was already at the city's doorstep. The 5 Guile emperors at the head of the group exuded an extremely strong yin qi. Every single one of them had the strength of a weatherization great circle. It was also at that moment Zhang Fan's figure appeared right above the city wall. When they saw Zhang Fan appear, the hearts of the strongest defenders of the city that were hanging in the air were finally put down. They believe in Zhang Fan. Now Zhang Fan was the only person they could trust and rely on. At this moment in time, the international Twitter feed is live. Where did this stinking Taoist come from? Really don't want to die. The Yan Huang Empire is bound to perish this time. This is the Guadi. No human would be a match for him. Don't be ridiculous, this Taoist priest is named Zhang Fan, he's a dog that our Luoyin Empire doesn't want. After being kicked away by us, the Yan Huang Empire treats him as a treasure, he's not much use. Right. Our Luoyin Empire doesn't want this trash, but the Yan Huang Empire trusts him so much. Yan Huang Empire, you guys are confused. The people of the Yan Huang Empire are pathetic, this stinking Taoist priest kills people wherever he goes. Yeah. The Yan Huang Empire has run out of gas. It will inevitably become our Sakura Empire's territory when the time comes. Ha. The time has come for us, the Lighthouse Empire, to break new ground. The live feed of the tweets was filled with abuse, taunts and laughter. And in the official broadcast room of the Yan Huang Empire, people had immense trust in Zhang Fan. They even flocked to the public screen to brush out the 4 words, God bless Yan Huang. Obviously, the vast majority of people did not have an accurate perception of Zhang Fan's strength. The 5 Guile emperors couldn't help but laugh out loud when they saw that the one who had come was just a young little Taoist. Are these humans too stupid? Still really think Taoist priests are useful? Kill. The Dongdu Guile emperors hissed violently. The 100,000 or so bizarre army behind him instantly stirred. Zhang Fan shook his head indifferently, and with a stretch of his hand, the 10,000 soul streamer appeared in his hand. This time, it was just time to try out the power of this inquisitive 5 thunders orthodoxy. 18 colored heavenly thunders. Zhang Fan was a bit impatient. Chapter 38 Killing 5 Guile Emperors. People understand Zhang Fan's strength, inquisitive 5 thunders orthodox technique. What a death wish. This emperor will sacrifice you first. The Dongdu Gue emperor hissed, his body steeply grew several times larger, and his hand reached out and a large sword with a blood-colored residue appeared in his hand. His figure shot out explosively, exuding a terrifying yin qi all over his body. It distorted the air along the way. The soldiers and powerhouses defending the city were alarmed and cried out. If they let this Guadi ascend the city walls, they would all have to die. Seeing this, a trace of displeasure appeared on Zhang Fan's face. He stretched out a finger, and a 7-colored aurora borealis light shot out from the tip of the finger. This aurora borealis shot towards the Dongdu Guile emperor in a devastating manner. The Dongdu Guile emperor laughed jaggedly, he was incredibly confident in his strength. It's already reached the great circle of the heavenly transformation stage. Dongdu Guadi didn't believe that there were still humans who were his opponents. The demon-breaking guile blade in his hand slashed violently at the 7-colored aurora. Boom! Only deafening explosions could be heard resounding in everyone's ears. The demon-breaking guile blade was directly blasted into pieces by the 7-colored rays, and the face of the Dongdu Guile emperor was filled with horror. There was a flash of incredulity in his eyes. This? How is that possible? Next. Without waiting for him to react, the 7-colored ray went in like nobody's business. It directly shot through the abdomen of the Dongdu Gue emperor, leaving a huge hole. The Dongdu Gue emperor let out a miserable cry of pain as his body fell heavily to the ground. Only a blaze of fire suddenly flared up from the gaping wound in his abdomen, accompanied by the heart-rending screams of the Dongdu Gue emperor. Within a few breaths, the Dongdu Gue emperor had already been burned to ashes, disappeared into the void. Seconds. Hiss. The air is quiet. Surprisingly quiet. A guile of the great circle of the heavenly transformation stage, a guile emperor who once slaughtered a city with his own strength. Just get killed in seconds? Zhang Fan used just one finger and only one move. The Gue emperor of the great circle of the heaven transformation stage died just like that? At this moment, both the human powerhouses and these thousands of bizarre all grew their mouths. The face is full of shocked fear. The strength was too terrifying. People just felt their scalps go numb. Most people, even the populace of the Yen Huang Empire, neither had an accurate understanding of Zhang Fan's strength. Today, they all saw it. It's all understood, too. It's scary as hell. At the moment, on the live feed of the International Special Push. One by one, the netizens of the Luoyin Empire stopped talking and lived in silence. The people of the other countries were shocked silly when they saw Zhang Fan kill the Guidi in a single move. In a time when a bizarre resurgence has descended upon the globe. They had never seen such a strong person come out of the human race before. This terrifying strength directly overturned their perceptions. God, it's horrible, this Taoist priest killed Guidi in one move. My lord, how in the world did he do it, with just one finger? The trickster emperor is dead. The Yen Huang Empire is lucky to have such a powerful one protecting them this time around. I live in envy at the Lighthouse Empire. Lord Zhang Fan is simply too strong, you are our Yen Huang Empire's benefactor and god of war. Great, great, this time the mountains and rivers of the Yen Huang Empire are safe and sound. We are relieved to have Lord Zhang Fan. Tears in my eyes, thanks to Lord Zhang Fan, as long as you keep Yen Huang free from disaster. We would honor you as a saint. Seeing the Dongdu Guidi was directly killed in seconds. The remaining 4 Guile emperors were all dumbfounded, their faces filled with incredulity and fear. Some of the Guile emperors were even so frightened that their bodies shivered. Never in their wildest dreams could they have imagined that during the time they were in seclusion, it was surprising that such a powerful martial artist had appeared among humans. Behind the 4 of them, the creepy army faltered. Seeing a king being decimated so easily, it was inevitable that they, the little shenanigans, would cringe in their hearts. Together. The Wangdu Guidi was the first to say that he was the strongest of the 5 Guidi. He knows that he must not retreat now, or his army will be broken. It will be difficult to attack humans later. The 4 Guile emperors looked at each other and prepared to join forces. The corner of Zhang Fan's mouth lifted slightly. Ready to get it together? That's just as well, it saves having to tackle them one by one. By the way, try the power of my inquisitive 5 thunders positive technique. Zhang Fan stretched out a hand and murmured in his mind. Inquisitive 5 thunder positive technique, now. Rumble, rumble. The sound of exploding thunder rang overhead. Suddenly, only the blood-red color that covered the entire sky directly shattered. In its place was a black chaos. Numerous sonic thunderbolts rolled and exploded above the heads of the many creeps. Rumble. Rumble. This deafening thunder resounded through the heavens and earth, spreading to every corner of 1,000 miles away. Within the 4 seas, evil demons tremble, and in the 8 wastelands, evil spirits fear. Rumble. Suddenly, a thunderbolt fell from the sky. What shocked everyone was that this explosive thunder had 7 colors, from red to orange. 7-colored explosive thunder. I've never heard of it before. I've never seen it before. The 4 Guile emperors were stunned, looking at the falling 7-colored explosive thunderbolts that they had the feeling that they were going to die soon. What the hell is this? It's horrible, isn't it? This human Taoist priest, what kind of identity is he? In front of this rolling heavenly thunder, even though the 4 of them were the bizarre ones who had perfected the heavenly transformation. Feeling helpless and intimidated too. This supernatural and terrifying power was completely beyond their ability to fight. It was only then that they realized that the Taoist priest in front of them was in no way a match for them. But now regret as well as useless. Go! Zhang Fan pointed with his hand, and his words followed the law. Only to see that from the black chaotic sky, 18 7-colored heavenly thunderbolts landed down in an instant. Each of these 18-colored heavenly thunderbolts was mixed with the terrifying power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. For a while, the bizarre army wailed and fled in all directions. This colored heavenly thunder hadn't even touched the 4 Guile emperors yet, just the aftermath of the. It then blasted the 4 Guile emperors into pieces. In the blink of an eye, heavenly lightning fell on them, and the 4 Guile emperors were directly burned into nothingness. Even the soul was destroyed with it. Before they even had a chance to scream, they had already been struck by the heavenly thunderbolt and were destroyed. The human powerhouses defending the city only felt their legs go weak when they saw this. One after another, they hid in a safe place behind the city wall, afraid of being mistakenly injured by this 7-colored heavenly thunder. The people who were watching the live broadcast had their scalps tingling one by one, and their moods could not even be described in words. 18 heavenly thunderbolts blasted through once, and all 5 Guile Emperors were blasted into ashes. And nearly half of the creepy army was dead or wounded. The tens of thousands of spooks that survived had scattered and fled for their lives. They saw the most terrifying scene in their lives. And how could Zhang Fan let these creeps go back? The 10,000 soul streamer in his hand steeply grew 10,000 times larger and hovered in the void. Immediately afterward, the 10,000 soul streamer shot out tens of thousands of red tentacles, shooting towards these fleeing weirdnesses. First shift of the day. Chapter 39: How to repay this favor. The 10,000 soul streamer shoots out tens of thousands of red tentacles toward the tens of thousands of these surviving spooky shots. The speed of this red tentacle was extremely fast, and in no time at all, it directly caught up with these fleeing bizarre and shot through their bodies. Ah! Ah! Heart-rending screams rang out one after another. Countless spooks were stabbed through their bodies by red tentacles. It was then lifted into the air by the red tentacles and flew towards the 10,000 soul streamer suspended in the void. At this moment, Zhang Fan's Heavenly Master's banner was emitting cuckoo of black smoke, which covered the sky, and the lone peak was rising straight upwards. Fly straight into the sky. So far, the Celestial Master has refined thousands of creeps. This Hongmeng purple chi is so purple that it's black. Zhang Fan silently lamented in his heart. Not long after, all of these tens of thousands of bizarre were sent to the 10,000 soul streamer. It was refined into a puddle of blood. Zhang Fan was expressionless as he made the 10,000 soul streamer smaller before receiving it in his hand with a wave of his hand. At this moment, these 5 great Guile Emperors and more than 100,000 Guile had all been cleared. And it was less than a quarter of an hour before Zhang Fan appeared. Shocking. The shock of those who see it is unparalleled. The strong men defending the fallen city were so excited that they were trembling. Seeing that the bizarre were all killed by Zhang Fan alone, they cried out in excitement. I thought the land would be devastated this time, but I didn't expect Taoist Master Zhang to step forward. Protect the Yankees from harm. Every single member of the populace who stayed in front of the TV to watch the live broadcast on the Yanhuang Earth was in tears. The eyes are red from crying. If it wasn't for Zhang Fan, I'm afraid the country would have died this time. The excitement of the populace is simply indescribable at this moment. It's a heartfelt gratitude and touch. How can I repay Lord Zhang Fan's kindness? They're in Yanhuang, and in the 10 years since the bizarre outbreak, they've been subjected to bizarre infestations almost every day of their lives. Countless of their fellow countrymen have been bizarrely murdered, but they can't do anything about it. Watching loved ones die at the hands of creepy mouths and being unable to do anything about it. Today, the bizarre invasion of Yanhuang in a big way, attempting to completely overthrow this ancient country that has been civilized for thousands of years. These people were prepared to fight against the weirdness with their mortal bodies and defend the Yanhuang Earth to the death. But the hero of salvation appears when it matters. Hero. Taoist Zhang is a hero of our Yanhuang Empire. Tears in my eyes. The 88 cities in southern Yanhuang have been preserved, thanks to Lord Zhang Fan. How can I repay you for this favor? Heaven will not stop me, O Yanhuang. Weeping, though we have not met. But my rotten life was saved by Lord Zhang Fan. Lord Zhang Fan, from now on, you should stay in the Yanhuang Empire, the empire needs you. Absolutely give you the highest treatment and respect. Yeah, don't ever go back to Rohypnol, those ungrateful ST don't know how to be thankful. They deserve to die out, they don't deserve to be saved. On the official media broadcast of the Yanhuang Empire, countless such appreciative comments were furiously brushed across the public screen. Now words could no longer express the people's gratitude to Zhang Fan. At this moment, the Yanhuang Empire, the capital city. Seeing Zhang Fan kill the 5 great Guile Emperors by himself, relieving the Yanhuang Empire of its difficulties. The old tears were on King Inferno's face. He let out a long breath and leaned back on the dragon chair as if he was relieved. It was clear to him that the 10 years of bizarre ravages in the Yanhuang land were going to stop. With Zhang Fan around, the Yanhuang Empire would eventually return to peace. The Yankees will never have to be victimized by shenanigans again. What an absolutely historic moment. Great. Just great. Thanks to Taoist Master Zhang, now I'm satisfied even if I'm told to close my eyes. He is a hero of our empire. Yan Embers held Yan Ling's hand beside him and said with incomparable excitement. When Lord Zhang Fan returns, I shall personally lead the civil and military officials to greet him. Give Lord Zhang Fan the highest respect. The other side. Luo Yin Empire. Zhou Haotian's face was so gloomy that it was on the verge of oozing water. At the moment, his expression was as if he had eaten a dead fly, and he looked incomparably uncomfortable. He had thought that Zhang Fan was only at the perfection realm of the heavenly transformation stage. It was impossible to be an opponent against the 5 great Guile emperors. But who would have expected that Zhang Fan would be so strong, ridiculously strong? That Gue emperor, who was enough to overthrow a country, was like an ant in front of him, and was easily decimated. Just now, even through the screen, Zhou Haotian felt an overwhelming sense of fear. Seemingly sensing the Prime Minister's apprehension, the Li Changshan, who was kneeling in front of him, said immediately after observing his words. There is no need for the Prime Minister to worry. Zhang Fan is powerful, but he is also a scourge. Staying in the Luoyin Empire is a big threat to your imperial power. You can't stay. Our empire is now strong enough to suppress Creepy, and it would be redundant to have him. It's enough to have our Martial Artist Association. Li Changshan's words reached Zhou Haotian's heart. Yeah, so true. Too strong and inconvenient to control, but rather a big threat. So the Luoyin Empire had still made the right decision in kicking Zhang Fan out. Instead, the Yan Huang Empire was out of luck. Humph, you're right. It's just a pity that the Yan Huang Empire doesn't realize this. They're raising a tiger by taking in Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, this scourge, wreaks havoc wherever he goes. Maybe the Yan Huang Empire will be scourged by him. This traitor can betray Luoyin, and in time, he can also betray Yan Huang as well. Zhou Haotian put his hand to his chin and said slowly. He was certain that Zhang Fan would be kicked like a dog again soon after he went to the Yan Huang Empire. At that time, if Zhang Fan wanted the Luoyin Empire to take him in again, then he, Zhou Haotian, will not agree. Zhang Fan, we'll see, don't come back and beg me when the time comes. Zhou Haotian smiled grimly. Immediately afterward, he ordered his men to suppress the public opinion on the internet and ban all the live videos of Zhang Fan's strike today. That topic that had originally made it to the Luoyin Empire's hot list was also suppressed by him. Zhang Fan stood in front of the fallen city with one hand. The subduing of thousands of creepy things soon caused a worldwide sensation. The populace of the world learned of the existence of such a powerful man through and through. Zhang Fan's strength refreshes people's perceptions. For a while, he became the meat and potatoes. After all, a strong elite is always the most valuable resource. If this kind of strong man could be used by his country, the value it would bring would be incalculable. The top brass of the Lighthouse Empire had poked around all of Zhang Fan's information in the first place. The moment. Lighthouse Empire, Black Palace. The king of the Lighthouse Empire looked at the information laid out in front of him and cursed in anger. Just now, he had learned that Zhang Fan was not from the Yan Huang Empire, but from the Luoyin Empire. Zhang Fan was driven out by the Luoyin Empire, and he was also hunted down by the Luoyin Empire. Then only came the Yan Huang Empire. My god, Fark. Is this group of Luoyin San each and every one of them kicked in the head by a donkey? Gosh, it's all a bunch of dumbass idiots, it's hopeless. God gave this bunch of San the opportunity to rise up and they couldn't even grasp it. The king of the Lighthouse Empire was a man who valued talent highly. He dreamed of the Lighthouse Empire having a strong talent like Zhang Fan. They treat talents with extra importance and the whole country respects them. He couldn't imagine that such a heroic figure as. It was surprising that he would be suppressed for trial in the Luoyin Empire. The Rohin Empire is pure retardation. Joseph, since Zhang Fan isn't from the Yan Huang Empire, only briefly residing in the Yan Huang Empire, then we have a chance to recruit him. He must be treated with the highest respect, with the best. Try to get him to come to our Lighthouse Empire. We need this kind of talent so badly. The king of the Lighthouse Empire commanded. Chapter 40 Attack on the border of the Cherry Blossom Empire, heavy casualties, Zhang Fan returns to the capital. A welcome of the highest caliber. The Lighthouse Empire was exceedingly powerful, with strong people like clouds, and there were a dozen or so peak-harmonized heaven powerhouses within the empire. But the Lighthouse Empire was far from satisfied with that, for the sake of imperial hegemony and control over the whole world. They desperately needed more powerful martial artists. If Zhang Fan could be recruited by the Lighthouse Empire, he would help the Lighthouse Empire to the top. If the Lighthouse Empire can't recruit him and let Zhang Fan stay in the Yan Huang Empire, Then there will be a serious threat to the hegemony of the Lighthouse Empire.
Yes, Your Majesty.
I see. Before the fall of the city, Zhang Fan shocked the world by killing the 5 great Guile emperors all by himself.
Not only in the human world to the point of being well known. Even the shenanigans within the Yan Huang Empire were largely known. These bizarre ones had thought that Zhang Fan was powerful before, but they hadn't expected it to be so outrageous.
Lifting his hand to kill 5 heaven transformation stage great circle creeps, this is too terrifying.
One by one, the heaven transformation stage shenanigans in the territory of the Yan Huang Empire were trembling,
fearing that Zhang Fan would find them to liquidate them next.
Several heaven transformation stage shenanigans had already died, so he might be next.
They're scared. The creeps are well aware that with such a powerful person sitting in the Yan Huang Empire,
this Yan Huang land definitely can't stay any longer.
So the creeps turned their attention to several other countries near the Yan Huang Empire.
The moment. Sakura Empire border area.
The soldiers of the Sakura Empire guarding the border saw, like a black cloud,
They instantly panicked when the densely pressed bizarre army came. Damn it, my heavenly locust majesty. Where did these things come from? How could any bizarre dare to invade our Sakura Empire? Don't they want to die? It seems to be coming from the direction of the Yan Huang Empire. Report this to the police.
Report it to the general and His Majesty the Sky Locust.
My goodness. There must be tens of thousands of them. It's horrible.
This army is tens of thousands of bizarre.
They specialize in finding weak areas in the Sakura Empire's border regions to sneak attack.
At the head of the group were 2 peak harmonized heaven creeps. They had planned for a long time before choosing to invade the borders of the Sakura Empire in a big way.
Things went exactly as they expected. This area of the Sakura Empire didn't have any strong people deployed at all.
The most powerful of the guarding generals was only at the 5th level of harmonized heaven. Under the weird front and back attack of the 2-peak heavenly transformation, these soldiers defending the city were soon killed without a single piece of armor.
The creeps opened the defenses of the Sakura Empire's borders and broke through the seals of It directly broke into the Sakura Empire's territory. For a while, they were like hungry wolves entering a sheep pen and began to kill their way through the Sakura Empire's territory.
By the way, it destroyed several strategic bases on the border of the Sakura Empire. Several cities along the border of the Sakura Empire have been invaded in a bizarrely large way. The bizarre and indiscriminate killing of these cannibals, for a time, was.
The city turned into a hell on earth.
Not long after, at the border of the Sakura Empire, 3 small cities with a population of over 100,000 people were all butchered clean. The martial artists defending the city simply couldn't resist, in the presence of the bizarre peak of the heavenly transformation.
They're all food.
By the time the imperial capital's powerhouses rushed to support them, all the people in the 3 border cities had basically been killed.
More than 300,000 people died. And the weird army withdrew before the Sakura Empire's strong support came. Some of the spooky ones are hiding out in the primeval forests along the border of the Sakura Empire. Prepare for the next hands-on.
Of course, this is only the first time, a beginning, and by no means the last. The territory of the Yan Huang Empire could no longer be stayed in. These weirdos in the southern part of the Yan Huang Empire must look to other countries for a way to survive. As for the shenanigans in the northern part of the Yan Huang Empire, their target was on the Luoyin Empire. When Zhang Fan returned to the capital, he was received with the highest level of hospitality. The special airplane he was traveling on slowly fell down, and through the window of the cabin, Zhang Fan saw a sea of people underneath the noise was so loud and boisterous that he couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. The little sister sitting next to him was also taken aback.
Elder brother. This is?
I saw more than 100,000 people gathered underneath, holding banners and signs. With an excited expression, he had been waiting for Zhang Fan for a long time. Zhang Fan alone saved the Yan Huang Emperor from the fire, and the people were very grateful to him. When they heard that Zhang Fan was coming to the capital, they all spontaneously came over to greet him. What was even more unexpected to Zhang Fan was King Yan Ashes led the civil and military officials, and the royal relatives were also waiting anxiously at the bottom. This time all the members of the Yan Huang Empire's royal family were present. Even the little princess, who had just returned home this morning and had not yet had time to return home, had been dragged along. The scene was so crowded that the entire airport was surrounded by 3 layers of people. As soon as Zhang Fan and his little sister got off the airplane, the surrounding crowd roared in an instant. More than 100,000 people were so agitated that they all wanted to go forward, and if it hadn't been for the king's guards stopping them, I'm afraid the scene is going to be chaotic. Lord Zhang Fan. You are our hero. I came to the capital this time just to see you. Taoist Zhang, you are the great benefactor of the Yin Huang Empire, you are the empire's savior. Can Lord Zhang Fan stay in the Yin Huang Empire all the time? We really need you. I'm from Fallen City, and this time I've come here specifically for Taoist Zhang. My rotten life was saved by Taoist Master Zhang. Your Majesty the King, please be sure to retain Lord Zhang Fan to stay in the Yin Huang Empire. The populace was unusually emotional one by one, and some of them could not stop their tears from flowing out when they saw Zhang Fan. Their generation was tormented by the infestation of the creepy, and many of their loved ones died at the hands of the creepy. Watching their compatriots fall before them, one by one, while they, the survivors, are powerless to do anything about it. What a pain it is. Now there's a man who can suppress the weirdness and keep the Yin Huang Earth safe. How could they not be grateful? How is it possible to think of that unbearable and tragic past without shedding tears? Lord Zhang Fan, you are the hero who saved the Yin Huang Empire. Yen Embers held Zhang Fan's hand and said with incomparable excitement. At the moment his withered face was streaked with old tears. What Zhang Fan did not expect was that in the next second, Yen Ashes even directly fluttered. Kneeling in front of Zhang Fan. Other civil and military officials and royal relatives also knelt down when they saw this. Zhang Fan instantly froze. He didn't dare to imagine that the king of a country would kneel down to himself. So he rushed to help Yen Embers up, a little flattered. Your Majesty, please rise. What virtue or ability does the poor Taoist have to dare to receive this great honor from you? Isn't that a discount for the poor? The little sister at the side covered her mouth, her face filled with shock and incredulity. This is too much. Previously, elder brother had countless experiences of saving the Luo Yin Empire. The effort put into each one is no less than this one. But the Luo Yin Empire has never shown the slightest gratitude, either from the top or from the people. Instead, they take it for granted. First shift of the day. Chapter 41, will the Luo Yin Empire be as weak as the Sakura Empire? How dare creepy invade us? My little sister once thought that the world was full of ungrateful people. But today, when I came to the Yin Huang Empire, I saw the scene of the people welcoming the king on bended knee. Her heart was touched hard. When Inferno stood up, he took a golden medallion from the queen's hand, and, in the presence of all, put the golden medal on Zhang Fan's neck. The medal is made of solid gold and is called the Order of the Empire. The Order of the Empire is the highest badge of honor in the Yin Huang Empire. Awarded only to those who have made great contributions to the empire, it is the empire's highest respect and honor. The imperial medal has a gold color scheme. The body of the chapter features elements such as the Red Star, the Yellow River, the Yangtze River, mountain peaks, and peonies. The chapter chain uses elements such as Yanhuang knot, rui, and orchids. The imperial medal is awarded to you. The Yin Huang Empire will never forget the contributions made by Taoist Zhang. If you wish, the Yin Huang Empire is your home, and you may remain in Yin Huang for as long as you wish. Become a Yankee. Yen Ember's body bent slightly and said with incomparable respect. His greatest wish was that he could keep Lord Zhang Fan in the Yin Huang Empire all the time. Become the patron saint of the Yin Huang Empire. With Lord Zhang Fan around, he would definitely be able to put an end to the bizarre rampage within the empire. The empire needs Zhang Fan, a hero like that. Good. Zhang Fan did not hesitate and replied. He's needed a home for a long time. Yin Huang Empire was his no-brainer, and through several ups and downs, he has finally found his place in life. Seeing Zhang Fan's promise, Yen Ashes went forward and gave Zhang Fan a hug, saying excitedly, Taoist Zhang, from now on we are family. Beside Yen Ashes, the young princess Yen Shuer, who had just turned 16 years old, stretched out a hand towards Zhang Chengyan. Yen Shuer was dressed in a gorgeous gown, her face was exquisite, and her whole body exuded a noble temperament. She's the little princess that everyone in the empire loves, studying abroad all the time, gifted and... He had just turned 16 and had already reached the heaven-watching stage. But I'm Yen Shuer, your sister Qing Yen, right? I've heard of you before, from now on and we two will be friends. Yen Shuer's eyebrows and teeth curved as she said with smiling eyes. Zhang Chengyan nodded as she shook towards Yen Shuer's outstretched hand. she was more than happy to make friends with the imperial princess. A bizarre attack on a border city of the Sakura Empire. The massacre of the entire population of the three cities caused an international sensation. The death toll in the Sakura Empire is upwards of 300,000, a staggering number. You know, even in the war years, the country of Sakura has not lost so many people at once within the country of Sakura. The celestial locusts were outraged and severely condemned to make these harmful shenanigans pay. The entire Sakura Empire was on edge. Not only the Sakura country, but the several countries near the Yen Huang Empire were all very flustered one by one right now. Because the Yen Huang Empire had the presence of Zhang Fan. That's why the shenanigans within the Yen Huang Empire are trying to flee the country and go elsewhere. The Sakura Empire had given several neighboring countries a very hard lesson by killing so many people this time. The moment. Rohin Empire's social media. When the people of the Luoying Empire saw the bizarre invasion of the Sakura Empire and the death of hundreds of thousands of people, they celebrated. These little baka are really unlucky. Luckily, I live in the Luoying Empire. With the strong imperial guards, I can live this peaceful life. Little baka is the worst, a bunch of creepy. Why don't we just dry sink this island? I'm glad I'm a Rohypnol, that the Empire can protect me. I don't have to be afraid of being attacked by shenanigans at all. It's too dangerous out there. Luckily, I'm within the Luoying Empire. I'm very safe here. Which bizarre dares to come and attack the Luoying Empire? Yes, thanks to the Empire, which gave us peace and stability. The Luoying Empire is the only country in the world that is completely free from weirdness. Do the creeps dare to come to us? As long as they dare to come, let them have no return. The populace has resumed its daily Thanksgiving online, expressing their gratitude for the Empire. For the gratitude of the rulers. They believe that it is all the fault of the imperial rulers that they now have such a peaceful and stable life. The Luoying Empire is stable and peaceful and will remain so forever. Royal capital. The Prime Minister's residence. Prime Minister Zhou Haotian's face was grave and he didn't say a word. In front of him, there were two people kneeling, Li Changshan and the Minister of Military Affairs. Just now, Zhou Haotian learned of the bizarre invasion of the Sakura Empire. Something that killed hundreds of thousands of people. For some reason, his mind was worried. He was afraid that Creepy's next target would be the Luoying Empire. That would be troublesome. Military Minister Zhou Jiang and Li Changshan glanced at each other and seemed to have reached some sort of tacit understanding. Zhou Jiang was the first to speak. Prime Minister need not worry, my Luoying Empire is rich and strong. It's no match for the Sakura kid. These bizarre dared to invade the Sakura Empire for no other reason than the fact that it is weak. My Luoying Empire is exceedingly powerful and strong, which bizarre dares to come? Zhou Jiang's voice was loud and incomparably confident. Immediately after that, Li Changshan also proceeded to speak. Yes, Prime Minister, there's absolutely no need to worry, these creeps won't dare come. Besides, the Empire has your brother Zhou Qing here, that's a peak harmonization heaven powerhouse. Creepy is asking for death even if he comes. Listening to Zhou Jiang and Li Changshan's advances, Zhou Haotian felt that it made perfect sense. Two people are absolutely right. But somehow, his heart always felt uncomfortable. He vaguely felt that there was going to be a big disaster in the Luoying Empire next. If it's true what these two say. So why on what day did Creepy dare to approach the Empire's borders and kill 6 of its generals? Zhou Haotian waved his hand, signaling the two to go back. He sat alone in the dragon chair, putting his hand to his chin and thinking for a long time. Finally, he figured it out. Zhou Haotian knew the truth of saving for a rainy day and taking precautions before it happened. He first called in his own Minders, and ordered them to recruit extensively for other countries at once. Offering generous conditions to attract strong heaven transformation stage people from other countries to the Luoying Empire. Immediately after, Zhou Haotian dialed the Lighthouse Empire's Black Palace. He explained what he had come for. He wanted a military alliance with the Lighthouse Empire. Do help each other out and be on a united front in the fight against weirdness. At this moment, the Black Palace of the Lighthouse Empire. When the Lighthouse King received Zhou Haotian's call, he only felt extremely ridiculous and laughable. Dumbass Luoying San, his brain is kicked by a donkey. Zhang Fan was such a powerful and strong person, they didn't cherish him and had to chase him away. Nowadays, they were thinking of recruiting strong people from other countries, and they were also attempting to form a military alliance with the Lighthouse Empire. Ask, what use are you, a small Luoying empire? Yes, but on one condition, if we, the Lighthouse Empire, help you. It's okay for your Luoying empire to divide a few territories for us, right? Compensate us with some money, by the way. Rupees are worthless, we don't want them, we need dollars. At those words, Zhou Haotian's chest tightened and he directly hung up the phone.
Moonlight City Lord's Mansion.
Lin Sanfeng sat up violently from his chair, his eyes filled with incredulity.
What?
Master Green Lantern also died at White Horse Mountain.
Not.
It's only been 2 days. The strongest people in the heavenly transformation stage are dead. Lin Sanfeng's scalp went numb and he only felt that it was over.
The monks of Zen Hidden Temple, how they died out.
Chapter 42, Concealing the Prime Minister from above and the people from below, as long as they don't know that
then it's all peaceful. This Zen Hidden Temple monk is so useless. So soon, it's finished dying.
Lin Sanfeng knew that Master Green Lantern was a man of fame and fortune, wearing the clothes of Buddha but not doing anything. But he was, after all, a harmonized heavenly second-level martial artist, and he could even be ranked in the Luoying Empire. But as strong as Master Green Lantern, he was actually eaten by the shenanigans of White Horse Mountain again. Lin Sanfeng only knew that his scalp was numb, and for a moment he was stumped in place not knowing what to do. He never thought that the weirdness of the White Horse Mountain would be so powerful that not only had it escaped the seal,
even heaven transformation stage powerhouses had become their food.
Lin Sanfeng could be certain that this bizarre run from the White Horse Mountain that
the strength was at least at the heaven transformation stage.
This is so bizarre that if no one's strong enough to quell it in time for it to go out into the open, the consequences that resulted were not something that he, Lin Sanfeng, could afford. This group of dead vultures, shouting every day about our Buddhist compassion, I don't see how this Buddhist sect can be of any use. All frauds who defrauded the world, literally letting them wrestle with the weirdness, not realizing that they were all dead.
What can we do next?
Lin Sanfeng sat on his butt in the chair inside, his face filled with dishevelment. What he had promised the Prime Minister and the people, there would be no more trouble at White Horse Mountain. If this heaven-transforming great guile went out and harmed people's lives next, his career would be over.
The secretary standing in front of Lin Sanfeng could see the city lord's worries and asked tentatively.
City Lord, why don't we report this matter to the Prime Minister as early as possible? Let him arrange for strong men to suppress White Horse Mountain.
I'm afraid that today's situation is not something we can deal with anymore.
Hearing this, Lin Sanfeng didn't even think about it and directly shook his head.
No, absolutely not.
This matter must never be known to the Prime Minister. He gave the Prime Minister his own word. The Prime Minister is going to blame him for the weird and harmful things that happened at the last City Hall meeting.
If he hadn't taken the risk of concealing the truth, I'm afraid he would have been dismissed and sent to prison by now.
If this matter were to come to the knowledge of the Prime Minister again, he would really be finished as the City Lord. While White Horse Mountain has not been in trouble lately, we have to send out strong men to suppress this heaven-transforming great guile first. It's best if we can do it without God knowing. That's all we can do now, on the Prime Minister's side.
It still has to be hidden. Lin Sanfeng was heartbroken.
Things are in such a state that they can only be hidden. Hiding the Prime Minister from the top and the people from the bottom.
As long as he can hide it, then everything is still safe.
But this security and peace is superficial. He himself didn't know how many creeps were still left in Moonlight City that hadn't been purged by now.
These shenanigans are hidden dangers that no one can afford if something goes wrong.
Lin Sanfeng only hoped that nothing would ever happen. City Lord, when Zhang Fan was around before, such a thing never happened in Moonlight City. In those days one did not hear of any spooky harm for 3 years. We don't have to fret over these things and risk killing our heads to deceive the king and hide from our superiors.
If only he were here.
The City Lord's secretary sighed as she gathered the papers on her desk. He is a man who sees the long term and knows how to make the right and the left work. When the Luoying Empire first tried Zhang Fan, and everyone spat on him and made him a sinner of the empire. He knew that without Zhang Fan in the future, something would definitely happen to the empire. But everyone, from the kings and nobles down to the common people, did not realize this. They only thought that if they got rid of Zhang Fan and removed him, the weirdness would be completely eliminated.
People's lives will be more stable. It's a real slap in the face when you look at it today.
Hearing the secretary say this, Lin Sanfeng slammed the table and shouted angrily.
You're just a secretary, what do you know?
That traitor Zhang Fan, it's true that there weren't any of these bizarre and harmful things when he was.
But once he's gone, why is there one?
On the contrary, I don't think Zhang Fan has anything to do with all this. It's the scourge he left us with. I don't believe it anymore. Without him, Zhang Fan, we can't cope with these shenanigans. Lin Sanfeng didn't want to hear the word Zhang Fan right now.
If Zhang Fan hadn't been so pretentious and quit, would he have such a headache now?
It was clear that all of this was Zhang Fan's fault, and now there were even people defending this traitor.
Luoyin Empire, Sunset City. This is the closest human city to the uninhabited central region.
The city looks north and is filled with desert and no man's land. It's a small city inhabited by only a few thousand people, and there are basically not a few decent high-rise buildings in the city.
Clear villages and towns. The moment.
In a low-slung residential bungalow in the middle of town. A baby that looked to be only a few months old, wrapped in swaddling clothes, lay on the bed end. Her gaze was directed out the window. It was already dark outside. At night, the entire city seemed to be engulfed in darkness, with little light to be seen. Due to its location, it gets dark early and the population goes to bed early. Suddenly, 2 red dots lit up outside that darkened window. Like a pair of red eyes of something.
The baby lying on the bed was instantly frightened and wailed.
Soon the pair of blood-red eyes outside the window disappeared.
The baby's noisy cries also caught her mother's eye.
The mother rushed over and took the baby girl in her arms, rocking and coaxing her.
Be good, don't cry. Be good baby, don't cry, mommy's here.
Yet no matter how much the woman tried to coax, the baby in her arms never stopped crying.
It left her a little helpless as a mother.
Just then, the baby girl's father, who seemed to be annoyed by the raucous crying, pushed his way in and,
looking at the crying baby girl, a little impatiently.
Cry, every day you just cry.
I'm tellin' ya, a little kid's cryin' can attract the spooks. They are specialized in eating children.
At these words, the baby held in the woman's arms instantly stopped crying. Seeing this, the woman's face stared at the man.
Eva did stop crying, your trick is still working. But it's a big night, and I'm a little scared when you say spooky. At that, the man gave a hearty laugh. What's so weird about being weird? You're confused. Where's the spookiness?
I said it to scare the kids.
Why are you scared too? The shenanigans within our Luoyin Empire were gone 3 years ago. How can it still be spooky now? It just works to scare the kids.
Hearing the man say that, the woman let out a long breath of relief.
That's true, you're scaring yourself.
Suddenly, the lights inside the room went straight out. The endless darkness of the outside world swallowed right in, and inside the room, out of reach,
couldn't see the slightest bit of light. What's going on? The power's out this? Dang it, behind you.
The woman cried out in misery, only to see a pair of blood-red eyes rapidly closing in on the man's back.
The next second, all that could be heard was a click, click, click. The man's body was bitten right in half, blood splattered everywhere.
Immediately afterward, the woman was pounced upon, too, and with heart-rending screams that.
Soon the neck was bitten off and he was cut off.
And the baby girl lying on the bed was not spared.
Meanwhile, in the not-so-big Sunset City, countless pairs of scarlet eyes lit up as they began a genocide that. The inhumane massacre, the screams and wails were continuous.
Chapter 43, the entire city of Sunset City was massacred. If this continues, the foundation of the empire will be shaken.
Early the next morning. On social media in the Rohypnol Empire.
There are constantly videos with shocking content being posted.
The videos basically carry the blaring headline, the entire population of Sunset City has been massacred.
All of the city's 2,000 people have been spared. Even with such appalling video content, the traffic is very low. It seems to be stream limited, with only a few scattered likes and comments. Something this big has happened and it hasn't made the social media hit list. The top of the hot search list continues to be news that glorifies the great achievements of the rulers of the Luoyin Empire.
Soon, the heat of these videos was suppressed, and some were even taken down directly. Some of them are not even reviewed and cannot be sent out.
Even the use of harmonics doesn't make for a successful release. At this point, in a video with a relatively large number of comments.
Oh Fark, something's wrong, Sunset City you know, right?
It's the small border town that's particularly far from the empire, and the whole town was killed by creepy, it's just too brutal. Yeah, I've heard people say it's creepy from somewhere. The entire population of the city was wiped out in one night, and more than 2,000 people died. Are you kidding me? You guys are making up rumors. How come I haven't seen an official announcement? There's nothing on the hot list either, and the authoritative media didn't even speak, so it's fake, right? Yes, I think it's just pure rumor mongering. Where are the spooks in the empire now? Not to mention directly destroying a city, which is obviously false. I believe the official statement released is the right one. Rumor mongering is against the law. Due to the remoteness of Sunset City, and the official suppression of heat. So this one didn't go viral. Even if someone wanted to break this news, there is no way to do it. The Prime Minister's residence. Zhou Haotian's face was gloomy, his hands trembling as he sat on the dragon chair, not saying a word. He hadn't expected to learn such bad news so early in the morning. What did you say? How is this possible? All dead. All dead? He confirmed it over and over again to the Inspector General, his eyes full of incredulity. Kneeling on the ground, the Inspector Minister trembled. Prime Minister, I'm also a million times more heartbroken. Who would have thought that something so big would happen? The city of Sunset has been massacred. All 2,431 people in the city have been killed. There is not a single living soul in the entire city. I have only just learned of this news. What do you think of this? Zhou Haotian's chest was clogged abnormally. He never dreamed that in these times of peace, under the pomp of his reign, It's amazing that a city extermination tragedy can happen overnight. The entire Sunset City has been slaughtered clean. Appalling. The bizarre massacre of hundreds of people by the City God Society a few days ago has just died down. And now something so big has happened. As the supreme chieftain of the empire, he's a little frazzled. Where did these creeps come from? They've victimized so many of my empire's people. I'm going to break them into pieces. Zhou Haotian pounded the table. His chest was clogged with a surge of anger, but he couldn't find a place to vent it for a while. With a city dead, what face would he have to face the people, these sons of the empire? Today, Creepy dared to kill in the territory of Luoying Empire. Tomorrow, is it hard to come to the capital? Made a move on him, the Prime Minister. Zhou Haotian wasn't sure exactly where these harmful shenanigans came from. There's never been a single incident of spooky harm in years before. The empire was immensely peaceful and secure in those days. Under his rule and under his protection, the people lived in peace. But why, in such a recent short period of time? The empire would be infested with bazaar after bazaar after bazaar. Chancellor, this may not be caused by shenanigans. Our men went out as soon as they learned of the situation. 2 human martial artists were eventually captured at the scene. According to our investigation, we have learned that both of these men escaped from the heavenly prison of Mbamang in the north. And both have admitted that they killed the entire city. The kneeling Inspector Minister spoke slowly. Hearing this, Zhou Haotian's body shivered violently as if he had been electrocuted. That's right, that would make sense. What a thing to be afraid of. Damn Zhang Fan, releasing all the prisoners inside the heavenly jail. This killed so many people. Zhou Haotian had thought that these people would cherish their freedom, but he didn't expect them to dare to do evil. Suddenly, he thought of something and frowned slightly. That's not right. As far as I know, there are only a handful of martial artists who have been released from this heavenly prison. Most of them are wickedly creepy. And you said that 2 martial artists, who were able to kill more than 2,000 people and destroy a city in one night. I don't believe it. Upon hearing this, the Inspector General knew that he could not hide it anymore, so he could only confess the truth. Sunset City, indeed the entire population of the entire city was killed cleanly, leaving not a single survivor. And the ones who did it were the hundreds of bazaar and martial artists imprisoned in the heavenly dungeon. Once they were free, they went on a rampage of revenge against humanity. When the mighty men of mankind arrived the next day, they searched the whole city, and only 2 martial artists who hadn't had time to run were caught. Thus, the pot of destruction of the city was put on the heads of the 2 of them. After learning the truth, Zhou Haotian let out a long sigh. So many of the empire's subjects were killed or injured this time, that's more than 2,000 living human lives. So many people died. How many more deaths, tens of thousands, will follow? Whose turn is it to die, the people or them at the top? Damn Zhang Fan, asshole. Investigate thoroughly, you must investigate thoroughly for me. Hurry up and send out the strongest men for me, we must catch all of these vermin. Lying death. Zhou Haotian ordered. He realized that if this continued, the empire would be in big trouble. The bizarre situation is now so serious that it has reached the point where it is already unstoppable. One death after another, this is shaking the foundation of the empire.
If it's not handled well, the Luoying Empire will be destroyed. And so,
on the same day, the authoritative media of the Luoying Empire released an announcement. A mass murder has broken out in Sunset. It's two martial artists who have just been released from a martial arts prison who have gathered together to take revenge on the empire. They brutally murdered nearly 100 people in Sunset. They've been legally arrested by the empire's strongest men and are waiting to be sentenced.
As for the internet rumor that Sunset City was killed by the entire population of the city,
the story that no one survived in the city is a rumor, trust the official briefing.
In the meantime, Zhou Haotian sent a group of strong men to Sunset City.
Came to this small border town far from the center of the empire. They used the investigation as an excuse to seal off the small town and not allow anyone to enter.
No one is allowed to pry inside.
So that's how it is, the rumor mongers are so hateful, making up such brainless rumors. Creepy exterminated an entire city, how is this possible, it's so fake. But these two are too hateful, taking revenge on the empire for killing so many people, they must be severely punished. The truth turns out to be like this, then I don't have to worry, severely punish these two martial artists. Underneath the official clarification video, there are countless comments like this.
White Horse Mountain.
A spooky with a huge body clad in black robes and carrying a blood-colored scythe stood on top of the mountain peak.
He gazed greedily into the distance. From the aura emanating from his body, it could be seen that this was the first level of heaven-transforming creepiness.
Having just eaten Master Green Lantern, Naira Nightshade's heart was restless again, and he wanted to go on another killing spree.
Chapter 44, No Loyalty, he can betray the Luoying Empire and he will do it again. Hai Tuacheng. Early morning.
On the only concrete road in town that runs the length of the city, a US-made Cadillac sedan was driving slowly, sucking up the eyes of passers-by.
Such a limousine wouldn't have appeared in a remote place like Hightower City before. But not anymore.
With Lord Zhang Fan and Hai Tuacheng, these days, dignitaries and officials. There are a lot of royal relatives running to Hai Tuacheng. Even the king had driven here just to meet Zhang Fan in person. Passers-by stopped to watch and talk. At the moment, in the Cadillac sedan, a man in a black suit and red tie spoke slowly, Vincent.
How much farther is it?
The man had slightly gray hair and appeared to be about 60 years old, with white skin and a high nose.
Mr. Joseph, it's not far to go.
The man sitting in the front driving the car and wearing a Chinese mountain suit named Vince returned. Joseph's gaze went out the car window, his mind harboring a small minute of apprehension. This time the king had asked him to come to the Yen Huang Empire to personally meet with Zhang Fan with the purpose of recruiting him for the use of the Lighthouse Empire. On that day, Zhang Fan had killed the 5 great Guile emperors by himself, displaying a terrifying strength that shocked the world.
The Lighthouse State needs such strong men, and if such strong men are not used by the Lighthouse State,
then it will surely be the scourge of the Lighthouse Empire.
So, in the name of visiting Yenhuang, Joseph brought Vincent secretly to Hai Tuacheng.
Just to see Zhang Fan. Vince is of Infernal Empire descent, a native of the Lighthouse State, and grew up in the Infernal Empire. He later took the nationality of the Lighthouse State.
Joseph, do you think Zhang Fan will accept our solicitation?
I think it's going to be difficult, so let's not get our hopes up too much, the two of us.
Hearing this, Joseph, sitting in the back of the car, shook his head. He didn't think so.
You should know that the world is bustling with interest.
As long as their Lighthouse Empire was willing, there was no strong person they couldn't recruit.
Failure to recruit means that the benefits given are just not good enough.
Vince, you don't know. Our Lighthouse Empire is the most powerful nation in the world today.
It's far from being comparable to the Yen Huang Empire.
Zhang Fan is not a citizen of the Yen Huang Empire, he just lives here. Those fools from the Luoying Empire, driving out such a powerful man.
It was only then that the Yen Huang Empire picked up a leak, and Zhang Fan was able to reside in the Yen Huang Empire for no other reason than the fact that the Yen Huang Empire treated him well.
As long as we offer a better deal, he'll definitely submit to us. Joseph spoke to himself.
Although there was a little apprehension in his mind for successfully recruiting Zhang Fan, he was very sure of himself.
Besides, how can someone like Zhang Fan have any family and national feelings in his eyes? He was able to betray the Luoying Empire in defect to the Yin Huang Empire just because the Yin Huang Empire treated him well. Then, as long as the Lighthouse Empire can offer better terms, he will still be able to betray Yin Huang. Delegate to the lighthouse. That's how people are. Zhang Fan has already had one betrayal. You should not think of him as a loyal person. The world has never been loyal. Joseph paused and continued. Soon, the two people's car drove to the center of Hightower City. Zhang Fan was sitting cross-legged on top of the bed, his eyes slightly closed as the body absorbed the rich aura between heaven and earth. Suddenly, there was a tap on the door of the room. Senior. There's someone outside looking for you again. It was my little sister's voice. Zhang Fan opened his eyes, put on his clothes, and opened the door to his room. Only two middle-aged men were standing outside. A person with a black suit and white skin that didn't look like someone from the Yin Huang Empire. The other he recognized as Vincent, a wealthy man of international renown. Neither are they from the Yin Huang Empire. Once at a banquet organized by the king, Vincent had made a toast with Zhang Fan and had taken the initiative to give his name. With just a glance, Zhang Fan was able to distinguish that both of them were from the Lighthouse Empire. He asked in a flat tone with a slight frown. What can I do for you two? However, Zhang Fan still opened the door to his room and invited the two of them in to sit down. With his perception at the transitional stage, he did not perceive any threat from these two people. When Vince and Joseph entered the room, they looked at the austere decor, the old furniture, the two men's faces were filled with shock and disbelief. As soon as they came to this Hightower City, the duo felt that something was wrong. It is surprising that a national hero like Zhang Fan lives in this small town that can be called the countryside. The house in which they lived was so humble that even the inside of the rooms were plain and unkempt. The two sat down, and the youngest sister brought the two of them a pot of steeped hot tea. My goodness, they let the hero live in such a humble place. It seems like there's not much difference between this Yin Huang Empire and Luoying Empire. This is a disgrace to heroes. Such a strong person in our lighthouse country absolutely must be matched with a seascape villa. The government will give them money they can't spend. Joseph whispered to Vince next to him, his tone full of incredulity. Vince nodded, he too was shocked. Coming here, he realized that nothing here was what he expected. After Zhang Fan sat down, Joseph spoke impatiently, Taoist Zhang. We're from the Lighthouse Empire. I can't believe you have been treated so unjustly. This little bunch of a-holes in the Rohypnol Empire are trying to drive you away. The Yin Huang Empire doesn't look like it's giving good terms either. I think you need to find a better place to exercise your talents. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan's face did not show any change in expression. He had guessed what these two were here for and what they were resting on. Little sister, see off the guests. Zhang Fan directly stood up and turned around. Seeing this, Joseph and Vince looked at each other and hurriedly said, Lord Zhang Fan. Since you are only temporarily residing in the Yin Huang Empire now, and do not have the citizenship of the Yin Huang Empire, there is no need for you to have any ties to your heart. Our king thinks very highly of you, and if you would like to join the Lighthouse Kingdom, we will grant you the highest honor in the empire. Anything you want can be accomplished. We can be employed. Every year we're willing to pay $1 billion. Joseph said, as he opened his suitcase, only to see the flowery, green, and it's all dollars. Zhang Fan shook his head and waved his hand in rejection. They were sent to his home long ago by the Inferno Empire. Even sincerity gives more than the Lighthouse Empire. But when it comes to Zhang Fan's realm, money is just a string of numbers in his eyes. A life of luxury wasn't something he wanted to pursue either. If he wanted to, he could, by force of arms, not eat beef and be the ancestor man of this world. He chose the Yin Huang Empire simply because his roots were in Yin Huang and his family was in Yin Huang. His bloodline was tightly connected to Yin Huang. Zhang Fan only wanted to reside in a remote part of Hightower City. As for the Lighthouse Empire, he was not interested. Little sister, see off the guests. Without even looking back, Zhang Fan repeated. The little sister brought down the tea and made a gesture of please, signaling the two to leave. Seeing Zhang Fan's insistence on kicking people out, Joseph was ready to play hardball, and he changed his tune. The tone was strong. Zhang Fan, the Lighthouse Empire is the strongest country in Blue Star. If you can't be our man, it's our enemy from now on. At those words, Zhang Fan finally turned around, a hint of displeasure showing on his face.
Are you threatening me? Zhang Fan said in an icy tone. Chapter 45. Lo Ying recruited 10 strong men who were practically like savages. In an instant, a strand of extremely strong spiritual energy spread out from Zhang Fan's body. Like 2 pairs of large, invisible hands, tightening their grip around Joseph and Vince's throats, let them catch their breath. The 2 couldn't move, as if they were nailed down. This tremendous pressure caused the duo's backs to chill and their hearts to palpitate, and their foreheads were covered in a fine cold sweat. No! No! Lord Zhang Fan, we would never dare to have that intention. Maybe I just spoke in an abrupt tone. It's all just a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Joseph panicked, realizing that he had said the wrong thing, and rushed to desperately apologize and beg for forgiveness. He could feel that he was now exceptionally close to death. Zhang Fan only needed one thought and he would have to die horizontally on the spot. This strength, when it really was unimaginably terrifying. He was a heaven transformation stage powerhouse anyways. And Zhang Fan, who was standing in front of him, could directly obliterate him with just a single pressure. Right. We didn't mean to intrude this time. We're leaving right now, right now. Vince cried. He was an ordinary man with no cultivation. If Zhang Fan didn't stop, he would die straight away. Roll. Zhang Fan spat out a word faintly from his mouth. The psychic energy that had been put on the 2 men was instantly removed, and Joseph and Vince's legs went limp as it collapsed straight to the ground. The 2 men gasped for air, only to feel weak and dizzy. But they did not dare to linger too long here now, and dragging their limp bodies they hastened to, extremely woefully out of the way. Back in the Cadillac sedan, the 2 men felt relieved. Vince slammed the steering wheel and said angrily, Zhang Fan is just too arrogant. It's so arrogant. How dare he do this to us? Joseph, sitting in the back of the car, signaled Vince to hurry up and drive and not talk so much. Reaching the heavenly transformation realm would allow one to perceive everything around them through their own cultivation. It's not far now, and you're saying this kind of thing. Aren't you looking for death? Oh my god, the Lighthouse Empire is going to suffer next. With such a strong person in the Yen Huang Empire, I really don't know how the Lighthouse Empire should fight against it. But I'm sure we'll be able to produce a more powerful martial artist than Zhang Fan. After the Cadillac pulled out of Hightower, Joseph slumped back in his car seat, breathless. The Luoying Empire has issued a global recruitment order, offering very generous terms and conditions. Recruiting strong people above the heaven transformation stage to serve the Luoying Empire. Heavy rewards will be rewarded. The Luoying Empire quickly recruited 10 strong heaven transformation stage people who were willing to serve the empire. The moment. The Prime Minister's residence. When he heard that a full 10 heaven transformation stage powerhouses were willing to submit to the Luoying Empire. When it was used for the Luoying Empire, Zhou Haotian sat up directly from the dragon chair in excitement. Are you telling the truth? So many powerful people are willing to submit to the empire? Although he already had an answer in his heart, Zhou Haotian still wanted to confirm it. Zhou Jiang, who was kneeling at the bottom, raised his head and said respectfully, My Luoying Empire is powerful and the country is prospering. It's not surprising that there are strong people willing to come. It's not just these 10 people, I think there will be more powerful people willing to serve the Luoying Empire in the future. Zhou Haotian slammed his thighs and was very happy in his heart. He never expected to be recruited so quickly. At this rate, the Luoying Empire would soon have a large number of powerful people sitting around. You bring a couple of them in quick so I can take a look. As soon as Zhou Haotian's words fell, 10 black figures appeared in front of him. But it's really black. Upon seeing the appearance of these 10 powerhouses, Zhou Haotian was dumbfounded in place for an instant. What is this? This? His mouth was open in disbelief. Only to see that these 10 strong men recruited by Zhou Jiang were all dark-skinned people. Dressed like savages, they wore tattered and fragmented animal skins and had a rugged appearance. It's as if they were pulled from some tribe in Africa, not yet evolved primitives. Are these all heavenly transformation stage powerhouses? Zhou Haotian was stupid. He looked at Zhou Jiang with a puzzled look, asking him to give an explanation. What kind of inner child has become a heavenly transformation stage powerhouse? Isn't that teasing him? He asked Zhou Jiang to find a heavenly transformation stage powerhouse, but he ended up getting a few savages back. Relying on these few savages to hold down the empire? There is no need for the Prime Minister to worry, although these men look strange in appearance.
But they have indeed all reached the heaven transformation stage. They're all warriors I got from African tribes, and every one of them is incredibly strong. Zhou Jiang hurriedly explained. The earth of Africa was rich in aura, and since the bizarre recovery, many strong people had been born. Many of these powerhouses shunned the world and had no intention of fighting against the weirdness. These 10 inner individuals are indeed strong at the heavenly transformation stage. The strongest one had already reached the peak of the heaven transformation stage. They didn't have any real-world experience fighting creepy, though. Some have not even been exposed to the outside world. If Zhou Jiang hadn't promised that if they came to the Luoying Empire, women would be at their disposal. With money to spend as they please, blessings to enjoy as they please, and a free 100 million rupees a year, they will never come. After hearing Zhou Jiang's explanation, Zhou Haotian reluctantly nodded. After a brief inspection, Zhou Haotian realized that these 10 nigger did have the aura of the heaven transformation stage, and their strength was not false. The empire promised them so many generous terms, and gave them 100 million rupees a year free. It's for them to serve the empire against shenanigans. Zhang Fan, that traitor, left the Luoying Empire, then the empire recruited a new strong man. Zhang Fan was not the only strong person in this world. The Luoying Empire is able to function with anyone less. Now the arrival of these 10 heaven transformation stage powerhouses gave Zhou Haotian incomparable peace of mind. At least the empire has so many heaven transforming artifact powerhouses sitting around next. There would be no need to worry about not being able to deal with the creepy infestation. You take them back first. I'm going to hold a press conference myself tomorrow. Let the populace know, let the world know, that I, the Luoying Empire, have never lacked for strong men. Being able to keep the people safe. Zhou Haotian waved his hand to signal them to back off. After leaving the Prime Minister's residence, the 10 got into a special limousine and headed to the luxurious villa that the Empire had arranged for them. In the car, the named Andab laughed out loud and said, "Run, it's just too runny. This place is like a million times more fun than the tribe. I slept through 4 or 5 of them in one sitting yesterday, and they weren't heavy at all." His comment elicited laughter from several other people in the car. A few have started showing off the special treatment and bounty that he himself had enjoyed in the Luoying Empire in the last 2 days. It was something they had never enjoyed in the tribe before. As for the tasks that the king and the minister of war had assigned them, they had long since left them behind. Chapter 46, One Zhang Fan is gone, and we've got 10 more powerhouses. The empire will be on top of the world. Day 2. The outskirts of the imperial capital. Inside a gilded villa. A few of the insiders were taking a dip in the villa's pool, sunbathing. Their faces were beaming, their pitch-black arms covered with gold jewelry, gathered together to sing African songs that only they could understand. Here they were treated 100 times better than the African tribes. You live in a big villa, ride in a luxury sports car, and have 3 meals a day delivered to your mouth by a special person. The 2 days they've been here have been like heaven for them. Come to the dream world of Elysium. The treatment given to them by the Luoying Empire was just too good. The money that was handed out was simply too much to spend, and the women were all just playing around, and they didn't have to take any responsibility when they had enough. My God! I don't want to go back to the tribe at all, I'm so happy here. Andab grinned with white teeth. Me too, it's like heaven on earth, the Luoying Empire has realized all my wishes. An inner child chimed in. What kind of cattle and horses did they live with on the African continent before? Once he came to the Luoying Empire, he directly became the most respected guest of honor and could do whatever he wanted. This life is better than the life of a god. Just then, a girl came to the shore of the pool with a fruit plate. The girl was wearing a short skirt and looked pretty with her fair skin. She was one of the servants who specialized in serving the 10 inner ones. Since the girl had appeared in the gaze of these 10 inside, they never took their eyes off the girl. A lewd smile appeared on Andab's face. He licked his lips and exchanged a knowing smile with a couple of the other insiders around him. Suddenly, one of his large black hands grabbed the girl's ankle directly. The girl screamed and the fruit plate she was holding fell straight to the ground. What a little beauty. The girl was dragged roughly into the pool by Andab's ankles. Her body was submerged in the water, flailing and begging for mercy. And Andab pressed hard against her, lust in his eyes. Ignoring the girl's pleas for mercy, Andab went straight for the jugular on her in the water. After him, the few remaining insiders went down and
One by one, the girls were infested with rice. For a while, there were screams, cries, and giggles. At the moment, outside the villa, Li Changshan and Zhou Jiang listened to the movements in the villa, and there was only indifference on the two faces. They could only feel sorry for the girl and couldn't do anything about it. These 10 insiders were now honored guests invited by the Luoying Empire, possessing a supreme and honorable status. So even if something out of the ordinary is done, it is tolerated. As long as they can contribute to the empire, what's the point of sacrificing this? Soon, the pair heard no more movement inside the villa at the moment. The water in the pool had turned blood red and the girl's body floated on the surface of the pool. And the 10 insiders were already dressed and laying on the beach chairs by the pool, relaxing and sunbathing. As if nothing had just happened. When Li Changshan and Zhou Jiang walked into the villa, they immediately attracted the attention of these insiders. Honorable warriors. We are here this time by order of the Prime Minister. Zhou Jiang bent down and bowed, saying very respectfully. Today is the day of the press conference. The Prime Minister is going to ask these 10 insiders to come out in front of the whole country. It's up to the populace of the Rojin Empire to believe in the empire. I believe the empire is strong enough to protect them against the shenanigans. To show the populace that the empire is never short of strong men. After the duo briefly explained their intentions, these insiders heard that it was the Prime Minister's order to. Not daring to be slow, he immediately changed his clothes and followed Zhou Jiang and the two of them forward together. Press conference at the royal capital of the Luoying Empire. Zhou Haoyan sat in the center of the podium, presiding over this press release. Dozens of national television channels broadcast the news conference live. It was also being simulcast live on the online social media of the Luoying Empire. The broadcast attracted tens of millions of simultaneous viewers. It's an honor to speak here. In light of the fact that shenanigans have become more and more prevalent in recent times, the empire has brought in 10 strong men from the outside world. All 10 of these powerhouses are at the heavenly transformation stage, with the weakest being at the 6th level of heavenly transformation. The strongest is the peak of Huan Tian. Zhou Haoyan faced the camera and said to the people of the Luoying Empire across the country who were watching the live broadcast. He's invited 10 of his insiders to make a live appearance this time around. And he gave these 10 insiders a dominating name, the 10 Black Dragons. The millions of people watching the live stream were instantly sensationalized. They didn't expect the empire to recruit so many heaven transformation stage powerhouses. One must know that there were only 10 people in the empire who could reach the heaven transformation stage. And several of them were at the early stage of heaven transformation. Now that the 10 Black Dragons had been recruited, the Luoying D Kingdom was bound to stand on top of the world. As for creepy? What is there to fear? OMG. The empire is just too powerful. 10 heaven transformation stage powerhouses. My Luoying Empire is rich and strong, it's only natural that there are strong people willing to come. Let Zhang Fan regret it, leaving him alone, but we've come with 10 strong men. In the future, my Luoying Empire will definitely be a powerful existence that surpasses the Lighthouse Empire. Ha ha. All of this is due to the Prime Minister. The populace was abuzz. This is a great thing for the empire. They, the general public, followed the excitement. But when the 10 Black Dragons were unveiled, everyone was stunned. The populace's eyes were all glazed over in disbelief. They didn't realize that it was really black. They looked like 10 primitives pulled from the African grasslands who had not yet succeeded in fully evolving. The dark skin, rugged appearance, and wild physical features were more than a little nauseating. However, in shock, the populace took it very readily. After all, sometimes you can't just go by appearances. These 10 powerful men were willing to help the Luoying Empire suppress the shenanigans, then they were the heroes of the empire. Just then, Zhou Haoyan said solemnly to the camera. I believe that the Luoying Empire will prosper in the future. With the help of these 10 powerhouses, the empire will surely soar to the top of the world. As soon as he said this, thunderous applause instantly erupted from the launch site. Everyone stood up and clapped desperately. Their faces were full of confidence and trust in the empire. The 10 insiders applauded in kind at this point. On the live feed of the special push. Long live the empire. Long live the empire. My Luoying Empire will definitely be the world's #1 power in the future. Let Zhang Fan regret it. We won't agree to come back in the future. The populace was in a frenzy. Chapter 47, Luoying Empire's bad news came one after another. Zhang Fan gained a new punching location.
After this press conference, Zhou Haotian returned to the Prime Minister's mansion surrounded by the crowd.
But no sooner had he gone back than his ass was warmed up than the bad news arrived. Prime Minister, the imperial capital seems to have been strangely attacked. This time the attack was made by the Xingui Bureau and the Martial Artist Association, and we have nearly 100 dead or injured powerhouses.
Zhou Jiang, who was kneeling on the ground, trembled.
He had only just learned of this.
Words. Zhou Haotian's face was filled with shock. An attack on the royal capital? This is his territory. How dare there be a bizarre rebellion at the feet of the Son of Heaven? Nowadays, Zhou Haotian was no longer surprised by the bizarre infestation.
But this time was different. He never thought that Creepy would dare to strike in the imperial capital. And the targets are the Town Guile Directorate and the Martial Artists Association. These two departments were specifically set up to suppress shenanigans.
Now it was strangely attacked and so many people were killed or injured. It is a shame. Don't you have any heaven transformation stage powerhouses there? Are each and every one of you heavenly transformation stage powerhouses water bodies? Zhou Haotian burst into a rage.
The weirdness is really getting rampant. Now it has come to flaunt itself on the doorstep of the Prime Minister. But the point was that the strong men of this Town Guile Bureau and the Martial Artist Association were all losers.
One is more useless than the other. Listening to the Prime Minister's reprimand, Zhou Jiang lowered his head.
He was also helpless.
As far as he knew, the Heaven Transformation Stage powerhouses from the Xingui Bureau and the Martial Artists Association did indeed strike.
But which would have thought that this bizarre strength was also at the Heaven Transformation Stage?
Even if two early stage Heaven Transforming powerhouses joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat this one bizarre.
This Heaven Transforming Great Guile slaughtered almost all of the powerful people who stayed on duty at the Martial Artists Association and the Town Guile Bureau that day, and then sailed away. Nearly 100 strong people died in the two sectors, which could be considered an extremely heavy loss. Among them, there were 70 innate stage powerhouses, and nearly 30 hopeful stage powerhouses. A heavenly transformation stage powerhouse had been seriously injured and was still being rescued inside the hospital, his life and death uncertain. These Imperial Guardsmen, who would only squat in the official sector, faced with a creepy Hierophant.
Slaughtered like a dog or a pig.
They have only learned how to collect their monthly paychecks and how to cope and please their superiors. The only training you get the most exposure to on a regular basis is against your co-workers. Zhang Fan protected them too well.
So much so that most people don't even talk about wrestling with shenanigans. Haven't even seen what creepy looks like.
Not all of them are going to be reduced to food when it comes to the shenanigans of the Transformation Heaven stage.
Waste. One by one all of them are losers.
Zhou Haotian pounded the table, his body shivering with anger.
He shuddered to think what kind of trash the Empire raised.
It took so many years, so much money, so much effort to raise it.
When faced with shenanigans, one becomes watered down. The powerful men of the Town Guile Bureau and the Martial Artist Association were all so unbeatable one by one. He panicked. This was in the imperial capital, this was in the land where he lived. It's hard for this weirdness to go after him next.
The Prime Minister rests his case. We'll immediately send out strong men right now to hunt him down and make sure to put him to death. Seeing the Prime Minister angry, Zhou Jiang, who was kneeling on the ground, trembled and said.
Zhou Haotian shook his head inside.
His heart was mixed and particularly bad. He was vaguely able to sense that the Empire was afraid that a great disaster was coming next. This bizarre thing has always made him unsettled lately. However, just at that moment, another minister hurriedly entered the Prime Minister's residence.
Prime Minister. Something's wrong.
Ancient Sea City, not far from Sunset City, has seen another outbreak of bizarre and harmful incidents, and according to our statistics, almost half of the population in the city of Guhai has been bizarrely murdered.
There have been over 1,000 dead and wounded.
Hearing this, Zhou Haotian's heart thumped, and his two hands were trembling uncontrollably. He knew that the weirdness that had been released from the heavenly prison would never let up.
Only he didn't think that these weird attacks on humans would be spaced so short.
He had just slaughtered the entire population of Sunset City, and now he had extended his claws to Ancient Sea City.
Ugh, I get it. Keep this thing down, I don't need to tell you what to do, do I?
Zhou Haotian understood that for today's solution, he could only choose to suppress these events. The people of the empire must not be made aware of it. Ancient Sea City was likewise a small frontier city of the empire with a sparse population. Transportation is extremely underdeveloped. So as long as the strongest of the empire intervened, nothing would leak out in a short time. As for the bizarre ones that escaped from the heavenly prison, Zhou Haotian naturally couldn't let them go unchecked. But the sky was high, and he knew in his heart that it was extremely difficult to deal with these sinful shenanigans. Stand down, both of you. Have Zhou Qing come see me. I'm looking for him for something. Zhou Haotian instructed the two ministers to retire. He is now in a difficult situation, and after half a day's thought, the only person who can be reused is his younger brother Zhou Qing. Zhou Haotian trusted his brother. After all, the two were blood brothers, and Zhou Qing was still the strongest person in the empire right now. It had already reached the peak of heavenly transformation. Yan Huang Empire. With Zhang Fan's presence, the empire hadn't had any more bizarre and harmful incidents recently. Lone ghosts as strong as the heaven transformation stage and as weak as the chi refining stage didn't dare to come out to infest humans anymore. Zhang Fan himself hadn't even been out a couple times. As long as he lived in the Yan Huang Empire, the scope of deterrence had spread throughout the entire Yan Huang Empire. The spooks hide in their lairs during the day and don't dare go outside at all. Come out at night and roam around a bit, looking for some live wildlife among the mountains and fields to wash down your hunger. However, this is not a permanent solution after all. Ordinary lone souls would be able to survive. But it's spooky above the Skywatcher stage. It takes enough resentment. Devour enough living beings to raise your cultivation. They can't stand this environment. So the targets of the creeps began to turn to other countries near the Yan Huang Empire. Among them, the Sakura Empire had suffered the most from the bizarre infestation. In less than 2 days, the Sakura Empire has been subjected to 4 or 5 bizarre invasions so far. 24 cities have fallen, and nearly 1 million people have died. On the other side, a few heaven transformation stage great tricksters had their eyes on the Luoying Empire. They were hungry and thirsty and had been preparing for a long time. Hi Tua Cheng. Zhang Fan received a new clocking task from the system. Ding. The latest punch list locations have been distributed. Please complete the punch card at any location on the border of Luoying Empire and Yan Huang Empire. Upon successful clocking, the Northern Broken Demon Hero Sword, also known as the True Martial Emperor Sword, will be rewarded. After learning about the punch card location and the punch card reward, Zhang Fan's heart was slightly shaken. He had now reached the transition realm, but he still wasn't willing to miss the opportunity to refine his strength. But this True Martial Emperor's Sword, is it serious? As far as he knew, this was a top-grade divine weapon that only existed in Taoist myths and legends. What a weapon for the True Martial Emperor! Chapter 48, The Weird Army Presses In, Zhou Qing Invites to War. Taoist legend has it that Jinwu Da Di, the sword of the 9 heavenly demon-swinging true lord. Zhang Fan had a little something to look forward to. With such a good opportunity to refine his strength, he was naturally unwilling to let it go. There is no clear requirement for the location of the punchline for this one. Simply complete the punchline anywhere along the border between the Yan Huang Empire and the Luoying Empire. It will be much easier compared to the first 2 punches. Good, then let's go to the border between the 2 countries and see what's going on. Luoying Empire. Upon seeing his younger brother Zhou Qing appear in front of him, Zhou Haotian directly sat up from the dragon chair. Zhou Qing wanted to kneel down, but was directly exempted by Zhou Haotian with a wave of his hand. Geez, we two are brothers. There's no one else here, why kneel? He came to Zhou Qing's front and gently patted his brother's shoulder, smiling. Ah Qing Di, you are the pride of our Zhou family. At such a young age, he's already the strongest man in the empire. I, a brother, feel proud to follow you. At those words, Zhou Qing lowered his head a bit ashamedly. I wouldn't dare, although my strength is at the peak of harmonization heaven, compared to the several powerful men within the empire, I have very little experience yet. So not considered the strongest. Hearing this, Zhou Haotian laughed out loud. These powerful men of the empire? What strong people, all of them are some waste of rice barrels. Whether it's the Town Guile Bureau Martial Artists Association, or the generals inside the Ministry of War. All of them are watered down. After all these years of raising them and all the money they've spent. One by one, they ended up dying at the hands of creepy The Luoying Empire is full of powerful people. But in fact, the only person Zhou Haotian could really trust was his younger brother Zhou Qing. The two men are brothers in family. Qingdi, brother, won't hide it from you. Nowadays, the situation within the empire and abroad, you have seen it. Not particularly optimistic. Your brother, I can sit firmly in the position of prime minister, I still have to rely on you more. You must realize that imperial power is fought by force, and that without the strength of no one will serve our Zhou family. Zhou Cheng nodded, his brother's meaning was very clear to him. Now that the Luoying Empire is surging with dark currents, and weird things are causing people's hearts to be in a state of panic. Some people were already displeased with the Zhou family's rule, which he knew. For those who are disobedient, for those who dare to have second thoughts, they must be cleared as soon as possible, so as not to leave a scourge. Zhou Cheng nodded, brother, I understand what you mean, but someone dares to threaten the Zhou family's rule. Whoever it is, I will make disappear from this world. Just ask, brother, and my brother's hands will be dry. Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile appeared on Zhou Haotian's face. Zhou Qing said what he wanted to hear, to the heart. Two brothers, not bad for a heart-to-heart. There's no rush for now, they won't be able to bounce around for long. I came to you today, still wanting to ask about the bizarre matters within the empire. How do you think it should be handled instead? Zhou Haotian had been given a huge headache by bizarre things in the last few days. He did want to find a solution to the bizarre problem, so he asked Zhou Qing. This one's easy. The source of all this is all because of Zhang Fan. You see, brother, as soon as Zhang Fan left, the weirdness within our Luoying Empire became rampant. Every weird outburst has something to do with him. As I see it, the important thing to do now is to send out a strong. Take out all the weirdness that still exists within the empire, and by the way, dismantle all the seals left behind by Zhang Fan. Zhou Qing didn't even think about it and replied without thinking. Hearing this, Zhou Haotian felt it made sense. But looking at the Luoying Empire, how many people would seal it? I studied sealing with my master in the Lighthouse Empire. If you're willing to trust me, brother, leave this to me. Zhou Qing paused and said. Hearing that his own brother had learned sealing, Zhou Haotian excitedly slapped his thigh. Great! Great! Great, of course brother trusts you, can't you trust that stinking Taoist? Pick a day and let's break down all the seals left by that stinking Taoist priest. Zhou Haotian patted Zhou Qing's shoulder and said with incomparable trust. Just as the two men were catching up on their brotherly love, a minister hurriedly ran in. Prime Minister, it's not good. Something's happening at the border. The minister knelt in front of Zhou Haotian and said in great horror. Zhou Haotian frowned, realizing that it was not good. Could it be that Creepy is coming towards the Luoying Empire? It's true that what you fear comes to you. Chancellor, the western border. Our forces have observed tens of thousands of Creepy heading towards the Empire in great numbers. There are 3 other great shenanigans above the 5th level of the heavenly transformation among them, the side of the border can't support them at all. I hope that the Prime Minister will arrange for strong men to go and provide support as soon as possible. The minister said with fear and trepidation. Zhou Haotian's face became grave. His earlier hunch came true. Still, he was somewhat prepared. Just then, Zhou Qing spoke. Brother, isn't it just a few heaven transformation stage creeps? What's so scary about this? These shenanigans can't stay in the Yanhuang Empire. It's hard to believe that I, the Luoying Empire, am weak. Let them come? If my brother allows it, I'm willing to go and personally lead strong men to defend against the weirdness. Zhou Haotian shook his head. No way. Definitely not. Zhou Qing was his brother, his only real brother, or his bottom card. This kind of thing couldn't be bothered with Zhou Qing's hand. That won't be necessary, the Empire has just recruited the 10 great black dragons. They are all one of a kind. Besides, the Empire still has a few more heaven transformation stage generals who are going to be the first to go. Zhou Haotian refused Zhou Qing's request for an order. Although the weird ones that came this time had 3 heavenly transformation stages, they were generally not very strong. There was no peak heaven transforming weirdness, so it was not enough to be feared. Letting Zhou Qing step in was obviously a bit of a fuss. If anything happened to Zhou Qing, he couldn't bear the consequences. Pass on my order to have all of the Empire's 10 black dragons, as well as all generals above the heaven transformation stage, go to war. Resist the weirdness. The western part of the Luoying Empire, the border area between Luoying and Yanhuang. Standing on the walls of the border and looking up, he saw a large black cloud pressing in from a place not far away. It wasn't a black cloud, but a bizarre army of tens of thousands of bizarre. A terrifying chi emanated from these bizarre bodies, and wherever they went, dark clouds covered the sun and no grass could grow. There were no living beings within 10 kilometers. The strength of most of these tens of thousands of bizarre were below the innate stage, with the refining stage and the latter stage being the majority. They weren't spontaneously organized together, but were led by 3 great guile above the 5th level of the heavenly transformation. At this moment, at the forefront of the weird army, there were 3 of them as large as small mountains, black in color and the face is hideous and ugly, shaped like a lizard's weirdness. The 3 spooky ones are, respectively, evil spirit devouring demon, and spiteful spirit devouring demon. Among them, the evil spirit devouring demon's strength was at the 5th level of the heavenly transformation. The other 2 great guile's strengths were at the 8th and 9th levels of the harmonized heaven. The 3 spooky ones shared the same root and were as close as brothers, and looked very similar to each other. Ever since the evil spirit devouring demon knew that the Luoyin Empire's powerhouses were all water bodies. He then had the Luoyin Empire on his mind. So he teamed up with his 2 brothers today and prepared to break the Luoyin Empire in one fell swoop. Kill! 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 The weird army behind them hissed in unison. Chapter 49:10 Black Dragons appear, the people are excited, Zheng Fan clocked success. Kill! 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 This time. With Zhang Fan's presence in the Yin Huang Empire, the creeps didn't dare to show their heads at all. Every day, he suffers from hunger and fear. Can't remember the last time I went on a meat diet to save my life. In order to survive, they had to leave the Yin Huang Empire. And the Luoyin Empire would be their next shelter. The 3 great tricksters promised that as long as they could break through the border of the Luoyin Empire, you can kill with abandon for 3 days and 3 nights, leaving no chickens or dogs behind. The moment. On the walls of the border of the Luoyin Empire, the soldiers defending the city looked at the weird army pressing in, and each one of them trembled with fear and the legs were weak. It's only been so long since the last creepy infestation, why are these creeps here again? Before the general promised them that the weird would never dare to come near the Luoyin Empire. Soon the news of the bizarre hordes invading the border was picked up by the national media. The story immediately shot up the hit list. The netizens of the Luoyin Empire were abuzz. Never in their wildest dreams could they have imagined that creepy would actually dare to invade the empire's borders. What a situation! How did they dare to come? They are crazy. It's over, this black mass, the empire is going to be finished. The populace was worried beyond belief, they were hoping for peace, and after seeing the bizarre horrors of they longed for creepy not to extend his claws into the empire. But now, this weird army is pressing in, what can we do about it? Soon, though, some optimists stepped forward to speak out. They were immensely confident in the strength of the empire today. What's there to be afraid of? There's nothing to be afraid of, the empire is full of strong men. Creepy dares to come as asking for death. Yes, the empire has more than 20 strong harmonized heavenly stages. We just recruited the 10 black dragons. Cowardly as a mouse, the empire just sends out a few strong men. It will be possible to cut them all down. My Luoyin Empire is rich and strong, and just a few lone souls are really looking for death. Soon, one by one, the populace woke up. With a powerful empire protecting them, what is there to fear? With so many powerful people in the empire, dealing with a few heaven transformation stage shenanigans would not be a breeze. One must know that the strongest of the 10 black dragons that had just been recruited were at the peak of harmonization heaven. If these creeps dare to come, let them have no return. Inside the luxury villa, the 10 inner individuals, when they heard the news of the bizarre army pressing in, they instantly sat down. What? The army of weirdness is pressing in. Andab's face was full of panic, and he was still basking in the heavenly pleasure of I didn't expect the trouble to come with this turn of events. 10 warriors, the empire needs you next. I hope you will not fail the empire's expectations of you. Li Changshan, who was in charge of the notification, said very respectfully. Hearing this, the 10 inner individuals looked at each other with blank faces, only feeling very ed up. How long has it been since they've been here? They haven't had enough of the blessings yet, and they're expected to go out and fend off the weirdness? It's not a pure pit for them. Seeing that the 10 inner individuals' faces were not right, Li Changshan had expected it and said with a lowered brow. Adults, the creepy strength coming this time is generally not strong. Strong men from our empire will also step in. This time we have the grown-ups out there, just for practice. Let the people of the empire see what your lords are capable of. After this is accomplished, our prime minister has a heavy reward. Originally, the 10 inner individuals were a bit reluctant. But hearing Li Changshan say that, they felt as if things weren't that bad. Instead, it's still a good thing. That is to say, to deal with some small trick that is weaker than them, and there will be a heavy reward after accomplishing the deed. Why not? So 10 of the inner men responded. In the border area between Luo Yin and Yen Huang, the empire's strongest men had already assembled before the arrival of the Bazaar army. Among them were 2 generals from the Luo Yin Empire, both of whom were at the 8th level of the heavenly transformation. There were also countless powerful people of the Skywatch and innate stages. When the emperor's 10 inner individuals appeared on the city walls, they instantly caused a sensation. I saw these 10 inner men clad in armor and majestic. His body exuded the powerful aura of a heaven transformation stage powerhouse. However, the armor looked extremely ill-fitting on their bodies and looked very funny. No one dared to laugh though. Everyone looked at the 10 inner individuals with respect and admiration. What a godsend! The empire had even sent the 10 black dragons as well. These were 10 heaven transformation stage powerhouses. With 10 of them around, the Luoyin Empire would definitely be safe and sound. At this moment, these 10 black dragons have become heroes in the eyes of everyone. It's a divine weapon for the defense of the Luoyin Empire. In the live stream, when the netizens saw the 10 inner children appearing, all their hanging hearts were released. Fark, it's the 10 black dragons, the 10 black dragons are here, great! Heroes, 10 heroes, this time the safety of the empire depends on a few of you. Tearful, though a little darker skinned. But still, they can't hide their heart of loyalties. Hero, if you return in triumph, I will give you black babies. Have lots of hybrid babies. I'm crying my eyes out, this is a real hero, much better than some stinking Taoist priest who betrayed his country. The people of the Luoyin Empire went wild with praise, singing the praises of these 10 black heroes. Some of them even wanted to wait for their triumphant return to voluntarily fall back and give them children. Enjoying the crowds and the praise, listening to the cheers of those around them, the faces of the 10 inner individuals were full of smugness and joy. For a while, they kind of drifted away. The other side. Zhang Fan followed the system's guidance to the border area between Luoyin Empire and Yanhuang Empire. Having reached the transition realm, he had already achieved instantaneous movement through the void. Within 100 kilometers, it was easy to reach with just a thought. When he arrived at the border between the two countries, he looked at the scene before him and a flicker of interest appeared on his face. A weird army pressing in? Surprisingly, there were also 3 great shenanigans of the heaven transformation stage. Zhang Fan nodded, finding it interesting. He had already detached himself from the Luoyin Empire, so this bizarre army press had nothing to do with him. Suddenly, the sound of the system came to his ears. Congratulations to the host for successfully clocking in. The Northern Demon Breaker Sword, also known as the True Martial Emperor Sword, has been issued to the host. Zhang Fan reached out with his hand in a 3-foot-long handle, engraved with the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. The divine sword that shone with dazzling golden light appeared in his hand. With him as the center, an extremely terrifying and strong aura spread out in all directions. The bizarre army that was marching a few kilometers away sensed the aura and instantly rioted. This Zhang Fan. When the grievous devouring demon sensed Zhang Fan's aura, he was so dumbfounded that he almost peed himself. Chapter 50, Don't Retreat. One step back, death. This Zhang Fan. The grievous devouring demon sensed Zhang Fan's aura, and he was almost scared out of his wits. It's Zhang Fan sent, yes. At his side, the evil spirit devouring demon and evil spirit devouring demon were also shivering with fear. What's going on? Zhang Fan is here, didn't he fall out with the Luoyin Empire? The spiteful devil-swallowing demon sucked in a breath of cool air and said incredulously. But he had poked around and found out that Zhang Fan had defected from the Luoyin Empire. And the Luoyin Empire was still hunting him all the time. It was precisely because of the absence of Zhang Fan's blessing that they dared to lead the bizarre army to attack the Luoyin Empire. If Zhang Fan was there, even if they were given 10 guts, they wouldn't dare. Brother! Are we being cheated? Ah. This can't be a trap set for us by Zhang Fan and the Luoyin Empire, can it? The evil spirit-devouring demon was afraid, truly afraid, as he asked warily. A few days ago, Zhang Fan had killed the 5 guile emperors of the demon Sealing Valley by himself, shocking the world with his terrifying strength. The few creeps they had were completely inadequate in front of Zhang Fan. One mighty pressure from Zhang Fan and they would have to go up in smoke. No. Don't know. It's possible. Why are all humans so cunning? If it doesn't work, let's withdraw, save our lives. The spiteful devouring demon stopped in its tracks. Zhang Fan's appearance made him not dare to take another step forward, and after hesitating for a moment, he actually had plans to retreat. The spiteful devil swallower was the strongest of the 3 devil swallowers, so as soon as he stopped, the creepy army behind them stopped as well. For a while, a considerable commotion rose within the weird army. It was not because of anything else, it was all because they had sensed the aura of Zhang Fan, the god of murder. At this moment, the city walls in the distance. Seeing the weird horde stop and not dare to take a step forward, the faces of the many powerhouses of the Luoyin Empire were filled with joy. It's great that the creepy hordes aren't advancing anymore. Ha, these creeps are scared. They're scared when our strongest ones come. So these creeps aren't brainless, huh? Now you know how powerful my Luoyin Empire is. Great. It seems that the strong men of my empire have really undeterred them, and they don't dare to come. The hanging hearts of the powerful men guarding the city walls were finally put down. The moment. In the authoritative media broadcast room of the Luoyin Empire, the populace instantly went crazy with laughter when they saw the creepy hordes cowering in fear. Ha ha. Creepy? Why don't you dare to come? Do you know you're scared? I'm afraid I was scared to death in my previous life. Why are you such a wimp? Being scared by the powerful men of my empire. He. I said that my Luoyin Empire is as strong as a cloud. These creepy presses don't even dare to come close. Laugh me to death, my Luoyin Empire is not the Sakura Empire, if they dare to come, they'll have to die. We don't spoil them. The critical atmosphere was eased as never before, and the tense hearts of the crowd finally relaxed. In the royal capital, Prime Minister Zhou Hautman saw this scene through the live broadcast, and he was so elated that he slapped his thighs happily. Good, just great. This is God blessing the Luoyin Empire. This is the national fortune of my Luoyin Empire. Brother, it's okay, I told you, these creeps wouldn't dare come. Zhou Qing was also excited and said. The other side. At the border between the two countries. Zhang Fan looked at the true martial emperor's sword in his hand and gently stroked the blade that contained ancient divine power. It's very satisfying. It was only that the true martial emperor's sword had gold and white as its main colors, with golden inscriptions engraved all over its body. Like the whispers of an ancient god, it resounds on earth. At the hilt of the sword, there were also 7 stars of the Big Dipper hanging engraved, each star flashing with dazzling light. According to the system, this northern broken demon hero sword contains a trace of true martial emperor's aura. It is an ancient divine weapon that cuts down all things in the world, and no weapon can surpass it. Invincible in the world, unrivaled in the world. Feeling this raging and terrifying aura on the sword, Zhang Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. With that, the sword was put away. Just then, he looked up and realized that there was a hint of something wrong with this weird army. Originally, the bizarre army was raging towards the Luoyin Empire to kill, but now they have laid down their heads. Wincing, he even had the vague intention of backing away. Zhang Fan felt puzzled for a moment, but after thinking carefully, he immediately understood the reason. Keep charging, I'm not making a move. An eternally loud voice spread out towards the weird army. Turning on a dime, ringing in every spooky ear. Hearing that it was Zhang Fan's voice, the 3 devil swallowers were so frightened that they almost peed themselves, their bodies trembling unceasingly. Upon closer inspection, though, all 3 of them were dumbfounded. What? Zhang Fan doesn't make a move? Keep charging? The 3 devil swallowers looked at me and I looked at you, and none of them dared to act rashly for a while. No, big brother, are we moving or not? Yeah, what's going on with this Zhang Fan? Could there be a trick in this? Humans are the most cunning. If the humans work together inside and outside, we're screwed. The evil spirit-devouring demon and evil spirit-devouring demon were both fearful at the moment, afraid of falling into Zhang Fan's trap. But the too bizarre and cannot make a decision, can only ask the big brother grudge swallowing the devil. After the spiteful devil swallowing demon fought for a long time, he finally decided to withdraw his troops. Mud can't get caught in a trap. Damn humans, they're so cunning. Just as he was about to withdraw his troops and leave, the icy voice that echoed through the ages once again came from the distance. Are you guys deaf to what I'm saying? I told you to keep charging. If anyone dares to take a step back, die. Hiss. The many creeps have sucked in a breath of cold air. This. The three devil-swallowing demons looked at each other in dismay as they sensed the thick killing intent in the other party's icy tone. It was clear that if they did not follow Zhang Fan's orders, they would all have to die today. At this moment, Zhang Fan was like a sharp blade hanging over the head of the bizarre army, forcing them to come forward. I'm here now, why should I leave? At this moment, the weird army boiled over. Led by the three devil-swallowing demons, they swept towards the border of the Luoyin Empire to kill. Traveling faster than just now. The many powerful people who were talking and laughing on the city walls saw this scene and their smiles instantly froze. Look, you guys, look. Why are they charging again? Huh? How can that be? Aren't they all going to withdraw their troops already? What the hell, what the hell? Is this a scam? Hurry up and be on guard, get ready to strike, it's going to be close to your face soon. Damn creeps, why did they dare to come? Crazy. The renewed march of the bizarre army was unexpected. This time, the bizarre army had even more momentum. In an instant, the soldiers were already at the city. Rushing grievances swept across hundreds of kilometers in a radius, and a horrifyingly eerie aura, like a cloudy. The pressure is so intense that you can't breathe. The Luoyin Empire's powerhouses were caught off guard, and for a moment, people were dumbfounded. Chapter 51 Evil Spirit Devouring Demon Fights 2, Water Grills Can't Even Block One Move. These powerhouses instantly panicked. They set their sights on the Empire's 10 black dragons. The 10 insiders are now in a panic. Where have they ever seen such a battle? Even though they were all strong at the heaven transformation stage, they had no previous experience in fighting with shenanigans. The 10 inner individuals are entirely dependent on the continent's thick aura of. By mistake, he had entered the heavenly transformation stage. I'm good at hunting lions and elephants with my bare hands in the grasslands. They were more or less freaked out by the idea of having them go straight into battle against shenanigans. If it wasn't for the Luoyin Empire's promise of glory and riches if they came, they wouldn't have come. They never thought they would have to arrive to fight against such powerful shenanigans as soon as they arrived. At this moment, in the live broadcast room of the authoritative media of the Luoyin Empire. Seeing that the weird army was coming to kill in great numbers, already approaching the city, the populace was completely unable to sit still. What's going on? Didn't they just get scared? Why are they coming back now? My goodness. Don't let the border be breached, I don't want to die yet. Isn't the creepy army leaving? Damn it, they're playing a trick. The 10 black dragons hurry up and make a move. General Ning, General Lin, hurry up and make your move. Right. Hurry up and strike, what are you waiting for? Do we have to wait for them to breach the walls? The populace had thought that the weird army was afraid of the Luoyin Empire and would soon withdraw. But in the midst of their heart-filled efforts, the weird army unexpectedly pressed forward again. And this time it has been soldiered on. The next step would be to step over the walls of the border gate and enter into the empire. So it has to be guarded. If we can't hold it, the border areas of the empire would inevitably turn into a purgatorial world of corpses and blood. The many powerful men standing on the city walls glanced at each other, knowing that it was time to strike. 10 inner individuals, Ning Long and Lin Hu, and many other powerhouses leapt down from the towering city walls. Among them were 12 heavenly transformation stage powerhouses, and countless more heavenly hope stage powerhouses. The suppression in the number of strong people gave them the strength to speak. If you dare to take another step near the imperial border, die. Ning Long glanced at the crowd behind him as he stepped forward and spoke angrily to the 3 devouring demons not far away. He was a strong person of the 8th level of the heavenly transformation, and was one of the top generals of the Luoyin Empire's military department. However, the 3 devouring demons didn't take his words as words at all. The 3 devil-swallowing demons looked at each other, and their piercing playful laughter came out of their mouths. Jia jia. The sound was exceptionally unpleasant, and in an instant it spread over 100 miles in a radius. The weird army behind them all stirred at the sound. Kill! 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 The hissing sound from the creeps resounded through this part of the world, sending up waves of dust and ash several meters high. All living beings and living things within 100 kilometers radius retreated. A large cloud suddenly appeared above the sky, shrouding this part of the heavens and earth, and the atmosphere darkened. Whoosh! The evil spirit-swallowing demon among the 3 devil-swallowing demons was the first to strike. His 10-meter or so body that was as big as a small mountain directly exploded out. The 2 black pointed claws flashed with dazzling coldness, cutting through the air as they violently stabbed towards Ninglong. Ninglong's heart was stunned, and he took 2 steps back, as this unexpected attack truly took him by surprise. He didn't dare to be careless, and in an instant, he condensed his spiritual armor on his body. Gathering some of his spiritual energy into his fist, he fiercely blasted out a punch. "General Ning, I've come to help you." From behind him came a voice. It was Lin Hu. He was also a strong person of the 8th level of the heavenly transformation. Lin Hu's body violently shot out an extremely strong spiritual energy. This strand instantly transformed into a black tiger, tilting the sky and letting out a fierce long whistle. The black tiger stepped on the void, and its 2 sharp tiger claws directly slapped at the evil spirit-swallowing demon. Seeing this, the evil spirit-devouring demon's mouth cracked and he laughed even more indulgently. "Weaklings, so what if we go together?" Facing the combined strike of the 2 harmonized heavenly 8 powerhouses, the evil spirit-devouring demon's body steeply became several times larger. A residual shadow the color of blood like a cloak appeared behind him. The 2 black claws directly turned into bloody claws, stabbing directly towards Ninglong and Black Tiger. Boom! Both sides exchanged blows. The sound from the collision of spiritual energy resounded through the heavens and earth, directly leaving a deep pit of more than 10 meters in the ground, stirring up dust and soot more than 10 meters high. When the smoke clears, only the evil spirit-devouring demon stood still without moving at all. As for Ninglong, he had already flown out 100 meters away and was currently lying on the ground, spitting out blood. His body was stabbed right through by the claws of the evil spirit-devouring demon, and there was a huge bloody hole in his abdomen that all the intestines and organs and stuff fell out, dying. As for Lin Hu, his face was pale, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, and he was being assisted by the crowd, unable to stand. Apparently, he had suffered serious internal injuries. 2 strong men of the 8th level of the Heaven of Transformation, facing a creepy 8th level of the Heaven of Transformation. After only 1 round against each other, he was directly defeated. One of them was seriously injured and the other was dying, on the verge of death. Shock, unparalleled shock. All of the Luoyin Empire's powerhouses were dumbfounded. 2 humans of the 8th level of the Heaven of Transformation striking out together against a bizarre 8th level of the Heaven of Transformation. Surprisingly, he couldn't even catch a single move from his opponent. How is this possible? People's faces were full of disbelief and horror. Apparently, they overestimated themselves and underestimated the weirdness. Even the evil spirit-devouring demon himself was incredibly surprised. When the evil spirit-devouring demon said to him earlier that the Luoyin Empire's powerhouses were all watered down, he still didn't believe it. Now that we've crossed paths, it's true. The water can't even be watered down. If you can't beat them in 2 fights at the same cultivation level, you can go to hell. Are you one and all taking yourself for Zhang Fan, Jia Jia? Rubbish, you guys are also worthy of being this king's opponents, all of you go down to meet the king of hell. The evil devil swallower pointed to the countless creeps scrambled towards Ninglong, who lay dying on the ground. Click here. Click here. Ninglong's body was bitten into 1,000 pieces, and even the bones were eaten. In an instant, it had been divided up by the creeps. At the moment, on the air. Seeing that 2 of the Empire's heavenly transformation stage powerhouses were no match for a heavenly transformation stage bizarrely completely reduced to food for the creeps, the populace was all but dumbfounded. It was just too much for them to expect. This. How is this possible? Aren't the Empire's powerhouses one of the best? How can 2 of them not be able to beat a creepy can't even catch a move? And now so dead. The people panicked, utterly and completely. What is this? What is this? This is weird and scary. This is a strong person of the 8th level of the heavenly transformation, and he was just eaten. Are you guys reliable or not? Why are you all so weak? Hurry up and get on with it, stop all these creeps, be so trashy. Oh my goodness. Creepy, so scary. After seeing that the human powerhouses were all weaklings one by one, the remaining 2 devil-swallowing demons also made a decisive move. The only ones that could resist them next were the 10 black ghosts, and some heaven-watching stage mole crickets. Isn't this pure white give? Kill. Chapter 52. The people are afraid as the strongest men of the empire are slaughtered on the spot as pigs and dogs. The remaining 2 devil-swallowing demons also no longer hesitated and directly struck out. Evil spirit-devouring demons' huge bodies smashed down hard into the crowd, directly smashing to death several heaven-hoping stage mole crickets. Hooray! His mouth split open with a vicious hissing sound. The Luoying Empire's heaven-watching griffins were dumbfounded, facing a creepy, 5th heaven transforming. They can't be rivals. For a while, they only focused on their own escape, leaving the severely injured Lin Hu on the ground. Seeing this, the evil spirit-devouring demon directly pounced in front of Lin Hu. His green eyes rolled around, and his long, slender tongue licked Lin Hu's face. His body shook with excitement. Not bad, humans are really sentimental. Click. The evil spirit-devouring demon bit Lin Hu's body in 2, and the other party died on the spot. Immediately after that, he opened his big mouth and gnawed on Lin Hu's corpse, 1 bite at a time. Only when he had eaten the other party dry did he lick his lips, a hint of satisfaction on his face. Yeah. Moist, just too moist. A heaven transformation stage powerhouse, eating it is just as delicious as it gets. Humans, they're just weak as hell. Watching the strong human beings fall in front of the creepy one after another, being gnawed and killed by the creepiest food. The people panicked, completely and utterly. Didn't they all say before that weird and scary was just a hoax? Didn't they say that all the strong human beings were powerful, so why were they only reduced to weird food? The soldiers standing on the city wall defending the city were so frightened that their legs were weak and trembling. They never dreamed that creepy's strength would be so strong. Humans are no match at all. If we let these shenanigans break through the border, the Luoying Empire's border areas would be finished off. At this moment, in the authoritative media broadcast room of the Luoying Empire, the people are scared. They are really scared. 2 heavenly transformation 8th level powerhouses were dead, and dozens of heavenly hope stage powerhouses were pretty much dead as well. What's next? Oh my god, it's horrible. It's horrible. Why is it that none of our Luoying Empire's powerhouses are their opponents? Why? Why is it that 2 humans can't defeat the bizarre one when they're clearly at the heaven transformation stage cultivation level? Where is the Prime Minister? Hurry up and make your move. Hurry up and send more strong men over. Please spare the Luoying Empire. My home is not far from the border. I don't want to die yet. The people who were watching the live broadcast were so scared that one of them cried out in fear. Until then they hadn't realized just how terrifying the weirdness was, and how vulnerable the strongest members of the Luoying Empire are. In front of the weirdness, these human powerhouses of the heaven transformation stage were like a piece of paper that could be broken at the slightest poke. Imperial capital, inside the Prime Minister's residence. Zhou Haotian's face was so gloomy that it was seeping out of the water as he sat on the dragon chair. Both hands were shaking. How is this possible? It took him a long time to calm down. He knew exactly what it meant if the western border was breached. There were nearly 100 cities in the border region of the Luoying Empire, inhabited by millions of people. Granted, that's nothing compared to the billion-plus population of the Luoying Empire, but these are living human lives. If these creeps do break through the western border, it also means that the Luoying Empire will be like the Sakura Empire, where millions of people will die in the mouths of the bazaar. Zhou Haotian only felt his heart dripping with blood. These were the people of the empire. Right at this moment, Zhou Jian walked up to Zhou Haotian and proposed. Chancellor, or let's ask the Lighthouse Empire for help. If this keeps up, something big is going to happen. At those words, Zhou Haotian sighed. Really, has it been pushed this far? Zhou Haotian was really unwilling. There are a dozen military bases of the Lighthouse Empire in the border area of the Luoying Empire. Among them were countless strong men from the Lighthouse Empire. As long as the Lighthouse Empire could help, then the Luoying Empire could defuse this crisis. But the other party wanted conditions Zhou Haotian could not accept. The Lighthouse Empire is ambitious, and it's thinking of the Luoying Empire's large territory. If the Lighthouse Empire makes a move, then the Luoying Empire will have to cede land to the other side. Such a shameful thing. Zhou Haotian really couldn't do it. No, absolutely not. I just don't believe it. just a few heavenly transformation stage creeps. Is it hard to put my Luoyin empire to death? Zhou Haotian thought for a moment and slammed the dragon chair, deciding not to seek help from the Lighthouse Empire first. We'll see, there's no rush, we still have the 10 black dragons, maybe they can repel the weirdness. Continue to send additional strongmen immediately. The western border of the Luoyin Empire. Bodies are sinking across the floor and blood is flowing. Within a short amount of time, dozens of heaven-seeking stage powerhouses died in the hands of the 3 devil swallowers. Now, there are only 10s left. Evil spirits swallow demons. Evil spirits swallow demons. The 3 big tricksters of the spiteful devil-swallowing demon were now surrounding the 10 inner individuals, their eyes filled with excitement. The 3 of them have pretty much eaten their fill by now. These 10 black and unattractive as ape-like contraptions really couldn't whet their appetites. It can be left to the little shenanigans behind you. Jie Jie. It looks like they're not native to the Luoyin Empire, TSK. So anxious to die for the Luoyin Empire. Then this king will fulfill you. The strongest of the 3 demon swallowers, the spiteful demon swallower, laughed madly. Just scoped out these 10 inner ones. It was discovered that all of them had actually reached the heaven transformation stage. But what the grudge-swallowing demon could be certain of was that these 10 inner individuals definitely did not have the strength of the heaven-transforming stage. He realized that these inner individuals had very many impurities in their bodies, and that the spiritual energy in their dantian was like a paste. Obviously never practiced properly. I don't know which primitive tribe the Luoyin Empire captured the savages from. There was no deliberate cultivation, nor did he know how to channel the spiritual energy in his body to improve his cultivation level. Having reached the heavenly transformation stage by mistake in an abundant aura environment. Yet there was only the aura of the heaven transformation stage, with no corresponding strength. Kill. The grievous devil swallower stretched out a bloody claw as if slaughtering a chicken or a dog. It went straight through all 3 of the insiders. They screamed miserably and simply snapped. The remaining 7 insiders were terrified, they were afraid to die, they didn't want to die. He had come to the Luoyin Empire to enjoy the happiness, thinking that he didn't have to do anything, and that he could eat, drink and get money for nothing. Live the life of a god. Who would have thought to meet such a horrible thing that would kill them? Let us go, this is your feud with the Luoyin Empire, let us go. Spare us, we will never stop you if you want to kill your way into the border, we only ask for a life. I'm scared, I'm going back to the tribe, I'm going back. But no matter how many of the insiders begged for mercy, it didn't help. The 3 devouring demons showed no mercy at all as they went on a killing spree that. In a matter of moments, he slaughtered all of several of the insiders, tossing their bodies to the creepy hordes behind him. Chapter 53 Bloodshed, City breaks down, Lighthouse Empire in no rush to make a move. The 3 devil swallowers threw the bodies of the 10 inner individuals to the creepy army behind them. In an instant, the weird army boiled over. It's 10 black, unattractive contraptions, but it's a great tonic to eat. Without the strength of the heavenly transformation stage, but with the nourishment of the heavenly transformation stage, the tricksters scrambled to be first. Both wanted a piece of meat to taste and almost fought. Up to this point, all of these powerhouses defending the city of Luoyin Empire had been eaten clean. Now, there's no one left to fend them off. Kill. Kill me. Led by the 3 devouring demons, the bizarre army began to attack the gates of the border pass. The strong men on the city walls were crying at the moment. It's over. It's a dead day. Why is that? It's over, the empire is over, it's completely over. What should we do? Why don't we run away? I don't want to die yet. Run, what are you waiting for if you don't run? The heavenly transformation stage powerhouses are no match. We're not just purely and simply getting killed. What does the safety of the empire have to do with me? Save your little life first. These soldiers defending the city saw the weird army charging in. They had no idea of stubborn resistance. Knowing full well that they were no match for creepy, they dropped their armor and fled. It's obviously a death-defying job. Who dares to do it? At the end of the run, there wasn't even anyone left to guard the gates. Seeing that Creepy is about to break down the gates of the city in the live broadcast of the authoritative media of the Rohin Empire, people were dumbfounded. Run! Hurry up and run, people at the border gate, hurry to the interior. Immediately, Bazaar is coming, if we are late, we will be dead. Where can we run, and how long can the interior be preserved if the border falls? Why are you all running away? What are we going to do if you guys run away? Is it hard to make us feed the creepy? Cowardly as a mouse, hurry back, these powerhouses are really a bunch of useless trash. The weird army, after all, had breached the gates of the border gate. Countless bazaars strutted into the Luoying Empire from amongst the city gates like nobody's business. The Luoying Empire prides itself on its military might. Now there is not even one person who dares to step up against the weirdness. These surviving powerhouses ran and scattered. Zhou Haotian, who was in the Prime Minister's residence, saw this scene. He felt like the sky was falling. I thought the 10 black dragons recruited by the Empire would be able to hold out for a while. Hold out until the support powerhouse arrives. But whoever thought that 10 inside is just rice bucket waste, and was slaughtered as a pig dog by Bazaar. Now that the gates of the western border of the Empire have been broken, tens of thousands of Bazaar hordes entered the Luoying Empire. What a way to go! Ask the Lighthouse Empire for help. Call the Lighthouse Empire. Whatever they want, we'll give it to them. Just keep my empire safe. With no other choice, Zhou Haotian could only choose to beg the Lighthouse Empire to step in. After breaching the walls, the weird army drove in long. Came to several large cities in the Luoying border area and began a massacre. Kill, kill, or kill. They were like wolves mad with hunger entering the sheepfold, and began to frantically, the undifferentiated slaughter. The residents of the border city never expected the shenanigans to come so fast. Before they could retreat, the shenanigans had come. For a time, miserable wailing resounded in every corner of the border region, and the blood flowed. Bodies were strewn about, and 10,000 people cried in sorrow. The first city the creeps entered after breaching the border was Harness City, which had a population of 200,000 people. The lords and mighty men of Wind Harness City know that they are not to be outdone by the weirdness. So it was all gone before the weirdness arrived. Only the hundreds of thousands of people left in Harnessing the Wind City had nowhere to flee but to fall into the Bazaar food. Tens of thousands of creeps all entered Harness Wind City. In less than half an hour's work it had already slaughtered more than 100,000 people. The city's roads are littered with the bodies of its citizens, discarded like grass. Some of these corpses were mutilated beyond recognition, while others had the upper half of their bodies eaten right out of their hands. The look is very scary. The creeps had long since had their fill, but they enjoyed the kill and the pleasure it brought. Under the leadership of the 3 heaven-transforming great tricksters, they first surrounded all the exits of Wind Harness City, then let loose a massacre, leaving no one alive. Not even a passing dog in town. In less than an hour, Wind Harness City, a city with 1,000 years of history, turned into a dead city. More than 200,000 people all died in the creepy mouths, not a single survivor. It was at this moment that Li Changshan, Du Yueming, Zhou Jiang, and other powerhouses arrived late. Upon seeing this tragic situation of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in Wind Harness City, the hearts of the 3 people were shaken. Just felt a chill all over. It's weird and it's scary. That's a lot of people to kill. The entire population of Harness City is not spared. Brother Changshan, this. What can we do about this? It's horrible. Are we too late? Du Yuming covered her mouth and looked at the tragic state of the city, which was like an inferno on earth, and was shocked. Li Changshan, who stood in front of the 2, clasped his hands to his chest and shook his head. It's not too late. Of course it's not. Just now. If he had been earlier, he would probably have had to go up against those few heaven transformation stage great tricksters. Li Changshan was a smart man, and since the Bazaar army had already breached the border, then it's already irreparable. The Prime Minister asked them to come in for support, just for show. It couldn't really be a confrontation with the heaven-transforming Great Guile. The scene of the Luoying Empire powerhouse being slaughtered like a pig or dog just now was still fresh in his mind. So getting him to do it is simply impossible. He's trying to save his little life, too. Don't make a move, don't intervene. The 3 of us can just watch quietly. When the time comes, I'll explain to the Prime Minister that there's no need to fight so hard for this group of pariahs. Once Li Changshan said this, the remaining 2 nodded their heads in support. It's fine for the Prime Minister not to be pretending. Who wants to really put up a fight? After slaughtering the entire population of Harness City, the creepy hordes didn't stop for a second to targeting the Qitian city next to Harnessed Wind City again. Qitian City was the most populous city in the border region, numbering 400,000 people. The three heavenly transformation stage great tricksters led the trickster army to surround the city first and block the exit. Then, like the massacre of Harnessed Wind City, it began to carry out a gruesome massacre of Chi Tian City. A mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, a hell on earth. The cries, the screams, the wails, traveled for thousands of miles. But the creeps were like nobody's business, and nobody dared to stop them.
The moment.
Lighthouse Empire, Black Palace. King Hasri of the Lighthouse Empire received a call for help from Zhou Haotian. Zhou Haotian's side requested the Lighthouse Kingdom to send strong support immediately, willing to give any conditions. The previously stated condition of ceding territory was also agreed to. Seeing that the Luoying Empire's side promised so readily and with such a sincere attitude,
Hasley eventually agreed. Hanging up the phone, an evil smile appeared on Hasley's lips. Out, of course. But don't rush, slow down. I'm looking at land on the borders of the Rojan Empire. We'll take our time and head out when Creepy has pretty much cleared the population of their borders. Harris instructed Joseph. He did say help, but he didn't say how or when. Chapter 54 Li Changshan Du Yuming is undefeated, the hearts of human mole crickets are really cold. Outside the border of the Luoying Empire. Looking at the gate of the city wall that had been bizarrely breached, Zhang Fan, who had his feet in the void, was expressionless. He was already able to guess what kind of situation was in the territory of the Luoying Empire right now. A mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, a broken wall. Millions of corpses, thousands of miles of blood. If he had done it before, he would have resolutely stepped in to protect the people of the Luoying Empire. But it's impossible to get him to make a move now. None of this has anything to do with him. No one asked about the years of dedication and sacrifice in the past. 10 years of suppressing the bizarre and unappreciated, and one day they're sent to the judgment seat. Became a sinner for everyone. Since you guys are claiming that you can suppress Creepy without me, Creepy breaks the door. I don't care when it comes to brutally slaughtering you guys. After all, the Luoying Empire is full of powerful people, and they can certainly protect you. A trace of pleasure flashed through Zhang Fan's heart when he thought of this. Suddenly, Zhang Fan sensed a hint of abnormality. He frowned slightly as his hand reached out and summoned the true martial Great Emperor Sword. The true martial Emperor's sword was held in his hand, and he could feel the extremely strong fluctuation of spiritual energy in the sword. This psychic fluctuation was like some kind of guidance. With that, Zhang Fan looked up at the Luoying Empire's breached border gate. He was instantly interested. Chi Tian City. Li Changshan, Du Yuming and the others stood on the walls of Chi Tian City, looking out at the bizarre army that was as black as a dark cloud in the distance. The bizarre army is massacring the people in the city, killing and injuring thousands of people and shedding blood. Instead, Li Changshan and the others were being indifferent spectators, as if none of this had anything to do with them. In fact, it's irrelevant in and of itself. They're just some low-caste pariahs from the empire who wouldn't have come at all if the prime minister hadn't asked them to. It came as a pretense. Although they were the strongest of the empire, each one of them was smarter than a monkey. Creepy is so scary, why not hide when you can? We are indeed strong, but there is no reason or obligation to protect these untouchables. A bizarre invasion that is sure to kill someone. But it can't be them, the strong ones, who die. Once they died, the sky of the Luoying Empire would collapse. Don't worry, we don't have to make a move this time. The Prime Minister's side has already telegraphed the Lighthouse Empire, and the other side has promised to send strong men to support them. I'm sure it won't take long. Looking at the worried faces of Du Yuming and Zhou Jiang behind him, Li Changshan clasped his hands on his chest and reminded. Since the Lighthouse Empire was going to come out in support, the Luoying Empire was bound to be unharmed this time. Knowing that the Lighthouse Empire had sent out all peak harmonization heavenly powers to deal with these few harmonization heavenly stage shenanigans. It's still a breeze. Yes, Brother Nagashan has a point, we just need to focus on the weird movements next. Du Yuming said in favor. After seeing how powerful Creepy was, no one was willing to go up there and get killed again, even though they were all human powerhouses at the heaven transformation stage. However, just then, a pair of green eyes in the distance spotted the three of them. Li Changshan keenly sensed the danger, and he only felt a chill on his back. Turning his head to look, he saw two large, mountain-like. The black creep shaped like a lizard had appeared behind the three at some point. It was none other than the evil spirit-swallowing demon of the 8th level of heavenly transformation and the grudge-swallowing demon of the 9th level of heavenly transformation.
Jie, big brother, I told you there was a surprise. Another human mole at the heaven transformation stage, I can feast on them again. Old evil devil swallowing demon had long ago detected the scent of a human powerhouse here. So he and the grievous devourer hid their breath and came here to take a look. It was discovered that there were really 3 human molecules of the heaven transformation stage. But what both devil swallowers wondered was why the 3 of them didn't make a move. Aren't they all the same kind? Their 3 strong hearts are really cold. How dare you stand by and watch your fellow countrymen being slaughtered and do nothing? All 3 of them were shocked at the sight and took a few steps back, their faces filled with horror. Never in their dreams could they have imagined that these 2 heaven transformation stage great tricksters would be able to find them. I thought I'd be safe hiding here and doing nothing, but who would have thought so resourceful? Spotted them so quickly. Zhou Jiang, watch out! Li Changshan roared at Zhou Jiang with all his might, but it was too late. The evil spirit swallowing demon's pointed tongue shot through Zhou Jiang's abdomen unexpectedly, and before the latter could react, he was killed on the spot. This human powerhouse at the 6th level of the transformation heaven directly fell. The evil spirit swallowing demon rolled Zhou Jiang's body into his mouth, clicked it twice, and directly chewed it to pieces, swallowed into the belly. Immediately afterward, the 2 devil swallowing demons set their eyes on Li Changshan and Du Yueming again. Li Changshan and Du Yueming panicked, and the 2 of them hurriedly backed away to pull away. The duo were both strong at the 8th level of the heaven transformation, but against these 2 devouring demons, they were obviously a bit inadequate. However, they didn't sit on their hands. Sword up! Li Changshan's 2 fingers were placed together on the tip of his nose and said angrily, "Miso!" A flying sword was sheathed and hovered in front of Li Changshan. Immediately after that, Li Changshan mumbled something, and this flying sword suddenly split into hundreds and thousands of sword chi. These sword chi wrapped around Li Changshan's body, condensing an extremely strong force. Seeing this, Du Yuming also made a decisive move, and he reached out his hand and a golden Dharma wheel appeared in the void before his eyes. Placing his hand on the wheel of law, he instantly shot a golden aurora from the wheel of law that charging towards the 2 devouring demons. This golden aurora was also surrounded by flames that were strong enough to vaporize the void. At the same time, Li Changshan pointed his hand and the hundreds of sword chi that surrounded him shot straight at the 2 devil swallowers. Die for me! Both of them were exerting all their strength, using all their spiritual energy, and taking out their watchful skills. Pledge to die. The spiteful devil swallowing devil gave a brutal laugh at the sight. He was undaunted by this and found it amusing instead. Suddenly, his body violently grew several times larger, becoming 100 meters tall. Then it opened its bloody mouth like a black hole. Like a black hole, the maw directly took all the sword chi, as well as the fiery aurora that vaporized the void swallowed it in one gulp. The 2 people, Li Changshan and Du Yueming, were instantly dumbfounded in place. This was already their combined strongest move, and it was even swallowed directly by this weirdness in one bite? The 2 men hadn't realized the gap between their strength and creepies until then. After devouring the duo's killing moves, the spiteful devil swallowing demon's body unexpectedly grew bigger again, and he stretched out his giant claws and it directly slapped at Li Changshan and Du Yueming. In an instant, the 2 men were slapped by the giant claw, and flew directly out dozens of meters away from it hit the ground hard. Li Changshan and Du Yueming struggled to get up from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood directly from their mouths. If it wasn't for the spiritual power protecting his body, I'm afraid he would have died on the spot. Damn it, it's no match. Just as the spiteful devil swallowing demon was preparing to end the lives of 2 people. Suddenly, he felt that familiar terrifying aura again. For an instant, the grievous devouring demon froze. Panic suddenly appeared on his face. SH. What the hell? Zhang. Zhang Fan? Chapter 55 Zhang Fan. If you make a move, we can forget about it. Bringing you back to the Empire. The spiteful devil swallowing demon was stunned silly, his body instantly stiffened in place, not daring to move the slightest bit more. He felt Zhang Fan's aura again. This time the aura was even stronger than the last. The evil spirit devouring demon was also shivering as his legs went weak, and he also felt the aura of the almost pissed myself. Li Changshan and Du Yueming both slowly opened their eyes, having thought that they would surely die. Only to find that nothing happened. And these 2 devouring demons cowered, not daring to make a move, as if they were afraid of something. The two of them raised their eyes and looked, only to see that in the distance a black figure was standing with its feet in the void and its hands in the air. The black figure merely stood there, and the strong pressure caused the surrounding space to collapse. And one by one, the bizarre hordes that were massacring in the city stiffened their bodies. It seemed to be fixed in place, not daring to move at all. From the black figure emanated an extremely terrifying pressure, which was only a hint of these tens of thousands of bizarre armies were about to go up in smoke on the spot. Li Changshan rubbed his eyes as he looked incredulous. It was a long time before he recognized the figure in the distance. Zhang Fan, ha! It's Zhang Fan. We are saved, this traitor has even returned, he must have come to save us. Li Changshan's face was full of joy, and his hanging heart was finally put down. He never expected that Zhang Fan would actually run back to be a dog for the Luoyin Empire again. As long as Zhang Fan was willing to make a move today, the Luoyin Empire would certainly be unharmed. At this moment, Zhang Fan stood on the void, holding the true martial great emperor's sword in his hand as he looked down at the ant beings below. It was the true martial emperor's sword that guided him to this place. Looking at the broken walls underneath, the mountains of corpses and the rivers of blood that flowed, Zhang Fan revealed a very pleased smile. It's good, it's really good. It was exactly what he expected. The moment Zhang Fan appeared, the bizarre army instantly dared not move. Suddenly, boom! Only to see this tens of thousands of bizarre surprisingly kneeling down towards Zhang Fan in unison, row after row. Not because of anything else, but the pressure on Zhang Fan was just too strong. The pressure was such that they couldn't straighten their bodies at all. Especially the sword in Zhang Fan's hand was so terrifying that they could not look at it directly. It was as if one more look was going to be chopped into nothingness. Puff! Flop! Immediately after that, the three great tricksters, Grudge Spirit Devouring Demon, Evil Spirit Devouring Demon, and Evil Spirit Devouring Demon, also knelt down in unison. The three big creeps were now panicking inside. They really couldn't figure out what was going on. Didn't Zhang Fan say that he wouldn't make a move? What are you doing back here now? This human is too cunning. Is it possible that there's a trick? The three of them are like ants in front of Zhang Fan, if Zhang Fan wants to kill them. One thought to hit them and they'd all have to explode. The three devouring demons couldn't figure out what was going on, but were really scared. Under intense fear, the first thing the three devouring demons thought of was to kneel down for Zhang Fan. Brother! Is this Zhang Fan backing out? I'm afraid. The evil spirit devouring demon nearly cried out in trepidation. If he backtracks and helps the Luoyin Empire again, aren't we all screwed? Listening to his brother's complaint, the grudge-swallowing demon was now puzzled. They simply couldn't fathom Lord Zhang Fan's temperament. This terrifyingly strong man of the world's invincibility, by virtue of his terrifying strength, joy and anger. It's not impossible to dispose of their lives all by mood. I don't know. Kneeling is the right thing to do, whether we can save our lives today or not. It really depends on his mood. At this moment, those kitty-yanching luckily recovered a life. The people who didn't fall into the creepy food looked up and they saw the familiar figure again. Familiar, just too familiar. It's Zhang Fan. It's really Zhang Fan. It was the Zhang Fan from before who would step forward to save the Luoyin Empire every time there was a bizarre calamity. I can't believe he showed up again. It's okay, it's finally okay, all these weirdnesses fear Zhang Fan. As long as Zhang Fan made a move, this time the weirdness was bound to recede. As a result, the people underneath began to continuously yell at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and make your move, kill all these creeps. Although Zhang Fan is a traitor, betraying the Luoyin Empire. But as long as he kills all of creepy today, we can consider letting him return to the Luoyin Empire. Zhang Fan, Zhang Fan is back, it's alright, it's finally alright. Zhang Fan, hurry up and make a move, what are you still hesitating for, as long as you save us? We'll let bygones be bygones about what happened before. Yes, even though you are a traitor, if you make a move, you can make it right. Even if he kills all of creepy today, it won't clear his name. Who knows if the weirdness is something he brought in, a nice place he directed himself. No gratitude, no begging, still accusations, orders, even threats. Still taking it all for granted. Zhang Fan laughed. He stood in the void with his hands folded, not moving like a mountain. The weird army also didn't dare to move the slightest bit. Just then, the injured Li Changshan stood out. Zhang Fan. I thought you'd come back. It shows that you still have the Luoying Empire in your heart. As long as you make a move to quell all of the shenanigans today, I'll personally report it to the Prime Minister. Put in a few good words for you in front of the Prime Minister, and you can be rearranged to return to the Luoying Empire when the time comes. We won't pursue what happened before, what do you think? Li Changshan knew that Zhang Fan had suffered great aggression before, so he had to throw some favors out. Otherwise, Zhang Fan wouldn't have come to his aid. That's right, Zhang Fan, it's time to test your loyalty, kill all the creeps. We're considering bringing you back. Du Yiming also said at this moment, as he covered his chest with his hand. That claw of the spiteful devil-swallowing demon just now almost killed him. Zhang Fan shook his head, then spat out 2 icy words from his mouth. Jokes? Who said I was going to make a move? Poor Taoist is just coming over to revisit his hometown for a bit today. Your deaths and lives have nothing to do with me, right? This statement was made. People have been dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with shock and incredulity. None of them had thought that Zhang Fan would be so heartless, completely disregarding the past. Some of them were still cursing at Zhang Fan. And the 3 devil-swallowing demons looked at each other with brilliant delight on their faces. The smile at the corners of his mouth simply could not be suppressed. Good. That's great. Lord Zhang Fan, this is the right thing to do. We'll just clean up the mess for you. Go on. Zhang Fan waved his hand and spat out 2 words in an icy tone. The weird army was restless once again, and after receiving Zhang Fan's permission they began to charge toward the populace in a frenzy. The grievous devil swallower stood up and stretched out 2 large hands that. The 2 people, Li Changshan and Du Yiming, were directly grabbed into their hands. You 2 were the ones who just screamed the loudest, weren't you? Oh. Killed all the creeps? The spiteful devouring demon's face was filled with anger, and with a slight force in his hand, the 2 people, Li Changshan and Du Yiming, were directly crushed into mush and sent into his mouth. Kill. No living thing in the city, not a single piece of armor will be left behind. He ordered at the army of creeps. P.S. In New January, monthly votes go a long way, must be able to live 99. Chapter 56, The Luoying Empire's Greatest Public Enemy, Everyone's Enemy. The carnage continues. Tens of thousands of demons went on a bizarre killing spree. Li Changshan, Du Yiming, and other heaven transformation stage powerhouses died one after another. There were no more people in the city who could stand up to the shenanigans. These unarmed humans can only be reduced to food for Creepy, and after Creepy has had his fill, and there was no intention of letting them go. Enjoy the fun of killing by devouring it in a weird way. The blood, the screams can excite them, awaken the impulse in them. Under their frenzied slaughter, hundreds of thousands of people in Chitian City, the men, women and children were all butchered, not a single survivor left behind. Even the dogs on the side of the road were slaughtered. The earthworms in the ground were pulled out and split in half vertically. The ants' nests were doused with hot water to ensure that they were all scalded to death. For a time, the largest city on the border was reduced to a hell on earth. There were bodies everywhere, blood running down the main street of the city and into the moat. It colored the river red. In less than 3 hours, Creepy had slaughtered 2 cities. Killed 500,000 or 600,000 people. However, their ambitions go much further. They're going to kill their way into the imperial capital of the Luoying Empire. It would be best to turn this one country into a country of weirdness altogether. The moment. Royal capital, Prime Minister's residence. When Zhou Haotian learned that the populations of the 2 cities at the border were all butchered without a single survivor, his whole body was dumbfounded on the spot. A bolt from the blue. It's a bolt from the blue. It's 600,000 of the Empire's people. This. How is this? How is it? These powerhouses are all wasteful rice buckets, a bunch of useless trash. Zhou Haotian had never dreamed that these strong men of the Empire would be so weak. 2 generals of the 8th level of the Heaven Transformation Stage, 10 black dragons, adding up to 12 Heaven Transformation Stage powerhouses. Such a powerful formation was slaughtered by all 3 Heaven Transforming Great Guile. Incompetence to the extreme, allowing this weirdness to enter the Luoying Empire and wantonly brutalize the living people. It wasn't until today that he saw the true colors of these powerful people clearly. Each and every one of them are rice buckets and waterworks, not as good as a hair on his brother Zhou Qing. Where is the bizarre army marching to now? How far is it from the imperial capital? Never let them come over, never. In the past, Zhou Haotian would only be shocked. But this time, a twinge of fear was born in him. He's scared. He's really scared. In case this creepy long drive straight to the royal capital. Is it hard to believe that it's his turn to die as prime minister next? Could it be that the huge Luoying empire was destroyed by these three heaven transformation stage great tricksters? Zhou Haotian panicked a batch inside his heart. He was now fidgeting. Back to the chancellor, they're still in the border region. But it seems that a third city has been surrounded and is ready to be slaughtered. It's still far from the imperial capital, so you don't have to worry, Prime Minister. The minister on his knees trembled. At those words, Zhou Haotian let out a long breath of relief, his entire body relaxing. That's good. That's good. As long as the shenanigans don't threaten the royal capital. Then all that's left to do is wait for support from the lighthouse state. Zhou Haotian didn't believe that the Lighthouse Congress would see death. Damn it, why hasn't this lighthouse nation stepped in yet? Are they unaware of the current situation of my Luoying empire? They are 1 second late. How many people are going to die in the empire? Zhou Haotian just couldn't wait any longer. Just then, another scout came in panic to report. Another piece of bad news. When he learned that Li Changshan, Du Yueming, and Zhou Jiang were killed in action, Zhou Haotian's eyes went black. Almost fainted. Fortunately, 2 ministers assisted him and helped him to the dragon chair. What do you mean? All 3 people are dead? None of them lived? Zhou Haotian sucked in a breath of cool air. These 3 were almost the strongest people in the empire besides Zhou Qing. Now that they were all killed in action at the border, they had undoubtedly broken an arm of the Luoying Empire. Yes. Prime Minister. All dead. And Prime Minister, we found traces of Zhang Fan at the scene. The scout said warily. Hearing the word Zhang Fan, Zhou Haotian slowly opened his eyes, a trace of excitement flashing through his pupils. What is this? Zhang Fan back for? No. Zhou Haotian sat up straight. Let Zhang Fan make a move, hurry up and let Zhang Fan make a move. It's true that I aggravated him before, but he was at fault to a certain extent, he was too willful and it's too reckless. I'll allow Zhang Fan to return to the Luoying Empire as long as he can make a move to put an end to this bizarre chaos. And reinstate him. I'm not going to pursue anything from before. Learning that Zhang Fan had appeared in the Luoying Empire, Zhou Haotian's first thought was to hurry up and hug Zhang Fan as his thigh. He did believe in Zhang Fan's strength, and as long as Zhang Fan made a move, these 3 heaven-transforming great tricksters would surely die. This. Prime Minister. Zhang Fan, he's not going to make a move. He said it's none of his business anymore. Also, the weirdness seems to have been brought on by him. At those words, Zhou Haotian's body trembled. He lowered his head and contemplated for a few moments as he finally realized what was going on. Why would this Yan Huang Empire's shenanigans come to attack Luoying Empire? It turned out that everything was egged on by Zhang Fan, who was directing them. This is Zhang Fan's revenge on the empire. This damn Taoist. From now on, he will be a public enemy of my Luoying Empire. Everyone gets it. Hammering the dragon chair violently, Zhou Haotian closed his eyes and took a deep breath, only feeling anger attacking his heart. For now, we can only wait for the Lighthouse Empire to strike. The Lighthouse Empire was all they could count on. At this moment, on the social media of the Luoying Empire, almost every video that can be swiped captures the tragedy that is happening in the border areas. For a few hours, the frontiers of the empire became a hell on earth. Hundreds of thousands of people fell to bizarre rations. This was definitely the biggest calamity in the Luoying Empire in 100 years. The populace exploded and they started bashing the empire like crazy. They had been utterly and completely disillusioned with the empire. Previously, he had claimed that the bizarre danger was a hoax, promising to be able to protect the people of the empire. But now they are letting hundreds of thousands of imperial people fall into weird food, regardless. Blowing the empire's powerhouses out of the water was so powerful, but they were as fragile as a piece of paper in front of creepy. The people knew that they had been deceived. The imperial government is so rotten, I don't think there's any point in them existing anymore. Isn't it possible to protect the people of the empire? They are being brutally slaughtered. Open your doggy eyes and see. What prime ministers, what royals, all vampires and assholes of the empire. They must all be deposed for me. So you've been deceiving us all along. It's really ridiculous, thanks to me trusting you guys so much. We will launch a revolt and outlaw such officialdom, we will be our own masters. Chapter 57. They drove Zhang Fan away in such a way. And now this is the way to bring Zhang Fan back. Deception, this is outright deception. And the consequences and costs of this deception are to be borne by them, the general public. Hundreds of thousands of ordinary people in the border areas have been reduced to bizarre rations. Countless unarmed and weak people died. Who knows if Creepy will turn the butcher knife on them next? The populace was beyond outraged. A lot of people started a parade. Hundreds of them gathered spontaneously and held up banners in condemnation and protest against the empire. Just as they did in the trial of Zhang Fan back then, they marched in the streets in groups like this. A joint blood letter calling for Zhang Fan's permanent imprisonment. They thought that by banning Zhang Fan, the empire would still be able to protect them. But they thought wrong. Ever since Zhang Fan had left the Luoying Empire, bizarre outbreaks had become more and more frequent. The death toll is growing. Until today, countless evil demons have been knocking on the door strangely. Millions of living beings were reduced to food. That's when they realized that the empire couldn't protect them at all. The only one who can protect them is Zhang Fan. But Zhang Fan was driven away by them. So there are some members of the public who are beginning to regret it. They began to miss the days when Zhang Fan was around. When Zhang Fan was around, the empire was peaceful and there had never been any incidents of weird infestations. In those days, they lived in peace and enjoyed peaceful days and never needed to be so frightened. No spooky dared to come out and harm anyone, spooky even became a historical past, long forgotten. But today, immediately afterward, more and more voices recalling Zhang Fan appeared online. They righteously demanded that the Luoying Empire bring Zhang Fan back immediately. Let Zhang Fan proceed to protect them. At the moment, under an official media report. Can you invite Zhang Fan back? I don't want to be weird food. Right to deal with it. This never happened before when Zhang Fan was around. As long as Zhang Fan is willing to come back and take the initiative to admit his mistake, we can forgive him. The Prime Minister of the Empire, as well as these strong men, are all useless trash. Hurry up and let Zhang Fan come back. Zhang Fan, as long as you are willing to come back, we will definitely accept you. However, it's not that these folk know it's wrong. Nor did he realize that it was a wrong thing to try Zhang Fan and drive him away before. They're just scared, now. It just needed a powerful figure like Zhang Fan to hold up a peaceful world for them once again. So, the people once again joined together in a letter of blood and sent it to the Prime Minister's office in the royal capital. There's only one thing that comes down from the blood book, and that's, recall Zhang Fan. Let him resume guarding the empire. In the beginning, this is how they drove Zhang Fan away, and now they are using this to get Zhang Fan to come back. At this moment, inside the Prime Minister's residence. Looking at the bloody book with tens of thousands of names written on it, Zhou Haotian's head was particularly large. Isn't that making it difficult for him? Zhou Qing saw the contents of the bloody book, and he let out a cold snort and laughed. What a stupidity! Why did you let this traitor come back? Everything that is happening to the empire right now is because of this traitor. Zhou Qing said indignantly. He had a nagging feeling in the back of his mind. If brother had just let him go out to fight at the border, with his strength at the peak of harmonized heaven. Definitely wiped out all these creeps. It wouldn't have killed so many civilians. Alas! This. Damn Zhang Fan. He's done us a great disservice. Tell me how he can be so pretentious. When he was first sentenced to only 2 years of confinement at Longhu Mountain. He will then turn against the empire. And now instructing so many shenanigans to invade my empire. Truly the number one public enemy of my empire. Zhou Haotian lay down on the dragon chair, incomparably disheveled. The territory of the Luoying Empire was now in chaos, and the situation was beyond his control. Countless people are being bizarrely massacred in the border areas. But the empire's powerhouses were no match for Creepy, and could only let them kill. The people in the peaceful areas were outraged and demanded that the government be banned. Outlaw him as prime minister. This has upended the very foundations of the empire. The streets of the royal capital were filled with people marching in protest. What's more, breaking into his prime minister's residence in groups of 3 or 5 had threatened his safety. How can this be? Alas, there are internal and external problems, can it be that the empire is coming to its end? Just as Zhou Haotian was overwhelmed with sorrow, Zhou Qing proposed a solution to the problem. In his opinion, the internal and external problems faced by the Luoying Empire today can all be pacified. There's no need to worry about foreign trouble, as long as the strongest men from the Lighthouse Empire come. The shenanigans of this invasion would be put to rest. As for the internal problems, all that is needed is to divert the hatred of the people. After hearing Zhou Qing's approach, Zhou Haotian was enlightened and sat up violently from the dragon chair. Yeah, okay. It's true that the heavens are not against me, the Luoying Empire. Worthy of being my Zhou Haotian's younger brother, thinking even more thoughtfully than me. After having a way out, Zhou Haotian held a press conference at the Prime Minister's office at the first opportunity. This press conference was broadcast live in its entirety on all television channels. All social media can be watched in full as well. The press conference had just begun, and tens of millions of people had flooded the broadcast room. They were beyond angry, and had become utterly disillusioned with the rulers of the empire. As soon as he came in, he was swearing. Rulers are so useless. Hurry up and get someone else who can rule the country well. Yes, the officials are useless trash. Hurry up and invite Zhang Fan back, you useless trash. You can't defend yourselves against shenanigans. What a prime minister, pure and simple. I want Zhang Fan to return to the Luoying Empire. You guys watch it. Listening to the countless people splitting their heads and cursing bitterly, Zhou Haotian remained unperturbed and did not panic in the slightest. He could very well understand the anger of the people. To be able to achieve the position of ruler of the empire, he was much more savvy than the average person. This press conference today has the sole purpose of distracting the public from their hatred. Dump the pot. First of all, let us pay the highest tribute to the heroes who died in the defense against the shenanigans. They died for the empire and should not be the useless trash you say they are. The moment Zhou Haotian said this, the entire room instantly fell silent. He cleared his throat, then pulled out a picture in front of the crowd. The photo showed Zhang Fan standing with his feet in the void and his hands in the air. And beneath him stood countless creeps that were slaughtering the civilian population. Zhang Fan's expression was indifferent, and he didn't have the slightest intention of making a move. Just watching Creepy go on a killing spree. Check it out, everyone. Who instructed Creepy to attack the Luoying Empire? It's Zhang Fan, it's the Zhang Fan you asked to be recalled. He directed the invasion of our country and the killing of our people. He is taking revenge on us. Everybody wake up. Chapter 58, Did we do wrong? No, it's only Zhang Fan who's wrong. The people were shocked when they saw the contents of the photos and learned the truth. They never thought that this time the weirdness was actually brought to them by Zhang Fan. Yeah, these shenanigans are coming from the Inferno Empire. It was because of Zhang Fan's presence that they were forced to move from the Yin Huang Empire to the Luoying Empire. Or perhaps it was Zhang Fan who instructed them to invade the Luoying Empire. To get back at the Luoying Empire. It dawned on the populace. This Zhang Fan, whom they jointly wrote in blood to recall. It turned out to be the culprit behind this bizarre invasion. So that's how it is. Zhang Fan is such an animal, how could he do this? Oh. How the Luoying Empire is also considered his other home. I can't believe he let Creepy come and invade us. A human traitor, just a human traitor. Not only is he a traitor to the Luoying Empire. Or a traitor to humanity. What's the point of having someone like that back? He'll only continue to harm us when he comes back. The people are filled with righteous indignation and indignation. Transferring the discontent of the imperial rulers to Zhang Fan. The hero that people were going to recall has now turned into a sewer rat that everyone wants to beat up. The people of the Luoying Empire were utterly and completely enraged. Every weird infestation was because of Zhang Fan. How many people did Zhang Fan kill? Seeing that the hate transfer was indeed effective, a trace of imperceptible surprise flashed across Zhou Haotian's face. That's great. As long as that conflict can be shifted, then he can still get the hearts and minds of the people. He paused and continued to speak. Our Luoying Empire has never treated Zhang Fan poorly. It is originally the Taoist priest's vocation to cut down demons and eliminate devils. That's why he should have suppressed the weirdness for the Luoying Empire before. He deserves to be tried and punished for his wrongdoing. We merely sentenced him to 2 years confinement in Longhu Mountain. What a painless punishment. I didn't expect that he would directly choose not to suppress the bazaar. Is he not at fault for being so pretentious? It's all because of Zhang Fan. If he had been more patient then, would we be here today? In a few words, all the pots were put on Zhang Fan's head. Zhou Haotian didn't regret trying Zhang Fan and didn't realize that he had done wrong. Instead, claiming that Zhang Fan is too pretentious to stop suppressing weirdness because of one trial. It's really too capricious. Because of Zhang Fan's capriciousness and Zhang Fan's pretentiousness, it led to the calamity of Luoyin Empire today. So they were right, it was Zhang Fan who was wrong, from start to finish. Zhou Haotian's words went to the heart of the people. No one wants to admit they are wrong, everyone wants to blame everyone else for their mistakes. Again, the populace doesn't feel like they're doing anything wrong. It's all Zhang Fan's fault. Everything that had happened to the Luoyin Empire today was because of Zhang Fan. Isn't it a ludicrous thing to bring back this traitorous traitor? Let him come back and continue to plague the Luoyin Empire? Thus, these people, who had originally resisted the government, began to resist and oppose Zhang Fan. They also never mentioned the recall of Zhang Fan. Seeing that the time was ripe, Zhou Haotian cleared his throat and said righteously, "I'd like to apologize for the weird infestation. It's true that our powerhouses are no match for Zhang Fan. But they are also heroes of my empire. Though they were killed by the shenanigans brought about by Zhang Fan, I am sure that sooner or later, our empire will produce a stronger powerhouse than Zhang Fan. Instead of remembering Zhang Fan, the traitor, we should go and raise our own strong men. Let him hold up a world of peace for the Luoyin Empire once again." A call to arms. The populace was emotional and high-spirited. Though the empire had undergone such trials and invasions, and countless men had died, at this moment they had hope for the Luoyin Empire again. The dead cannot be resurrected, and the loss suffered cannot be repaired. Instead of keeping Zhang Fan, the empire should have produced its own cultivate a more powerful martial artist than Zhang Fan. Trust the empire, this is my home after all, the land of my existence. I also believe that I would give my own life for this land. We need to let Zhang Fan know that our empire will prosper and become better without him. Whoever leaves this great country, then whoever does so will have all the regrets in the future. The moment. At the international airport of the imperial capital of the Luoyin Empire. One Gulfstream private jet after another took off from the airport. These airplanes were filled with dignitaries, celebrities, and rich people of the Luoyin Empire. Every one of them is successful and worth a lot of money. Again, the vision is very long-term. While the general populace is still holding out hope for this country, they had already predicted the end of the Luoyin Empire. They then began to flee the Luoyin Empire in droves. Take a private jet with your wealthy assets and head to Europe's Sunset Empire. They don't have any sense of family in their eyes. As long as they have money. It's a good mix everywhere you go. The empire in peril has little to do with them. Besides, the land has long been a sickly country. The creepy hordes are still making their massacre. Nothing can hold them back. During that time, the Luoyin Empire also sent hundreds of thousands of troops, but in front of the three heavenly transformation Great Guile. These hundreds of thousands of troops are simply unbeatable. Seeing a large number of casualties under loose military discipline, these hundreds of thousands of soldiers quickly turned into a scattered mess and fled in all directions. The creeps are gaining momentum. In less than half a day's work, all 10 cities on the western border of the Luoyin Empire had been slaughtered clean. The death toll has exceeded 1 million. Looking at these hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of land, white bones are exposed and wild, and there are no chickens crowing for thousands of miles. What a living lioness! There was not a single bit of life within a radius of several thousand kilometers, just like a piece of hell on earth. Zhou Haotian in the imperial capital was in a hurry. He indignantly questioned the Lighthouse Empire as to why they were delaying. But all I got was a flippant reply, "It's a long way to go." Zhou Haotian panicked. After this weirdness slaughters the border clean, the next step could be to attack the central region. Finally, after waiting a full day, it was only then that the strong men deployed at the Lighthouse Nation's military base near the Luoyin Empire slowly moved. The Lighthouse Empire had sent out 4 peak harmonized heavenly profound powerhouses and 1 harmonized heavenly profound powerhouse. They ate breakfast, put hairspray in their hair, and oiled their leather shoes before they left for. Listen to a piece of music which chose to move. They're all reluctant to back up this ungrateful little $1 hole. But they didn't dare disobey the orders of the Lighthouse State's military hierarchy. Guys, we should get going. I'd really like to slow down just a little bit more so that Creepy can kill all of these Rohypnol Empire idiots. That would save us a lot of trouble. One of the powerhouses with dyed blonde hair and a strength of the great perfection of transformation heaven snickered. Chapter 59, I just told you to get lost to give you a chance. At this moment, within the territory of the Luo-In Empire. After the bizarre horde slaughtered all the millions of people at the border of the Luo-In Empire, another target was set on the rest of the Rohypnol Empire. They are very ambitious. They want to massacre all the living beings in the empire in one fell swoop and take over the country, turning the Rohin Empire into a completely bizarre country. At that time, they would be able to enjoy all the resources within the Luo-In Empire in peace. The three heavenly transforming great tricksters stood in front of the many tricksters, their heads raised slightly. A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes as he looked at another large city not far away. Kill, keep killing. Kill it completely. Suddenly, the three great tricksters sensed an extremely terrifying aura approaching them. This. Brother, do you feel it? The evil spirit devouring demon's throat moved in a bit of shock. The spiteful devouring demon nodded, keenly aware that the one who came this time should be a peak harmonization heaven powerhouse. There was even a strong person of the great perfection of heavenly transformation among them. The three devil swallowers were all a bit flustered in their hearts. What they could be sure of was that the strong person this time should not be from the Luo-In Empire. It could be the support of other empires to the Roin Empire. Green eyes rolling and rolling, the grudge-swallowing demon sensed that these strong men were coming from the eastern region. This also meant that they could now return the same way and temporarily evacuate the Luo-In Empire. It's a pity that the support came so timely to kill so few people, it's not enjoyable at all. The evil devil swallowing demon sighed and lamented. The desire to kill had been completely awakened within him, and he hadn't killed enough yet. Next thing you know, it's time to retreat. Oh. Second brother, you don't understand, stay green, not afraid of no firewood. I don't believe that this strong man from another country can protect the Luo-In Empire once or twice. Is it hard to protect them for the rest of their lives? Next time we ally ourselves with more humanized heavenly shenanigans, our brothers are weak after all. When the time comes, millions of bizarre armies will gather and destroy this kingdom in one fell swoop. Spiteful spirit swallowing demon patted evil spirit swallowing demon's shoulder and said, slaughtering so many people. He had been very satisfied. Just be able to get out in one piece this time. Too much greed is instead going to give birth to mischief. So under the leadership of the elder brother, the grievous devouring demon, the three heaven transforming great tricksters and the tens of thousands of trickster armies began to retreat in great numbers. On social media in the Rohin Empire, seeing the weird army finally withdraw, the hearts of the people hanging in the air were finally released. Gone, 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 they're finally gone. The empire, with its countless dead and wounded population, has finally wished them away. Don't ever come back to the Luo-In Empire again, I beg you. It's thanks to the Lighthouse Empire. It's only in times of trouble that we can see true love. Once the strong men of the Lighthouse Empire come, our Luo-In Empire will be at peace. The three heaven transforming great tricksters retreated very quickly with the weird army. In less than an hour's work, they had arrived at the border between the two countries. They don't dare to go back to the Yin Huang Empire now, and can only be stationed at the border between the two countries, plotting the next offense. Suddenly, 5 black shadows flashed across the distant sky, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the bizarre army. These were none other than the 5 strong men sent by the Lighthouse Empire. 4 peaks of heaven of transformation and 1/7 great circle of heaven of transformation. Each of the 5 powerhouses stood with their feet in the void and their hands in the air. It exuded an aura that made people horribly bilious. Who gave you permission to go? How can we go back to the general if you leave? How can we go back to the king? One of them, Bruno, who was at the great perfection of transformation heaven, whispered angrily. The king personally ordered that as long as he could kill the heaven-transforming great trickster, he could go back and claim his reward. He didn't want to let this handful of military achievements just fly away. So today, these 3 great guile and weird armies must be overthrown. Is this some kind of misunderstanding? We're pulling out right now. We don't want to break out with the Lighthouse Empire. Please, I beg you all to be able to open your nets. The spiteful devouring demon panicked, utterly and completely. The Luo-In Empire's strongmen were watered down, but the Lighthouse Empire's strongmen weren't watered down at all. Not to mention the fact that it contained a harmonized heavenly perfection martial artist. In a real fight, the three of them packed dead. So he could only say nice things to ease the conflict between the two sides. Try not to fight if you can. What's the point of wasting words with me? I'm just going to take your heads in exchange for military honors. A mole is worthy of bargaining with me now? Bruno didn't hesitate and chose to go straight for it. An extremely strong force gathered in his hand and slapped towards the grudge-swallowing demon. The spiteful devil-swallowing demon was stunned and stood in place, trembling. It was the first time he had felt so close to death. Is it hard to really be buried in the Luoying Empire? Suddenly, a golden figure landed in front of the grudge engulfing. With a casual wave of his hand, he directly defused Bruno's fatal blow. It's Zhang Fan. He was like a city wall, blocking in front of the three devouring demons. It didn't hurt them half as much. The three devil swallowers all looked incredulous when they saw Zhang Fan come to their rescue. They're confused. What? What's going on? Zhang Fan actually wanted to save them. Fark. What are you? How dare you openly harbor guile, you're going against the human race. It's still against the Lighthouse Empire. Bruno was infuriated. He didn't expect a strong person to come out halfway, and the other party easily blocked his killing move. Bruno fixed his eyes and a hint of horror crossed his face. The four-peak harmonization heaven powerhouses behind him were also shivering with fear. It's Zhang Fan, surprisingly it's Zhang Fan. That Zhang Fan who had killed the 5 great Guile Emperors in the Demon Sealing Valley. Roll. Zhang Fan's face was icy cold as he spat out an extremely intimidating word. His eyes were filled with contempt for the 5 strong men of the Lighthouse Empire. The 5 powerhouses of the Lighthouse Empire looked at each other in dismay, and for a moment, they all dared not make another move. Zhang Fan's strength was obvious to them all. The 5 Guile Emperors of heavenly transformation perfection were not even Zhang Fan's opponents, and they were simply not enough to be looked at. But after all, they had the backing of the Lighthouse Empire, the most powerful nation in the world. Zhang Fan was only one person, now forcibly meddling in the affairs of the two countries. Wouldn't he be too overbearing? Taoist Zhang, aren't you being a bit too deceitful? Bruno was all smiles, and he was just in the middle of his sentence when, suddenly, all he felt was the paralysis of his feet. An extremely terrifying spiritual energy was crawling towards his body. His face was horrified, he couldn't move his body, and the spiritual energy in his body was completely suppressed. In the next second, Bruno directly exploded into a puddle of blood mist. Killed on the spot. Telling you to get lost is giving you a chance, but it's a shame you can't grasp it. Zhang Fan said in an icy tone. The 4 remaining peak harmonization heaven powerhouses were scared out of their wits. The powerhouse of the great perfection of heavenly transformation was directly killed by Zhang Fan with a single thought. This is horrible, isn't it? The 4 of them decisively buggered off, not daring to linger any longer, running faster than one another. Chapter 60 The Might of the True Martial Emperor Sword. This sword grams all things in the world. The 4-peak harmonization heaven powerhouses ran away without a trace in the blink of an eye. Zhang Fan looked at the creepy army underneath him, and the 3 great creeps knelt down after locking eyes with them. If it were not for Zhang Fan today, they would definitely have to account for their lives here. As soon as the 3 of them knelt down, the tens of thousands of bazaars saw this and also knelt down in unison for Zhang Fan. For a while, the scene was spectacular. Thank you, Lord Zhang Fan, benefactor. Savior, I am willing to saddle up for Lord Zhang Fan in the future to repay the favor of saving my life. Lord Zhang Fan, I owe this rotten life to you. Looking at the many bizarre scenes of bowing down and kneeling, Zhang Fan found it very interesting. Even these evil creeps know to be thankful, but some of them are not even as good as the creeps. Such people are not worth saving, not worth guarding, in these times of bizarre outbreaks of destruction is their only fate. They don't deserve to live in this world. Get up, and next time, don't let me down. Zhang Fan said indifferently as he prepared his hands behind his back. This time, the bizarre army failed to completely overthrow the Luoying Empire, making Zhang Fan feel a little pity. The sudden appearance of the Lighthouse Empire powerhouse was indeed beyond his expectations, but it didn't matter. This Luoying Empire has run out of gas. Just a small, bizarre attack has left the Empire's watered-down powerhouses in their original form. The millions of living people in the border areas were reduced to food. If a great guile above the peak of the heaven of transformation is deployed, and a million guileful kowtowing then the Luoying Empire is bound to be destroyed. Zhang Fan was in no hurry. He waved his hand, signaling for the weird army to stand down, and his own figure disappeared into the void in an instant. When the weird army saw Zhang Fan leave, they dared to stand up. Led by the 3 devouring demons, they returned the same way they came. On the way back. "Brother, this time it's thanks to Lord Zhang Fan. Tell me why he's helping us?" The evil spirit devouring demon walking at the front suddenly asked. The spiteful devil-swallowing demon did understand the reason for this, and he replied. "This group of little a-holes from the Luoying Empire are extremely deserving of death. They slighted Lord Zhang Fan earlier. We're going to eradicate them, the dregs of humanity. Of course Lord Zhang Fan will support us. Listening to Lord Zhang Fan, next time we'll have to ally ourselves with even more powerful weirdness. Destroy the Luoying Empire completely," the grievous devil swallower said, his eyes shining with excitement. "If it wasn't for the Lighthouse Empire's strongest men coming to the rescue today, the Luoying Empire was bound to be slaughtered clean by them. But it wasn't just the Roin Empire that would call for backup, they were weird too. The Luoying Empire was so weak, who wouldn't want to come and carve up a piece of fat meat? When the next time they gather more of the heavenly transformation great tricksters, must slaughter the chickens and dogs on the Luoying Empire. Jejia, when we destroy this damn Luoying Empire. In the future, we might even be able to hug Lord Zhang Fan's thigh. Then we'll be soaring." The evil spirit devouring demon suddenly spoke. If they had a strong person like Zhang Fan as their backer, the 3 brothers would definitely make a name for themselves in the future. Zhang Fan returned to the Yanhuang Empire. At this moment, he was standing at the top of a towering mountain in the northern border region of the Yanhuang Empire. This mountain was called Mount Everest, and it was the first high mountain in the territory of the Yanhuang Empire. Mount Everest is 10,000 meters above sea level, with steep and treacherous mountains that stretch for a full 100 kilometers. It's snow-covered all year round, extremely cold, and there's no life in it whatsoever. It can be described as a no-life zone, not even green vegetation can be seen. Zhang Fan stood at the highest point of the 10,000-meter mountain peak, his clothes were thin and his eyes were slightly closed. Didn't feel the slightest chill. At this moment, the true martial great emperor's sword was hovering in front of him, its body glittering with a dazzling light. He opened his eyes and looked toward the northwestern sky, and only 7 stars were visible in the white sky. It's the Big Dipper. The Big Dipper, which can be seen in daylight. Zhang Fan came to Mount Everest this time because he wanted to borrow this power of the stars. Try the power of this true martial emperor's sword. I only saw the light of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper shooting onto the true martial emperor's sword. It seemed to have awakened some kind of terrifying power, and the entire sword shook violently. Zhang Fan held the hilt of the true martial emperor's sword and felt the extremely strong power in the sword. Suddenly, only a 7-colored light shot out from the blade of the true martial emperor's sword straight into the sky. Immediately after that, countless sword chi split out and slashed towards 100 kilometers in a radius. Boom! This 7-colored light shot out of Blue Star's atmosphere in a matter of moments, traveling at breakneck speeds through extraterrestrial space. Zhang Fan's divine sense was also following this 7-colored radiance as it sped along at breakneck speed. At his level, not only can he view this world, even the nearby extraterrestrial space could be seen clearly. The 7-colored rays broke through many obstacles after rushing out of the blue star, but their speed did not decrease at all. It eventually crashed into a huge asteroid outside the domain, and the latter directly shattered into stardust fragments. And the sword chi that diverged from the true martial emperors. It directly chopped off the peaks of the mountains within 100 kilometers radius and flattened the tops of the mountains directly. Sword chi is 30,000 miles across, a sword frosty and cold in 14 states. Zhang Fan looked at the true martial emperor's sword in his hand and was satisfied. The power of this divine weapon was 100 times stronger than the 10,000 soul streamer. Even if it was a transition stage creepy, it would have to go up in smoke in front of the true martial great emperor sword. This sword grams all things in the world. At this moment, within the tens of thousands of kilometers of the Yanhuang Empire and the Nebo Empire that is right next to it, temperatures are plummeting regardless of the area. There was a sudden coolness in some of the heat. And those places where snow had originally drifted were now covered with frost. Not bad, very good. Zhang Fan retrieved the true martial emperor's sword and disappeared into the void with a flash. At this moment, underneath an iceberg in the territory of the Nephi Empire, a black creepy wakes up from a deep sleep. His eyes were full of terror, he trembled, and he shrunk his huge body into the hole in the ice, a look of incredulity. He's been sleeping under this iceberg for over 2,000 years, and if it hadn't collapsed, he won't wake up until now. What? Terrible power. How is it possible? When did such a strong person appear among humans? Hiss. Black Creepy stood up and peered out of the hole in the ice, only to see a blank white field outside. And that terrifying aura just now had disappeared without a trace. Black Creepy let out a long sigh of relief. He had cultivated for 10,000 years to reach the fairy realm. Nothing had ever frightened him. Lighthouse Empire. Black Palace. When King Hasri learned that a powerful person of the empire with a perfect harmonized heavenly stage had fallen at the hands of Zhang Fan, he was greatly enraged. Mad, just too mad. This Zhang Fan is really wild to the core. Chapter 61. With a transitional succession stage powerhouse around, Zhang Fan's doom is here. This Zhang Fan is simply lawless. Is he really going to be an enemy of my Lighthouse Empire? Hasli was infuriated. The Lighthouse Empire is the most powerful nation in the world, with absolute hegemony. And their hegemony rests on powerful martial artists. The empire only had 5 heavenly transformation perfection powerhouses right now, and each one of them was considered a national treasure. The loss of any one of them would be a huge loss for the Lighthouse Empire. He had never expected Zhang Fan to be so rampant, desecrating the majesty of the Lighthouse Empire. Beheading the Lighthouse Empire's harmonized heavenly perfection powerhouse. This is to offend the Lighthouse Empire to the end. Your Majesty, calm down, calm down. Joseph fell to his knees and trembled. He had also just learned of the news and reported it to the king at the first opportunity. Damn it! Does Zhang Fan think that no one can cure him anymore? This matter is a disgrace to our empire. We absolutely cannot just let it go. Let Zhang Fan, this dog scum, pay in blood. The anger in Hasli's heart was hard to suppress. It would be hard for him, the king, to answer to the people if he didn't handle this well. The Lighthouse Empire is the #1 country in the world, and it absolutely cannot be subjected to this kind of foolishness. Your Majesty, rest your case. I have more good news for you. Just now, Elder Santos succeeded in his breakthrough. At those words, a flash of excitement and incredulity flashed across Hasri's face. The breakthrough was successful? Really? Ha ha. It's really a breakthrough success. Santos, this king really hasn't misjudged you. Words can't describe Hasri's excitement at the moment. Even the displeasure that Zhang Fan had just brought him had instantly dissipated. Santos was the oldest strongman in the Lighthouse Empire, now over 200 years old. He had been involved in the founding of the Lighthouse Empire and was a loyalist who had served the empire for many generations. Santos had already reached the great perfection of the heavenly transformation stage over 100 years ago. The first person to reach this realm in the Lighthouse Empire, and the strongest in this realm. After more than 100 years of bitter cultivation, coupled with the full attention of the entire Lighthouse Empire, Santos had finally broken through to the legendary transition realm. 2 days earlier, Santos began his 1346th breakthrough. The previous 1,000 or so all ended in failure. And this time, Santos succeeded, and after more than 200 years of practicing, he had finally stepped into the legendary transition realm. The highest realm that no one had reached in 1,000 years on the Blue Star. Yeah! Bravo! It finally worked! This is the national fortune of my Lighthouse Empire. Hasli was thrilled beyond words. The Lighthouse Empire was already powerful, and now that there was a powerful person of the transitional succession stage assisting them, it could be said to be like a tiger with wings, and it was impossible to have any more enemies in Blue Star. Even if you were to single out all the countries in the world at the same time, that would be more than enough. Happily, Hasli grimaced and said, my Lighthouse Empire finally has a transition realm powerhouse. Damn Zhang Fan, repeatedly offending my Lighthouse Empire's heavenly authority. Originally, fearing Zhang Fan's strength, even if Hasri hated Zhang Fan, he could not do anything to the other party. But not anymore. The Lighthouse Empire had produced a strong person of the transitional realm. It was thought that in front of a transitional succession realm powerhouse, Zhang Fan's strength, even if it was strong, would still be a mole cricket. When Santos emerges in a few days, it will be the time for this Zhang Fan to die. I'm going to let the whole world know what price to pay for offending the Lighthouse state. Hasli doesn't want to let Zhang Fan live another day. Zheng Fan was a huge threat to the Lighthouse Empire as long as he lived. This threat is unwilling to submit to the Lighthouse Empire. Instead, it clung to the Lighthouse Empire's rival, the Yanhuang Empire, which was a major scourge. If you don't eradicate it early, you'll be in trouble later. Your Majesty is so right. This Zheng Fan must be put to death to raise the heavenly authority of my lighthouse. Joseph, who was on his knees, bent his head and said. It didn't take long for the explosive news of the emergence of a transition realm powerhouse in the Lighthouse Empire to become known around the world. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. The pattern of this world quietly changed again once the transitional succession realm powerhouses came out. The original Lighthouse Empire was the undisputed #1 in the world. Now that there's a powerful man at the stage of transition, the Lighthouse Empire has reached a peak that is beyond the reach of any other nation. At this time, on the social media of the Luoyin Empire, when the people of the Luoyin Empire learned that the Lighthouse Empire had seen the appearance of a legendary powerhouse of the transition stage, they followed suit and were overjoyed. The Lighthouse Empire and the Roin Empire are military allies. As the Lighthouse Empire became stronger, the Luoyin Empire could naturally be better protected. What's a transitional succession stage powerhouse, huh? Why haven't I heard of it before? I remember that the highest is harmonized heavenly perfection. The transition stage is the highest realm of a martial artist. The Lighthouse Empire is too strong, isn't it? But this is good for our Luoyin Empire. The Lighthouse Empire and the Luoyin Empire are allies. Converting this to our countries having a strong person at the transitional stage, the Luoyin Empire is about to take off. Ha ha. That's right, the empire is going to take off, with the Lighthouse Empire protecting it. No sense of weirdness will invade us from now on. Yeah, the Lighthouse Empire drove off the shenanigans on this one. It shows that the friendship between the two countries is very deep, and I'm relieved to have the protection of the Lighthouse Empire. For the Luoyin Empire, which had just experienced a bizarre violation and was already riddled with holes. It's a wonderful thing. As long as the Luoyin Empire is willing to be the dog of the Lighthouse Empire, and the Lighthouse Empire is strong, the Luoyin Empire naturally didn't have to worry about another bizarre attack. Royal capital, Prime Minister's residence. Zhou Haotian had specially arranged a state banquet to entertain the 4 strong men from the Lighthouse Empire who had come to support him. If it wasn't for these 4 powerhouses stepping forward, the Luoyin Empire would have been overthrown long ago. The 4 of them were received with the utmost pomp and circumstance in the Luoyin Empire, escorted by a special car and driven by police cars. The populace was greeted with the highest diplomatic courtesy granted by the empire. For a time, they became the heroes who saved the Luoyin Empire. Another reason why Zhou Haotian did this was because he wanted to flatter the Lighthouse Empire. Now that the Lighthouse Empire has produced a powerful man of the transitional stage, as long as the Luoyin Empire is honestly a dog, following the Lighthouse Empire will definitely take off in the future. State dinner. Zhou Haotian toasted these 4 powerhouses with a smile on his face. Respectfully, he said, I hope that a few of you will go back and put in a good word for me in front of the king. The Luoyin Empire is willing to cooperate with the Lighthouse Empire for a long time and prosper together. Facing Zhou Haotian's smiling face, the head of the Lighthouse Empire's military department, Lieutenant General John, nodded his head. Slowly. This one certainly does. But you will keep your word. Gave us 500,000 square kilometers of the border region. Hearing this, Zhou Haotian's face suddenly changed. 500,000 square kilometers, that much. That's 1/6 of the empire. Chapter 62 Beheading Zhang Fan has become a consensus of both countries. 500,000 square kilometers, that's 1/6 of the empire. Although not many people live in the western border region, it is a vast area with plenty of spiritual qi. There are a variety of resources. If such a large piece of land was divided, he, Zhou Haotian, would be a sinner in history. Seeing Zhou Haotian's hesitant appearance, John seemed to have anticipated it. He said in a strong tone, We had an agreement before, is it hard for the Prime Minister to back out? Or is your Luoyin Empire deceiving the Lighthouse Empire? John wasn't afraid of Zhou Haotian's trickery and denial. After all, the Lighthouse Empire's formidable military power was there. If Zhou Haotian didn't agree, then the Lighthouse Empire could only turn the other cheek and send out troops to forcefully occupy it. Zhou Haotian hurriedly shook his head. He did promise to allocate part of his territory to the Lighthouse Empire. But I didn't expect the other party to ask for so much. He had wanted to just take a few random small, unkempt towns on the border and just deal with the Lighthouse Empire. But the other party was insatiable and tried to divide 1/6 of the empire's territory. How could he agree to that? No. It's not, it's just that the territory is so big too. This has shaken the foundations of our empire. Can we have less? Besides, the Prime Minister, won't be able to answer to the people when the time comes. At that, John grunted coldly. His face snapped and his tone was icy as he said, "Stupidity! What are you explaining to these pariahs? Remember, we are occupying your land to better protect you. You don't really think that with these watered-down goods of yours, the Luoying Empire, it'll hold up against a spooky attack, right? As long as you're willing to carve out the territory, we're next in line for a military alliance. We're family now." Hearing John say this, Zhou Haotian's heart felt bad. He didn't know what to say for a moment. The Lighthouse Empire's ambitions are clear. They've swallowed so much territory in one go. It is bound to cause public anger in the country. But what can be done about it? The Luoying Empire does need the protection of the Lighthouse Empire right now. To take a step back, even if they do not agree, the other party will take force to forcibly occupy it. With no other choice, Zhou Haotian nodded and agreed to the humiliating agreement. He said slowly, "But I need a favor from your Lighthouse Empire. This can be done, right?" Seeing that Zhou Haotian had agreed, John was very happy, and he told Zhou Haotian to say whatever he wanted. "You must kill that little Zhang Fan. He's a public enemy of our empire. The Luoying Empire's current situation is all due to him alone." At that, John patted himself on the back and immediately agreed. Beheading Zhang Fan had long since become a consensus within the top echelons of the Lighthouse Kingdom. So even if Zhou Haotian didn't ask for it, they had to do their best to kill this scourge. The threat of Zhang Fan's repeated offenses against the heavenly authority of the Lighthouse State was too great. This threat must be gotten rid of. And now that the Lighthouse Kingdom has produced a powerful man of the transitional stage, with this ace in the hole, it was only a matter of time before Zhang Fan was slaughtered. "You don't have to worry, we'll all be family from now on. Zhang Fan is the common enemy of the Luoying Empire and the Lighthouse Empire. Everyone must be executed." Zhou Haotian and John both shook hands and reached an understanding. By now, most of the territory of the western border of the Luoying Empire had been returned to the Lighthouse State. The two countries were completely on a united front against Xia as well as Zhang Fan. A day after the weird infestation ended, those inhabitants who have fled from the western frontier regions to the central regions began to return to their homes one by one. But they were dumbfounded when they saw the towering fence enclosure and the foreign soldiers patrolling it. Barrier after barrier has been constructed along the borders of the western frontier region. It seems to be cut off from the rest of the empire. As soon as these uprooted and displaced people approached the border, they were expelled by the soldiers. "Back off, back off, back off. This is no place for you little Azis to be. Get the hell out of here, and if you dare come one step closer, you'll be shot indiscriminately. This is now the territory of the Lighthouse Empire. Your Prime Minister has long since divided this large area between us." These populaces were utterly dumbfounded. They've suffered so much from the weirdness that they didn't realize the weirdness had just subsided, and they wanted to go home. Only to find that this western border region has changed its name and belongs to the Lighthouse Empire. Boom! A complete sensation. The territory of the empire was thus divided. It didn't take long for the story to become known throughout the country. The people were all filled with righteous indignation, and they simply could not accept such a loss of power and humiliation of the country. The Luoying Empire had only been able to open up its borders and expand its territory. When did it even have to be divided into territories by other countries? It's a strange shame. Imperial capital. The most senior minister's residence. Zhou Haotian sat on the dragon chair as he held his forehead, his face full of bitterness. As he expected, the people of the empire couldn't accept something as humiliating as the division of territory. There is now a nationwide outcry against the government, and the situation was once out of control. But Zhou Haotian can't do anything about it. He can only control the authoritative media of the country and try to silence public opinion, solely blindfolding the populace directly. He called another emergency press conference. At the conference, he told the people the truth about what happened. There is no such thing as dividing up territory for the Lighthouse Empire, it's all a rumor. now that the Luoying Empire and the Lighthouse Empire are in a military alliance. The western border region is prone to weird infestations, so the Lighthouse Empire is protecting us by stationing strong men there. As for keeping the people away, it is because there is still weirdness in the western border region that has not been gotten rid of. This is to protect everyone's lives. Zhou Haoyan turned to the camera and said to the viewers across the country who were watching the live broadcast. He patted himself on the back and assured the sons and daughters of the empire that they would never do anything to dishonor the empire. But this time, the people did not trust the prime minister and the government as unreservedly as they had before. The skepticism comes in a steady stream. Soon enough, internet opinion on the matter was fully suppressed. A large number of videos, posts, and comments were deleted altogether. Freedom of speech has become one of the biggest laughingstocks of all time. For a time, the government and rulers fell from grace in the hearts of the people. People don't foolishly trust rulers anymore, they've been lied to enough. More and more people began to take to the streets to demonstrate and express their dissatisfaction with the government. Influence of the Yellow Emperor, reign name of Yuan Dynasty 1279-1368. Heap City dialect. When little sister told Zhang Fan about the emergence of a powerful person at the ferrying stage in the Lighthouse Empire, Zhang Fan is watering the greenery. His face didn't change the slightest bit, and in his heart, he found it interesting. Senior brother, can you beat this transitional succession stage powerhouse? My little sister asked with curiosity and concern. Chapter 63. Zhang Fan felt that it was necessary for them to reacquaint themselves with his strength. The youngest sister wasn't sure of Zhang Fan's true strength, she only knew that her senior brother was very powerful. Ordinary heaven transformation stage powerhouses were simply no match for senior brother. However, against a transitional succession stage powerhouse, little sister doesn't know. The transitional succession stage was a rather fearful realm. She had only heard of ancestral heavenly master Zhang Daoling reaching such strength. Touching his little sister's head, a light smile appeared on Zhang Fan's face. Do you believe in senior brother? The little sister nodded without hesitation. Of course she believed that the elder brother was in the only family she had in this world, the person she was closest to. If it wasn't for her senior brother, she would have died in a heavenly prison under Beimang Mountain. Moreover, little sister knows that senior brother is a steady man, and if he meets someone who is unbeatable, categorically not so confident. Senior brother is the best, my senior brother is invincible. What transitional stage powerhouse, not even a hair of my senior brother's head. Zhang Chengyan joked a little playfully. After this period of conditioning and recuperation, her body's injuries had completely healed. The thin figure gradually became fuller, the face flushed and bloodied, it's coming out even more beautiful than before. Under Zhang Fan's tutelage, her strength continued to refine. There were already hidden signs of breaking through to the heaven transformation stage. Santos, a powerful man of the transitional stage, had not yet left the gate, and the Lighthouse Empire was already making international moves. They desperately wanted to get rid of the scourge that was Zhang Fan. At the NATO summit held a few days ago, King Hasri, the imperial king of the Lighthouse states, sat on the podium and righteously addressing the representatives of the nations underneath. World peace needs to be built by all nations working together. We in the Lighthouse Empire play a very important role in promoting peace. But there are individuals, organizations, countries, that still commit acts of terrorism. Hasri took out a photo at this conference, which was attended by more than 200 countries from all over the world. It's a picture of Zhang Fan with the word wanted written in English. Immediately afterward, Hasri harshly condemned Zhang Fan as a filibusterist. He disclosed all of Zhang Fan's evil deeds. It's like an accusation against a mortal sinner. This Zhang Fan is a terrorist who destroys peace. He's a traitor to mankind. Instructing a bizarre invasion of the peace-loving Luoying Empire and the brutal murder of my Lighthouse Empire's senior generals is a crime that cannot be punished. I think this is the most serious act of terrorism since 119. Hasli's tone was harsh, his expression irritated. Immediately afterward, he pulled out a warrant. This is the certificate of authorization issued by the International Hague Tribunal for Zhang Fan. The Hague Tribunal has accepted the case and has placed a worldwide manhunt on Zhang Fan. At the bottom, the Sakura Empire, the Luoying Empire. The representatives of the Pickle Empire stood up to lead the applause. They're all lapdogs of the Lighthouse Empire, and whatever their masters say is right. The enemy of the master is that they are all enemies. They have to be the first to take a stand. Immediately afterward, the representatives of other countries underneath began to applaud and express their positions. The Lighthouse Empire is getting stronger and stronger, they just need to converge. Only the representative of the Yin Huang Empire was grim-faced, sitting in place and not getting up, nor did he applaud. The wolf's ambition is clear. It's a bunch of nonsense. You are not worthy of pointing fingers at Lord Zhang Fan. The representative of the Yin Huang Empire said in a cold voice. But the applause from the scene was so loud that the voice of the Yin Huang Empire's representative was drowned out. At one time the Lighthouse Empire was saber-rattling the East Central countries because of the 119 incident. Direct troops in the name of mere suspicion of harboring, killing millions of people over the decades. Now at such an important international conference, the Lighthouse Empire, while indicting Zhang Fan, it was also pointing its sword at the Yin Huang Empire. This is a game between great powers. Sure enough, when Hasri saw that only the representative of the Yin Huang Empire had not risen, a huff flashed across his face. This Yin Huang Empire is really going to harbor Zhang Fan to the end. After the scene quieted down, Hasri continued, there are individual countries that harbor such boogeymen. I'll just go ahead and name it, the Yin Huang Empire. Your Yin Huang Empire has taken in and harbored the terrorist Zhang Fan. And it's likely that he's planning an attack on the Lighthouse Empire with Zhang Fan. Do you want to give an explanation? Hasli said in a strong tone. In the first place, he invaded the Khan Empire and the Lia Empire on the basis of this reasoning. Now, he is using this guise to point his sword at the Yin Huang Empire. And still standing on a high ground of justice for world peace. To rightfully condemn the Yin Huang Empire. The representative of the Yin Huang Empire was infuriated as he slammed the table and stood up in a rage. Oh. You guys have a way with slander. A load of crap. But no matter what the representative of the Yin Huang Empire said, it was useless. In this arena of international games, national strength is the shield of diplomacy. Now that the Lighthouse Empire had produced a strong person of the transitional stage, there was no rival in the world. So even if the representative of the Yin Huang Empire reasoned much, it could not change the final outcome. The representatives of the various countries attending this summit didn't support the Yin Huang Empire either. They sided with the Lighthouse Empire in droves. For no other reason than the Lighthouse Empire is powerful. This international summit was also broadcast live around the world. At this time, on the teeming voice of the Yin Huang Empire. When they saw the ugly face of the Lighthouse Empire, the people of the Yin Huang Empire couldn't sit still. He laughed me to death, the Lighthouse Empire is really a wolf and a bunch of nonsense. I don't want any face. I don't want any face at all. I won't allow them to talk about Lord Zhang Fan like that. Don't worry, Lord Zhang Fan, the Yin Huang Empire will always stand on the same side as you. We'll always believe in you. Right. Trust Lord Zhang Fan forever. It was Lord Zhang Fan who gave us peace. What transitional stage powerhouse, terrorizing us with this? We're not afraid. They couldn't stand these slurs against Lord Zhang Fan. Lord Zhang Fan was the hero and patron saint of the Yin Huang Empire, the most respected person in the empire. They don't believe a word the Lighthouse Kid says about ragheads. I've just exchanged words with the Lighthouse Empire's Minister of State, Kruv. Kruv said that this time it's not against our Yin Huang Empire. As long as we can hand over Zhang Fan, then the Yin Huang Empire will be safe and sound. Otherwise, the Lighthouse Empire's side is going to send troops against us. At those words, Yen Embers sneered. Hand over Lord Zhang Fan? The Lighthouse Empire is beyond ridiculous. Do they think of us as ungrateful Rohypnol Athens? Absolutely not. Our Yin Huang Empire must never turn its back on Lord Zhang Fan. Inferno said firmly. Heap City dialect. Zhang Fan sat by the TV and watched these moralistic and the suited and booted representatives of his trial were only amused. He was clear that being strong determined everything. These people didn't dare to criticize themselves and fear them before. Nothing more than not being as strong as you are. Nowadays, they dared to be like this because the Lighthouse Empire had produced a strong person of the transitional succession stage. A single transitional succession stage powerhouse then gave them the backbone and the illusion that they could defeat themselves. Zhang Fan felt that it was time for them to have a new perception of their strength. Chapter 64, Santos comes out of the gate and colorful sky thunder appears in the Lighthouse Empire. Zhang Fan felt that it was time for them to have a new perception of their strength. Think about it. Zhang Fan closed his eyes and began to probe the nearby 10,000 miles with his divine sense. At his level, even if he's not there yet, a thought can travel across 10,000 miles. Killing in the dark. His divine sense spread at the speed of light, and he soon arrived at Sacred Shield City, the capital of the Lighthouse Empire. The other side. Rohin Empire, Medieval European Dynasty 1279–1331. The people of the Luoying Empire who were watching the live broadcast of the International Summit were abuzz. There was only one thought in their minds, and that was that Zhang Fan was finished. Zhang Fan had the audacity to lay his hands on the Lighthouse Empire, which was a kick in the teeth. Now that the king of the Lighthouse Empire had personally condemned and demanded that Zhang Fan be executed, how could Zhang Fan still be alive? The Lighthouse Empire is the strongest country in the world, how could Zhang Fan alone possibly fight against it? It's over. Finished. Zhang Fan has offended the Lighthouse Empire, he's completely finished. Ha ha. We will spoil him, but the Lighthouse Empire will never spoil Zhang Fan, the traitor. Zhang Fan is dead this time. The king of the Lighthouse Empire has given orders, now Zhang Fan is a public enemy of the whole world. The Lighthouse Empire has a transitional succession stage powerhouse, even if Zhang Fan had 10 lives, he wouldn't be able to survive. The Luoying Empire's little Ajushi were desperate for Zhang Fan to die. Only when Zhang Fan dies will their good times return. It was only then that the Luoying Empire would see true peace. And that day is not far off. North America, Sacred Shield City, Lighthouse Empire. Sacred Shield City is the capital of the Lighthouse Empire. It is the economic and political center of a country that was founded less than 200 years ago. In the beginning, when the Lighthouse Empire now built its capital here, it also looked at the abundance of spiritual chi here. The terrain is flat. At this moment, outside the Holy Christ Mountain Cave not far from the Black Palace. King Hasri, Minister of State, President of the Parliament. There were also the many heavenly transformation powerhouses of the Lighthouse Empire who had been waiting outside for a long time. They had gathered here for one purpose, to wait for Santos to come out. Today the Lighthouse Empire will welcome the first powerful person of the transition stage in their history. This is something that will go down in history and be celebrated by the nation. At the same time, a lot of journalists had gathered at the scene to broadcast the whole thing live. The people will witness this historic moment. God bless, it's God blessing our Lighthouse Empire. Oh my gosh, a transition stage powerhouse, it's unbelievable. Ha ha. The whole world will be in my Lighthouse Empire's pocket from now on. It's God's will. It has to be. My Lighthouse Empire will dominate Blue Star from now on. Under the anxious waiting of the crowd, finally, the seal outside the Holy Christ cave loosened. Immediately afterward, the seal began to show signs of cracking. Hasley and the others waiting outside were overjoyed. Boom! In the next second, all the sealing boundaries outside the cave shattered. At the same time, the giant seven-colored mountain at the top of Holy Christ Mountain directly cracked open and from it, a seven-colored light shot out straight into the sky. Ha ha! It worked, it worked! Hasley jumped up and down in excitement. The rest of the palace nobles and dignitaries could not hide their excitement on their faces. Ahem! An old coughing sound rang out, which came from within the cave. Immediately afterward, an old man's figure walked out slowly from the cave. He had a full head of gray hair, and was fresh and vigorous in his gait. An extremely terrifying aura emanated from his body. It was none other than Santos, who had already broken through the transition stage. At this moment, within 1,000 miles of the square, hidden in the gullies and valleys, the aura in the secret mountains and forests began to be attracted over in a steady stream, actively entering Santos' body. Upon reaching the transitional stage, one can actively attract the aura of heaven and earth. Even if one didn't actively cultivate, one's cultivation level could still dabble. At this moment, Santos, just by standing there, pressured the numerous strong men with the urge to kneel. A single pressure that he casually released could cause a peak harmonization heaven powerhouse to directly go up in smoke. Your Majesty, the old man is a success. Despite having broken through to the transition stage, Santos still knew the etiquette of a ruler and his subjects. Seeing Hasri greeted in person, he half kneeled in respect. As soon as Santos knelt down, how could the surrounding ministers of state, heavenly transformation powerhouses, and others dare to remain standing? They, too, had knelt down toward Hasri. Hasri panicked and rushed to help Santos to his feet. Ai-chan, you're being too polite. Get up quickly, all of you. Suddenly, the sky clouded over. Originally, the sky was blue with white clouds and a clear sky, but at this moment, it was suddenly dark and cloudy, with gusts of cloudy winds. Not just this part of St. Monte Cristo, but the whole city of St. Shields was covered by the cloud of. It looked extremely eerie. Constantly filaments of lightning lit up from the black clouds, like fiery serpents spitting there. The temperature around them plummeted. Santos' brow furrowed slightly, and at the moment he actually felt a hint of uneasiness in his heart. Spare him the fact that he had already broken through the transition stage, but in front of this supernatural phenomenon, he was also intimidated. Hiss! King Hasri and the others sucked in a breath of cold air.
What the hell is going on here? Suddenly, a thunderclap rang through the air. Rumble! Immediately afterward, countless explosions of thunder rang in the ears.
Santos was so frightened by the thunder that his legs went weak and he shivered with fear in his heart. The one thing that the strongest person of the transitional stage is afraid of is this rolling heavenly thunder. It is really afraid of what will come.
Is it possible that you've reached the stage of the tribulation, which is not permitted by the laws of heaven and earth? That's why they had to send down heavenly thunder?
The other side.
Hai Tua Cheng.
Zhang Fan slightly opened his eyes and stretched out a finger.
This finger stayed in the air for half a second before landing directly on the bed. In the meantime,
a colorful heavenly thunderbolt lit up above the heads of the crowd, carrying a supernatural and terrifying pressure that.
It landed directly on St. Christopher's Hill. Rumble!
King Hasri was so terrified that he was shielded by several of his bodyguards underneath him, trembling and
straight up pissed off.
He stretched out one finger and kept tracing the cross on his chest, chanting God's blessing in his mind. It was the closest he'd ever been to death, closer than that previous ride in the convertible. Because the thunderbolt fell right next to him. 4 or 5 heaven transformation stage powerhouses were blasted into ashes on the spot, directly going up in smoke. The Minister of Defense, the Undersecretary of State, was also shot and killed instantly. The few bodyguards protecting Hasley were either dead or maimed, and only Hasley suffered a minor flesh wound. But
the lower half was soaked and smelled like urine.
Santos was also hit hard by this colorful heavenly thunder.
The moment the heavenly thunder fell, Santos condensed his body's spiritual energy as a barrier that.
However, he was still directly blown away, and his body hit the ground heavily, spitting out a mouthful of blood.
If it wasn't for the spiritual barrier, I'm afraid he would have fallen long ago.
Good.
So strong. Damn it. Who the hell is it?
This.
Exactly who made the move?
P.S. Brothers, the book has changed its name. Don't touch the wrong, you judge me.
Creepy extermination is begging me again?
Chapter 65, Retaliation against the Dragon Tiger Mountain Downfall, Luoying Empire. Santos struggled to get up from the ground, his face pale and bloodless, covering his chest breathlessly. This colorful thunderbolt almost sent him to God. He really couldn't figure out why he was still so untouchable even though he had already reached the transition stage. It was also at that moment that King Hasri was assisted by 2 of his 2 bodyguards, who were still alive. He was gray and disheveled, and his lower body reeked of urine.
He's pissed.
He had just come so close to death that he hadn't slowed down for a long time now.
Santos, what the hell is going on here?
Santos let out a mouthful of cloudy air, and he couldn't figure out why this heavenly thunder had suddenly descended. This heavenly thunder was so terrifying that he couldn't resist it at all and almost lost his life. Suddenly, something occurred to him.
Could it really be that the laws of heaven and earth didn't allow the appearance of strong people at the transitional succession stage, and that's why such a calamity was sent down?
Santos thought so, and it did make perfect sense.
He's already reached the transition stage, and no one in the world is an enemy. The only thing he can suppress is to go to heaven.
Your Majesty, there is no need to worry. The fact that there is heavenly thunder descending means that even God is jealous of my strength.
That's why this heavenly calamity was sent down.
This heavenly calamity is the standard for the emergence of a powerful person at the stage of transition, so as long as they can survive it.
In the future, you'll be able to take on heaven's order and be invincible. Santos, of course, didn't understand either, so he could only think of a far-fetched explanation.
Beyond that, he couldn't think of anything else.
At that, Hasri came to a realization. I see.
This heavenly tribulation was one of the tribulations of the transition stage, and now Santos had carried it. That meant it was that he had become a true transitional stage powerhouse, and it would be hard to meet any rivals in the world in the future. Ha ha. Yes, yes. This precisely shows that AI Ching is a heavenly envy, a true powerhouse of the ferrying stage. Hasley squeezed out a smile and said, looking around at the roasting corpses strewn about, and the wounds on his own body, wetting his lower half, Hasley let out a long breath. This heavenly calamity was truly as terrifying as it was, and he almost gave an account of it. But Hasley believes that great suffering is a blessing in disguise. It was the national fortune of the Lighthouse Empire protecting itself. It's a good thing that the live broadcast was just interrupted because of the thunder falling from the sky. The footage of the dead and wounded Lighthouse Empire powerhouses wasn't broadcast out live. Hasri called in senior CAI personnel and told them to attend to the scene immediately. And keep today's event a secret, no leaks allowed. The Empire has lost such a heavenly transformation powerhouse this time, and even he, the king, has been injured. And got scared and peed on. If the outside world knew about this, the Lighthouse Empire's face would be lost. After all the fuss, things returned to calm. Hasri formally received Santos at the king's office in the Black Palace. But this one wasn't broadcast live to the outside world. Santos, the Empire is in a little trouble right now. His name is Zhang Fan, and he is a great threat to the hegemony of the Empire. Hasley pulls out a picture of Zhang Fan and hands it to Santos. Santos didn't even bother to look at the photo, didn't even lift his eyes for a second. Fade. Your Majesty, feel free to rest assured, as long as I make a move, no matter who it is, they all have to die. No one can threaten the Lighthouse Empire, I can swear to God. Upon hearing this, Hasri gave a very satisfied smile. Suddenly, the smile on his face froze. Only to see Santos spit out a mouthful of black blood, his face turning white and shivering as he almost fell to the ground. Hasley was terrified. What the hell is going on here? No harm done, the heavenly calamity just now caused me internal injuries. Rest. A 2-day rest will do. Santos shuddered. Yan Huang Empire. Hai Tuacheng. Zhang Fan sat up from the bed. Just now, he had only cast a small, colorful heavenly thunder. I didn't think the Santos would be so vulnerable. However, he could figure out that the inquisitive Five Thunders orthodoxy could easily suppress the transitional stage shenanigans. Of course it could also suppress martial artists at the transitional stage. After all, as long as one was a cultivator of this blue star, who wouldn't be afraid of this rolling heavenly thunder? It was just that Zhang Fan did not expect the other party to be unable to carry even a single colorful heavenly thunder. He, on the other hand, was able to release 18 channels at the same time. Just now, Zhang Fan had all the strength to directly decapitate Santos, but he did not do that. Because secretly decapitating this mole has no deterrent effect. To kill, the world must know. No matter what, Zhang Fan was able to see the strength of this Santos clearly. It's just an ant. Luo Yin Empire. These days the government's image in the eyes of the public fell to pieces, already everyone is a scorn. Demonstrations against the government were held all over the country. There were even some extremists who openly stormed the Prime Minister's residence. It had already threatened Zhou Haotian's safety. After the last incident, Zhou Haotian had already lost the hearts of the people. Despite the explanations he has given to the public. There was no such thing as dividing up the territory to the Lighthouse Empire, but the people didn't buy it. They chanted slogans of abolishing the Prime Minister, restoring the royal family, and dismissing Zhou Haotian. The country was in turmoil. If Zhou Haotian's side hadn't gone all out to suppress public opinion and divert conflicts, I'm afraid things are about to get a whole lot worse. Helplessly, Zhou Haotian still put all the blame on Zhang Fan's head this time. Blamed the current state of the empire on Zhang Fan. Immediately afterward, he held another press conference. This time he took the princes and ministers with him, and apologized to the whole country, and mourned for the people who died in the bizarre infestation. I'm terribly sorry, everyone, that the chancellery didn't handle the weird invasion of. Here's a sincere apology to everyone. But the biggest problem isn't with the government, it's all created by Zhang Fan. We should give counterattacks and retaliation to Zhang Fan. Zhou Haotian made a very crazy decision in front of the whole country. He was prepared to retaliate against Zhang Fan, and the method of retaliation was very simple, that was to go after Longhu Mountain. This dead Taoist priest has put us in this situation, so we naturally can't let him have a good time. The populace is abuzz. They also wanted to take revenge on Zhang Fan, on this sinner of the empire, the traitor of Luoyin. At the unanimous request of the populace, Zhou Haotian decided to dig up all the tombs of the successive heavenly masters of Longhu Mountain, tear down the Taoist shrines within the Dragon Tiger Mountain and remove all Taoist lineages within the Luoyin Empire. And a fire will be set to burn down Longfushan, in order to retaliate against Zhang Fan. His decision was widely supported, and the populace hated Zhang Fan. Now there's always a chance to fight back. But what they didn't know was that Zhang Fan had left a seal on the outskirts of Longhu Mountain before he left. If this seal is moved, nothing will happen to Longhu Mountain, but the demons suppressed under the mountain will be released. Chapter 66 Revenge on Zhang Fan, Overthrow of Longhu Mountain, Sealed Demon reappears in the world. This is a sensational retaliation against Zhang Fan. Prime Minister Zhou Haotian himself, with his younger brother Zhou Qing, as well as several heavenly transformation stage powerhouses, took a special bus to Starlight City. Accompanied by the Starlight City Lord, Zhou Haotian, and the others rushed to Longhu Mountain in great numbers. Longfushan. Between these lofty mountains, the layers of forests are lush and green. The top of the mountain was draped in white clouds, and deep in the clouds came the clear chirping of cranes. On the topmost peak of these rolling hills, there is a magnificent Taoist temple. This was Zhang Fan's previous place of residence and the place where the last line of Longhu Mountain's legacy was passed down. Thousands of years ago, Longhu Mountain was a giant with thousands of Taoist priests. However, the legacy has long since died out. After Zhang Fan left, the entire Dragon Tiger Mountain was empty, and there was no one left. For thousands of years, the Taoist masters of Longfushan have come out of the mountains in times of chaos and gone into seclusion in times of prosperity, with the sole intention of bringing peace to the world. Countless lives have been sacrificed. After a bizarre resurgence in which people gave their lives for the empire, someone has been diligently guarding the weirdness for dozens of years. However, all the credit has gone up in smoke at this moment. They became the demonic path in the mouths of the entire Luoyin Empire's populace. The populace has all but forgotten what the Longhu Mountain lineage has done for millennia. In order to retaliate against Zhang Fan, Zhou Haotian claimed that he would personally dig up the tombs of the heavenly masters of the past generations, purge all the Taoist lineages here, and burn Longfushan to the ground. It wasn't just Zhou Haotian and the many powerhouses that came this time. Folks can also come to get close to LWS. So tens of thousands of people came to live in Starlight City, Moonlight City, and other local people. They had gathered at the bottom of the mountain in order to see for themselves the scene of the overthrow of Longhu Mountain. These ordinary people hated Zhang Fan so much that they couldn't wait to flay this sinner of the empire. All the disasters and situations in the empire today are because of Zhang Fan. How could they let this Longhu Mountain, which carries the 1,000-year Taoist tradition of Taoism, exist? Burn down Longhu Mountain, burn down Longhu Mountain. Burn down the lair of this group of demonic Taoists. Right. Damn, Zhang Fan caused my family to be broken, we won't let him have a good time. Since this fake Taoist priest has betrayed the Luoyin Empire, then Longhu Mountain must be destroyed. Not only will we burn down Longfushan, but we will also kill all the Taoist priests in the world. The populace was enraged and outraged, some holding torches in their hands, can't wait to set the mountain on fire. Zhou Haotian's face was covered in smiles, his heart was unimpeded. This was exactly what he wanted to see. The people hated Zhang Fan, so they wouldn't hate him. He's doing this today to deflect hate and regain the hearts and minds of the people. That's right, today is the day that this Longhu Mountain will be completely destroyed, completely disappearing from the Luoyin Empire. And Zhang Fan's death is not far behind. Zhou Haotian turned around and waved to the people behind him, shouting. With that, he continued to set off with his strong men, heading towards the gates of Mount Longhu. Soon, they arrived in front of the gates of Longhu Mountain. Suddenly, a golden boundary appeared before the eyes of the crowd. Zhou Haotian and the others stopped. It was a golden boundary that covered the entire main peak of Longhu Mountain. The main peak was completely blocked and divided from the outside world. Zhou Haotian frowned slightly, his face showing a hint of displeasure. He hadn't expected that Zhang Fan would still leave a boundary at this place after he left. But it can be figured out, Taoist priests are all human, I'm afraid I've already counted on today will have a disaster. Zhang Fan is truly cunning, but if he thinks that a boundary can stop us, then he's too naive. Zhou Haotian then ordered the world to let the heaven transformation stage powerhouses behind him make their move to break this boundary. Boom! Several heaven transformation stage powerhouses joined hands to blast out a strike to hit the golden boundary. To the surprise of all, the full force of the 3 heavenly transformation powerhouses failed to leave even the slightest trace on this golden boundary.
Stand back and let me do it.
Just then, Zhou Qing stepped forward. He gathered an extremely strong force in the palm of his hand. Instantly, an aura of a peak harmonized heaven powerhouse spread out with him at the center.
Boom!
This force slapped violently at the golden boundary. This time the golden boundary showed a trace of cracking.
Seeing this, Zhou Haotian and the others were overjoyed. Good, just great. I thought Zhang Fan had something, but this?
Ha, it's still necessary for you to make a move, Qingdi. This group of losers are really useless.
Zhou Haotian was overjoyed, and then asked Zhou Qing to continue to strike. Zhou Qing nodded. In the meantime,
in a mountain cave under a towering peak next to the main peak of Longhu Mountain, the ceiling boundary on the periphery of the mountain grotto instantly shattered. The hundreds of creeps locked inside were dumbfounded for a moment.
What's going on?
Numerous bizarre faces looked at each other, their faces filled with incredulity. They're all knightly guile who've been sealed by the Taoist master of Lung Fushan for years. After countless torturous years in this sunless cave, he was already waiting to die, but he didn't expect.
I never thought that one day the seal would be broken. They're crazy happy.
Without the slightest hesitation, they scrambled out of the cave and rushed to the free world outside.
The other side.
Zhou Qing is ready to continue striking. However, the cracked marks on the golden boundary were being healed at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Zhou Qing was dumbfounded.
It was also at that moment that the miserable wailing came from behind them. Zhou Haotian and the others turned their heads to look, only to see that the people gathered at the bottom of the mountain were fleeing in all directions. Fixing his eyes, he only saw countless bazaar that emitted a terrifying aura appearing from nowhere. These night creeps were huge and ugly, like hungry wolves entering a sheepfold.
An indiscriminate slaughter of the unarmed populace. For a while, blood flowed down the mountain and there was a lot of grief.
Most of these bizarre strengths were at the heaven-watching stage and heaven-transforming stage. Among them, there were more than a dozen early-stage transformation heaven creeps alone. They've been sealed for hundreds of years, and once they're free, they're looking for a meat and potatoes meal. I didn't realize that there happened to be so many unarmed and weak humans gathered around the mouth.
It's too natural to let this go.
More and more people are falling, and before long, the foot of the mountain is a river of blood.
Bodies were strewn and piled up.
Some of these populace came to see the overthrow of the LWM with their own eyes, while others came to see the fun.
Now, though, all are equal, and all are reduced to bizarre rations.
Zhou Haotian was staggered in place, he only felt a chill on his back and panic in his heart.
Isn't this Lung Fushan the holy mountain of Taoism? How can there be weirdness suddenly haunting it?
It was also at this moment that a dozen or so heaven-transforming great tricksters landed in front of them, staring at Zhou Haotian and the others with a greedy look.
Jie, there's more here.
Zhou Haotian panicked. This was the first time he had been this close to weirdness.
He rushed to hide behind the crowd, shivering with fear.
Chapter 67, New Punching Point, Lighthouse Empire, St. Louis Mountains.
Stop them, stop them.
Zhou Haotian hid behind Zhou Qing, his legs weak and his mind blank. He is a noble man of the 9 to 5, and he cherishes his life very much, and he is especially jealous of these devils who eat people without spitting bones. It was the first time he'd been this close to creepy. He was surrounded by 4 harmonized heavenly 5 powerhouses, and his other brother, Zhou Qing, was a peak harmonized heavenly powerhouse. But despite this, he still had a batch of panic in his heart. Most of these dozen heaven-transforming creeps were below the 5th level of heaven-transforming strength.
However, one of the bizarre ones had a cultivation level of 9 heavens of transformation.
Each of these creeps is a great creep that has lived for hundreds of years. If they hadn't been sealed by the Taoist priests of Longhu Mountain, they would have broken through their shackles long ago.
So it didn't even put these few human mole crickets in its eyes.
Before Zhou Haotian and the others could react, a dozen or so creepy came charging in.
Whoosh! 4 harmonized heavenly 5 powerhouses blocked Zhou Haotian's way, fighting desperately against the onrushing creepy.
Zhou Qing's target, on the other hand, was that great guile of the 9th heavenly transformation.
Griffin, show me what you can do.
The 9th level of heavenly transformation's world-ending stiff king hissed fiercely, stretching out his sharp, pointed claws and stabbing towards Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing was undaunted, and the moves his master had taught him surfaced in his mind. He gathered his strength and condensed it into the palm of his right hand, and fiercely blasted out. A golden shield condensed on his right hand, interspersed with the momentum of a breaking wind, viciously slapping at the extinction stiff king. Zhou Qing was very confident in his strength. After all, in his opinion, he was a strong person at the peak of harmonized heaven. It was more than enough to deal with a ninth heavenly transformation creep. But in the next second, his entire body directly flew out. The golden shield on his right hand instantly disappeared, and along with it was the small half of his arm. Ah! Zhou Qing's body slammed heavily on the ground, tearing his heart out and howling. One move, just one move. Zhou Qing then lost completely and utterly. He was like a fragile piece of paper that had been directly pierced by the world-destroying stiff king with a single finger. Zhou Haotian hurriedly pounced to Zhou Qing's side to check his brother's injuries. Jie Jie. Griffin trash with empty realms and no strength. The demise stiff king laughed with excitement. It turns out to be a bunch of water goods. He had been sealed for so many years, and once he came out, he didn't expect humans to become so weak. At the same time, under the siege of a dozen or so heavenly transforming creepy, the 4 strong men who were protecting Zhou Haotian also fell down. At this moment, Zhou Haotian was holding his younger brother, Zhou Qing, in a panic. The creeps started coming at him. Zhou Haotian's mind instantly went blank. He was a stone's throw away from death. Suddenly, 2 black figures landed in front of him. With blonde hair, blue eyes, and high noses, they were 2 peak harmonization heaven powerhouses of the Lighthouse Empire. The little Azzies are such losers, they're just going to give us a hard time. John sighed, helplessly. He had also just learned of the turn of events here. Luckily, they had arrived. If they had been any later, they couldn't afford the consequences. After all, if Zhou Haotian died, there was no way for them to explain to His Majesty. King Hasri had personally ordered that Zhou Haotian be protected no matter what. Seeing John and crew, Zhou Haotian was like grabbing a lifesaver, hurrying to hide behind the 2 men. Help me, help me. Make a move quickly. John looked at Zhou Haotian contemptuously, then turned his gaze to the perishing stiff king. The latter's heart grew timid when he saw that 2 more peak harmonization heaven humans had come. The king of the perishing stiffs could feel that. These 2 peak harmonization heavenly powers were not waterborne like Zhou Qing. It's possible to tell the difference by skin color. The Lighthouse Empire's powerhouses were basically all from the military branch, and possessed a wealth of practical combat experience. Most have also taken military honors. The exterminating stiff king was a bit abashed. Against these 2, he didn't have the certainty of victory. Jie, we'll see. Immediately afterward, the world-destroying stiff king and the other dozen or so heaven-transforming creepy figures flickered and disappeared into the void. Seeing that the world-destroying stiff king had escaped, Zhou Haotian's hanging heart was finally released. Luckily, the people from the Lighthouse Empire arrived in time, or else his life would really be in jeopardy today. Go after them, you guys, go after them. Fight to cut them down. Hurry. Suddenly, Zhou Haotian thought of something else, and he urged John. John's face showed a hint of impatience that. He swept a glance at Zhou Haotian, who was sitting on the ground in a gray, incomparably wretched state, with his icy cold eyes, and said indifferently. You shut up. Are you, as Prime Minister, kicked in the head by a donkey, laying hands on this Longhu mountain? You really don't want to die. One day at a time will net us a mess. Hearing John's words, Zhou Haotian was dumbfounded. He had the audacity to talk to himself like that. He himself is the Prime Minister of the Luo-Yin Empire. It's the supreme ruler of the empire. A small Lighthouse Empire general dared to mouth off to him. It was simply the reverse of the Big Dipper. But he didn't dare to have any complaints now, and he was already lucky to save a life. If it wasn't for these 2, he would have inevitably become bizarre food today. Taking a look at Zhou Qing, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog with half of his arm missing, John held his forehead, his face full of reluctance. What a pain in the ass. Crew, come on, give me a hand. The only ones who came down alive from Longhu Mountain were Zhou Haotian and Zhou Qing, who had become a cripple. The powerful men that Zhou Haotian had brought with him, as well as the tens of thousands of people who came to see the destruction of Longhu Mountain. The populace that came to see what was going on all died under the creepy mouth. Influence of the Yellow Emperor, reign name of Yuan Dynasty 1279-1368. Zheng Fan was watering the greenery outside the room. Suddenly, a mechanical voice flashed through his mind.
New punch list locations have been issued. St. Louis Mountain. Successful punching will be rewarded with 60 years of cultivation. Punching location at Lighthouse Empire Shield City.
Hearing the system's voice, Zhang Fan's heart flashed with a hint of interest.
The Lighthouse Empire? Sacred Shield City?
This time, the location of the punchline was a bit unexpected for Zhang Fan. Previously, the system had posted punch list locations in these two nearby countries. This time it turned out to be across the continent, in the Lighthouse Empire across the ocean. However, having reached Zhang Fan's realm, even if he crossed 10,000 miles, he could arrive in a single breath of effort. This Lighthouse Empire he would like to visit.
The other side. Lighthouse Empire. In a cave in the mountains of St. Louis.
Santos' eyes were slightly closed, and he was sitting cross-legged on the ground. At the moment, his body was constantly absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Earlier, he had been seriously injured by the heavenly thunder and his body had been left with internal injuries, but fortunately, after a period of healing, the injuries are slowly healing. As long as one reached the transition stage, one could absorb the aura of heaven and earth to heal one's injuries.
As long as you don't die outright, even if you only have one breath left to live. As usual, I was able to remake my immortal body.
Suddenly, he felt a sudden decrease in the aura around him, as if it had been blocked by something.
Santos's face plummeted into horror. It was because he sensed an extremely terrifying force approaching him.
It was the source of this power that directly cut off his absorption of heaven and earth aura.
What? Who?
Chapter 68 Fighting with Santos, unable to catch a single move from Zhang Fan.
Santos could sense that the strength of the visitor was at least a hidden heaven great perfection, or even higher.
He couldn't figure out why St. Louis Mountain had suddenly descended on such a powerful person.
Could it be that he's coming for himself? But he hadn't leaked out that he was in seclusion here to heal his wounds. Santos has now reached the transitional stage, and there is no longer any enemy in the whole world.
Even a strong person of the great perfection of transformation heaven was a mole before him.
He really couldn't figure out why anyone would dare to come looking for death. Located on the outskirts of Sacred Shield City, St. Louis Mountain was a holy mountain with an extremely abundant spiritual chi. The mountain is not high, a few hundred meters above sea level. The eye can see is full of pines and cypresses, emerald green and lush green. There's life everywhere. At this moment, Zhang Fan stood on the top of the mountain and looked out at the distant scenery, only feeling relaxed and happy. He could feel the mountain's aura pouring into his body in a steady stream, and with a single breath, exhale the essence of heaven and earth. Right at this moment, the system's voice rang in Zhang Fan's ears. Congratulations to the host for successfully punching the card, rewarding him with 1 year of cultivation. Currently, the host is at the 8th level of the fairy. The transition stage is likewise divided into 1 to 9 levels. Zhang Fan had just broken through the transitional stage when his realm was transitional stage 1. Now that he had gained an armor of cultivation, he had soared to the 8th level of the fairying. Just then, a black shadow landed in front of Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan frowned slightly at the sight and hurriedly held his breath. When he fixed his eyes on it, it was actually an old man with a head full of white hair. The old man was full of anger, his aura strong, and just standing there. It just pressed the space around it to bend slightly. Seeing the visitor, Zhang Fan got interested. This was because he realized that this old man had actually stepped into the transition stage as well. It doesn't take much to figure out who the other guy is. The place where we are today is the Lighthouse Empire. Who else could the Lighthouse Empire be but that crossover Santos? It was only that Zhang Fan did not expect that he could even meet this legendary transitional stage powerhouse here. What a coincidence! Kid, what are you?
Santos pointed at Zhang Fan and shouted angrily. If that day he had looked at the photographs Huxley had given him. At this moment, he would instantly recognize the person in front of him as Zhang Fan.
Santos tried to detect Zhang Fan's strength, but found that the other party's aura was too strong.
So much so that he couldn't detect it at all. But Santos had no fear in his heart. He saw how young Zhang Fan looked, looking to be only in his early 20s. It must be at most the great circle of the heavenly transformation stage, and no further up as possible. As for himself, he was a powerful person of the transitional stage, and even if he suffered a small injury, it did not affect his strength in the slightest.
Old thing. This place is full of aura, if you can come, why can't I?
Zhang Fan disliked the other party's tone of voice and responded coldly. Having met Santos as soon as he arrived in the Lighthouse Kingdom, Zhang Fan wanted to see how strong the other party was. What kind of skills are there to embolden the Lighthouse Empire?
Santos sniffed in shock.
He was a powerful man of the ferrying stage, but he was so scorned by a brat.
Kid, die and come.
In an instant, a large golden hand descended from the sky and slapped towards Zhang Fan. A terrifying power that belonged exclusively to a transitional succession stage powerhouse caused space to distort. The gust of pressure caused the surrounding temperature to rise several degrees steeply.
Just a single pressure was enough to instantly vaporize martial artists below the transitional apparition stage. Santos stood at attention with an air of calmness and a smirk on his face.
He determined that Zhang Fan must die in front of him. Zhang Fan looked at the large golden hand that grabbed at him and shook his head, revealing a faint smile. Spinning around, he stretched out a finger, and a greenish-colored light shot out from the tip of the finger in a matter of moments. The greenish-colored light shot to the front of the golden hand and,
wrapped in a destructive force, instantly blasted the golden hand into nothingness. A finger dissolves.
Seeing this, the Santos man was dumbfounded, stumped in place, cold sweat pouring from his forehead.
This. How is that possible?
His throat moved, his face filled with horror.
A killing move from the transitional succession stage was so easily neutralized?
The green aurora borealis didn't stop in the slightest after it broke through the golden hand,
continuing to charge towards Santos. You? Who the hell are you?
Santos didn't dare to be careless, and hastily gathered spiritual energy in his body to condense a golden shield.
Block in front of your body. But in the next second, the cyan aurora directly broke through the shield.
Santos spat out a mouthful of black blood, and was directly blown away, his body slamming heavily on the ground. Several ribs were blown apart. His eyes were filled with horror and his face was filled with incredulity. He couldn't figure out why. He had already broken through the transition stage and was already the strongest person in this world. Why do you still get so crushed? The other party looks like he's only 20 years old, and he's been practicing hard for hundreds of years.
Surprisingly, he couldn't even catch a single move from his opponent. Santos was not willing. Who is this teenager in front of me?
Looking at Santos lying on the ground, Zhang Fan sighed and smiled faintly.
That's it?
He had thought this Santos could be much more than that.
As a result, he couldn't even catch one of his own fingers.
Just one mole cricket, but it became the emboldened backer of the Lighthouse Empire.
It's ridiculous. Old thing, just you are worthy of being called a transitional succession stage powerhouse?
Zhang Fan walked up to Santos and laughed contemptuously.
Santos' body was trembling at the moment, fear in his two cloudy eyes. He realized that he was no match for this teenager.
If Zhang Fan proceeded to strike, his life would definitely be accounted for here.
Little friend, you and I have no grievances, today's matter may be a misunderstanding.
Indeed, the old man is being abrupt.
Santos was very much alive and begged for mercy.
Zhang Fan did not have any thoughts of killing this old thing. Taking this mole's life now was like taking a bag of tricks, but slaughtering him would have little deterrent effect.
Seeing that Zhang Fan did not make a move, Santos' figure instantly disappeared into the void.
He split into several phantom bodies and fled in all directions, in every direction. Each phantom body has a sliver of his soul power. In the end, even if only one of his phantom bodies survived in the end, he would be able to remake his physical body and restore his cultivation with a trace of his soul power.
Little, you wait with me.
I'll take this revenge.
You will be broken into pieces in the coming day.
From the clouds fell a pale voice. Hearing this, Zhang Fan was a bit unhappy. A hint of displeasure appeared on his face, and with a wave of his hand, he summoned the true martial Great Emperor's sword. The true martial Great Emperor's sword split into a dozen or so sword chi flying in all directions, shooting in the direction Santos had fled.
Old thing, you don't cherish the opportunity given to you at all. A dozen or so sword chi were extremely fast, stabbing through the void and,
in the blink of an eye, it caught up with Santos' real body and every phantom body.
Within a short time, one phantom body sword chi after another that ran out annihilated.
Santos, who was fleeing, truly sensed the situation was bad, and he turned his head to look at only to see that a sharp sword chi was stabbing towards his flying speed.
Chapter 69 White Horse Mountain, Corpse King Shogun breaks the seal.
Ah! The sword chi of the true martial emperor's sword instantly penetrated Santos' body.
The latter directly exploded into a puddle of blood mist.
At this moment, on the hills of St. Louis, Zhang Fan reached out with his hand, and the true martial emperor's sword returned to his hand. After briefly disposing of this little episode, Zhang Fan retrieved his sword, and with a flash of his figure, the departure from Mount St. Louis. Meanwhile, on the other side, the one remaining soul body of Santos wandered through the void, he dragged the last vestiges of his soul into the Holy Christ cave. Reaching the transitional stage, unless one directly dies, even if only a trace of soul force is left behind. All were able to remodel their flesh and restore their cultivation. Santos' physical body had been destroyed, and the phantom bodies that had been split off were also destroyed by the sword chi as much as possible. It was fortunate that a piece of his soul force stayed behind, which allowed him to survive. Mixed. Asshole ah. Damn. In the cave of the Holy Christ, Santos began to use the aura of heaven and earth to restore strength for himself. His flustered heart couldn't calm down for a long time. Just now, if it wasn't for his luck, I'm afraid it's really going to go up in smoke. But Santos was confused, with the strength of his opponent, if he really wanted to kill himself. Categorically, it is impossible to leave yourself this way to live. Zhou Haotian hid in the Prime Minister's residence for several days, not daring to come out. He's scared, he's really scared. He had no fear of weirdness before. He didn't realize how scary creepy was until he had real contact with it. He took so many martial arts populists to Lungfu Shan in great numbers. The only ones who came back were him and his brother Zhou Qing, who became a cripple. However, it is far from ending that way. The plagues of the Luoying Empire didn't stop there either. After the exterminating Stiff King was released, he slaughtered tens of thousands of people on the spot with his many shenanigans. And then, the entire Starlight City became a hell on earth. Starlight City is the 7th largest city in the empire. Located in the northern border region between the Yanhuang Empire and Luoying Empire, the city had a population of over several 100,000 people. In less than a day, the entire city had been destroyed by the weirdness of half the population of the city died under creepy. The rest of the population fled to other cities without life. Fortunately, there were strong men from the Lighthouse Empire guarding the borders of Starlight City, laying down sealing boundaries that only then did they not let these great shenanigans leave Starlight City and kill other cities. But Starlight City was already a sea of corpses. Starlight City is suppressed by the legendary Dragon Tiger Mountain. Originally one of the most stable cities within the Luoying Empire, no weirdness has raged for 100 years. Even when the creepy recovery first began, not a single creepy dared to haunt Starlight City. There was no other reason, it was because there was Lungfu Shan around, and there was Zhang Fan. Now that Zhang Fan is gone and Longhu Mountain is empty, who will be able to protect these people? In one day's time, the entire city was slaughtered. Hundreds of thousands of people were reduced to bazaar food. When Zhou Haotian asked the Lighthouse Empire's powerhouses to step in to suppress the bazaar, only to be met with a heartless refusal. The other party only had the obligation to protect Zhou Haotian. It was kind enough to step in and keep these shenanigans from killing other cities. How is it possible to protect these sand pariahs of the Luoying Empire? Nowadays, all of the strongest people who could be ranked in the Luoying Empire were dead and wasted. Even Zhou Qing, who claimed to have the strength of the peak of harmonized heaven. It is also lying inside the hospital with half a broken arm. The Luoying Empire can only rely on the strongest of the Lighthouse Empire to bless it now. Those creeps who want to invade see that there's the Lighthouse Empire to protect the Rojan Empire. For a while, they didn't dare to have any thoughts about the Luoying Empire. It can only turn to other nearby countries. In less than half a month's time, the Sakura Empire was completely overrun by creepy. A dozen or so peak harmonized heaven creeps landed in the Sakura Empire with an army of 1,000,000 creeps. Came a blitzkrieg. Due to the geographical location of the Sakura Empire, the populace and the powerful hadn't reacted to it yet. And the creepy hordes came in for the kill. In less than a day, the entire island fell. In one day, 1,000,000 creepy directly slaughtered all of the hundreds of millions of people on the island. By the time the strong support from the Lighthouse Empire came, it was already too late. The Sakura Empire was completely exterminated and hundreds of millions of living beings were reduced to bazaar food. On that day, the waters around the island were colored red and the sea was littered with corpses. The rich and powerful of the Sakura Empire would have run away a long time ago. Sky Locust defected to the Lighthouse Empire with all the members of the royal family. The ones who suffered the most were the general public, who became food for the bazaar before they could react. The Sakura Empire was the first country to be exterminated since the Bizarre Revival. Creepy takes over the entire island and turns the place into a total creepy country. The situation in several neighboring countries is not encouraging either. The Pickle Empire, the Nephi Empire, and the Phi Monkey Empire were also infested in a bizarrely large way, killing and injuring many people. Only the Yen Huang Empire is safe and sound, and the people are living in peace and enjoying a peaceful and beautiful life. But the populace did not forget who gave the peace. It was Zhang Fan, Lord Zhang Fan. I don't know when it started, but sculpture after sculpture of Zhang Fan was built in the territory of the Yen Huang Empire. Some people cast Zhang Fan into an idol, placed in the temple day by the incense worship. Even the latest edition of elementary school textbooks had included Zhang Fan's feats against the Yen Huang Empire, singing praises day in and day out. This time, the people did not forget Zhang Fan and gave him the greatest courtesy and respect from the Yen Huang Empire. People couldn't forget the pain caused by the weird infestation in the past, so they couldn't forget Zhang Fan's great kindness. Meanwhile, Taoism flourished in the Yen Huang Empire. The Taoist temple after Taoist temple was built everywhere. Zhang Fan personally took in a dozen or so sky-gazing stage disciples and taught them the Tao cultivation. After Zhang Fan's nudging, in less than half a month's time, all of these people broke through to the early stage of heaven transformation and became the backbone of the empire. Once there is peace in the country, the economy will continue to rise. In a few months' time, the economic GDP of the Yen Huang Empire had turned over several times. This could make the Luoying Empire next door to the Yen Huang Empire look red in the eyes. The Luoying Empire had been in turmoil for months. Though suppressed by the mighty men of the Lighthouse Empire, no large-scale bizarre massacres have broken out in recent months. But every single day, someone dies under Creepy's hand. There are dozens or hundreds of bizarre and harmful incidents. Sometimes dozens of people die, sometimes hundreds. The Luoying Empire's powerhouses were dead and crippled, and they couldn't care less about these things. And the mighty men of the Lighthouse Empire don't give a damn, with so many untouchables dying every day. Where do they care? For a time, there was panic everywhere within the Luoying Empire. But with all this panic, days are barely getting by and society is still functioning. And slowly, the populace is realizing that, compared to the Sakura Empire, which has been decimated by the Luoying Empire is in a good place right now. The other empires around and the Luoying Empire all suffered similarly. They still had the blessing of the Lighthouse Empire's strongmen, so they could hold up for a while, and nothing could happen to them. 3 months later. White Horse Mountain. Shogun breaks through the last seal left in the cave and is freed. Chapter 70 Moonlight City is in great trouble, you're all deceiving me. After more than 3 months, Shogun finally broke through the last seal left by Zhang Fan. It's been 3 years, and he's once again free. Breaking free from his shackled prison, Shogun slowly walked out of the cave. These 3 years of purgatorial torment never wore away his yearning for freedom, and today, he's finally out. Jie. Zhang Fan, I have to thank you a lot for this. Don't worry, I won't spare a single one of these ickle humans after you're gone. All cleaned up for you. It wasn't just Shogun who came out, but also the thousands of weirdness in this cave. Suddenly, 10 black shadows landed behind Shogun and rushed to kneel down, respectfully. These were 10 bizarre that emanated a terrifying yin qi, and each of them had already reached the heaven transformation stage. They are Shogun's 10 guards. 3 years ago, together with Shogun, he was sealed in the White Horse Mountain. King, hungry, I'm hungry. Kill. I will kill. Kill. Imprisoned in this dark cave for 3 years. They had to endure purgatory every single day, and there was no greater pain than that of relieving hunger. Once they are free, they are bound to kill the hell out of each other. So the Shogun ordered that they be allowed to kill as many as they wanted until there was not a single one left in the Luoying Empire. This 3 months or so has been fairly peaceful. At least there were no tragic events of bizarre massacres where hundreds of thousands of people died at once. At best, it's a small bizarre infestation that kills dozens or hundreds of people at a time. At first, there was panic within the Luoying Empire, and the people didn't even dare to go out. But then it turns out that as long as there aren't mass deaths, the weirdness is just that. The Luoying Empire is the most populous country in the world. It's even tens of millions more than the Yen Huang Empire next door, the world's most populous nation with 1.5 billion people. For a country with such a large population base, a couple dozen deaths at a time. It has little effect on the total population of the empire. Public opinion was a little more cheerful at first, but then the bizarre infestations happened more often, and people get used to it. The number of people who died is not even 1% of the number of deaths due to food hygiene. And most of those who died were low caste, slum dwellers. Those high caste dignitaries have nothing to worry about. The rich neighborhoods are guarded by powerful men. There's usually no such thing as a creepy infestation either. In 3 months' time, everything in the Luoying Empire then functioned as usual. People faded away from the shadow of the creepy infestation. After all, the Luoying Empire had the protection of the Lighthouse Empire, and the country was still peaceful and stable. Much better than other countries around. This contrast is easy to satisfy. But one day, 3 months later, the peace was completely shattered. An unprecedented and bizarre infestation has erupted in Moonlight City. Corpse ancestor Shogun with his 10 guards. A dozen or so heaven transformation stage creeps were killing their way through Moonlight City. Moonlight City was the second largest city in the Luoying Empire and the most populous city in the empire. It's a bustling city that rivals Magic Sea City, Jingdong City, and Seoul. It is the economic center of the Luoying Empire, and the city has a permanent population of tens of millions. At the same time, it is also the city with the most slums in the Luoying Empire. The largest slum in the world is in Moonlight City. A dozen or so harmonized heavenly stage creeps, hundreds of hopeful heavenly stage creeps, thousands of innate stage creeps. Beginning a massacre operation that left no piece of the Moonlight City untouched. They moved very quickly, without the slightest sign that so much so that no one in the city could react. When they came out of White Horse Mountain, they killed the nearest human city in great numbers. At one time, both the rich and the commoners, the high and low castes, whether living in a slum or a bustling city center, all places, all people, all are spared. Royal capital, Prime Minister's residence. Learning that a large number of bazaars suddenly descended on Moonlight City, Zhou Haotian felt that the sky was about to collapse. What? Moonlight City? How dare they? It's over. Moonlight City is the #1 economic and industrial city in the Luoying Empire. It is the #1 populated city in the Luoying Empire. The entire city has some of the most high-end manufacturing and cutting-edge industries in the Rohypnol Empire. A pillar of the empire, so to speak. If Moonlight City is completely destroyed by creepy, then all of the industries of the Luoying Empire will collapse. The economy will go down the drain, if not back to the drawing board in one fell swoop. The imperial capital can be destroyed, but not even Moonlight City. Damn, where did all this weirdness come from again? Hasn't creepy all been suppressed? Zhou Haotian was now both angry and helpless. He didn't expect things to end up like this either. Where's the creepy army? Where's the creepy army? He summoned the civil and military officials at the first opportunity and coldly questioned them in front of everyone. At the same time, he asked all the many ministers to give a little response. Moonlight City should never be destroyed by creepy. Just then, a minister stood out and knelt down respectfully. Prime Minister, as far as I know, this weirdness all runs out of the White Horse Mountain. The seals inside White Horse Mountain have all been broken through, so the creeps are running out. Hearing these words, Zhou Haotian's heart moved with a tremble, his face ashen. His whole body was dumbfounded in place. He never expected this weirdness to run out of White Horse Mountain. Lin Sanfeng and that group of monks aren't giving themselves the promise that there will never be any more shenanigans running out of White Horse Mountain. They claim to have sealed the creepy instead of Zhang Fan. The shenanigans at White Horse Mountain have been all but suppressed. But now. So it was all a lie. Fool me, you're all fooling me, you're all lying to me. What should be the offense for deceiving the king and ignoring his superiors? Zhou Haotian sternly questioned the group of ministers. The entire court immediately knelt down in unison, not daring to raise their heads. All they could do now was curl their heads and bear the wrath of the Prime Minister. Now that the Moonlight City is experiencing a horrific massacre, with the number of dead and wounded exceeding several million. And there was nothing they, the meat eaters, could do about it. Let Lin Sanfeng meet me, let Lin Sanfeng meet me. Moonlight City, not half a day's work. This most prosperous city of the Luoying Empire had become a hell on earth with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Whether it's a slum or a busy office building in the center of town, there are bodies sprawled all over the place. The blood came together and flowed all over the streets. The whole city smelled fishy everywhere, even the sky was dyed the color of blood. It took 100 years for Moonlight City to develop, and only half a day for it to be destroyed. This time, no one can stop the shenanigans, and everyone is food. At this moment, the city lord's mansion. Ka Ching. Ka Chow. A skywatcher eerily gnawed a struggling little girl in half in 2 bites. He slaughtered a dozen members of the city lord's entire family before leaving. Chapter 71, What else can we do? Be sincere, go beg Zhang Fan. There's nothing high or low in the eyes of a creep, whether it's a slumdog, or the high and mighty lord of the city, it all tastes the same. No matter how dashing these dignitaries were in life, they were still dead in the streets after death. Piled with a multitude of nameless corpses. Zen Hidden Temple. After the death of Master Green Lantern and other monks of high cultivation, Zen Hidden Temple became better and better. Without those blood-sucking monks, Zen Hidden Temple is getting more and more incense. The monks are also living more and more comfortably. When hundreds of creeps broke into Zen Hidden Temple. The monks in this temple were still gathered to recite the Buddha's name reverently, knocking on wooden fish and chanting words to the golden ancient Buddha. Seeing the weird intrusion, some monks were scattered and fled for their lives. But it soon succeeded with the weird food. There are monks who sit still sitting there, with their eyes closed, chanting the Buddha's name, with their hands on their Buddha beads. Devotion is unparalleled, without the slightest fear. It seems to be in the belief that their Buddha can save them. Obviously, Buddha can't save it. A dozen or so creeps pounced on them like hungry tigers. In an instant, they were gnawed into oblivion. Blood splattered the golden Buddha into a red Buddha. This massacre was still in progress, and the people of Moonlight City began to run to other cities. Yet running anywhere doesn't work. Creepy exterminated Moonlight City. Next up are other nearby cities. In less than a day, more than 10 million people have already died under Creepy's hand. That's 10 times the number of people killed and wounded from all the previous ones combined. It soon became apparent to some that in the midst of all this wide-open shenanigans, I was surprised to see a familiar figure. It was the first creepy, chattering ogre that appeared in Moonlight City. This creepy was beheaded by Master Green Lantern himself. He died that night. And now it is alive again. Obviously, Master Green Lantern and the government are deceiving the people. Immediately afterward, it was discovered that all of these horrific shenanigans had occurred a few years ago. They were all originally sealed off from White Horse Mountain by Zhang Fan. Now it's broken through the seal of White Horse Mountain and escaped off. The Empire's strongman promises that the White Horse Mountains won't run a trickster. White Horse Mountain is guarded by the strongest men of the Empire and will be peaceful and tranquil in the future. But what about today? All the promises of the Empire are bull. These creeps all ran out and started taking crazy revenge on humans, and the government did nothing about it. Watching Creepy kill the civilian population. And then there were eyeballs that saw that the black creepy that went on a killing spree at the city hall that day also showed up. Not only did he not have his head cut off, but he re-emerged and slaughtered thousands more with his own hands. The populace realized they had been lied to, completely and utterly deceived. They've been living in an illusion of peace. At the moment, on the internet. Hurry up and send strong men. How can you stand by and watch Moonlight City be destroyed? Why are these creeps out again? Didn't we say we sealed them all? How they're out to harm people again. Liar, so it's all a lie to us. Driving Zhang Fan away. You guys can't suppress Creepy at all. The mighty men of the Empire are liars, and that damn Chancellor. All of them are useless trash. How can they stand by and watch so many people die? Where are the strong men of the Lighthouse Empire? No more deaths, let them come as well. There is a lot of complaining and wailing. At this moment, the Prime Minister's residence. Zhou Haotian panicked. He had just contacted the strongest person in the Lighthouse Empire, asking the other party to step in and suppress the weirdness in Moonlight City. Only to be met with a heartless refusal. The Luoying Empire's powerhouses aren't useful at all. Nowadays, the strongest people in the Lighthouse Empire were also unwilling to help. Zhou Haotian thought to himself that this time it was over. In desperation, he called the king of the Lighthouse Empire. But to his surprise, there was no answer on the other end of the line. The only thing that the strong men of the Lighthouse Empire cared about was profit. As long as they didn't threaten Zhou Haotian's life, there was no need for them to make a move. If the Luoying Empire had to let them do everything big or small, they would have to die of exhaustion here. They were not oxen or horses, much less subordinates at Zhou Haotian's disposal. What's more, the king of the Lighthouse Empire has given the order. Their powerhouses should definitely not intervene in the Moonlight City disaster. The Lighthouse Empire did this in order to talk to Zhou Haotian about chips when the time came. It would be better to include Moonlight City in the territory of the Lighthouse Empire. Let the creeps clean up the population of the place first. Then the Lighthouse Empire could take over the city in the name of suppressing the weirdness.
In this way, the benefits can be maximized. As for how many people died in the Luoying Empire, what did it have to do with them? How is it good? How is this going to be?
This bizarre. If we massacre Moonlight City, the Luoying Empire will have to break an arm of the foundation of the empire will be shaken at that time. Zhou Haotian let out one sigh after another, his brows furrowed, his heart incomparably annoyed and uncomfortable. Never in his wildest dreams did he think things would come to this.
No one can be relied on, no one can be depended on.
The only thing left to do was to let these creeps slaughter the people of the empire, and after these creeps had slaughtered the city of Moonlight,
no one in the entire Luoying Empire could stop them next.
The civil and military officials at the bottom, one by one, lowered their heads in silence. They're fine with their salaries, but when the country's in real trouble, they're all a bunch of booze hounds. Suddenly, one of the ministers stepped forward and offered a suggestion that,
Prime Minister, otherwise, let's try to invite Zhang Fan back. Even if we beg, we must beg him back, now that the Lighthouse Empire is not making a move.
Only Zhang Fan can help us. I think if we give absolute good faith, Zhang Fan will definitely come back and willingly serve us as a dog. Once this was said, the many remaining ministers agreed. They likewise felt that only Zhang Fan could solve the difficulties of the Luoying Empire this time. Zhang Fan had saved them from the fire countless times before. Luoying Empire was Zhang Fan's other home. It's true that Zhang Fan has been aggrieved during this recent period of time, but Zhang Fan is to blame for all of this.
He has some responsibility too.
It could be said that both the Luoying Empire and Zhang Fan were at fault for what they did. As long as the Luoying Empire took a step back, put up a show of sincerity, and pleaded with Zhang Fan to come back, I'm sure the other party will be able to step in and help the Luoying Empire. At those words, Zhou Haotian was torn. This
goes to beg Zhang Fan, that traitor, to make a move? Oh. Are you kidding me? Has the Luoying Empire fallen to this level now? Go and beg a public enemy of the empire to come to your aid.
Moreover, Zhang Fan hadn't come to his rescue before, so it was probably difficult to get him to do so this time. But he really couldn't stand the pleas of the ministers. So he wanted to beg Zhang Fan with a try-and-see attitude. The previous attitude of inviting Zhang Fan back was too rigid. This time, as long as you give enough sincerity, maybe the other party's heart will soften and they can really come back.
Good. That's all that can be done for today.
I hope Zhang Fan doesn't realize that the empire has taken a step back.
He needs to stop getting an inch.
As long as he's willing to come back, he'll be the hero of my Luoying Empire from now on.
I would like to honor him as the Duke of the State. Zhou Haotian ordered several princes and ministers to go to the Yanhuang Empire immediately to invite Zhang Fan.
Chapter 72 Missing Zhang Fan. It was never like this when Zhang Fan was around. The massacre continued, and before long, very few people were left in Moonlight City. This city, which is one of the best in the world, has become a hell on earth. It is interesting to note that many countries have sent their troops for emergency evacuation. On the other hand, the Luoying Empire's powerhouse was indifferent and had been pretending to be dead. It's not that they don't want to send strong men. Rather, all of the strongest people that could be ranked in the Luoying Empire had already died in the previous outbreaks of the bizarre infestation. They have no one left to use now. The Lighthouse Empire's powerhouses were also standing idly by, with no intention of making a move. The country was gripped in panic. Every member of the Luoying Empire knew in his heart that if this continued, it's highly likely that the empire is going to fall. After these creeps finish slaughtering Moonlight City, they'll surely continue to attack other cities that the empire is at stake if there are no strong men to fend it off.
Those with power and influence can flee to other countries. And most of the civilian population is reduced to weird food. People are scared, to the core.
Some people are starting to miss the days when Zhang Fan was around.
Although it was said that Zhang Fan had made many mistakes, and that Zhang Fan had betrayed the Luoying Empire, Zhang Fan was a public enemy of the Luoying Empire.
However, there was no doubt that when Zhang Fan was around, the Luoying Empire was peaceful. People lived a stable life back then and didn't have to be scared like they are today. But those days of stability and peace and nostalgia are a thing of the past. They ousted Zhang Fan, thinking their man could replace him. But I never thought that one of the empire's strongest men would be more useless than the other. These powerhouses died under creepy's hands one after another. No one can block the bizarre offense for the populace. It wasn't until this time that the populace realized they needed Zhang Fan. The empire's powerhouses couldn't protect them, only Zhang Fan could protect them. However, it is not that they know that they are wrong, and do not consider the previous rush Zhang Fan lost a kind of fault. They're just scared that the creepy butcher knife is reaching for them next. Alas! It was never like this before when Zhang Fan was here, never so many people died. Right. Zhang Fan was put on trial for merely killing 100 people in the first place. But now we have tens of millions dead. This bizarre outbreak has nothing to do with Zhang Fan. Can we get Zhang Fan to come back and protect us one more time? Get rid of these weirdness or we're really going to die. Zhang Fan did make a mistake, but we can give Zhang Fan a chance to make up for his mistakes. As long as Zhang Fan can step in to suppress the weirdness, then we can bring him back. Right. As long as Zhang Fan makes a move, then the past will be written off. We really need him now. Hurry up and get him back to protect us. The people remembered Zhang Fan, the Taoist priest who had saved the Luoying Empire from destruction countless times. They also wanted Zhang Fan to come back and save them one more time. Zhang Fan was indeed at fault, but the Luoying Empire needed him, and as long as he could make a move, any mistake can be forgiven. Including his previous betrayal of the Luoying Empire by directing the bizarre invasion of the Luoying Empire. All of it can be written off. Folks know that it's no use just boiling over the internet. So they once again wrote a joint letter in blood, requesting the officials to bring Zhang Fan back. Hi to Cheng. After these 3 months of clocking in, Zhang Fan traveled all over the world. The cultivation level had also reached the peak of the transition. Today was the second day back to his return to the Yan Huang Empire. Twilight. Zhang Fan was meditating and cultivating on the bed with his legs crossed when suddenly, his little sister's voice came from outside the door. Senior brother, that. Someone is looking for you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan got out of bed and opened the door, only to see 2 middle-aged men standing outside the door in addition to his little sister. Dark-skinned, short, standard Luoying looks, but dressed in fancy clothes, with an extraordinary aura. Although Zhang Fan did not recognize these two, he could guess where they had come from. What is it that you are looking for? Send the guests. Zhang Fan spat out 2 words from his mouth, and then he was about to close the door. The 2 middle-aged men outside the door panicked, put down their shelves and hurriedly begged, Lord Zhang Fan. Lord Zhang Fan. We've come from the Luoying Empire, which is now in danger. I also hope that you can take a shot at helping the Luoying Empire once for the sake of past friendship. One of them, a skinny, bony, middle-aged man in a white robe, said. His tone was full of begging, without the slightest hint of princely bearing. Now the Luoying Empire was indeed in a critical situation. But as long as Zhang Fan made a move, they would be able to get through this crisis. Right. Lord Zhang Fan, only you can help us now. It is true that you have suffered a little before, and that the Empire has done a great deal of wrong. You have been subjected to many injustices. We hereby sincerely apologize to you and hope that you will be able to forgive us. Seeing as the Luoying Empire is your other home, step in and help the Luoying Empire. Another middle-aged man in a Chinese mountain suit pleaded. He bent down slightly in a respectful manner. The duo that came were both powerful figures that ranked high in the Luoying Empire. However, in order to be able to obtain Zhang Fan's shelter, they had to grovel and beg for Zhang Fan's hand. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan let out a cold laugh. Did you not think of this day when you tried yourself before? He himself had done so much for the Luoying Empire, and no one remembered or appreciated it. His dedication over the years has been taken for granted by the little $8 holes. Make the slightest mistake and you will be judged by all. They imprisoned and abused my little sister in an attempt to overthrow Lung Fushan. Consider yourself a public enemy of all the people of the Luoying Empire. Put all the hats, all the pots on your own head. Even going so far as to use his connections to hunt himself down globally. Nowadays it is simply summarized as a little aggravation, a little unfair treatment. It was ridiculous to consider oneself as a public enemy and now ask oneself to go back and protect them. Roll. Zhang Fan spat out an extremely intimidating, icy cold word from his mouth. With that, he asked his little sister to see him off. What happened in the Luoying Empire had nothing to do with him at all. He had long since severed all ties with the Luoying Empire. Seeing that Zhang Fan was going to kick them out, the two princes of the Luoying Empire panicked. If they went back like that, they couldn't explain it to the Prime Minister. Zhang Fan. The Empire has taken many steps back, aren't you at fault? The Empire has now realized its mistake, what more do you want? You are, after all, from the Luoying Empire, and as long as you're willing to go back to the... We can give you the position of the Duke of State and give you unending glory and riches. Do you really want to be a treacherous, shameless traitor? One of the princes became anxious and pointed at Zhang Fan, saying angrily. He regretted this as soon as he said it. Zhang Fan frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure on his face. Chapter 73, Give up Moonlight City, and this weirdness will be suppressed by the Lighthouse Empire. Boo! Before he could even get the words of apology out, his body directly exploded into a puddle of blood mist. Seconds. No sign of it. Wiped right out of the world. The other princeling was so terrified that his legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground, rushing to his knees to beg for forgiveness. Lord Zhang Fan, spare your life, spare your life. No offense, no offense. It has nothing to do with me, please just let me go. Zhang Fan's face was expressionless as he placed his hand on this prince's head. The latter knelt on the ground like a dog, trembling. Suddenly, there was an odor of urine coming from his body. However, Zhang Fan did not make a move and only said indifferently. Kill you to dirty my hands, get out. Go back and tell Zhou Haotian that the matters of the Luoying Empire have nothing to do with me, and tell him to leave me alone in the future. Hearing that he would not have to die, this prince was overjoyed. He hurriedly kowtowed several times to Zhang Fan, and then kowtowed several times to his little sister, his head bleeding. He stood up, not even patting the dust from his body, and hurried to scuttle away in disarray. He was afraid that Zhang Fan would back out and take his little life again. Rohin Empire, Medieval European Dynasty 1279–1331. After a day and a night. The Bazaar army led by Shogun finished slaughtering the tens of millions of people in Moonlight City, turning the largest city in the Luoying Empire into a trick city. There's only weirdness in this town, no humans. White bones on the road and in the wild, no chickens crowing for thousands of miles. The tragic situation in the city was 10,000 times more horrifying than Lionel's Peak. The death toll of the Luoying Empire this time. More than 10 times the number of deaths from all previous Bazaar infestations combined. A city like Moonlight City with 1,000 years of history and 100 years of prosperity turned into a ruin. The people of the other cities near Moonlight City were afraid. This weirdness will never stop next, and they'll be the ones who die right away. Panic, endless panic. It was as if it was the end of the world, and there was panic everywhere in the Luoying Empire. Those who can afford it would have left the country long ago. With their families and possessions, they have left the country that is about to be eerily destroyed. And most of the general public doesn't have that opportunity. By this time it was too late to sell the family fortune and flee abroad. All the flights from the Luoying Empire to other countries were full, and ordinary people couldn't escape at all. Besides, when you look at the world, what country doesn't have a weird infestation? Where is running to be truly peaceful? Even the most powerful lighthouse empires are subject to bizarre infestations from time to time. So these fleeing populace of the Luoying Empire set their sights on the Yen Huang Empire next to them. Both rich people and refugees want to run to the Yen Huang Empire. On the side of the Yen Huang Empire, a ban was also issued at the first opportunity. Citizens of Rohin Empire nationality are not allowed to enter the country for one step. But anyone who dares to step into the Yen Huang Empire will be dealt with directly by shooting. Not only the Yen Huang Empire, but other countries in the vicinity of the Luoying Empire, such as the Woolly Bear Empire, the Bear Empire, and the Nephi Empire have also issued bans on the citizens of the Luoying Empire. Zhang Fan, whom the people had been longing for, did not return either. At the moment, the internet. Upon seeing that Moonlight City had become a bizarre city, with broken walls and mountains of corpses everywhere, the people all couldn't help themselves. Miserable. It's just so miserable. How did the empire come to be in this state today? Tens of millions of our compatriots are all dead. Is the empire going to be overthrown next? I don't want to die yet. How come Zhang Fan hasn't come back to save us yet? How on earth can he make a move? Zhang Fan refused to make a move. This dead traitor, he really deserves to die. How can his heart be so cold? He's the cause of all that we are, and it's only right that he should help us. I didn't realize he wouldn't put up a fight. We gave him the opportunity to make amends, and he didn't even appreciate it. It's really the Luoyin Empire's #1 traitor. Oh. Y'all don't be so naive. I think this weird outbreak has something to do with Zhang Fan as well. How could he possibly step in and help us? Right. Instead of begging Zhang Fan, it's better to beg the strongest person in the Lighthouse Empire. Until now, most of the Luoyin Empire's population still thought that Zhang Fan deserved whatever he did for them. All of this was caused by Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan striking out was to offset the credit, and they were giving Zhang Fan a chance by letting him strike. If Zhang Fan didn't make a move, then he was a treacherous traitor. They didn't realize the mistake. They didn't realize that it was a wrong decision to try Zhang Fan in the first place. They just need Zhang Fan. They need Zhang Fan to hold up a peaceful world for them again. They don't know it's wrong, they know they're afraid. The most senior minister's residence. Learning that Zhang Fan not only did not make a move, but also made a move to kill a royal minister. Zhou Haotian was infuriated. Damn, this Zhang Fan deserves to die. Faithless and shameless. How can he be like that? How could he stand by and watch the Luoyin Empire in peril and not care? Zhou Haotian slammed the table and said angrily. But it did come within his expectations. Zhou Haotian himself didn't hold much hope that Zhang Fan could make a move. But if Zhang Fan did not make a move, who could the Luoyin Empire rely on next? Just then, two familiar figures broke into Zhou Haotian's field of vision. It was John and Bruno. With smug smiles on their faces, the two men strutted above the courtroom. One by one, the courtiers at the bottom knelt, while John and Bruno stood upright. An envoy of the upper kingdom has no reason to kneel before the ruler of the lower kingdom. Zhou Haotian was overjoyed to see the duo appear. He sat up from his dragon chair, took 3 steps and came to the duo and, holding the hands of both men, he said eagerly, "Lord Envoy, please, you must help the Luoyin Empire. The Luoyin Empire and the Lighthouse Empire are allies. You can't watch the Luoyin Empire fall like this. Now that the people of Moonlight City are dead, you guys need to hurry up and make a move." Zhou Haotian put on the frame of a king of a country and begged bitterly. If Zhang Fan didn't make a move, he could only rely on the Lighthouse Empire. He didn't want to become a fallen king, didn't want the Luoyin Empire to be destroyed in his hands. Bruno and John looked at each other, and the two seemed to come to some sort of understanding. John was the first to say, "I heard you guys went looking for Zhang Fan?" "What? What's the point of looking for that traitor Zhang Fan? He didn't promise to come back and help you guys either." Zhou Haotian shook his head and berated Zhang Fan in front of the two powerhouses. And then touting the Lighthouse Empire like crazy. "No. That traitor Zhang Fan, we don't need him, not at all. I, the Luoyin Empire, have not been reduced to the point of begging a traitor. Only the Lighthouse Empire can help us. We depend on the Lighthouse Empire." At that, John and Bruno both laughed. Two people found it particularly interesting. This Zhou Haotian is really a chameleon, saying whatever he sees. The tendency to play it plain as day. John slowly spoke, "You are right. Zhang Fan is a public enemy of the Luoyin Empire and the Lighthouse Empire. Everyone must be executed. Don't worry, this next weirdness, we, the Lighthouse Empire, will help you suppress it. Zhang Fan, we've also sent people after him, so I believe he won't live for long." Upon hearing this, Zhou Haotian was overjoyed. Before he could say anything in gratitude, John beat him to it. "But we do have conditions. The rebuilding of Moonlight City will be done by our Lighthouse Empire, and the city will be ours from now on. It's not too much, is it?" Chapter 74, Openly repairing a stack, secretly taking a step, Lighthouse Empire takes a shot at Zhang Fan. Hearing this, the excitement on Zhou Haotian's face instantly changed to shock. His whole body was staggered in place. To Moonshine City? It was only at this time that Zhou Haotian realized the intentions of the Lighthouse Empire. Having previously shrugged it off, finding all sorts of reasons not to make a move. Now that the people of Moonlight City were finished being slaughtered, they struck. The condition of the offer was surprisingly still ceding Moonlight City to them. Isn't that a proper way to take advantage of a situation and fall on your sword? In order to get the city of Moonshine back. The Lighthouse State doesn't even care about the lives of the tens of millions of people in the city. And yeah, why should I care? It's not like this is the populace of the lighthouse state, to them it's just a bunch of pariahs. Let Creepy slaughter the entire population of Luna City, and the lighthouse state will just seamlessly follow suit. Occupy Moonlight City and let your country in. Zhou Haotian only felt a rush of blood and chi clogging his chest, and he was a bit out of breath. Why, Chancellor Zhou, this is a matter on which we are not compelled to. If you think your strong men can suppress the weirdness as well, then forget it. Moonlight City will still be yours, and the Lighthouse Society will immediately withdraw its strongest men from the Luoying Empire. No more interference in your affairs. Seeing that Zhou Haotian seemed to be reluctant, John aggravated his tone. There was a deep threat in that tone. If you don't agree, we'll leave. If you don't give Luna City to the Lighthouse Empire, then your entire Luoying Empire will wait for death. At those words, Zhou Haotian sighed helplessly. Nowadays, there's only so much you can do. If we don't follow what the Lighthouse Empire says, the Luoying Empire is bound to be in big trouble this time. But this Lighthouse Empire is ambitious, and has no intention of helping the Luoying Empire properly. The only thing they had in mind was a large portion of the Luoying Empire. Today they're ceding territory to Moonlight City, and tomorrow if Creepy kills off the imperial capital as well. As usual, they don't care. Will they have to cede the royal capital then, too? Zhou Haotian didn't dare to think further. This Lighthouse Empire, it's hateful to the extreme. Okay. Promise, I promise. I beg your country to step in as soon as possible and not let these shenanigans continue to attack other cities. It's best to cut them all down for good. Zhou Haotian eventually compromised and agreed to the Lighthouse Empire's demands. John and Bruno sniffed and looked at each other eyes, unable to hide the smirk on their faces. Good, just great. It would be best if this Luoying Empire could figure it out. All these idiots have to do is set a precedent and they simply can't stop next. As long as this shenanigans remains, the Rojan Empire will have to cede territory to the Lighthouse Empire in a steady stream. Until the country ceded its last piece of territory and died out completely. Good, Lord Prime Minister is indeed a straightforward man, then let's have a happy cooperation. John stretched out a hand to shake Zhou Haotian's, and he smiled happily. The latter, on the other hand, forced a smile. The civil and military officials at the bottom were all outraged. Ceding the largest city in the empire, the most prosperous coastal strip, to a foreign power. This is something that has never been done before. This was the greatest shame of the Luoying Empire since its founding. The empire has never been about opening up borders, when has it ever been about ceding land and seeking peace? But the key now was that there was no way, no one but the strongest of the Lighthouse Empire could fight against Creepy. The strongest of the empires are all watered down one by one, and if this time they do not rely on the Lighthouse Empire, the entire Luoying Empire will be destroyed. In fact, these ministers are clear in their minds that cutting Moonlight City out is the next best thing to having no choice. It's a broken tale. After slaughtering the tens of millions of people in Moonlight City, the bizarre army led by Shogun wasn't satisfied. They turned their targets to other cities near Moonlight City. These are coastal cities, economically developed and populated, the heart of the empire. As long as these cities were destroyed, half of the Luoying Empire would be considered extinct. At this moment, panic was everywhere within the Luoying Empire. The populace knew in their hearts that the probability was that the Luoying Empire was going to die. The empire's 1,000-year foundation is going to be destroyed. However, just then, a video directly rushed to the #1 hot search in every media outlet in the Luoying Empire. In the video, 5 peaks of the Lighthouse Empire's harmonized heaven descended upon Moonlight City, single-handedly stopping the creepy hordes in their tracks. When the weird army saw these suddenly appearing powerhouses, each one of them cowered in fear. Seeing this, the populace was abuzz. This is a powerful man from the Lighthouse Empire has struck. The Rojan Empire is saved. Here comes the Empire of the Lighthouse. Here come the mighty men of the Empire of the Lighthouse. Our Luoying Empire is saved, saved. A friend in need is a friend in need. The Lighthouse Empire is worthy of being an ally of the Luoying Empire. It's up to them in a pinch, for crying out loud. The Luoying Empire doesn't need to be destroyed. With the Lighthouse Empire around, the Luoying Empire can't die, it can't die. The Lighthouse Empire can be more reliable than Zhang Fan, with the Lighthouse Empire in the... What do we need that traitor Zhang Fan back for? That's right, why beg that traitor Zhang Fan, when we have a strong Lighthouse Empire member to protect us? We don't even need him. Seeing the Lighthouse Empire's strongest person make a move, the people's hanging hearts were finally put down. Instead of waiting for Zhang Fan to strike, they waited for their allies to strike. Only now did they see clearly who was friend and who was foe. The Empire didn't need Zhang Fan at all, the Lighthouse Empire was strong enough to protect them. Semicircular defensive enclosure around city gates. Shogun and the other heavenly transformation creeps looked at the 5 figures suspended in the air, and their hearts could not help but be shaken. Is this a peak Hatian martial artist? Shogun was horrified. He could sense that the martial artist who came this time was not a watered-down one. Instead, it's a real powerhouse. If 5 peak heavenly transformation powerhouses were to strike at the same time, it was impossible for him to be an opponent. With this in mind, Shogun took a few steps back and stared straight at the 5 figures smashed down from the air, their strong pressure causing the surrounding air to stir. Are you going to step in and help the Luoyin Empire? Shogun was not the least bit afraid and coldly questioned. Walking at the front, John shook his head. The Lighthouse Empire doesn't want to offend these man-eaters, and if there's a real fight, there will be casualties among their powerful men. Moreover, the Lighthouse Empire understands all too well the logic of raising an enemy for its own use. If Creepy was wiped out clean, what would they take to encroach on the Luoyin Empire? Take your men and leave, the Luoyin Empire needs to settle down for a while. Of course, you still have to come out when we tell you to. At that, Shogun understood what John meant. The two smiled at each other in perfect understanding. Nevertheless, in the meantime, Lighthouse Empire. King Hasri, citing the need to help his ally, the Rohypnol Empire, defend itself against the weirdness of the start sending a lot of strong people abroad. That includes Santos, who has returned to strength. Of course, these powerful people are not reinforcing the Luoyin Empire, openly, secretly. Their target is Zhang Fan. Santos, eradicating Zhang Fan, it's all up to you this time. To slaughter him would be to get rid of a great scourge for our Lighthouse Empire. Before he left, Hasri patted Santos on the shoulder and intoned. Santos nodded, very confident in his own strength. Even if Zhang Fan was more powerful, he was still a handful of ants under the crushing strength of his transitional apparitional stage.